Yo, what's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content, the link is in the description. 4FA, C-143,143. The man's words completely exhausted Jake's patience. He looked at the man and raised his hand. In the next moment, with a force the man couldn't possibly react to, a tremendous power erupted from his face, sending him unconscious into the street's rubble. Though the bastard's actions were despicable, Jake didn't kill him. These were registered Marines, killing them indiscriminately would cause complications. Despite his anger, Jake maintained basic rationality. However, these men would undoubtedly be sent to prison later and now they would face his wrath firsthand. Next, Jake appeared before the Marine who had earlier incited his comrade to kill him. With the same measured pace, he asked, "Why did you tell your comrade to kill someone whose identity wasn't even confirmed?" I was just joking. I didn't mean it. Please spare me, I was just running my mouth." The man spoke while squirming across the ground like a maggot, kowtowing repeatedly to Jake, begging for mercy. Unlike the previous guy who might survive a slap, this man knew one strike from Jake would mean his death. Jake simply shook his head at the groveling figure. Electricity crackled in his palm before lashing out to strike the man. A piercing scream echoed as the man collapsed, convulsing violently. His trousers darkened with urine as the lightning strike caused involuntary muscle spasms, humiliating him completely. After kicking the man aside, Jake moved towards the next instigator. Enhanced by the rumble fruit, his observation hockey had recorded every word and action from earlier. He would settle accounts with each of them, one by one. As thunder reverberated through the streets, the woman Jake had earlier chased away crouched in a corner. Watching his godlike display through streaming tears, she didn't know what fate awaited her, only the terror that Jake might turn his lightning against her next. As the screams slowly faded, Jake tossed the unconscious soldier aside. Before the woman could react, he was already by her side. The next moment, before Jake could speak, the woman began frantically removing her clothes, sobbing and pleading. "Please don't hurt me, I'll do anything, we're just here for work, someone paid 5 million berries to book all of us. Please, I beg you." Watching her tears, Jake simply said softly, "You're not a Marine, so this has nothing to do with you. There's no need to be so afraid. I'm Lieutenant Jake from Marine Headquarters. I came here because we received reports of extreme corruption at this branch base. Don't worry, none of them are dead, just severely punished. I'll be sending them to prison later." Hearing this, the woman calmed slightly. She looked at Jake, the terror in her eyes lessening. Though still frightened, she could now speak coherently. "So, you're a Marine too? You're not what I imagined." Jake glanced at the figures sprawled across the ground, his expression filled with disgust. "These scum don't deserve to be called Marines. Your image of what Marines should be needs to change. These wastes are nothing but criminals. Can you really imprison all of them?" Her voice carried a note of hope that puzzled Jake. "You seem eager to it." The woman didn't hide her feelings, immediately recounting everything she'd witnessed. "If these bastards aren't all locked up, we'll never get our money, we might not even leave this place alive." "What do you mean?" Her words deepened Jake's interest in this small branch base. Its corruption ran far deeper than he'd thought. The woman quickly explained, "We arrived about a month ago, 20 of us. They paid 5 million berries for us to stay 2 months, promising payment at the end. But I suspect when those 2 months are up, we won't get a single berry. Worse, these monsters might sell us to slave traders." She cast a fearful glance at the unconscious Marines littering the ground, then whispered, "During our time here, we've seen the branch commander meeting repeatedly with slave ships. We even saw him bring out groups of chained prisoners from his quarters, including fishmen and other races. Every time those people disappeared, the Marines here would suddenly have money to splurge. If it were just once or twice, I might have been overthinking it, but it's been like this every time. Over the past 2 months, the same situation has occurred about 5 times. What terrified me the most was when I got a customer drunk once, and he told me in bed that he could only stay with us for 2 more months before watching us get taken away by slave traders. At that moment, I already had some suspicions in my heart, but when I tried to ask further, he had already fallen asleep. I didn't dare to wake him up to question him afterward. From that point on, I started discussing with the other sisters here about how to escape. But all the ships here are tightly controlled by the Marines, we couldn't find any chance to flee." As the woman spoke, Jake's expression grew increasingly grim. His gaze turned towards the base commander's brightly lit private residence, his voice calm yet laced with chilling menace. "Follow me and tell me everything you know along the way. Don't worry, you'll be safe. People might die today, but it definitely won't be you." Electric blue arcs flickered around him, while inside the building, the base commander remained unaware of what was happening. He was leering at the 2 slightly terrified women before him, his face twisted in a vulgar expression. C-144,144. "Hey, what are you 2 doing? Didn't I tell you to wear something more revealing? Hurry up, I didn't spend all this money to see this kind of trash." The branch base commander known as Wild Dog was drunkenly eyeing the 2 women on stage, his expression utterly repulsive. Surrounding him were ugly bastard slave traders, each accompanied by 1 or 2 women who endured their groping hands in silence, not daring to resist. The 2 women on stage looked fearfully at Wild Dog below. Their outfits were already down to the last 2 pieces, yet he remained unsatisfied, demanding they remove those 2. Unlike the kept women, These two had been forcibly taken from around the world by slave traders, selected for their looks among the captives and forced to perform this vulgar dance. Though they knew the consequences of disobedience, their human dignity made their movements slow with hesitation. Seeing their reluctance, Wild Dog's face twisted with displeasure. He roughly squeezed the woman beside him before snarling, "You go strip those two completely, or you'll take their place." Terror flashed across the woman's face. Her own clothes were already sparse, with one piece forcibly removed by Wild Dog. To preserve what little dignity she had left, she quickly stood and approached the two women, her expression full of shame and fear. Though terrified, the two women didn't resist. They knew any defiance would bring worse punishment, possibly even dragging this innocent woman down with them. The slave traders watched with growing excitement as Wild Dog laughed. "KKKK. This is exactly what I love to see. Watching the weak tear each other apart, writhing like maggots beneath my feet, that's my greatest motivation for power. What's the point of strength if not to humiliate the weak? The strong must crush the weak beneath them." His malice and vulgarity were completely unrestrained. The surrounding slave traders enthusiastically echoed his sentiments. "The base commander is right. We crawled out from those places precisely to experience this feeling of superiority, isn't it? I remember when I bought this woman, she apparently had a lover. That trash showed me the expression of a defeated dog right in front of me. Even now, just thinking about it still excites me endlessly." As he spoke, the slave trader pinched the woman's cheek beside him, then laughed and said, "Hey, tell me, was that man your lover? Did he say a lot about buying you back? Ha 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 ha. Now tell me, did he succeed? Isn't he just trash?" Hearing the slave trader's words, the woman didn't say anything. She just tightly closed her eyes, tears continuously streaming from their corners. Seeing this, the slave trader laughed even louder. He raised his hand high, then sneered, "If you don't speak, I'll strip all your clothes off right here. Let you experience some of what those two felt. Ha 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 ha. Say it, say he's trash." The woman's face turned pale upon hearing this. She looked at the slave trader, her face full of anguish. But the next moment, as if having made some resolution, she placed her tongue between her teeth. With a slight exertion, crimson blood began to flow from between her teeth. Just as the woman was about to bite off her tongue to end her life, a cold voice reached everyone's ears. "Forcing a lady to insult her beloved is your greatest pleasure, isn't it?" Blue electric arcs flickered throughout the room. Jake's figure had somehow appeared at the center of the room. In his hands were several pieces of clothing, which he threw to the women. Then, with an indifferent expression, he looked at the slave traders who had already aimed their guns at him and the commander still seated in his place. The lighting was somewhat dim and Wild Dog didn't immediately recognize Jake. He just sat there, squinting at Jake, then asked, "Who are you? Why are you trespassing into a marine base? Don't you know this is a serious crime? You could be imprisoned and impelled down and experiencing hellish punishments while still alive." Wild Dog hoped to deter Jake this way. After all, anyone sailing these seas knew of Impel Down, that place called hell on earth. Combined with his marine identity, this tactic had indeed scared off many people before. But this time, Jake just looked at him, his voice eerily calm. Trespassing into a marine base isn't a serious crime, nor would it warrant imprisonment in Impel Down. But a marine base branch commander colluding with human traffickers, transporting and selling slaves, while amassing wealth by operating casinos and various entertainment venues within the marine base, that is a serious crime. Unless something unexpected happens, you should be the one destined for Impel Down. Hearing Jake's words, Wild Dog's face turned slightly green. He knew full well the terrifying punishment he would face if his crimes were exposed. It was at this moment he resolved that Jake absolutely must not leave this place alive. The next moment, before anyone could react, he shoved aside the woman beside him, drew a pistol from his belt and fired several shots directly at Jake. As the smell of gunpowder filled the room, the screams of the women and the laughter of the slave traders made everyone feel as if they were trapped in hell. But the laughter and screams didn't last long, they came to an abrupt halt. When the blue arcs of electricity slowly repaired his body, Jake remained standing in place, his expression unchanged. The sight that unfolded before everyone's eyes left only two thoughts flashing through their minds. We're saved, and we're doomed. Lightning scattered from Jake's fingertips, striking every man in the room except the women. The agonized screams that followed nearly tore the roof apart. C-145,145. The women sat in chairs, their eyes fixed on the slave traders standing on stage in nothing but their underwear. Jake looked at the still terrified women and said softly, "Do whatever you want, however they treated you, you can now return the favor. If anything goes wrong, I'll take full responsibility. I'm Jake, Lieutenant Jake of Marine Headquarters." The moment Jake announced his name, everyone froze. They read the newspapers and there was no way they could have missed the issue featuring him on the cover. How could the so-called future of the Marines, that prodigy hailed as the Marines' rising star, appear in this godforsaken base? The first to voice disbelief was the commander of the base, Wild Dog. Though currently pinned under Jake's foot, he still shouted in defiance. "Impossible, you can't be Lieutenant Jake. After the Prince Kingdom incident, he's supposed to be recuperating at Marineford. There's no way he'd show up in some backwater town in the North Blue. If you're going to lie, at least get your facts straight." The commander's rebuttal sowed doubt in the minds of the others. Some slave traders even called out to Jake, "Did Pika send you to kill us? Whatever he's paying you, we'll double it." No, triple it. Just let us go, and we'll pretend none of this ever happened. And if you like any of the women here, they're yours. Hearing the slave trader's words, fear crept back onto the women's faces. But Jake's next action dispelled all doubts. Raising his arm, a radiant holy light burst from his hand, warm and dazzling. As the bruises on the women's bodies rapidly healed, everyone's suspicions vanished. They knew now. The man before them was none other than the legendary future successor of the Marines, Jake. After confirming the identity of the person before him, Wild Dog deflated like a punctured balloon, utterly losing any will to resist. He was well aware of the gravity of his crimes, yet even now, he still attempted to justify himself. Jake-sama, you must investigate thoroughly. I've truly been wronged. Everything you see here was forced upon me by these slave traders threatening my family. If I didn't comply with their demands, my family and I would be thrown into the sea the next day. I had no choice but to do this. Please, Jake-sama, forgive my sins. I recognize my mistakes, but I was truly coerced. As soon as the words left Wild Dog's mouth, the slave traders immediately protested. Under the current world's laws, their activities weren't considered severe crimes. But with the commander's embellishments, it now sounded like they had forced the Marines to cooperate, a crime that could very well land them in impel down. Once sent there, with their frail physiques, they'd have no chance of survival. Thus, in that moment, every slave trader began frantically exposing the truth. No, no, no. Jake-sama, that damned Wild Dog is lying to you. Initially, we avoided this island when transporting slaves precisely because of the Marine base here. But once, when our ship was intercepted by the Marine, we were ready to abandon ship and flee. That's when Wild Dog approached us, proposing a collaboration. The terms were simple. We could route our slave ships through his territory. In return, he'd provide necessary documents and even dispatch soldiers to assist us if we were attacked by pirates. But the cost, he demanded 1 million berries per slave passing through. For rare races, the fee was even higher. And that's not all, Jake-sama. Wild Dog even sold us the entire basement of this branch base at 1.72 million berries per square meter, making it easier for us to imprison slaves. But every female slave held here had to undergo his personal inspection first. Desperate to save themselves, the slave traders laid bare every dark secret of Wild Dog. With each revelation, the commander's face grew paler, while Jake's expression darkened. When the last slave trader finished speaking, Jake crouched before the now naked Wild Dog, his voice laced with barely restrained fury. Everything they've said is true, isn't it? No, it's not true. They're framing me. They're all framing me. Jake-sama, you must stand up for me. Looking at Wild Dog before him, Jake couldn't help but feel disgusted. He lightly raised his finger and as a surge of electricity coursed through the man's body, his unfinished words were abruptly cut off, replaced by screams of agony. Jake had perfectly controlled the intensity of the current, just enough to make Wild Dog feel as though his entire body was being burned through, his muscles spasming uncontrollably, even losing control of his body functions. And just when the man was about to collapse from the pain, Jake would thoughtfully cast a healing prayer on him, restoring him to full condition so he could continue the torment. Naturally, the other slave traders in the room didn't escape this top-tier treatment either. Especially the one who had wanted to humiliate the women, he received far harsher punishment than the others. Since he enjoyed saying such things, perhaps his mouth and asshole should switch places. The screams in the room lasted for a very, very long time. But the women didn't leave. Their emotions shifted rapidly, from initial fear to delight, then to active participation and finally to taking full control. Once they had completely mastered the methods of torture, Jake simply stood guard by the door, waiting until dawn. The screams continued uninterrupted. At this point, Jake took out a Den Den Mushi and dialed Sengoku directly. C-146,146. Brr. The sound of the Den Den Mushi rang out in the Fleet Admiral office. In less than 10 seconds, the call was answered. The voice on the other end carried a hint of exhaustion, but the joy in his tone was unmistakable. Jake, you brat finally decided to come down from that bastard Whitebeard's ship. If you'd stayed any longer, I'd have really started to wonder if you'd defected. Listening to Sengoku's words, Jake chuckled on his end and replied. Sengoku-san, you must be joking. How could I ever betray the Marines? I have no desire to fall from being a popular Marine to become a despised pirate. But to be honest, spending this time with the Whitebeard Pirates has given me a slightly different perspective on pirates, at least it's not the same as before. Jake, I knew you'd feel this way, but I also believe you have the judgment to understand. Entities like the Whitebeard Pirates are few and far between in this world. So don't mistake a villain for a good person just because he does one good deed, and don't label a good person as evil for a single misstep. Jake took Sengoku's advice to heart. He was well aware that the Marines in this world weren't entirely clean. In fact, they had aided the Celestial Dragons in committing numerous atrocities. But if one were to weigh their merits against their faults, the ratio would at least be 70 to 30. 70% merit, 30% blame. The vast majority of Marines in this world, at the very least, genuinely sought to protect civilians and uphold justice. As for pirates, if their merits and faults were compared, it would be more like 1 to 99. Pirate crews like Whitebeards and Luffys, which lean more towards being adventure groups, weren't just 1 in 100 in this world, they were scarcely 1 in 10,000. Therefore, Jake merely smiled in response to Sengoku's admonition. Rest assured, Sengoku-san, the vast majority of pirates are beasts. That's a perspective I'll never change. However, the reason I'm calling you this time is mainly to conduct some internal purging within the Marine. I'm currently at the Marine branch base on Slatapar, where I've discovered some, let's say, rather disappointing scenes. Hearing Jake's words, Sengoku's brow furrowed slightly. He stood up, turned to look at the world map behind him and focused his gaze on Slatapar, in the north blue while asking softly. That branch base has been problematic for a long time. Currently, most Marine branch bases have been assigned numbers. Except for some extremely remote branch bases that haven't undergone reform yet, most places have already implemented changes. The island you're on is one of those branch bases that hasn't been systematically managed yet. It's even still using the island's name as the base name, an outdated practice. What exactly has happened there? Jake nodded in understanding at Sengoku's words. After all, it was currently the year 1509 of the sea calendar. The Great Pirate Era hadn't been around for long, and while the Marines was exhausted from capturing pirates, it was only natural that many things hadn't been reformed yet. Even the dormitory conditions at important bases like Water 7 hadn't been improved, let alone such remote areas. The commander of the base here is suspected of colluding with slave traders, capturing nearby islanders and rare races for sale. At the same time, he's privately selling the base's prison cells and dormitories to slave traders as holding areas for slaves and taking a cut from the slave traders' profits. By this point, Sengoku's face had already begun to turn pale. For Sengoku, the Marines under his command could uphold different forms of justice. He understood and acknowledged varying interpretations of justice. But there was one prerequisite. What you upheld had to be justice. What Jake described, the actions of the base commander, had absolutely no connection to the word justice. Such behavior had always been Sengoku's bottom line. But it didn't end there. Jake's voice continued without pause. At the same time, I've discovered that it's not just the base commander engaging in this behavior. All the soldiers in the entire base are complicit, working together with the commander to provide convenience for those slave traders. Using the money provided by the slave traders, they've opened casinos, taverns, and brothels within the base, even spending millions of berries to hire numerous dancers to reside permanently at the base. According to the testimonies of those dancers, the entire base has become another hub for human traffickers. Even these dancers, whom they paid to hire, end up being taken away by the traffickers. Meanwhile, the majority of the income from the island of Slatapar is embezzled by this base and never reported to Marine headquarters. With each sentence Jake spoke, Sengoku's face cycled through shades of pale, red, purple, and finally black. By the time Jake finished listing all the crimes, Sengoku's face had turned as dark as the night sky. His voice trembled with such fury that even through the Den Mushi's somewhat dopey expression, Sengoku's rage was unmistakable. Jake, hand that Den Mushi to that scum base commander. I'll interrogate the bastard myself. And every last person in that Marine branch, I'll throw them all into impel down. Listening to Sengoku's roar, Jake slowly entered the room while holding the Den Mushi. The moment Jake stepped inside, the women paused their torture tools, gazing at him with eyes full of admiration. As for the slave traders and Wild Dog, their faces had turned deathly pale, consumed by terror. Especially Wild Dog, who continued pleading with Jake. Jake-sama, please spare me. I'm willing to give you all the money I've saved over these years. Although I'm just a branch commander, I've managed to accumulate about 20 million berries. If you're willing to keep this quiet, I'll give you everything. Faced with the panicked self-exposure of Wild Dog, Jake merely shook his head. He then placed the Den Mushi in front of the man and said softly. You'd better say all this to Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Hearing Jake's words, Wild Dog looked at the now grimacing Den Mushi, his voice turning shrill. Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Is that Fleet Admiral Sengoku on the line? Wild Dog was trembling so violently he'd lost all self-control. He stared at Jake with eyes full of despair and madness. Wild Dog, real name Slixus, joined the Marines in Ocean Calendar 1492, currently 47 years old. Am I correct? C 147,147. The voice coming through the Den Mushi made all of Slixus' hopes plummet into the abyss. He couldn't even speak, only weeping uncontrollably until his whole body shook, barely able to breathe. Sengoku's voice remained cold with anger. I've already heard from Lieutenant Jake. No, I should say Captain Jake, since he's unaware of his promotion. I'm fully informed about your crimes, including those of every soldier in your entire Marine branch base. The specific judgment will be made after I arrive there personally. This incident will not be easily dismissed. It concerns the very negation of the Marine institution itself. You understand my meaning. Sengoku's words stunned everyone present. Slixus trembling as he asked into the Den Mushi. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, you're coming here personally. Not just me, I'll be bringing most of the Marines' high-ranking officers with me. Arresting an entire Marine branch base is no small matter. At this point, Slixus's eyes began rolling back. The situation had spiraled far beyond his expectations. He already knew what awaited him would be worse than death. Sengoku's voice continued. Every one of your crimes will be accounted for. This trial will serve as an example, publicized throughout Marine headquarters. It will be published in newspapers, exposing all your crimes to the world. Though it will deal a heavy blow to the Marines, this necessary pain will cleanse our ranks of rotten flesh like yours. These words extinguished Slixus' last shred of hope. One thing was clear. he would become the most infamous stain in marine history, forever nailed to the pillar of shame. He might not even live long enough to endure that disgrace. With this realization, Slixus collapsed in a sobbing faint. The slave traders nearby had turned deathly pale, their pleading eyes fixed on Jake as they begged for mercy. But Jake paid them no heed, simply holding the Den Den Mushi as he slowly walked out. After Jake left, the women once again picked up their torture devices and subjected the slave traders to another round of torment. With the Den Den Mushi in hand, Jake stepped outside and said to Sengoku with some surprise. Sengoku-san, I've been directly promoted from lieutenant to captain, another leap in rank. Wouldn't that be a bit inappropriate? Hearing Jake's words, Sengoku merely chuckled and replied. You wiped out the entire Black Hawk pirates entrenched in Prince Kingdom, took down a notorious pirate with a bounty nearing 100 million, and even held your own against one of the 4 emperors. With such merits, giving you the rank of captain is already taking into account the feelings of other marines. Otherwise, based on your achievements, you should have been promoted straight to Commodore or even Rear Admiral. By the way, were you listening to what I said earlier? I plan to expose this incident to the public. What are your thoughts on that? Jake frowned slightly upon hearing this, his expression tinged with concern. Sengoku-san, I understand that you want to use this incident to reform the Marines, but the events here are simply too disgusting. I'm worried that exposing them might worsen the public's perception of the Marines, it could even backfire. So I was thinking, perhaps we should conceal some of the darker details. On the other end, Sengoku laughed, his voice carrying a hint of admiration. You think the same way I did when I was young. If it weren't for you, I would have only allowed the media to report the less gruesome aspects of this incident. I know all too well how devastating the impact would be if the heavier truths were revealed. But you're overlooking one person. Someone who can completely change the course of this matter. One person, someone who can alter the entire situation. Who? For a moment, Jake was at a loss. You little fool. Do you realize you're the future of the Marines? Do you know you're the next leader of this organization? Jake lowered his voice sheepishly. Wouldn't it be shameless for me to say that myself? Your abilities are more than enough. No need to feel ashamed. Your influence alone can suppress all the negative repercussions. The main purpose of this exposure isn't just to deter corrupt Marines in the region, it's also to build your reputation. The incident in Prince Kingdom couldn't be widely publicized because you weren't there, but this time, we'll use both events to elevate your prestige to its peak. You will become the hero who purges the darkness within Marines and defeats the pirates, the flawless savior in the eyes of the world. And in my eyes, you truly are that person. But I need you to amplify that influence across the entire world. My judgment tells me your reputation might not eliminate all the negative fallout at first, but this opportunity will pave the way for subsequent internal purges within the Marines. And this operation to purge internal parasites, you will be the primary driving force behind it. Never mind how much impact you can have, the simplest point is that you need to become a global superstar. Even if it's just for show, it doesn't matter. The number of pirates grows every year, and within the Marines, signs of a generational gap are already emerging. We need a symbol, a beacon that can inspire confidence in everyone. That person, without a doubt, is you. Your existence will, to some extent, curb the influence of the great pirate era and also provide the Marines with a fresh influx of young talent. So, Jake, all your actions from now on will be tied to the Marines' reputation. Listening to Sengoku's words, Jake felt both honored and under immense pressure. Letting out a soft sigh into the Den Den Mushi, he responded. Sengoku-san, I've already investigated the mastermind behind this slave trade. It's most likely Pika of the Don Quixote family. If possible, I'd like to eliminate him, but, are you worried about Doflamingo? Don't be. If it were about killing him personally, I'd have to consider it. But as for his subordinates, as long as you have the strength, go ahead. Jake nodded at this and then shared another piece of news. Sengoku-san, didn't I say I'd bring the Marines a grand gift upon my return? See 148,148. Over the call, Sengoku felt both surprised and amused by Jake's words. He replied with a chuckle. You don't actually need to bring any gifts. Just your safe return is already the greatest comfort to this old man. No, Fleet Admiral Sengoku, the gift is already prepared. Would you like to know what it is? At this, Sengoku could no longer suppress his curiosity. Raising a finger to signal Kizaru who had just entered his office to stay quiet, he asked. It's already prepared. Then let me take a guess. Is it information about some treasure? Or have you brought me another batch of promising young talents? Jake only laughed at Sengoku's guesses before replying. Neither. It's something that will give us the leverage to defy the world government's orders in the short term. Jake, though I know you harbor dissatisfaction with the world government, saying such things is still somewhat. Before Sengoku could finish his admonishment, Jake gently interrupted. Sengoku-san, have you ever heard of the legendary city of gold from centuries ago? Sengoku froze momentarily before instinctively answering. Legends like that, anyone who sails the seas has heard of it to some extent. But that's just a centuries-old myth, it's completely. Suddenly, he stopped mid-sentence. His breathing grew rapid, and his voice rose sharply, almost distorted. Jake, you're not about to tell me you found that legendary city of gold, are you? You guessed it right. Not only did I find the legendary city of gold, but I also brought back some of its treasures. As for the exact amount, I can't quite remember, perhaps enough to fill 2 or 3 warships. Of course, that's just a small portion. The majority remains in its original location, ready to be retrieved whenever needed. As Jake spoke, Sengoku felt an overwhelming sense of happiness crash down from the sky, slamming into his head and leaving him utterly dazed. Jake, are you really planning to donate all of that gold, unconditionally, to the Marines? His voice trembled as he spoke. As the Marine Fleet Admiral, Sengoku understood better than anyone else in the world just how tightly the world government controlled the Marines' budget. No one yearned to solve the Marines' financial woes more than he did. But when a solution finally appeared before him, Sengoku couldn't shake a deep sense of unreality. That level of wealth could easily allow Jake to live a life rivaling that of a celestial dragon. Faced with such riches, would Jake truly be willing to donate it all without compensation? Kizaru, listening to their conversation, was equally stunned. The legendary city of gold, and enough gold to fill 2 or 3 warships, how many berries would that even be worth? He couldn't even begin to imagine. Then, the voice on the other end of the call left them both speechless. Of course, it's an unconditional gift to the Marines. Though, if you could consider it as a foundation for my future promotions, that'd be even better. After all, I do hope to become a Marine Admiral someday. No matter how much gold there is, it's not particularly useful to me personally. And if one person were to hold on to that much wealth, the world government would likely keep them under strict surveillance. Besides, if that gold can provide even the slightest leverage when we resist the world government's corrupt orders in the future, then it's already worth far more than its weight. Sometimes, my sense of justice can't tolerate even a speck of filth. Do you understand what I mean, Fleet Admiral Sengoku? Jake's message was clear. In the future, if there were any dirty tasks, the Marines should refuse them if possible. And if refusal wasn't an option, at least they shouldn't assign them to him. That gold was his bargaining chip. Sengoku fully grasped his meaning. The corners of his lips curled up to an almost impossible degree as he replied in a light, cheerful tone. Don't worry, Jake, with that many berries at our disposal, this old man will have more than enough to shut those people up. It'll also give me the confidence to refuse certain, undesirable developments. In that case, these gold reserves have already served a purpose far exceeding their intrinsic value, Sengoku-san. Since the amount was simply too massive, I entrusted the Whitebeard Pirates to store it all on a small island called Gordon, in the North Blue. The surrounding area happens to be a calm belt, so remember to bring those special battleships when retrieving it. Don't worry, when we retrieve the gold, Borsellino, Sakazuki, Kuzan, Garp, Zephyr, and myself, we'll all be present together, and we'll pick you up on the way back. Hearing this, Jake smiled wryly. But the island isn't on my way back. No matter, wherever you are, that's where we'll make our way. As the call ended, Jake pocketed the Den Den Mushi and vanished in a flash of lightning, reappearing at the harbor. After briefly explaining the situation to Monet and entrusting her to maintain control, he set off to eliminate Pika, the man who had nearly killed both him and Monet years ago. Though Monet was concerned upon hearing Jake's plan, she understood that someone needed to hold the fort. Otherwise, those cornered rogue Marines might resort to desperate measures. Reluctantly, Monet offered a few words of caution before obediently staying behind on the island. Meanwhile, Sengoku slumped into his office chair, exhausted. Across from him sat Kizaru, meticulously trimming his nails with a clipper. How terrifying, that Brad Jake, just from one trip, managed to bring the Marines such an enormous financial power. He really seems like heaven sent luck for us. Sengoku paid no mind to Kizaru's peculiar tone. Instead, he stared at the ceiling with a chilling grin. Borsellino, do you have any idea how many of my current problems that much gold can solve? Do you know how many sleepless nights those budget constraints have cost me? C 149,149. Seeing the usually composed Fleet Admiral so uncharacteristically emotional, Kizaru raised an eyebrow before chuckling. It's rare to see you this happy, Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Most of the times you lose your composure because of Garp-san. At the mention of Garp, Sengoku's smile stiffened slightly as if recalling something unpleasant. He growled as he cleared his throat, don't bring up that bastard. No, wait. Inform Garp immediately that his vacation is cancelled. He's to leave Fuchsia Village and head straight for the North Blue. If even a single coin of Jake's gift to the Marines goes missing, I'll personally tear the responsible party limb from limb. As he spoke, veins bulged in Sengoku's bloodshot eyes, his aura radiating an killing intent. Kizaru could understand the outburst. Lately, he'd often seen the Fleet Admiral's office lit through the night. Higher rank didn't bring more privileges or vanity, only greater responsibility and duty. At least, for those who truly upheld justice. The ever-burning lamp in the darkness represented the shimmering light of justice from Marine headquarters, but it also reflected the weariness and toil in Sengoku's heart. He might be imperfect, perhaps carrying some sins himself, but a warrior with flaws remains a warrior, while a perfect fly is still just a fly. Kizaru rose to his feet, saluting Sengoku with a smile as he said, "This time, I won't allow any accidents to occur. Whether it's the gold or Jake, nothing unexpected will happen. You have my word." Seeing the unusually serious Kizaru, Sengoku was momentarily taken aback before a faint, gratified smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. He nodded, his voice softening. "Thank you for your hard work, Borsellino. The future of the world will depend on you and the next generation. But at least before Garp and I retire, let us old-timers bear the weight of this roof. After that, we'll have to rely on you." Times were changing, and justice evolved with each generation's choices, but the justice that belonged to the people never wavered. Jake was currently piloting a small boat, his body crackling with azure blue arcs of electricity as the vessel surged forward at tremendous speed. This world had electrically powered boats, and Jake had commissioned the craftsman on Whitebeard's ship to build him this simple electric vessel. When the boat was completed, Jake also understood how Ace's flame-powered boat from the original story came to be. The small boat left a trail of blue light as it cut through the vast, boundless sea, illuminated only by that single streak of blue under the dark sky. Pika's location was on an island not too far from Flevens. The island was called Karl's, a relatively barren place where almost no one lived due to its harsh climate. The surrounding residents all shared this belief, but unbeknownst to them, the Don Quixote family had secretly built a base on the island. This base not only held slaves from various regions but also housed black market goods, devil fruits, firearms, heavy weaponry, rare plants and prohibited drugs. Pika was the boss here. Thanks to the power of the stone fruit, he not only had perfect home ground advantage on this island but could also monitor any situation at will. The slaves imprisoned here lived in conditions identical to Jake's own past. In cramped cells, dozens of people were confined regardless of age or gender, without clean or sanitary conditions. They lived alongside their own waste, devoid of privacy or anything resembling human dignity. The rock-forged walls crushed all thoughts of escape, the dark stone smothering every last shred of their will to survive. But on this day, a streak of lightning tinged with pale gold fell from the sky, shattering the meters-thick stone walls into fragments. Moonlight poured down from above, its liquid radiance spilling into the filthy dungeon, bringing with it the hope of life. Jake's arm was wrapped in armament hockey, his pupils emitting a golden glow as faint blue arcs of electricity crackled around him. Bathed in the moonlight, he looked no different from a divine messenger sent from the heavens. Gazing at the crowd before him, Jake understood their despair better than anyone, and their desperate yearning for survival. How could he ever forget what he had personally experienced? He extended his arm, and a surge of pale blue lightning erupted from his palm, shattering the cages that imprisoned their freedom. "Captain Jake of Marine Headquarters," he declared. "I assure you all, you're safe now. Stay hidden here a little longer. Once I've dealt with the pirates, I'll arrange for a warship to take you all back home." Jake's voice fell, and the dungeon was first met with silence. Everyone simply stared at Jake, their eyes still tinged with disbelief. But after a brief pause, violent sobbing drowned the entire dungeon as their tears and anguish poured out in that moment. The filthy, wretched world had finally shown mercy to these ordinary people before them. They, too, now had their own hope, their own storybook to tell. Watching their reactions, Jake didn't find it exaggerated or uncomfortable. He understood them better than anyone, empathized with them more deeply than anyone could. But just then, a shrill voice rang out, laced with unmistakable fury. "Damn bastard, what have you done? These are all the young master's wealth, slaves he ordered to be sold. Die." Along with the shrill voice came a massive fist over 2 meters tall, hurtling towards Jake's face. Yet Jake showed no fear. He simply looked at Pika and said softly, "This isn't the place for a fight. Come outside with me. Who the hell do you think you're talking to? I'll fight wherever I..." Before Pika could finish, dazzling electricity erupted from Jake's body, paralyzing him. A golden spear materialized in Jake's hand, and in the next moment, the armament hockey-coated spear wrenched Pika straight out of the stone. With a single motion of Jake's arm, Pika was hurled onto the beach in less than a blink. Watching Pika cough up blood on the sand, Jake's voice was cold. "Get up and die. C 150,150. Jake's words stabbed deep into Pika's heart like a knife. He stared at Jake, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief, and a deep, seething hatred. "It's you. That time, when that damn Marine stopped me from killing you and that woman who stole the snow fruit, you've been my lingering nightmare ever since. You've come at the perfect time. I'll cut off your head and present it to the young master to wash away the humiliation I suffered. If you can do it, I welcome you to try. But if you can't, then tonight, your head will be the one I deliver to Doflamingo." The moment Jake's voice faded, Pika instantly transformed into a raging beast, charging straight at him. "You arrogant bastard, I'll crush you and all your pride into pulp with my stones." As Pika's furious roar echoed, the scattered rocks around them suddenly came to life, hurtling towards Jake, no, more accurately, surging towards Pika himself. The stone fruit, a Paramesha-type devil fruit with abilities nearing that of a Logia. The user could assimilate with any rock they touched, adopting its appearance, hardness and all other properties as their own power, transforming into a colossal stone giant for attack. But no matter how close it was to a Logia-type devil fruit, Pika couldn't possibly execute such an elemental attack. Even though Jake had dodged it using his observation hockey enhanced by the rumble fruit, he couldn't help but feel puzzled. How had Pika managed to pull off such a move? Pika soon provided the answer to this confusion. He raised both legs and slammed them heavily onto the ground. In the next moment, sand and soil scattered in all directions, revealing the interconnected stones beneath. Pika could manipulate rocks by touching them, and any stone he touched would effectively become an extension of his arms, expanding the range of his abilities. However, this extension wasn't limitless. It required all stones to be within a certain range and in contact with each other to form a connected network. Only after the sand and soil had dispersed did Jake realize that the ground beneath Pika's feet was entirely covered with interconnected stones. The reason those stones had been able to attack Jake from all directions earlier was because Pika had already taken control of the entire battlefield. Looking at Jake now, Pika curled his lips into a mocking smile. Seems like you're not just arrogant but also incredibly stupid. Walking right into the enemy's stronghold, didn't you realize you'd never have the geographical advantage in this fight? Do you really think the young master would assign me to guard such an important place for no reason? Do you think I'm stationed here alone just for show? There's only one reason for all of this, because I'm strong enough. On this island, I'm invincible. A weakling like you could never defeat me. Pika's shrill voice was almost painful to the ears. Though he didn't yet possess the city-scale manipulation abilities seen in the original story, the sight of the stone-covered terrain spanning hundreds of meters around them kept Jake on high alert. Noticing Jake's hesitation, Pika sneered. What's wrong? Lost the will to fight after realizing your disadvantage? If that's the case, just stand there quietly and wait for me to snap your neck. With that, Pika vanished into the stone formations. He could move freely through solid rock, and the stones sometimes interfered with observation hockey. Confident that Jake wouldn't be able to dodge this attack, Pika emerged from a stone pile behind Jake, his entire arm coated in black armament hockey, and swung straight for Jake's neck. A direct hit would undoubtedly be fatal. But just as Pika's lips curled in triumph, a pale golden light shimmered around Jake. A thin, eggshell-like barrier had somehow formed around him. Despite its fragile appearance, it withstood Pika's strike effortlessly. Before Pika could react, the eggshell-like protective barrier shattered completely. The searing pain and numbing paralysis that followed forced a howl of agony from his lips. But that wasn't all. The moment the barrier broke, an intensely blinding light erupted, temporarily dazzling Pika's vision. Though he had mastered observation hockey, it clearly couldn't replace his eyes in handling high-density, high-precision combat scenarios. In those brief seconds while he squinted against the glare, multiple bloody wounds had already appeared across his body. Had it not been for his thick armor, those few seconds would have been enough for Jake to finish him off. As his vision gradually recovered, fueled by the frustration of being continuously suppressed, Pika didn't hesitate. He immediately wrapped surrounding rocks around his arm and swung a devastating punch towards Jake's location. Yet the moment his fist shot forward, Pika instantly regretted it. While such a powerful attack delivered tremendous force, it came with a severe drawback, the extended recovery time and movement lock if it missed. Against opponents with exceptional speed, this drawback was a fatal mistake. Just as expected, the moment Jake sensed Pika's intention, he utilized the Rumble Fruit's elemental transformation to evade effortlessly. Simultaneously, azure amulets and electric arcs flickered in his hand. The next moment, an orange-golden light descended from the sky as Jake's voice rang out. Holy thunder! This was Jake's newly developed technique, a fusion of the thunder-summoning amulets, the Rumble Fruit and his Holy Light Infusion attribute. Each strike carried nearly 20 million volts of power, with a release interval of just 0.1 seconds. Thunder Summoning Amulets. Uses an amulet to strike the front area with a thunderbolt. See 151 to 151. In the world of pirates, where monsters roamed freely, a 20 million volt discharge wasn't considered overwhelmingly powerful. Even the initially weak Usopp could survive such an attack and remain lively. Let alone someone like Pika, whose entire body was reinforced with armament hockey. Under its defense, the damage from 20 million volts would be drastically reduced. But Jake had already accounted for this. His attacks weren't about raw power, they were about speed. Like high attack speed, low damage characters in games, though they might seem ineffective at first glance, their rapid strikes could eventually wear down even the toughest tanks. The sole advantage of Jake's new technique was its blistering speed. With a mere 0.1 second interval, Jake could unleash 10 lightning strikes in a single second. While the damage didn't stack, his passive Holy Light Infusion ensured each attack inflicted debilitating effects like paralysis, burning, and concussion. As long as luck wasn't entirely against him, these effects would trigger reliably after the barrage of lightning. At the same time, due to Jake's background in physics, he knew that striking stone with lightning would inflict some extremely troublesome negative effects on Pika. First was the thermal effect. When lightning struck the stone, the heat generated by the electric current would rapidly raise the surface temperature, potentially causing scorching, cracking, or disintegration. Second was the electrical damage. The high-voltage current passing through the stone could cause internal structural damage, even triggering explosions. Once these effects took hold, whether in terms of Pika's defensive capabilities or the internal damage to his body, his combat power would be drastically reduced in an instant. Pika was clearly aware of this as well. Sensing the frequency of Jake's attacks, he didn't hesitate for even a second, immediately coating his body in armament hockey before swiftly burrowing into the pile of rocks, starting from his legs. His plan was to endure Jake's assault momentarily, then use the massive, hundreds of meters wide rock formation to disperse the impact of the attacks. Pika truly lived up to his reputation as one of Doflamingo's trusted executives. In such a short time, every decision he made was the optimal countermeasure. Unfortunately, Jake had already anticipated all of Pika's possible reactions. Without hesitation, his pupils contracted slightly, and in the next moment, an overwhelming, terrifying aura erupted from him. Conqueror's Haki wasn't just for clearing out small fry. When concentrated enough against a single target, it could momentarily stun them. And it was precisely this burst of Conqueror's Haki that froze Pika in place. Even his legs, which had already merged with the rocks, slowly began to retreat from the stone pile. When a devil fruit user's focus wavers, the effects of their abilities can easily fail, a fact proven time and again, whether with sugar or Perona. Seeing Pika standing there dazed, Jake didn't waste a second. Pale golden light and crackling blue arcs intertwined in his hands, and in an instant, a circular pattern etched with a cross materialized beneath Pika's feet. Baptism of Light 100 Thunder. As Jake's voice rang out, what should have been a torrent of holy light now carried countless streaks of lightning, lasting more than twice as long as before. Countless lightning bolts descended alongside the several meters wide pillar of holy light, crashing mercilessly onto Pika. The blinding radiance of the holy light washed over his vision, turning everything white. The rocks covering his body shattered under the lightning, corroded by the heat. The agony and paralysis from the electric strikes pushed Pika to his absolute limit. Still disoriented, he stared at Jake and muttered weakly, "Someone like you doesn't deserve Conqueror's Haki. That's a power only the young master is worthy of wielding." Looking at Pika, who was still talking tough despite the black smoke coming from his mouth, Jake couldn't be bothered to waste words on him. He had no idea what strange charm Doflamingo possessed that made these people obey his every command so blindly. Jake raised his arm, holy light gathering in his hand. Just as he aimed at Pika's heart and was about to attack, the ground beneath him trembled slightly. Pika's weak and hoarse voice rang out at that moment. "No matter what, I won't fail the task young master entrusted to me a second time. Even if I die here, I can't betray young master's expectations of me." With that, blood began to flow from Pika's nostrils, ears, eyes, and mouth, while a layer of pale white smoke ignited across his body. Having long mastered life return, Jake immediately recognized that the man was practically burning his own life force at this point. Against such an opponent, Jake wouldn't show the slightest carelessness. In an instant, he changed the hand gesture originally meant for Spear of Victory, lowering his arm instead. Then, a massive cross materialized in Jake's hand, one formed purely from holy light energy, appearing breathtakingly beautiful and radiant. Jake looked at Pika, his voice carrying a hint of anticipation. "You know what, I originally planned to use this move against stronger enemies. But now, your strength has earned my recognition. So let this technique send you off from this world. Valiant Arya, Saint Wall." As Jake's voice fell, a flawless white light descended from the faint holy light above his head. In the next moment, Jake felt his entire body filled with explosive power. No, not just physical strength, but also mental energy and recovery capabilities. Light yet brimming with power, this sensation made Jake feel as if the world before his eyes had transformed into something entirely different. He gazed at Pika before him and continued slowly. "Any last words? I'll relay them to Doflamingo for you. I'll definitely kill you. Seems like there aren't any. Then to prevent you from causing me trouble later, you'd better die here." A wall of light shot forth from the cross in Jake's hand, growing to dozens of meters tall within mere breaths. Dash 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 dash. Spear of Victory pierces targets with spears of raw divinity. The spear only deals light damage to a limited number of targets. When you create the spear, holding down the skill button will charge it. Spears that have been charged deal greater light damage. Saint Wall uses holy power to create a wall of light in front. The wall quickly moves forward, inflicting light magic damage on enemies in its path and dragging them along with it until it reaches the end of its range. It then causes a big explosion, inflicting light magic damage. Valiant Arya casts Valiant Area, intensifying buff effects cast on allies and inflicting light magical damage on enemies within range. The Arya's buff effect temporarily remains after the Arya ends or if the allies go out of range. See 152 to 152. No matter how holy a place may be, shadows will always exist, and often, these shadows are blood red. As the holy light dissipated, Jake looked at Pika, who now lay on the ground nearly reduced to a puddle, and let out a slight sigh of relief. Fortunately, before coming to confront Pika, he had already upgraded his holy light energy to level 30, successfully mastering new powerful skills like Valiant Arya, Saint Wall and Spear of Victory. Otherwise, dealing with the thick-skinned Pika would have truly required considerable effort. But as he looked at the remaining skills in his skill book, Jake couldn't help but feel somewhat troubled. All the remaining skills required clear cube fragments. How was he supposed to find those in this world? Although he had used clear skills a few times during the trial period before, the only noticeable effect was a greater drain on his stamina, with nothing extra being taken from him. However, there was no way to know if that was solely due to the trial card. If, in the later stages, activating skills truly required clear cube fragments, potentially locking him out of powerful abilities, then the Rumble fruit would likely become his main focus for further development. But now wasn't the time to dwell on such things. After retracting the scattered lightning and holy light around him, Jake took a photo of Pika's corpse before burying the corpse beneath a pile of rubble. He had no intention of beheading Pika and sending the head to Doflamingo. Though they were already sworn enemies, Jake still didn't want to commit such a cruel act. Death was enough. There was no point in desecrating the dead. From the stones he came, to the stones he returned. Once Pika's body was fully buried, Jake went back to the prison cells, dealt with the remaining members of the Don Quixote family, and after learning the location of the ships from the slaves, led everyone back to the previous marine base. All of this had taken less than 6 hours, with dawn just beginning to break. Leaning against the ship's railing, Jake breathed in the salty sea breeze and closed his eyes to rest, preparing for Kuzan's imminent arrival. Kuzan happened to be on a mission near the North Blue, while the others would take about a week to arrive. Some of the top figures in the New World were also due for rotation, so Akainu would be coming as well. However, the rotation of stationed officers wasn't decided by Marine headquarters, it was mandated by the world government. The world government feared that if the Marines remained stationed in one place for too long, regional tyranny could emerge. Thus, they required high-ranking Marine officers to be frequently reassigned, ensuring that commanders wouldn't grow too familiar with their troops and vice versa. Many regimes implemented such policies. But when it came to Kuzan, Jake had to consider the frequency and warmth of their interactions. After all, he was now aligned with Akainu's faction. Even if Akainu himself didn't mind, getting too close to Kuzan might stir discontent among the hardliners under him. To avoid unnecessary trouble, Jake had to tread carefully. Meanwhile, on the other side, within the Don Quixote family's estate in Flevens, Doflamingo's expression darkened as he stared at Pika's silent Den Mushi. He wasn't angry because Pika was late in reporting, he knew Pika's personality too well for that. The only explanation for the lack of contact was that something had likely gone wrong. Although he had sent Trable to check the situation immediately, Doflamingo knew by now, with no news coming in, that Pika might already be dead. Irritation twisted Doflamingo's brows tightly together, veins faintly pulsing on his forehead. His hands were clenched, and the aura emanating from him was terrifying. He turned to Rocinante beside him and asked, "Still no word, what the hell happened over there with Pika?" Listening to his brother's voice, suppressed with anger, Rocinante silently lit a cigarette before writing his words in a paper. He was pretending to be muted. "It'll take about 3 to 4 hours to reach the island from here. Trable only left a little over an hour ago, so he probably hasn't arrived yet. But if Pika doesn't respond within the next hour, we should head over ourselves. It's very likely something's already happened to him." Rocinante's words were irrational. Doflamingo raised his head, fingers twitching slightly as he cleanly severed the lit end of Rocinante's cigarette with his strings. His voice carried a heavy tone. "Don't smoke when I'm in a bad mood, Corazon. Also, handle things here temporarily for me. I'm going personally to see which bastard dared to mess with my business." With that, Doflamingo vanished on the spot. The sound of a window being pushed open followed and Rocinante instinctively glanced outside. Along with the chilly breeze entering the room came drifting threads from Doflamingo's body. His method of flying through the air by embedding his string fruits threads into the clouds was indeed impressive. After confirming Doflamingo's departure, Rocinante relit the half-cut cigarette and took another drag. Simultaneously, a soundproof barrier expanded around him as he pulled out an extremely tiny Den Mushi from his pocket, dialing a number. "Hello, Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Doflamingo's business on Carl's Island has been sabotaged. He's personally headed there now. Pika, the Don Quixote family's elite officer and stone fruit user, is likely already dead. I need to ask, was this the Marines' doing? If so, please have all naval forces in that area evacuate immediately." Rocinante spoke rapidly. He knew exactly how cruel and vicious Doflamingo was and what fate awaited any Marine personnel who'd killed Pika if caught by him. But the response from the other end made him freeze. "Oh, that matter. Don't worry. While it was indeed our doing, Kuzan, Borsellino, me, Garp, Sakazuki, and Zephyr are all en route there now. Nothing will go wrong. Huh. Dash 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 dash. Clear cube fragment, used for performing quests, casting higher-leveled skills, making cube contracts, and buying crystallized chaos. Source: disassembled equipment, cannot be repurchased from shops. See 153,153. Sengoku's answer left Rocinante utterly stunned. If he'd heard correctly, it sounded like the entire Marines' top-tier combat force was mobilizing. Was there a celestial dragon on that island? Or had the island been chosen as a celestial dragon hunting ground? Or were the 5 elders having a picnic there? In Rocinante's experience, only those scenarios could warrant such an overwhelming naval response. Hearing Rocinante's reaction, Sengoku chuckled. He'd anticipated this exact response. He simply wanted to hear his adopted son's shocked reply. It was the only mischievous indulgence of this otherwise stern old man. "Ha ha ha, I knew you'd react like this. But don't worry, this matter has nothing to do with the celestial dragons. It was our Marines who acted. Sending so many officers wasn't just to protect that Marine, there's another very important task to handle. As for what it is, you'll find out soon enough in the newspapers." Upon hearing this, Rocinante couldn't help but smile. This kind of interaction with Sengoku gave his long undercover heart a brief respite and relief. But just then, Sengoku's voice came through again. "So, Rocinante, how have you been lately? Is everything going smoothly? Any dangerous situations?" His tone had softened, laced with concern. If possible, no one would want their own child to take on undercover work. He knew better than anyone how brutal the consequences could be if caught. Yet, beneath the weight of the word justice, Sengoku prioritized his role as Marine Fleet Admiral over that of a father. Hearing the subtle shift in Sengoku's voice, Rocinante understood perfectly. As always, he replied in as lighthearted a tone as possible while chuckling. "Don't worry, Sengoku-san. Everything's perfectly safe here. The Don Quixote family members are all idiots. Honestly, I'm not even on edge most of the time. There's hardly any work. I sleep till noon every day, and the food's way better than at Marine headquarters. His words made Sengoku's eyes redden slightly, though he still managed to laugh and scold him. You damn brat, don't let all that spoil you. Just hang in there, the undercover mission with the Don Quixote family will be over soon. I'll be waiting for you when you return. So soon. Is Chief of Staff Suru planning some major operation? Do you need me to assist? No, it's not Suru's doing. It's that Marine who took down Pika. After graduating from the elite training camp soon, he'll be heading to Flevence. I believe he'll be the one to bring down the entire Don Quixote family. Is it Jake, the one hailed as the future pillar of the Marines? Yes, that kid is truly exceptional. Whether it's his strength, decisiveness, or intellect, he's fit for almost any position in the Marines. But don't feel discouraged, Rocinante, you're also one of the core talents of the new generation. Seemingly worried about his child's confidence, Sengoku quickly added praise for Rocinante after complimenting Jake. Ha ha ha, Sengoku-san, don't worry about me being jealous of Jake. For someone brave enough to stand up for villagers in the face of a Yonko's right-hand man, I have nothing but admiration and respect for him. The two chatted for a few more minutes, but due to the nature of Rocinante's mission, they couldn't linger for long and soon ended the call. Meanwhile, Doflamingo had arrived on the island. On its sandy shore, he found Pika's lifeless body. Staring at the corpse that was now barely recognizable as human, Doflamingo could feel his temples throbbing. An indescribable rage threatened to consume him entirely. Conqueror's haki began subconsciously radiating from his body. The beasts on the island grew restless, cowering in their caves and trembling without daring to make a sound. Birds avoided the area where Doflamingo stood, and any that accidentally flew overhead would instantly be knocked unconscious by his haki, plummeting into the sea below. He crouched down and gently touched Pika's mangled body, murmuring to himself. I'm sorry, Pika, this was my mistake. You died in a place like this, without even family by your side when it happened. I'm sorry. For Doflamingo, family was a complicated concept. He had once killed his own blood relatives with his own hands and driven away his younger brother. Yet for those who had chosen to follow him during his most desperate and destitute times, he instinctively referred to them as family. From the depths of his heart, he cherished each family member and would never allow anyone to harm them. Now, gazing at Pika's cold corpse, Doflamingo felt no trace of disgust. He lifted the body and slowly walked towards Treble, who was waiting ashore. With each step, Pika's blood dripped from Doflamingo's body onto the ground. Watching the crimson trail, Doflamingo remained silent. Treble stood frozen in place as Doflamingo approached. He opened his mouth but found no words. Daffy. After a long pause, all he managed was Doflamingo's name. It's fine, Treble. This is my responsibility. Have you found the killer? Tell me their location. Daffy. Based on the clues, the one who killed Pika likely came from the nearby marine base. Are you going there? Naturally. Take Pika's body back. We'll bury him after I bring back his killer's head. Daffy. Wait. Before Treble could finish speaking, Doflamingo had already vanished from sight. Watching his retreating figure, Treble shouted anxiously. The situation there is unclear. They might be someone we can't afford to provoke. At the very least, wait until we gather more information before acting. See 154,154. Treble's voice, of course, couldn't carry that far. He understood Doflamingo's temperament better than anyone and knew exactly what state his leader was in right now. At this moment, no words would have any effect on Doflamingo. Their young master was usually meticulous and calculating, but that didn't mean he could maintain such composure under all circumstances. When it came to matters involving his family, Doflamingo would become extremely irritable and lose all patience, completely deaf to anyone's words. He could understand Doflamingo's behavior. It was proof of how much he cared about them, the very reason the Don Quixote family had such strong bonds. But as the family's operations expanded, Treble grew increasingly concerned about this tendency of Doflamingo's. Take this incident for example. Everyone was devastated by Pika's death, but whoever could kill Pika was definitely no small fry. The perpetrator was likely someone far beyond their means to provoke. Yet Doflamingo had recklessly gone for revenge without even investigating the enemy's background first. This not only endangered himself but also disregarded the entire family's safety. For the leader of a massive underground enterprise, such impulsive emotionalism was clearly unbecoming of his position. Still, looking at Pika's mutilated corpse beside him, Treble sighed deeply. He dialed his Den Den Mushi and roared at the officials they had planted or bribed across neighboring nations. All of you, investigate. Check if any suspicious individuals have appeared in your territories recently, especially those islands with marine bases. Report every piece of intelligence you've received, and those monitoring the surrounding shipping routes, watch for movements from major factions. Report any anomalies immediately. As Treble issued orders, the entire Don Quixote family mobilized with unprecedented urgency. Hanging up, Treble took a deep breath and gazed at the shimmering sea, his eyes laced with murderous intent. The Don Quixote family's current standing in the underground black market was no mere upstart position. For years, they had simply been lying low. After striking their deal with Kaido, they had long since become genuine black market titans. In terms of comprehensive strength, virtually no other underground power could rival them. The thick scent of blood still emanated from Pika's corpse. Trable crouched beside his comrade's remains, carefully placing each fragment into the coffin his subordinates had brought. As he collected the pieces, he murmured, "Rest easy, Pika. No one who kills a senior executive of this family walks away unscathed, no matter who they are. Your death will be avenged in the enemy's blood. Trust Daffy, he'll have their heads at your gravestone soon enough." No sooner had Trable finished preparing Pika's body than the Den Mushi in his pocket began ringing incessantly. The relentless, bruru bruru, sound slowly stirred an inexplicable unease in Trable's heart. This foreboding was strange yet overwhelming, so intense that his hand trembled as he reached for the receiver. "What?" Before Trable could finish speaking, an extremely panicked voice came from the other side. "Trable-sama, it's bad, really bad. The Marines are making a major move. Akainu, Kizaru, Aokiji, Garp, Fleet Admiral Sengoku and Zephyr, all of them are simultaneously heading towards the North Blue. Especially Garp and Kuzan. Rumors say they've already reached the North Blue, though we don't know their exact locations yet." The moment he heard his subordinate's report, Trable had to admit his head spun a little. After that long string of names was uttered, Trable felt like he was either still dreaming or his underling had gone insane. After all, if what his subordinate said was true, it would mean nearly the entire Marine headquarters had been mobilized. If such a lineup really appeared, there could only be one explanation: the Marines were declaring war on Yonko. Otherwise, no other incident, not even the murder of a celestial dragon, would warrant the deployment of so many top-tier fighters at once. But those Yonko monsters were all in the New World. This was just the North Blue, where the Don Quixote family was causing minor trouble. How could it possibly attract the attention of so many big shots? It made no sense at all. Thus, Trable was skeptical of the information his subordinate relayed. However, the other party seemed to have anticipated his disbelief and quickly continued shouting. "Trable-sama, you must believe me. This operation isn't just limited to those high-ranking officers, there are also countless ordinary soldiers involved. My wife's younger brother is a sergeant at a branch base, and he personally supplied the ships for Fleet Admiral Sengoku and the others. He was the one who told me this. At first, I didn't believe it either, so I went to verify it myself. There have been extremely unusual marine ship movements near the Grand Line and the Com Belt. And according to our informants nearby, many people have already witnessed Aokiji riding his bicycle across the sea." At this point, Trable began to panic. He hurriedly asked his subordinate, "Are you saying Pika's death might be related to this?" "Trable-sama, although our Don Quixote family has grown quite powerful, it's still highly unlikely the Marines would deploy such a force just to deal with us. The only plausible explanation is that they're here to protect something, or someone. And if it's a person, then that person might very well be the one who killed Pika-sama. You're saying the Marines mobilized all these forces just to protect the bastard who killed Pika?" No, it's Jake. That bastard, he's the only one who'd do something like this, and the only one worth the Marine headquarters going this far." See 155 to 155. In just an instant, Trable guessed the identity of the person in question. There were plenty of villains in the North Blue, and no shortage of people involved in the slave trade. Moreover, less than 6 kilometers from where Pika died, there was a slave trafficking hub on a nearby island. Even that slave operation center was larger than the one Pika was guarding, yet it wasn't attacked at all. From this alone, it was clear that Pika's death wasn't an accident, it was premeditated revenge. Trable knew Pika well. He was a steady, quiet man who rarely spoke and spent most of his time among rocks. Apart from missions assigned by Daffy, he hardly interacted with others or moved around. It would have been difficult for him to make personal enemies. The only possible way Pika could have offended someone was while carrying out tasks for Doflamingo, crossing the wrong person. Combined with the earlier news about the Marines' top forces gathering, the identity of this person was practically obvious. Wasn't it the Marines' future who was recently captured by the Whitebeard Pirates because of their young master? At the time, they thought that once Jake was taken by the Whitebeard Pirates, given his intense hatred for pirates, there was no way he could get along with anyone on Whitebeard's crew. In fact, because of that hatred and loathing for pirates, there was a high probability Whitebeard would have killed Jake. But what if Jake wasn't killed by Whitebeard and instead befriended him? No, that's impossible. Jake must have escaped from Whitebeard's ship. The reason the Marines' top brass appeared here was to prevent the Whitebeard Pirates from still pursuing Jake. Yes, that must be it. As for Pika's death, while it was most likely Jake's doing, now wasn't the time to dwell on that. He had to call Doflamingo back immediately. Rising anger, hatred, these emotions were like ashes before the Marine headquarters elite forces, scattered by the wind in an instant. Burring. The ringing continued, but no one answered on the other end. Trable was going insane. Right now, the North Sea was crawling with monsters. If Doflamingo accidentally ran into any one of them, he'd be in deep trouble. There was even a chance he might encounter the Marines' top forces, resist and end up killed by their high-ranking officers. If that really happened, what would all his years of planning amount to? He couldn't bear the thought of such a scenario. To salvage the situation, he frantically kept calling Doflamingo. One call, then another. He even ordered his subordinates to start dialing Doflamingo's Den Mushi non-stop. In no time, the entire beach was filled with the incessant burring of Den Mushi. Meanwhile, not far away, 4 figures stood on the turbulent sea. Aokiji sat casually on his bike, his feet lightly resting on ice, as he eyed the flamboyantly dressed man before him and muttered. Your outfit's pretty weird, pal. But hey, looks like you're trying to pick a fight with my friend here, right? Aokiji spoke while glancing at Jake nearby and Monet, who stood behind Jake and waved at him. Well, how should I put it? Although I haven't spent much time with these two youngsters, coincidentally, both of them really suit my taste. You could say they're my friends despite the age difference. If you try to bully them, I might have to make things difficult for you. Kuzan shook his head helplessly as he spoke, his eyes carrying a trace of laziness. Yet upon closer inspection, the ice beneath his feet was visibly expanding forward at an astonishing rate. Within just a few seconds, the frozen surface beneath everyone had already extended hundreds of meters. The piercing cold seeped through the ice into Doflamingo's clothes. Despite his usually formal attire, most of his outfits were thin, with pants that exposed his ankles. In such frigid air, his ankles had already turned purplish from the cold. Kuzan looked at Doflamingo and said slowly, I know a thing or two about your identity, Doflamingo. But what happens here next is no longer within your control. If I were you, I'd leave now. Once everyone arrives, I doubt you'll be able to escape even if you want to. Aokiji's words made Doflamingo frown slightly. He stared at the admiral, his voice laced with confusion and faint anger. What the hell do you mean by that? What? Everyone arriving, and you're telling me to just walk away when my family was murdered? Aokiji scratched his head in frustration at Doflamingo's response. Before he could formulate a reply, a Den Mushi wriggled out from Doflamingo's coat. Watching the ringing snail, Doflamingo answered the call, only to be met with a panicked shriek. Dafi, you haven't caught up with those guys yet, right? Which guys? Who am I supposed to catch up with? Treble's words only deepened Doflamingo's confusion while amplifying his unease. Jake. The one who killed Pika was Jake. Have you caught up with him yet? But Doflamingo stopped listening. The moment he confirmed Jake as Pika's killer, his rationality burned away completely. Truthfully, he'd known who killed Pika the instant he saw Jake. The golden specks remaining in the stone debris and the terrifying lightning-like marks around the area had only reinforced his suspicion. Seeing his family's murderer standing right before him, Doflamingo's fury peaked. Even facing one of the Marine headquarters' top fighters, he seemed to have lost all reason. Veins bulged across his forehead like coiled green snakes. He turned to Kuzan, his voice dripping with menace. Fu. I'm afraid I can't let your friend leave today. Your friend killed my family. As a Marine, you should understand right from wrong. You should know what price killers must pay, don't you? See 156 to 156. Doflamingo's body was tense at this moment, with countless thin threads appearing around him, making him look as terrifying as a spider entering hunting mode. However, this scene didn't exert the slightest bit of pressure on Jake. After all, one of the most powerful figures in the world of One Piece was standing right beside him. If Doflamingo could kill Jake right in front of Aokiji, then he might as well forget about cooperating with Kaido. He could just trap Kaido in his birdcage and occasionally force him to sing a little tune. Faced with such a furious Doflamingo, Aokiji helplessly rubbed his forehead and said, one after another, can't you pirates tone down the aggression just a little? And if I recall correctly, Doflamingo, every single one of your so-called family is on the wanted list, right? So, as a Marine, Jake eliminating wanted criminals is a natural thing. Who do you think is in the wrong here? I don't know if rage has clouded your judgment, but do you really think you can kill or even harm Jake in front of me? Doflamingo, I know who you are, and I'd rather not fight or get entangled with you. But that doesn't mean you can act recklessly in front of me. As Aokiji spoke, the chilling aura around him instantly intensified to terrifying levels. The splashing waves in the distance froze into ice midair before they could even fall back into the sea. Deep beneath the ocean's surface, fish that had been happily devouring their prey suddenly found themselves encased in ice, their final memory frozen in time. Hearing Aokiji's words and witnessing the apocalyptic scene around him, Doflamingo's fury instantly cooled. He stared at Aokiji, recalling everything he knew about this man. The next Marine Admiral, Aokiji. Easygoing in nature, his sense of justice wasn't the extreme type, he belonged to the dovish faction within the Marines. Yet, he was overwhelmingly powerful, a strong contender for the next Marine Fleet Admiral. Someone like this was clearly not an opponent Doflamingo could afford to provoke right now. But the thought of Pika's mangled, barely recognizable corpse made Doflamingo's chest tighten with frustration. Even knowing he stood no chance, he refused to back down. Instead, he pressed on. Isn't the world government currently pushing something called the Shichibukai system? Recruiting powerful pirates under their banner, legitimizing them through official recognition, and using them to suppress other pirates. And once you become a Shichibukai, all previous bounties are nullified. Am I remembering that correctly? Aokiji frowned at Doflamingo's words. Truth be told, he was firmly against the Shichibukai system. Even as a relatively moderate figure among the Marines, the idea of legalizing piracy through the Shichibukai system disgusted him to no end. Apart from the fact that such actions somewhat tarnished the Marines' sense of justice, there was another crucial reason. His mentor Zephyr, a man who had upheld the principle of no killing his entire life, had lost his family to pirates. Although Zephyr had never shown excessive hatred towards pirates, Aokiji was different. After that incident, his disdain for pirates had grown significantly. However, it never reached the same extreme as Akainu's. He still recognized that there were both good and bad pirates, and he would take the time to judge which were which before deciding how to act. But all of this was predicated on one fundamental truth: these individuals were still illegal pirates. Whether they were good or bad, they remained pirates, criminals who needed to be apprehended. Their status as offenders didn't change, only the severity of their sentences differed. But now, if the Shichibukai system were successfully implemented, it would mean that pirates might no longer necessarily be criminals. They could even transform into public officials, forcing his mentor, who had fought against pirates his entire life and lost his wife and children to them, to become colleagues with these very pirates. This was something Aokiji could never accept. Unfortunately, judging by the tone from higher-ups, it seemed the world government was already determined to push forward with the Shichibukai plan. Even Fleet Admiral Sengoku's opposition had no effect. Thus, Aokiji harbored some dissatisfaction and regret towards the Shichibukai system. Now, hearing Doflamingo bring it up, he couldn't help but feel curious. The next moment, Aokiji's eyes widened slightly, as if he had just realized something. That single expression told Doflamingo that Aokiji had grasped his meaning. He looked at Aokiji and slowly pulled out a document from his pocket, an agreement he had signed with the world government detailing his induction into the Shichibukai. At the bottom were both Doflamingo's and the world government's signatures and seals. Seeing this, Aokiji's frown deepened. Meanwhile, Doflamingo smiled faintly and said, "This document was signed yesterday afternoon. That means, from that moment onward, every member of the Don Quixote family is no longer a wanted criminal by the world government. We are all ordinary citizens conducting legitimate business. And if a Marine kills an ordinary citizen, as a high-ranking officer, what choice will you make?" Staring at the document in Doflamingo's hand, Aokiji felt a headache coming on. Honestly, this was a question he found difficult to answer. But just as Aokiji was pondering his response, a low, gravelly voice cut through the air, firm and unyielding. "You don't actually think that scrap of paper can save your life, do you, Doflamingo? I'll give you a choice now. Crawl out of here, or die in my magma." The voice was unmistakable, the kind that belonged to a hardened man. As the three turned around, sure enough, standing before them was another monstrous presence within the Marine headquarters who was about to be promoted to Admiral. Unlike Aokiji, Sakazuki's hatred for pirates could be described as nothing short of skinning them alive and breaking their bones. See 157 to 157. Perhaps because the village he grew up in was destroyed by pirates, from the moment Sakazuki joined the Marines, he displayed an extreme loathing for pirates. No matter the mission, rescuing hostages, annihilating pirate crews, maintaining order, if even a single pirate appeared before Sakazuki, there was only one fate awaiting them. Death. Beaten to death with armament hockey, shot dead with bullets, burned alive by magma, drowned after being thrown into the sea. In Sakazuki's presence, one could witness pirates meeting their end in all sorts of gruesome ways. Sometimes, pirates would use civilians as hostages, hoping this tactic would force Sakazuki to hesitate and give them a chance to escape. This strategy worked on most Marines, as in the eyes of many, the lives of civilians were far more important than capturing pirates. But Sakazuki didn't see it that way. He believed that if pirates could take hostages right in front of the Marines, it meant they had done this before. He even had reason to suspect that after escaping, the pirates might kill the hostages anyway, mocking the Marines for their incompetence and stupidity. If things played out like that, not only would the hostages die, but the ruthless pirates would escape once more, only to wreak havoc elsewhere. So, in such situations, Sakazuki would choose to eliminate the pirates, hostages included. This way, only one group of hostages would die. Otherwise, letting those pirates live would mean countless more hostages suffering in the future. Though it was unfair to those hostages, Sakazuki knew that to reduce the number of pirates, he had to cut off their aspirations at the root. He wanted to hammer home one truth: once you become a pirate, no matter what you've done, the only fate waiting for you is death. Only when this belief was ingrained in every civilian's mind could the transition from civilian to pirate be stopped. The moment Doflamingo saw Sakazuki, his entire body went numb. At the same time, Treble's voice came through the Den Den Mushi. "Dafi, stop arguing with Aokiji. Retreat now, or once the other Marines arrive, it might be too late." This time, it's not just Aokiji, Black Arm Zephyr, Hero Garp, Fleet Admiral Sengoku, Aokiji, Akainu, and Kizaru have all arrived in the North Blue. Akainu even used his devil fruit powers to speed up his ship. If my intel is correct, he might already be there. So come back immediately, Dafi. If you run into Akainu, that madman will really kill you. Treble's voice was loud, and the Den Den Mushi's expression was comical, but the only one who could laugh at this moment was Jake. Doflamingo didn't respond, and this dead silence was already the worst answer for Treble. The next moment, a trembling voice came from the other end of the line. "Dafi, have you already run into that bastard Sakazuki?" Before Doflamingo could answer, a deep, hoarse voice replied to Treble's question for him. "Yeah, he's already run into me. How did you know about the Marines' movements?" Hearing Sakazuki's voice on the other end, Treble felt as if the sky was collapsing. He didn't know how to answer that question. All he knew was that he might soon become the last survivor of the Don Quixote family. Doflamingo stared at Sakazuki, who now stood before him, towering several heads taller. Gone was the arrogance he had shown earlier with Aokiji, his expression and demeanor had completely changed. Jake watched from a distance, unable to suppress the smirk on his lips. To him, Doflamingo now seemed like a child who had been acting up in front of their doting mother, only to immediately change their tune the moment their father arrived. Sakazuki, I've already joined the Shichibukai. I'm a government-sanctioned, legalized pirate now. You have no right to harm me. Despite the fear gnawing at him, Doflamingo forced himself to remain composed. He lifted his head and met Sakazuki's furious gaze, struggling to voice his argument. Sakazuki merely glanced at him before reaching out. Before Doflamingo could react, the contract in his hand was reduced to ashes. The next moment, a deep, raspy voice rang out as the surrounding temperature slowly rose. Thick, molten drops dripped from Sakazuki's fist, sizzling as they hit the ice. Right now, I don't know anything about you joining the Shichibukai, nor do I care about your real identity. To me, you're just another pirate trying to kill Marines. Without a second's hesitation, Sakazuki raised his arm and swung straight for Doflamingo's head, ready to give him a magma-powered fist. Doflamingo froze in shock. Was this guy actually insane? He had heard about Sakazuki's obsessive hatred for pirates, but even as the magma neared his skull, he didn't truly believe Sakazuki would go this far. After all, he was involved in far too much. His lineage, his dealings with the emperors, the black market spanning the entire Grand Line. Any one of these things should be enough to make the Marine headquarters take notice. And yet, here he was, holding all three, about to be killed in a place like this. He couldn't believe his eyes, but the searing heat on his head forced him to accept the reality. Most of his hair had already been burned away by the magma. After a brief moment of stunned silence, Doflamingo wasted no time. He launched a counterattack against Sakazuki while simultaneously trying to save himself. His golden hair was mostly severed by strings and his flamboyant flamingo attire now resembled that of a disheveled crow. Staring at Sakazuki's expressionless face, he felt as though the sky was about to collapse. C-158 to 158. Was he really going to do this? Was he actually going to do this? For Doflamingo, he had never imagined someone could be so reckless and brutal. He had already presented documents stamped by the world government. How dare Sakazuki, a mere vice admiral not yet promoted to admiral, tear up such documents? If he reported this to the world government, would Sakazuki even stand a chance at becoming an admiral? Didn't he know how much the world government despised an admiral who wouldn't obey orders? But none of this was what Doflamingo should be worrying about right now. As he looked at Sakazuki, his heart ached with discomfort. Without hesitation, he leapt back several times, putting a considerable distance between them. At the same time, he shouted in frustration. Sakazuki, you know who I am, yet you still dare to attack me. Do you know what the Marines rely on to exist? How could you? Listening to Doflamingo's words, Sakazuki remained indifferent. He simply raised his hand, magma continuing to drip from his palm, his voice as hoarse as ever. I don't care about any of that. Even if I were to leave the Marines, I would still kill every pirates I come across. For me, as long as pirates die, nothing else matters. If anyone else had said this, Doflamingo would have responded with nothing but scornful laughter. But seeing the absolute seriousness in Sakazuki's eyes, he knew this man meant every word. If he stayed here any longer, Sakazuki would truly kill him, even if it meant his future would be ruined. He simply didn't care. A madman, a complete madman. Cursing inwardly, Doflamingo still refused to give up. Glancing at Jake in the distance and recalling Pika's gruesome death, he didn't hesitate for a second before swinging his strings towards Jake and Monet once more. As the ice beneath them cracked, the magma on Sakazuki's fists flared even hotter. Even Aokiji, who had been observing silently, grew increasingly impatient with Doflamingo's relentless attacks. The cold emanating from his body intensified, freezing Sakazuki's magma in an instant. But just then, Jake's voice rang out. He addressed the two men before him. Sakazuki-san, Kuzan-san, it's fine. Attacks of this level won't harm Monet or me. The next moment, Jake slightly lowered his stance as a lightsaber materialized in his hand. With two flashes of blue light, his aura suddenly surged to a level far beyond before. Right-angle sword art, sacred flying bird. With a sharp screech, a massive golden bird emerged from the sword in Jake's hand. In just an instant, Doflamingo was shocked to discover that the threads he had just released, infused with powerful armament hockey, had been cleanly sliced into fragments by Jake. But that wasn't all. After tearing through his attack, the giant bird continued its relentless flight towards Doflamingo's neck without losing momentum. Seeing this, Doflamingo could only furrow his brows tightly, attempting to swing his threads to block. However, at that very moment, an icy aura locked down his limbs. Forget manipulating threads, he couldn't even move a muscle now. Just as Doflamingo was about to meet his end, a slightly panicked voice rang out. Wall of sticky glue. As tea-brown mucus materialized in front of Doflamingo, the golden bird Jake had created was crushed into form by the viscous substance before vanishing. Treble's figure then appeared before the crowd. Without hesitation, he positioned himself in front of Doflamingo, choosing to face the two future admirals head-on. The overwhelming pressure was something Treble had never experienced in his life. Yet, for Daffy and the sake of his entire family, he forced his trembling legs to steady as he addressed the two men before him. Our young master officially joined the world government's Shichibukai program yesterday. This system was established by the Five Elders, the highest authority of the world government. Neither the Marines nor the CP organizations are permitted to take unilateral action against its members. Am I wrong, Vice Admiral Sakazuki, Vice Admiral Kuzan? Neither man responded to Treble's question, leaving him no choice but to press on. The reason Daffy attacked you is that, not long ago, one of our Don Quixote family's key executives was murdered, and the culprit behind his death is likely your Marine's rising star, Jake. To this, Jake didn't even wait for Sakazuki or Kuzan to prompt him before replying. That's completely false. It's nothing but baseless speculation. However, Treble seemed to have anticipated Jake's response. Surprisingly, instead of refuting Jake's denial, Treble conceded. Indeed, judging solely by the traces left at Pika's death scene, to accuse you would be absurd and unreasonable. But given that our Don Quixote family has just lost an important comrade, Daffy wasn't thinking clearly in the heat of the moment. That's why he attacked Jake and the Marines here today. I believe this was an act of irrationality on Daffy's part, but we aren't trying to evade responsibility. At this point, Treble's voice steadied slightly as he continued addressing Jake. So, regarding Daffy's unprovoked attack on Jake earlier, the Don Quixote family deeply apologizes. We're willing to pay 200 million berries in medical fees and warship repair costs. Please let us leave this place. Daffy's mental state is somewhat unstable due to the death of senior executives. If any issues arise, please communicate with me. Hey, Treble, Daffy, please rest for a while. Leave this to me, alright? I beg you. Seeing the pleading tone in Treble's voice, Doflamingo fell silent. Leave the compensation and go. I grant your request. Just as everyone was hesitating, an authoritative and steady voice rang out. It was Sengoku, C-159 to 159. On the warship, Sakazuki sat silently on the sofa while Kuzan leaned lazily against the doorframe. Sengoku wore a smile, one of pure, unrestrained joy. His gaze shifted between Jake and Monet, his eyes brimming with affection. Noticing this, Kuzan teased him. Now, Fleet Admiral Sengoku, sure we just got 200 million berries in compensation, but you don't have to be this happy. If that amount brings you such delight, I'll bring you a couple of 100 million berry pirate heads next time. Sengoku merely rolled his eyes at Kuzan's remark. You Brad don't understand a thing. What Jake has brought us can't even be compared to 200 million berries. Do you think I called you all here just to escort Jake home? Kuzan's interest was piqued. Urara, I knew it. The Fleet Admiral must be hiding something from us. Otherwise, why summon us in such a hurry? From the sound of it, Jake's return has brought us something huge. Care to share what it is? Even the usually stoic Sakazuki looked up at this, his eyes settling on Jake, the kid his subordinate had picked up. A faint smile crept onto his face. So far, Jake was the most outstanding junior Marine he'd ever seen, bar none. Seeing both Kuzan and Sakazuki now fully attentive, Sengoku's grin widened. Sorrow, when shared, is halved. But joy, when shared, might vanish entirely, or multiply several times over. Ahem, Jake, why don't you tell these to yourself? After all, you're the one who found it. Jake didn't refuse Sengoku's request. Meeting the expectant gazes of Aokiji and Akainu, he smiled and said. I've found the legendary lost city of gold, Shandora, and brought back its gold. Though not all of it, the rest can be retrieved later. The amount I brought back is enough to fill 3 of Marine Headquarters' largest warships. When Jake reached this point in his speech, both the usually lazy Kuzan and the stern-faced Sakazuki involuntarily stood up. Their already small eyes widened to the size of light bulbs. Aokiji didn't even notice the eye mask he had been fiddling with fall from his hand, while that bastard Sakazuki subconsciously turned into magma again, burning several holes in the floor. Watching this scene, Sengoku felt an indescribable satisfaction. This was exactly the kind of utterly shocked reaction he had hoped to see. Jake my boy, you must be joking. Do you know how much gold the Marine Headquarters' largest warship can carry at once? Do you know how many berries that much gold could be exchanged for? Do you realize what that kind of wealth means? Aokiji said. Akainu also spoke up at this moment. Your return is a good thing, and bringing gifts for the Marines is also a good thing. But lying goes against the nature of a soldier. Jake knew the two of them still didn't fully believe his claims, so he simply smiled and pulled out a photo snail from his pocket, one he had brought down from Sky Island. Even Sengoku had never seen one before. Curious about the object Jake had produced, Sengoku asked. What is this? You didn't mention it in the Den Mushi call. This is a specialty shell from Sky Island called a photo snail. It functions similarly to a camera. I figured everyone might have trouble believing I could bring back so much gold, but the truth is, there really is this much. Here, take a look. As he spoke, Jake retrieved the photo from the snail and handed it to the group. When they saw the mountain of gold captured in the image, everyone froze on the spot. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, who had long been plagued by budget constraints, felt his eyes grow moist. His mouth hung open as he stared at the gold in the photo, his entire body trembling. Jake, is this photo real? Hearing Sengoku's trembling voice, Jake replied with a smile. It's all real. Just take a look at this gold. How many years of the Marines' budget do you think it could cover? 5 years? No, 10. At the very least, it would keep the Marines financially secure for a decade. Ha 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 ha. Captain Jake. No, Admiral Jake. With the sheer amount of gold you've earned, promoting you to Admiral still feels like we're shortchanging you. Listening to Sengoku's words, Jake could only sigh helplessly. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, that's a bit of an exaggeration. But before Sengoku could respond, Aokiji's voice cut in, his tone also laced with a humor. Exaggeration? No, not at all. Jake, do you realize the gold you've brought back could actually fill 5 warships? Just the gold from those 5 ships alone would more than justify making you an admiral. Even Sakazuki uncharacteristically spoke up at this moment. Kuzan and Fleet Admiral Sengoku were right, Jake. The value of this gold alone is comparable to that of an admiral. If you wish to use this gold to become an admiral, I fully support it. Even if you were to replace me, I would approve. Facing the 3 men who were practically singing his praises to the heavens, even Jake's thick skin couldn't prevent a slight flush of embarrassment. At this moment, Sengoku wiped away a tear and patted Jake's shoulder, his voice trembling with emotion. Jake, you don't understand how crucial this gold you've brought is for the Marines. How many lives it can save, how many irreversible tragedies it can prevent. These words carried the weight of all the despair and tragedies Sengoku had witnessed since becoming Marine Fleet Admiral. But now, he finally had confidence he could prevent them. To this, Jake simply smiled and replied, "Don't worry, Fleet Admiral Sengoku. One day, we'll possess power strong enough to protect every person in this world. But until then, we must ensure this money is used for justice, not personal greed." See 160,160. In the dungeon, numerous Marines from Slatapar base huddled dejectedly in corners. They hadn't eaten for days, they shit and pee within their cells. Though the climate wasn't hot, the sea breeze made the dungeon unbearably humid. The oppressive moisture caused constant sweating, compounded by the stench of human waste with no ventilation. The air was putrid beyond description. A fat Marine leaned against the wall, tear tracks staining his face as he gazed at their imprisoned commander in a separate cell. His voice cracked with despair. "Commander, will we survive this?" The tearful question hung heavily over all the captive Marines. Deep down, they knew the answer. Given their crimes, survival was unlikely. But no one wants to face such questions, right? I don't know. After the last shred of illusion was shattered by the branch commander Slixus, the emotions of everyone present completely collapsed. The fat Marine who had tearfully questioned Slixus earlier was now bashing his head against the iron prison door. Tell me, why did you lead us to this depravity? When I first joined the Marines, it was to eliminate all those damned pirates. Why did you make me sink this low? Answer me. In moments of utter despair, people instinctively shift blame onto others to seek some psychological comfort. But clearly, Slixus had no patience for this Marine's behavior. He simply stared coldly at the man, his voice cold. "I didn't drag any of you down to hell. I merely opened the door. You're the ones who willingly followed me, step by step, into this abyss. Every footprint along the way is yours, no one forced you. You came here of your own free will." By the end, Slixus's voice trembled with suppressed fury. Hell had descended upon them, and there was no escape. How he wished he'd never opened that infernal gate in the first place. When he joined the Marines, his noble ideals had been no less lofty than anyone else's here. This hell was created by you and me together, even this place. Take you, for example. Slixus turned his fierce gaze towards the fat Marine who'd been complaining and snarl. Have you forgotten? Who was it that ensured this dungeon has no ventilation? Who proposed eliminating the sewage system? It was you, Og. You told me prisoners and slaves don't need air or toilets, that merely letting them live was mercy enough. You said these criminals and unlucky wretches deserved no pity, that we shouldn't see them as human, just commodities for promotion and tools for our pleasure. Your exact words. No ventilation makes it warmer, they should thank us for not letting them freeze to death. And no toilets forces prisoners to accept each other, reducing riots. These were your ideas, have you forgotten? Each accusation silenced the complaining Marine. Now Slixus, as if triggered, turned his fury toward another tall, thin Marine and roared. And you, Two, have you forgotten? Who was the first to agree to collaborate with the slave traders? Who took the initiative to persuade everyone? Who contacted the slave traders first, and who was the first to distribute their money among us? Who helped the slave traders pass the Marines' inspections, and who abused their authority to capture slaves? Wasn't that you? Do you think I don't know? Over the years, how many slaves have you captured in that uniform of yours? A total of 138 people, am I wrong? Every time you caught someone, you received 100,000 berries, right? But what if I told you those slave traders resold them for 2 million berries or more? Would that upset you? And what if I told you they actually paid you 500,000 berries, but I pocketed 400,000 of it? As Slixus revealed these truths, everyone was stunned, especially the man named Two. Upon learning that 400,000 of his 500,000 berries had been embezzled, he flew into a rage. Forgetting he was in a dungeon and that Slixus was still his superior, he roared. You bastard, give me back my money. Return every last berry. If I'd had that much, would I have needed to stoop so low as to capture innocent civilians? You scum, you created this hell for me, it was the money you stole that dragged me into this. In response, Slixus only laughed hoarsely, his eyes filled with undisguised mockery. You're pathetic, Two, do you really think I didn't know where your money went? Shall I tell you? The underground casino at No. 37, Queen's Street, in the Kingdom of Leox. You lost a fortune there, didn't you? I know that casino. They specialize in loan sharking. They lure people in with easy wins, then rig the final game to make them lose everything they've gained, plus their original stake. The smart ones walk away. The fools, the desperate ones, borrow from the casino and keep playing until they're penniless and drowning in debt. That's where your money vanished, wasn't it? Tuo stared at Slixus in horror, stammering. How did you know? No one else should have known about this. Slixus grinned faintly and whispered. What if I told you that the game you played was my trap all along? See 161 to 161. Damn it, you bastard, it was all you orchestrated everything. Tuo was on the verge of collapse. He gnashed his teeth against the cell bars, uncaring as they shattered, blood streaming from his mouth and staining half the floor crimson. No, it's all because of you. I told you, I merely opened the gates to hell for you all. If you'd stayed outside, none of this would have happened. But you walked in yourself, you followed me without permission, you created your own damnation. Why didn't you stop after winning money? Why didn't you do what you promised when you first joined the Marines, donate the extra funds to the town's orphanage? What did you do with the money instead? Dare you say it out loud? At the words of Slixus, Tuo finally stopped gnawing at the cell bars. His mouth hung open as if he wanted to speak, but no words came out. In response, Slixus sneered mockingly at him. Cat got your tongue, ha ha ha, let me say it for you. You took that money to the most beautiful woman on the street, didn't you? And from her, you caught all sorts of diseases, didn't you? To pay for treatment, you gambled again, didn't you? After losing, you borrowed against your salary here and mooched off everyone around you. Even when you won, you didn't spend it on treatment, you went back to that woman, didn't you? From start to finish, you were just a slave to your own desires. All I did was create a more enticing playground for you. Isn't that right? If you'd walked away after winning, my trap wouldn't have ruined you, it might have even solved all your problems. But did you do that? Were you ever satisfied with just winning? No, you didn't. You stayed, arm around some woman's waist, grinning like a fool as you withdrew every last coin meant for treatment and debts. Remember what you said when you shoved it all onto the table? If you don't, let me remind you. My luck's hot today. If I don't go big now, I might never get another chance like this. All in, all in. Do you even remember how exhilarated you were spouting that nonsense? Want me to tell you? The woman you were clinging to was part of the setup. Withdrawing your money, part of the setup. Your earlier wins, all part of the setup. As the base commander kept speaking, Tuo was completely shattered. Roaring with bloodshot eyes, he hurled himself headfirst into the wall. Blood sprayed, casting a shadow of death over the entire cell. Tuo's demise seemed to sever the last shred of human reason in the other Marines. They hurled the vilest insults at each other, spat the foulest curses, some descending into madness while others abandoned all restraint, biting, clawing at those nearby. In an instant, laughter, weeping, screams, pleas for help, thuds, and roars filled the stench-choked prison. Slixus stood in his cell, crimson gaze fixed on the slave traders behind him. His lips were cracked and peeling, pupils unfocused, yet his voice carried an eerie clarity. Did you see that? This is hell. Although slave traders usually appeared fierce, that was only in front of defenseless slaves. Faced with these nearly deranged Marines, the slave traders were now too terrified to speak. Just as the riot in the prison was about to spiral out of control, a deep and angry voice rang out, accompanied by an overwhelming wave of freezing cold. What the hell are you all doing? At the sound of Aokiji's voice, the chaotic prison instantly fell silent. The abrupt shift from extreme chaos to absolute stillness left everyone momentarily stunned. Though most of the soldiers seemed to have lost their rationality on the surface, encountering a high-ranking Marine officer still triggered their instinct for survival. Under the weight of Aokiji's authority and power, they reverted to their senses and stared at him. But Slixus was different. He knew the crimes he had committed were unforgivable and that his fate was sealed. Execution awaited him. Thus, at this moment, he felt no fear towards Aokiji. Clutching the bars of his cell, his face dark as he glared at Aokiji and sneered. Getting to see you lofty headquarters officers at the end of my life, even if I die now, it'll have been worth it, don't you think? Vice Admiral Aokiji. No, I should call you Admiral Aokiji, shouldn't I? I couldn't care less how you address me. I don't give a damn about your opinion of me. But I'll tell you this, the Marines' justice is heavy. When we bear those two words, we face countless trials and darkness. But no matter what, those words, justice, must never be betrayed. Justice, that's something I threw away long ago. You're different from us, Admiral Aokiji. You have the power to defy fate and darkness. You have the strength to change things. You're a genius, a powerhouse, you have everything. But we're not like you. We're just ordinary people who've seen too much darkness but can't change it, never had the ability to change it. If darkness can't be changed by us, if we can never live up to those two words on our backs, then what's the point of holding on? You're just some lofty idealist spouting grand dreams. You have no idea what despair feels like for ordinary people like us. Aokiji fell silent, momentarily at a loss for words. But the next moment, a figure rushed past him into the cell. With a sharp slap, Jake grabbed Slixus by the collar and roared. What kind of ordinary person are you? A branch base commander, the highest ruler of this island, the supreme authority of this Marine branch, someone who holds the rank of lieutenant even at Marine headquarters. You call yourself ordinary? Tell me, with that brain of yours filled with nothing but greed, how much self-awareness do you actually have left? If you're ordinary, then what does that make the slaves you took away? See 162 to 162. You scum, from start to finish, you've never had anything to do with the word, ordinary. Don't use your disgusting mindset to taint the lives that truly belong to ordinary people. You claim that after witnessing darkness, you felt deep despair and the helplessness of being unable to change anything. But what does that have to do with the crimes you committed? You couldn't change the darkness of the entire world, and the world's darkness doesn't need you alone to change it either. The world's darkness wasn't created by one person, and it certainly doesn't need one person to fix it. All you needed to do was change the darkness around you. That would have been enough. If you could have brought even a sliver of light to those near you, that would have counted as effort. But you, this bastard, after seeing darkness, chose to wallow in it instead. Then you used high-sounding excuses to deceive yourself, saying it wasn't your fault, that the world was to blame. What a revolting piece of trash. To put it bluntly, from beginning to end, you were nothing more than a pathetic wretch who, after accidentally gazing into the abyss, was instantly corrupted and consumed by it. As Jake spoke, he kicked Slixus straight into the wall. He looked at the man with undisguised contempt and disgust before dragging him out of the cell, his body now limp as a dead dog. As he passed Aokiji, Jake said softly, "Sorry to trouble you, Kuzan-san. Could you please move the rest of these injured scumbags to another cell? I've already given the severely wounded ones basic treatment, at least enough to keep them alive until they receive the punishment they deserve." Kuzan nodded. Just as Jake was about to leave the cell, Kuzan suddenly smiled and asked, "I never expected you to have such profound thoughts on justice, Jake. Honestly, even I learned a lot from your words just now." Hearing this, Jake paused briefly before smiling in return. "Kuzan-san, you're joking again. Compared to my shallow understanding of justice, no amount of words could ever match a single act. I'm still far from reaching your level of justice. No, justice in practice needs justice in theory to guide it. Jake, if there's anyone who could one day succeed Fleet Admiral Sengoku, it'll be you. Ha ha ha, otherwise, I might as well quit the Marines." With that, Aokiji didn't give Jake a chance to respond before walking straight into the foul-smelling cell. Seeing this, Jake could only shake his head helplessly before dragging Slixus toward the makeshift tribunal Sengoku had set up over the past few days. Today was the day for the public trial of the corruption case involving the entire Slatepar Marine base. Sengoku had even brought in Morgans, making it clear he was serious about purging the rot within the Marines. Jake, however, felt somewhat uneasy about this. If handled well, the best feedback they could hope for would be along the lines of, "It's about time, this was long overdue," or, "just doing their job." But if it wasn't handled properly, or if it fell short, the backlash, combined with the scandal itself, would deal a devastating blow to the Marines' reputation. What weighed even heavier on Jake's mind was the fact that he was the one fully responsible for this operation. If things went south, his own future would darken considerably. As for whether he could pull it off, Jake wasn't entirely confident. The issue at hand was far too complex. Corruption within the Marines wasn't an isolated problem. It was entangled with various forces in the black market, official factions within the world government, powerful pirate crews, and even the celestial dragons. If Jake dealt with it ruthlessly and impartially, the resistance he'd face would far exceed his expectations. But if he turned a blind eye, and the media exposed it, the Marines would suffer another major blow. Faced with such a dilemma, Jake couldn't help but feel helpless. Still, he understood that Sengoku hadn't assigned him this task to undermine him. On the contrary, Sengoku wanted to use this opportunity to thoroughly temper him. Surviving in such a convoluted political landscape was Sengoku's test for Jake. If he could navigate these treacherous waters with composure and skill, then in the future, Sengoku could confidently entrust the entire Marines to him. Conversely, if Jake faltered, if he handled things too rigidly, Sengoku would still shield him, though his training would only intensify. But if Jake himself became corrupted in the process, Sengoku would face a severe decline in the Marines' prestige, and Jake's future would be buried. This was both a trial and an opportunity for Jake, a high-stakes gamble orchestrated by Sengoku. Success meant mutual triumph, failure meant no winners. Yet, despite understanding Sengoku's reasoning, Jake couldn't help but question it. The Marines' current situation wasn't so dire, why take such a gamble? Why not seek victory through stability? If his position allowed it, Jake would have outright asked Sengoku, "What's the rush?" But upon reflection, he could also grasp Sengoku's urgency, his burning desire to change the world. With a sigh, Jake shook his head. A camera flash snapped him back to attention, his expression hardening into solemnity. 10 minutes later, Sengoku stood on the trial platform, his gaze cold as he looked down at the kneeling Slixus. "Given all the crimes you've committed," he said coldly, "do you have anything left to say in your defense?" Slixus raised his head and looked at Sengoku, his mouth opening as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he gave up. His raised head gradually lowered, and large teardrops fell from his eyes. His voice was hoarse to the extreme as he finally spoke. "No objections. All these things, I personally committed them. I admit to everything Fleet Admiral Sengoku has stated." The moment Slixus's voice faded, the entire public courtroom fell into dead silence. Everyone stared at the man kneeling at the center with stunned gazes, their eyes burning with fury. A trembling voice, filled with indescribable grief and hatred, rang out. "Hey, is this what the Marines are like? You bastard, where did you sell my wife and child? C 163 to 163. The man's words were like a boulder dropped into still waters, instantly stirring up towering waves. The voices of the people completely drowned out the attempts of the surrounding Marines to maintain order at the venue. Hey, what's going on here? Aren't the Marines going to give a reasonable explanation? We pay so much in taxes every year, is this what we're paying for? Give me back my child. Where is my child? I don't believe a mere branch-based commander could pull this off alone, there must be other corruption within the Marines. That bastard just raised his head like he wanted to say something, are you using him as a scapegoat? I don't care about any of that, I just want my wife back. Give me back everything I had. I'll kill you. The roars of the crowd grew louder and louder, the combined voices nearly submerging the entire courtroom. Seeing this, Morgans lit a cigarette. Holding his camera, his smile was faint, lacking the usual enthusiasm he showed for explosive news. The underground black market tycoon beside him glanced at Morgans, his tone laced with sarcasm. What's wrong, Mr. Eagle? Feeling pity for this kind of thing? If you want to laugh, go ahead, there's nothing to say. But the Marines are really going all out, even bringing Sengoku out personally to preside over this trial. Tell me the truth, did you investigate this case first and force the Marines to go public? Because if left to the Marines, not only would this never have gone to public trial, they wouldn't have let even a whisper of it escape. Morgans exhaled a puff of smoke before replying slowly. I didn't get any advance information about this. Sengoku notified me to come, saying there'd be big news here today. As for what it was, how it would be handled, or who was involved, I knew nothing. That's the truth. Ha, are you joking? Would the Marines voluntarily expose this? Are they all idiots? Don't they realize how devastating this will be to their reputation? Morgans lit another cigarette, gripping his camera, his voice tinged with an indescribable excitement. Just keep watching, and shut your mouth, unless you want your black market industry exposed by me. I need to focus on recording this major event. I have a feeling this could be the start of a massive upheaval for the entire Marines. The underworld boss bit down harder on his cigar and chuckled. Well, I'll be watching with great interest. But in this situation, Sengoku alone probably can't handle. Before the underworld boss could finish his sentence, towering figures began filing into the courtroom through every entrance. The previously tumultuous scene instantly fell into silence. Morgan's voice, trembling with excitement, called out the names of those figures one by one. Marine Hero Garp, Black Arm Zephyr, Kizaru, Akainu, Aokiji, and Sengoku the Buddha. Have they brought the entire Marine headquarters elites here? Why are so many gathered here today? What exactly is Sengoku thinking? No, that guy, yes, it must be Jake. Ha ha ha, this is going to be world-shaking news. Ha ha ha. Watching Morgan suddenly lose his composure, the underworld boss beside him asked in confusion. Jake, that brat touted as the future of the Marines, right? Though he's made it into your papers before, compared to the figures present here, that kid clearly isn't qualified to be the center of attention. Why do you think he'll be the focus of this news? At this question, Morgan's lips curled into an excited grin as he replied. A journalist's intuition. Care to make a bet? 10 million berries. KKK. 20 million berries says that brat won't be the main character today. Deal. Down below, as those figures emerged through the gates, the previously roaring crowd froze in place. Anger and sorrow were instantly suppressed by the overwhelming fear of death. Had one or two figures of this caliber appeared, they might have continued their furious protests. After all, the Marines were still an official organization unlikely to slaughter people just for voicing dissent. But when the entire top-tier combat force of the Marine headquarters appeared simultaneously, doubt began creeping into everyone's hearts. Surely, they wouldn't actually silence everyone. The courtroom fell into complete silence. This open-air venue capable of holding thousands now stood so quiet that only the footsteps of those few figures could be heard. The cloaks of justice fluttered behind them, casting imposing silhouettes in everyone's vision. Then, just as the crowd was beginning to waver, Sengoku's voice rang out, filled with deep remorse and guilt. This incident represents a failure of our entire Marine force, a failure of all of us who bear the name of justice, a failure in upholding the trust you've placed in us. We have betrayed your faith and failed to keep our promise of upholding justice. Therefore, as the Marine Headquarters Fleet Admiral, I stand before you today to lead all Marines in offering our sincerest apologies. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Sengoku slowly bowed at the waist, offering a formal apology to everyone present. Following his lead, Garp, Zephyr, Aokiji and even Akainu all turned toward the crowd and bowed deeply, expressing their heartfelt remorse. Witnessing this scene, the civilians' emotions shifted, from initial anger to fear and worry, then to complex feelings of being moved. Some women even began crying openly, their quiet sobs gradually spreading until the entire venue was filled with the sound of weeping. Aokiji listened to the cries, his expression unbearably complex. These wails were similar to those of people of Ohara's, yet carried too many differences. Kizaru's sunglasses reflected light, obscuring his face from view. Akainu remained outwardly composed as the weeping echoed around him, but his clenched fists betrayed the turmoil beneath his calm facade. C 164 to 164. The civilians' sobs reverberated throughout the courtroom. Zephyr observed the scene, his aged face etched with exhaustion and doubt. He felt his lifelong conviction, the principle of non-lethal justice, beginning to waver. Zephyr knew how others judged him. Foolish justice. He was well aware many disapproved of his refusal to execute pirates regardless of their crimes. Yet on this matter, Zephyr held firm to his beliefs. First, determining a pirate's guilt and whether they deserved execution required Judicial Island's rigorous interrogation. Deciding fates arbitrarily would render the entire legal system a mockery and invite fraudulent claims of merit through wrongful executions. During the Marine's less regulated era, Zephyr had witnessed such atrocities repeatedly. Destroy a face beyond recognition, and none could verify whether the slain was truly a pirate. For rapid promotion, countless officers had bloodied their hands this way. To prevent such abuses, Zephyr insisted prisoners remain alive, their identifiable faces presented for proper trial. Second, not all pirates chose this path willingly. Many turned to piracy only after being crushed by the world government's exorbitant celestial tribute. Zephyr had seen this tragedy unfold more times than he could count, including in his own homeland. When his nation failed to pay the tribute, complete societal collapse followed. Bandits, murderers, traffickers, waves of crime engulfed the country overnight. Ordinary citizens faced two choices: join criminal syndicates or flee by sea. No third option existed. By world government decree, any unauthorized maritime travel, even without pirate flags, qualified as piracy. Survival became impossible. Remain and watch gangs seize your home, violate your family, or join them to victimize others. Take to the seas and be executed by Marines as pirates, swallowed by storms, or captured by slavers. Even escaping to neighboring nations meant being sold underground as undocumented fugitives. Death waited everywhere. Zephyr had witnessed this blood-drenched reality firsthand. His no-killing principle stemmed from knowing this truth. When the world offers no means to live honorably, men have no choice but to become thieves. But today, as he stared at the nearly half-meter-high criminal record of Slyxus, he was utterly stunned. How could this be? This was a Marine who was supposed to uphold justice, a beacon of hope for civilians, a role model for ordinary Marines, someone who had received the teachings and influence of justice. How could they commit such atrocities? Zephyr couldn't comprehend it, especially when he saw how this branch commander had used various means to drag his subordinates into the darkness as well. The fury in his heart burned to its peak. After his family was killed, Zephyr had chosen to become a Marine instructor precisely to guide the new generation of Marines, to steer them toward the path of justice in their hearts. Facing those gifted, extraordinary geniuses with personalities beyond the ordinary, Zephyr understood better than anyone just how difficult it was to guide them onto the right path. The sheer effort he had poured into achieving this, only Zephyr himself knew. He was never just an instructor who taught recruits combat skills. He was their true teacher, guiding them in both conduct and duty. But what about that damned branch chief before him? He had corrupted Marines who should have been beacons of hope for others, turning them into the same rotten filth as himself, wrapping already suffering people in an even more impenetrable shadow. The existence of such a person was nothing short of a destruction of all Zephyr's lifelong efforts. This branch commander had no justification, no coercion, purely driven by his own inner darkness and desires. He had transformed the entire Marine branch into a living hell. What if the one committing such atrocities today wasn't a branch commander, but a vice admiral from headquarters? What if that vice admiral used such methods to climb the ranks, even reaching the positions of admiral or fleet admiral? What would the entire Marine become then? Zephyr couldn't bear to imagine such a scenario. His fists clenched, black armament hockey unconsciously enveloping his entire arm. His teeth gritted so hard that blood seeped from his gums. Just as Zephyr was about to lose control, a steady voice reached him, his old friend Garp. Garp looked at Zephyr and gave a slight shake of his head. As Zephyr's longtime friend, Garp understood his ideals and aspirations better than anyone, and he knew the depth of Zephyr's rage right now. But unlike Zephyr's pure sense of justice, Garp's was more complex and ambiguous. Yet because of this, he knew now wasn't the time for Zephyr to act recklessly. What Sengoku was about to do next was to utterly shatter the future Zephyr dreaded. With Garp's intervention, Zephyr finally calmed down. Breathing heavily, his eyes bloodshot, he glared at Slyxus, but in the end, he didn't strike. The nearby vice admirals had also witnessed this scene, each with their own thoughts. Kizaru sighed. Akainu lowered the brim of his cap and Aokiji's lips parted slightly, but no words came out. At this moment, Sengoku slowly raised his head, his eyes slightly reddened as he looked at the weeping crowd. To thoroughly eradicate corruption within the Marine, I, Sengoku, make this pledge today before the entire world. Starting today, we will conduct a massive purge of corrupt practices within the Marines. Any Marine officer found guilty of even the slightest corruption will face public trial and imprisonment and impel down. Those with severe offenses will be publicly executed. The duration of this purge is indefinite, and the Marine officer appointed as the leader of this purge is Jake, C. 165-165. The instant Sengoku spoke these words, Morgans couldn't help but hum softly, his entire body trembling with excitement. Every feather on him stood slightly on end, a clear sign of his exhilaration. The underworld boss beside him watched this scene, his cigar dropping to the ground as he muttered to himself. The Marines is actually going through with this. Aren't they afraid of uncovering something they shouldn't? Kuhuhuhu. Morgans, it looks like you'll have explosive headlines for quite a while. Hearing this, Morgans wore a disdainful expression and replied coolly. This generation of the Marines is clearly very different from the previous ones. As one of the underworld boss, haven't you noticed yet? This Marines doesn't seem all that obedient to the world government's orders, does it? Oh, now that you mention it, that's true. But I think it's just temporary. The world government needs a stronger Marines to curb the increasingly rampant Great Pirate era, and a powerful Marines will naturally produce some troublemakers. But these things aren't exactly threats to the world government. You know better than I do, nothing in this world can survive without money. Though the Marines may be a bit inflated with their current strength, if the world government were to halt their military funding for just a month, everything would go back to normal. Don't you agree? To this, Morgans flashed an exceptionally bright smile. No, that was the past. When the Marines has the audacity to declare in front of so many people that they'll thoroughly investigate internal corruption, you should realize that for now, and for a long time to come, the Marines will maintain a facade of obedience to the world government while actually paying them no heed. You're an underground black market tycoon, after all. Haven't you considered this? Do you really think the Marines doesn't know their internal issues are intricately tied to the world government? Do you think Sengoku doesn't understand that much of the Marines' corruption is deliberately orchestrated by the world government? That man is hailed as the resourceful general. If he can say these things today, I wouldn't be surprised if he declared the overthrow of the world government tomorrow. What truly excites me isn't the Marine headquarters' upcoming purge operation, but rather the young Marine in charge of it, that young man named Jake. He's the future centerpiece, the Marines' next rising star. No, not just the Marines, but potentially the entire world's next rising star. Let's make a bet. Within 20 years, Whitebeard's era will pass and that young man named Jake will be the name of the next era. Ha 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 ha. Morgans, have you lost your mind? In 20 years, Whitebeard might not even be dead yet. Not to mention Akainu, Aokiji, and Kizaru will all be at their peak by then. Even if the next era belongs to the Marines, it'll be one of those three. How could it possibly be that brat? Even if you're that optimistic about him, it'd take at least 40 years for his name to be sung by the era. In response, Morgan simply grinned at the underworld boss and said, "Your entire fortune and status, wanna bet? If you win, my newspaper goes to you. If I win, your weapons factory goes to me. Kuhuhuhu, those aren't things to gamble with. Let's just keep watching." Politely declining Morgan's bet, the underworld boss pretended to casually glance downward, though his back was already drenched in cold sweat. Morgans was dead serious. Damn it, what's so special about that brat? Why is Sengoku placing such high importance on him? The next moment, Sengoku's voice continued, answering not just his but everyone's confusion. I understand you may find it surprising or doubtful that Jake is in charge of this operation. You distrust his qualifications, his age, his resolve, his strength. You distrust every aspect of Jake. But, as the highest-ranking officer of the Marines, I can assure you all, you can trust Jake in every way. Whether it's strength, mindset, capability, justice, or qualifications, Jake is the perfect candidate for this task. Moreover, I personally guarantee this. If any issues arise during the purge operation because of Jake, I will be the first to take responsibility. Should Jake ever engage in corruption, I will immediately resign as Marine Fleet Admiral. That is the extent of my trust in Jake. The moment Sengoku finished speaking, just as everyone was too stunned to react, 5 voices rang out simultaneously. If Jake fails in any way, I, Zephyr Garp, will also resign from the Marines. If Jake fails in any way, I, Sakazuki Borsellino Kuzan, will resign from the Marines. These declarations echoed through the courtroom, leaving everyone present covering their mouths in shock. Their eyes widened, bulging as if about to pop out, staring at the scene before them in disbelief, as though they couldn't believe this was reality. Even Jake himself, listening to those words of resignation from the Marine officers, felt waves of pressure surging through his entire body. If he truly failed to handle this properly, he would lose all face to continue living in this world. What kind of nonsense was this? These old fellows were acting even more hot-blooded and reckless than someone like him in his 20s. Had they not considered that if things weren't handled properly, the entire Marine force would be thrown into chaos? As if sensing Jake's thoughts, Sengoku happened to meet his gaze at that moment. He smiled at Jake and said, "The case of the Slatapar branch base corruption was uncovered and resolved solely by Captain Jake. Moreover, Captain Jake is the hero who recently confronted the Big Mom pirates, protecting all the villagers of Gourmet Town from pirate invasion. He's also one of the very few Marines in recent years to possess Conqueror's Haki, and currently, he stands as the most outstanding Marine among the new generation." See 166-166. Under Sengoku's strong insistence, Jake slowly walked from below the stage to stand beside him under everyone's watchful eyes. Looking at the handsome, vibrant young man beside him, Sengoku's face showed an indescribable satisfaction. Then he made a move that shocked everyone present. Sengoku actually took a slight step back, leaving the entire speaking platform to Jake. Witnessing this scene, no one present could help but feel both astonished and excited. There was only one meaning behind Sengoku's action. That on the future seas, there would be, and could only be, one rising star. No, perhaps, rising star, would no longer suffice to describe Jake's upcoming prominence. He would be the sole sun among the new generation. When Jake fully matured, his radiance would eclipse the entire night sky. Whether stars or moon, all other lights would pale like fireflies before that blazing sun. At this point, Jake showed no trace of stage fright or hesitation. He needed to demonstrate his determination here, to give assurances to the media and public, and to leave an impression of capability with the Marine higher-ups. Under everyone's gaze, Jake stepped up to where Sengoku had stood moments before. Taking a deep breath, he addressed the assembled crowd. I understand many of you may not know me well, perhaps you've only seen me once in the newspapers, leaving little impression. I'm aware of the concerns and doubts about me leading this major cleanup operation. I know all these things, but allow me to introduce myself properly. My name is Jake. Just a few months ago, I was an ordinary person, exactly like everyone here today. No extraordinary strength, no powerful background, just a commoner barely scraping by, gathering herbs in the mountains each day. Life was hard, but manageable, until slavers raided my village. I was captured, taken to a kingdom in the North Blue, destined to be sold as merchandise. Worse still, I likely wouldn't have gone to some wealthy buyer, but become an organ donor for one. At this point, the audience looked at Jake with disbelief, as if struggling to accept his words. After all, it was only natural. Who could have imagined that someone who might become the future fleet admiral of the Marines was just an ordinary slave a few months ago? Even if you were making up a story, it would need to be somewhat believable. Jake could naturally guess what everyone was thinking at this moment. He didn't rush to argue but simply continued. I spent a long time in that dungeon. I saw, even personally experienced, the immense suffering and despair faced by those who were abducted and sold. To this day, I still remember that over 7 days, I was only given 2 small pieces of black bread, each about the width of 3 fingers. The bread was covered in mold and so hard that I couldn't even bite through it. When eating that bread, I had to tear off a tiny piece and hold it in my mouth, letting my saliva soften it. But even then, as it passed down my throat, it felt like shards of glass tearing through me. After just a few bites, you'd start coughing up blood. The hard bread would cut your mouth and throat, but you had to eat quickly, because that was all the food you had. If you didn't eat, no one would care if you died in that cell. The place we lived in was a cell no bigger than 10 square meters, crammed with over a dozen, sometimes 20 people. Jake spoke at length, observing the audience gradually absorbing his words. He knew the first step of his speech, establishing trust, had been achieved. Now, he needed to tell them what he intended to do and how. The moment T-Bone saved me, I felt only one thing, that I had survived. That I had crawled out of that abyss. The joy and relief of escaping death cannot be put into words. I still remember how T-Bone's just escaped seemed to glow under the warship's lights behind him. And it was that very sight that made me want to join the Marines, to save more people who had suffered like me. I've often wondered, what if I had never met T-Bone? What if no one from the Marines had come to save me? What would my fate be now? A rotting corpse in some ditch, half-eaten by maggots. Or perhaps a supplier of organs for some nobleman. Worse yet, maybe I'd have been sold to a noble with particular tastes, to be tortured for their amusement. Everything Jake said was true, every word drawn from his own experiences, without a shred of fabrication. Only this kind of raw honesty could immerse his listeners, making them understand that Jake was no privileged official's son here just to polish his reputation. I've lived through it. I nearly died because of human trafficking. And because of that, I hate slave traders more than anyone. I despise those scum who destroy even the smallest happiness in people's lives. And because T-Bone, because the Marines, saved me, I revere those words the Marine carries more than anyone else, justice. And this justice, I understand its meaning and the hope it brings to ordinary people better than anyone. But now, there are those who dare trample upon our hope and justice. They seek to grind into the dirt and defile the hope forged by the blood and sacrifice of countless Marines with their filthy, selfish desires. I will never allow such a thing to happen again within our ranks. I know these words might sound like empty rhetoric to some of you, but I want you to know this. Every time I put myself back in that moment, one image flashes through my mind. If the Marines I had placed all my faith in back then had turned out to be in league with those human traffickers behind me, how utterly despairing would I have been? I have weathered the storm and felt the sun's warmth. I know there are still countless others caught in the rain. I don't want to hold an umbrella for each of them, I want them to see the sun. See 167 to 167. At this point, Jake took a deep breath and surveyed the crowd on the platform. Their eyes were beginning to gleam with something new, hope. Some, more emotionally charged, craned their necks or even stood up, eagerly awaiting his next words. They were waiting to hear what this future son would say next. Morgans, meanwhile, could barely contain his excitement. The flash of his camera was nearly constant and his mutterings were loud enough for even the underworld boss beside him to hear. Ha ha ha, this is monumental news. I want them to see the sun. What a sentence. Should I rename my paper based on Jake's speech? Economic Times. Doesn't have the best ring to it, nor does it appeal to a broad audience. Got it. I'll call it the Sun Gazette. The underworld boss beside him blinked in disbelief. Hold on, isn't that a bit extreme? You're practically tying your paper's fate to that kid's future. Shouldn't you think it over? Isn't this too rash? Morgans just grinned. Relax, it's just a name. Nothing serious. And who says my son has to be Jake's son? Can't I be the real son? Meanwhile, Jake gazed at the electrified crowd, took another deep breath and continued. The dawn of the Great Pirate Era. Many call it the turning point of the world, the moment everything became more vibrant and diverse. They say it was like a stone hurled into stagnant waters, sending ripples across the globe, breathing boundless vitality into the world. Many believe this view is correct, and many have profited beyond their wildest dreams in this era. But if you ask me, the entire Great Pirate Era is nothing more than a carnival for refined egoists. To put it more plainly, it's just a bunch of selfish maniacs and destroyers satisfying their own desires by plundering and killing, then dressing up their actions with pretty slogans like, dreams. Just think about it, how do the vast numbers of pirates survive day after day on the high seas? Do they grow their own food? Do they pay for their supplies? Do they acquire ships or funds for their pirate crews through legitimate means? Clearly, they don't. Pirates know nothing except killing and fighting. They wouldn't grow a single grain of rice, nor would they ever consider earning an honest living through labor. The only thing on a pirate's mind every day is plunder. How to steal more berries from civilians, how to take more food from them, how to seize everything they want from ordinary people. That's all pirates ever think about. So tell me, where is the freedom and vitality in this so-called Great Pirate Era, where parasites who produce nothing slaughter civilians at will, destroy towns, hijack merchant ships, and casually massacre entire crews of traders or fishermen? What we see isn't progress, it's nothing but deeper sin and disaster. The Great Pirate Era isn't the future those pirates preach about, nor is it some grand age of light and freedom, much less the new era Roger spoke of. To me, the Great Pirate Era is an endless downpour, a storm that hangs over the heads of all civilians and never lets up. That rain drowns our hopes, washes away our homes, kills our families, and destroys everything we have. Faced with such a storm, all we can do is huddle under whatever shelter we can find, praying for it to end. Isn't that right? But too often, this storm isn't a natural disaster, it's man-made. What we must do is take up arms and tear apart the dark clouds looming over us, to stop this ceaseless deluge. We don't need umbrellas, we need a sun that can pierce the clouds, a sun that brings warmth to all. And the Marines, they are that sun. Warm, righteous, forever giving people hope. By this point, everyone in the room had instinctively risen to their feet. Their faces flushed as they stared at Jake, some already beginning to applaud. But Jake wasn't finished. He looked around and continued. The Marines, this sun, are made up of every single one of us here. Any of us can become that sun, can be the force that tears through the gloom. But now, even the sun has been tainted. Corruption and filth are eating away at it, as if trying to snuff out the world's last hope of clearing this storm on a rainy night like this. And as a member of the sun, I absolutely cannot allow the sun I admire to be tainted by such black clouds. If even the sun bears stains, what kind of gloomy light could it possibly emit to pierce through the dark clouds brought by the Great Pirate Era? Therefore, the Great Pirate Era needs to be torn apart by us, and the black spots on the sun must be eradicated even more. Here, I can assure you all that in the future, the warm sun shining upon everyone from the Marines will no longer bear such pitch-black stains. The commander of Slatopar base will be the first stain to be removed. According to this judgment, the base commander Slixus is hereby sentenced to death, with the executioner being myself. As Jake's words fell, he slowly raised his hand, golden rays emerging from behind him. A divine illusion swirled around his back and the gates of a sacred temple slowly opened above his head. To those witnessing this scene, it was as if a true angel from myth had descended. The golden light bound Slixus from the ground, restraining him upon a cross. Jake gazed coldly at the ashen-faced commander, whose body still trembled uncontrollably, and declared, "The sun has no need for corrupt stains like you. Your existence defiles the Marines' justice. Your death will serve as a warning bell for the Marines' future and the first ray of light to tear through the Great Pirate Era." See 168 to 168. In the New World, on the island of Edenton, aboard the Moby Dick, Marco reached out as usual to take the day's newspaper. After tossing some berries to the delivery bird, he headed toward Whitebeard. This was his daily routine, one that had become habit. Whitebeard enjoyed reading the papers but often hesitated to spend money on them, so Marco usually shared his own. After all, one copy was enough. Still groggy from last night's prolonged banquet and the copious amounts he'd drunk, Marco yawned and absent-mindedly unfolded the newspaper, reading aloud. A great upheaval in the world, the rot within the Marines. The rise of dawn's light, the radiance of the blazing sun. The arrival of a new era, the end of the Great Pirate Age. Though Morgan's was known for sensational headlines, today's were even more exaggerated than usual. The moment Marco read them, his drowsiness vanished entirely. Rubbing his eyes, he stared at the striking photo of Jake on the front page, a grin spreading uncontrollably across his face. Waving the newspaper, he called out to Whitebeard, who was already drinking early in the morning. "Pops, today's paper is a special feature on that kid. He really went and did something huge as soon as he got back." Hearing this, Whitebeard set down his nearly finished glass of liquor and took the newspaper from Marco. After skimming through it briefly, he burst into laughter. "Garararara, as expected of the man I took a liking to. The last era was called Roger, this era is called Whitebeard, ha ha ha. Will the next era be named after you, Jake? I'm really looking forward to it, Garararara." Marco, to celebrate Jake receiving such honor, wake up all those brats who got drunk yesterday and still haven't sobered up. Tell them we're throwing a party. Upon hearing this, Marco felt a bitter taste in his throat. He was truly suffering from the aftereffects of drinking. But when he saw the contents of the newspaper in his hand, he was genuinely happy. The next moment, Marco downed a large gulp of liquor and shouted to everyone. "Hey, to celebrate that Brad Jake's achievements, we're throwing a party today." Woo-hoo, with the joyous laughter echoing from the Moby Dick, the entire sea surface trembled slightly. Yet amidst this cheerful and harmonious atmosphere, one man's expression was far from pleasant. He was Marshal D. Teach, also known as Blackbeard in the future. At this moment, staring at Jake's smiling face in the newspaper and the nearly godlike effects of his devil fruit ability behind him, his expression twisted into something vicious. Jake's appearance had thrown all of Blackbeard's plans into disarray. Originally, he had planned to stay quietly aboard Whitebeard's ship. If he couldn't find the dark fruit, he would remain Whitebeard's son for life, living out his days in mediocrity. But if he found the dark fruit, the series of plans he'd formulated would allow him to perfectly seize Whitebeard's position as one of the 4 emperors. Now, however, Jake's emergence had mercilessly altered all of Blackbeard's schemes. First was Whitebeard himself, his biggest obstacle. Having grown up following this man, Blackbeard understood Whitebeard's terror and strength better than anyone. Blackbeard knew better than anyone how formidable Whitebeard was at his peak. Even if he swallowed the dark fruit and acquired other rare devil fruits, he still couldn't defeat Whitebeard in his prime. But Whitebeard's steadily declining health was the primary reason Teach's ambitions remained unchanged. All he had to do was wait until Whitebeard grew so old he could barely move, until his strength dwindled to less than a fifth of what it once was. Then, he could freely enjoy the seas. Yes, even now, Blackbeard considered his time aboard the Whitebeard Pirates as imprisonment. He felt not an ounce of filial affection for Whitebeard. In fact, he found Whitebeard's behavior baffling and contemptible, sometimes even cursing him in his heart as a fool. After all, for pirates, a profession inherently intertwined with death and betrayal, Whitebeard's insistence on family and bonds was utterly backwards. If he truly wanted such things, he shouldn't have called himself a pirate in the first place. From the very day he boarded the Moby Dick, Blackbeard had never genuinely regarded it as home. He understood better than anyone that the Moby Dick and Whitebeard were just a small part of his journey of growth and biding his time. Originally, as Whitebeard's health continued to decline, Blackbeard believed this journey should have had an end. But now, with the arrival of that man named Jake, Whitebeard's condition wasn't just slowing in deterioration, it was as if he had regained over a decade of youth overnight. This feeling made Blackbeard see only torment ahead, leaving him with no hope for the future. The feeling of having his dreams shattered by reality kept Blackbeard awake night after night. After Jake's reminder, Whitebeard had already begun to subconsciously observe Teach more closely. As he drank, he used his observation hockey to monitor Teach's every move. The strong liquor burned his throat like fire. Whitebeard let out a long sigh, unsure whether it was from the heat of the alcohol or his frustration with Teach. During this period of observation, Whitebeard had indeed discovered that Teach was not so simple. His strength was even comparable to Josu's. Teach would often curse certain crew members or commanders, even Whitebeard himself, alone in the cabin, yet the next day, he would act completely harmless when facing those same people. In his lifetime, Whitebeard had seen too many ambitious individuals. Teach's eyes were exactly the same as theirs, no different at all. He could foresee that one day in the future, an unavoidable battle would erupt between him and Teach. It was as if the trajectory of fate could never be altered. But thinking of Jake, a faint smile appeared on Whitebeard's face. Whether the Great Pirate Era was good or bad, Whitebeard knew one thing: he was genuinely looking forward to seeing if Jake had the ability to reshape the next era into his own. A world truly belonging to fairness and justice. C. 169-169. Wano Country, Onigashima. Wororororo. It's that damn brat again. King, this guy really lives up to my expectations. He's actually planning to clean out the bad apples within the Marines. I'm getting more and more excited about his future performance. Hearing this, King glanced at Kaido, whose face was already flushed from drinking and realized he was nearing his limit. With a smile, he said, Kaido-san, you're about to get drunk. But this Marine, Jake, is indeed different from any we've encountered before. Perhaps he really can change the world. However, to me, you are the true sun. Jake is merely a flickering candle in the distance. Kaido-san, you are the only one destined to rule over everything in this world. But before King could continue, Kaido had already collapsed onto the bed, snoring loudly. Watching the now sleeping Kaido, a helpless smile crossed King's face. He removed his helmet and stood silently by Kaido's side, guarding him like a shadow. No one could shine brighter than you, the one who saved me from that laboratory. Toto Land, Big Mom's bedroom. The sound of munch munch continuously came from Big Mom's mouth as she devoured food. A giant cream cake, nearly 4 to 5 meters in size, was almost entirely consumed within seconds under her ravenous bites. The homies under her command hurriedly delivered more food, knowing full well that if they were too slow, they themselves would end up in Big Mom's mouth instead. Mama. Katakuri, you've been sitting here all day. Is there something you want to talk about? Apparently because her stomach was full, Big Mom was in a good mood at the moment. Seeing her most outstanding son staying unusually close to her today, a faint smile appeared on her face, one of her rare displays of maternal affection. Katakuri didn't say much about it. He simply took out today's newspaper and said to Big Mom, Mama, here's today's paper. You should take a look. There's a lot of information involved, and I think Toto Land needs to start preparing for the coming storm. Hearing Katakuri's words, Big Mom licked the remaining cream from her fingers into her mouth, wiped the saliva off her hands with her clothes, then took the newspaper from Katakuri and began reading absent-mindedly. However, the absent-mindedness only lasted at the beginning. When Big Mom finished reading the entire newspaper, the corners of her mouth suddenly curled into an indescribably eerie smile, one so unfamiliar it made Katakuri uneasy. Big Mom turned to look at Katakuri and slowly said, "Katakuri, you've met that Jake before, right? Those things behind him in this photo, are they real or fake?" Though unsure why Big Mom would focus on such details, Katakuri answered truthfully. "Those things behind him are effects brought by his devil fruit. They're not fabricated. I saw them when I confronted him, an extremely unique power that truly feels as bright and warm as the sun." At this point, Big Mom suddenly froze. She turned to Katakuri, her voice trembling and choked. "When I was very little, Mother Carmel told me many things and shared countless stories from the Bible. Among them were descriptions like this: angelic. I miss Mother Carmel, but I also hate it when any of you ask me about her." As she spoke these words, Big Mom's voice switched between 3 or 4 different tones, sending chills down Katakuri's spine. Then, in a voice so gentle Katakuri had never heard before, she said, "I want to meet this man. I want to see if he's the angel Mother Carmel spoke of in the legends. If he is, then I want to see Mother Carmel again. I have so many things to tell her. When she celebrated my birthday, I had so many wishes I wanted to share with her." Listening to Big Mom's words and watching the endless tears streaming from her eyes, Katakuri was utterly stunned. He had never imagined Big Mom would react this way after reading the newspaper. But immediately after, as Big Mom swallowed another bite of cake, her voice turned cold and rigid again. "Ah, right, I heard that bastard Kaido is also looking for this guy, isn't he? We can't let Kaido succeed first. If you see any ships from the Beast Pirates, you're authorized to attack immediately." "Understood. Yes, Mom." With that, Katakuri watched as Big Mom lowered her head and resumed devouring her food. Without another word, he quietly left the palace. Ever since Big Mom developed food craving sickness, the entire BIGMOM Pirates had practically become a one-woman show. Although everyone respected and trusted their mother's strength, for a pirate crew that wanted to sustain long-term growth, having a stable captain capable of making rational decisions was absolutely crucial. Big Mom's intermittent bouts of madness clearly made that impossible. It was after that point that Katakuri took on nearly all major and minor responsibilities within the BIGMOM Pirates. He was utterly exhausted, but as he looked back at the siblings who depended on him for protection, he gritted his teeth and continued to shoulder this burden, one that was never meant to be his, marching forward without hesitation. As he held the newspaper with Jake's portrait, memories of their first encounter resurfaced. During their clash of conquerors hockey, Katakuri had actually sensed a glimpse of Jake's true intentions. And his understanding of Jake's real motives was almost pure in its clarity. That man wasn't just putting on a show, he genuinely wanted to change the world, to overturn this rotting, stinking world. With that thought, Katakuri tightened his scarf and gave a slight nod in the direction where Jake was. Meanwhile, at Marine headquarters in Marineford, Sengoku was receiving a barrage of critical messages from various branches of the world government. But he didn't bother reading a single one. Instead, he fed each letter one by one into the mouth of his pet goat. After all, no amount of reprimands could outweigh the value of the gold that had just solved the Marines' budget crisis for the next 3 to 4 years. C 170 to 170. Jake, we've roughly estimated the gold you brought back this time. It's enough to cover all of the Marines' expenses for the next 3 to 5 years, and that's not even counting the remaining gold you left on Sky Island. If we include that, we won't have to worry about funding for at least a decade. Sengoku's voice carried a rare note of relaxation and ease. For him, the most persistent and troublesome issue plaguing the Marines would no longer be a source of suffering for the next 10 years. On top of that, the next generation of Marine leadership had already been secured, and the current generation's strength was arguably the strongest in decades. Honestly, Sengoku could only see a bright future ahead for the Marines, and that naturally dispelled the frustration he'd felt while handling endless problems before. After all, having hope for the future, or lacking it, made a huge difference in one's mindset. As he spoke, Sengoku tossed another complaint letter to his goat. With a few chews, the letter slandering Jake was reduced to nothing. Jake wasn't particularly bothered by it. His rapid promotion was indeed unprecedented, and without knowing about the massive financial support he'd provided, it was only natural for some to feel dissatisfied. Moreover, Jake currently lacked any substantial military achievements to justify his rank, so attracting criticism was inevitable. The only thing that surprised Jake a bit was the little goat from the original story that could never seem to get fat no matter how much it was fed. Now, the goat had grown significantly rounder, looking plump and utterly adorable. The little goat seemed to understand Jake's goodwill toward it. After eating the envelope Sengoku had given it, it slowly walked over to Jake, lifted its chin, and gently nudged Jake's thigh, signaling for him to scratch under its chin. Watching the goat's small eyes narrow with contentment, Sengoku couldn't help but chuckle before continuing. This incident of corruption within the Marines, after being publicized by that Morgan's guy, has far surpassed all previous records in both newspaper sales and the speed of dissemination. According to Morgan's, this edition sold 30% more copies than usual. To maximize exposure, he even deployed all his messenger birds. Unsurprisingly, with Morgan's pushing so hard, both the incident and you have received massive attention. Hearing this, Jake stopped scratching the goat's chin and turned to Sengoku. I assume public opinion isn't too favorable right now. Even though we made a big show of our stance, the problem in that branch base was just too severe. Most of the letters sent to the Marines these days are probably filled with curses and demands for accountability, right? Jake's words drew a helpless expression from Sengoku. Crossing his arms, he sighed deeply before responding. Yeah, pretty much as you predicted, and worse than I imagined. Maybe it's because the celestial tribute levied by the world government has grown increasingly exorbitant over the years, leaving the masses in dire straits. On top of that, most people don't really understand the exact relationship between the world government and Marine headquarters, nor do they know who the celestial tribute actually benefits. As a result, they've pinned all their suffering on us. If it were just the general public being dissatisfied, we could manage. But the world government has also used this as an excuse to slash a huge portion of our military funding. They seem to think we deliberately inflated our budget requests before and have refused to provide the same level of funding as before. But the truth is, the budget they've given us has been insufficient since 2 years ago. If it weren't for the Marines secretly capturing pirates or taking on private commissions from certain nations to supplement our funds, even Marineford might have been taken away by now. Marineford might be taken away. What do you mean? At Jake's startled reaction, Sengoku pressed a hand to his forehead and sighed. The island where Marineford stand was bought out long ago by one of the celestial dragons. If not for the Five Elders' intervention, we'd have to pay an exorbitant annual rent just to stay there. Even so, we still spend a considerable amount on leasing the place every year. This only deepened Jake's confusion. He asked outright, "Are you saying there are actually islands in this world that are privately owned by individuals?" Upon hearing this, Sengoku nodded and said, "Although the sea is vast and boundless, in reality, many islands have specific owners. These people are either hereditary kings of those islands, extremely wealthy merchants, or celestial dragons. It should be said that 40% of the world's land belongs to the celestial dragons, including Marineford beneath our feet. However, that being said, the ownership of islands is still a rather vague boundary here, so you don't need to worry about it. Let's get down to business. Your upcoming schedule will be very, very busy. I'll give you a general overview first. If there's anything you'd like to change or any parts you find confusing, you can tell me, and I'll explain or make some necessary adjustments for you." As he spoke, Sengoku pulled out a thick stack of documents from the drawer on his left. Handing them to Jake, he cleared his throat lightly and continued. "This is the detailed schedule. You can look through it while I give you a general rundown. First and foremost, the most critical point is leading the Marines' Great Purge operation. For the next few years, your primary focus will be on this matter. This event concerns the future recruitment and credibility of our entire Marines, and it's also closely tied to your personal development, so you must take it seriously. According to preliminary data analysis, among all regions, the corruption problem in the North Blue Marine is the most severe. Your first destination will be the North Blue. I want you to root out all those pirates masquerading as Marines there. Impel down needs those scoundrels." Listening to Sengoku's words brimming with killing intent, Jake nodded solemnly. "Next is the matter of your personal training. Technically, you haven't graduated from the Marines elite training camp yet. You've only passed the monthly assessment. Of course, with your abilities, you could graduate right now. However, I personally hope you'll stay a while longer for 2 reasons. Hear me out. See 171 to 171. As he spoke, Sengoku pulled out a chair from the other side of his desk and offered it to Jake, smiling as he said, "What I'm about to say will take a while. You'd better sit down to listen." No, it's all right, Fleet Admiral Sengoku. I'd prefer to stand." Seeing the chair Sengoku had personally offered, Jake quickly waved his hands in refusal. But Sengoku chuckled and said, "If you keep standing, this old man will have to keep looking up while talking to you, and that's quite tiring. Jake, sometimes you shouldn't just think about yourself, consider us elderly folks too, ha ha ha." Hearing Sengoku's teasing words, Jake smiled and accepted the chair, replying, "I understand. Thank you for your guidance, Fleet Admiral Sengoku." After Jake sat down, Sengoku took a sip of tea before speaking slowly. "There are 2 reasons why I want you to remain in the Marine training camp. One is personal, and the other is a suggestion that will benefit your future. First, let me talk about my personal bias. When you first entered the Marines elite training camp, Zephyr must have told you that every year we engage in combat exercises with the CP organization of the world government. This year, the world government has produced a genius said to appear only once in centuries, Rob Lucci. That guy is indeed strong. To be honest with you, when you were still with the Whitebeard Pirates, he had already arrived at the elite training camp." Hearing this, Jake had already guessed the general outcome, but he couldn't help asking. "And the result? What was the outcome?" Sengoku sighed, then took out a document and handed it to Jake, saying slowly, "See for yourself." The document records his matches and results against everyone. The Marine suffered a complete defeat. Even Zephyr's personal disciples, Ain and Binz, couldn't last long against him. Smoker was someone we had high hopes for, but unfortunately, Rob Lucci had already mastered armament hockey by the time he arrived and was even armed with seastone weapons. Smoker fought as hard as he could, but the gap in strength was too vast. He couldn't keep up with that man's speed at all. After losing a significant amount of blood, he passed out, lasting only 12 minutes in the end. As for the others, it goes without saying, none even lasted 8 minutes. If it were just that, it wouldn't be so bad. After all, we knew the world government was deliberately humiliating us, trying to further weaken the Marines' future influence. But then, those bastards changed the sparring schedule from once a month to once a week. And during the fights, Rob Lucci would go out of his way to humiliate the trainees. No matter how hard everyone trained, even to the point of collapsing from exhaustion, Rob Lucci's talent was simply too high. No one could defeat him. You haven't graduated from the elite training camp yet, so I'm telling you now, before you graduate, go and teach Rob Lucci a lesson. That's an order, and my personal wish, understood? Yes. Don't worry, Fleet Admiral Sengoku, I'll crush Rob Lucci under my foot. Just defeating him is enough. Whether you crush him underfoot or not is up to you. Though he said that, the smile on Sengoku's face grew even brighter. Seemingly aware of his own lapse in composure, Sengoku coughed twice before continuing to Jake. Now, the second point. You should be able to tell that I'm grooming you to be the leader of the new generation of the Marines. As a leader, aside from overwhelming personal strength, you'll also need a powerful network of connections. The people in the Marines' elite training camp will become the backbone of various departments in the future. Building good relationships with them will provide you with immense support and convenience when you eventually take command of the entire Marines. Moreover, those in the elite training camp aren't just assets for the future, even now, they can offer you strength beyond your imagination. Do you know why? Jake, upon hearing this, looked at Sengoku, who was smiling at the moment, and replied softly. Because almost all students who can enter the elite training camp are likely to have some form of nepotistic ties with high-ranking officers at Marine headquarters. Even if they aren't relatives, there's usually a mentor-disciple relationship. If I can build good rapport with the students, they'll inevitably put in a good word for me with their teachers or sponsors. Some officers who dote on their disciples might even directly choose to support me. Listening to Jake's words, Sengoku's smile grew even wider. He nodded in satisfaction and said, "You truly live up to being the next Fleet Admiral's successor I personally selected. At least when I was your age, I couldn't quite grasp these intricate matters. You have real talent, Jake. Since you understand these things, I don't need to worry anymore. Proceed with the initial arrangements I gave you. You'll remain in the Marine elite training camp but won't participate in daily drills, only taking the exams. The rest of the time, you can lead your fellow cadets on cleanup operations. During these cleanup operations, remember to protect your classmates. This approach will not only improve their combat abilities but also serve as a warning to them." After speaking, Sengoku took a deep breath, drank a large gulp of tea, and continued. "Do you have anything to add regarding the cleanup operations in the elite training camp?" "No, Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Your arrangements in these documents are already very clear." Hearing this, Sengoku smiled and lightly knocked on the table. The next moment, familiar voices came from outside the door. Hey, Sengoku you bastard, making me wait outside for so long. This time I'm eating all your rice crackers. Jake, how's your health? That bastard Whitebeard didn't give you any trouble, did he? So scary, Jake, going out once and bringing back so much gold, even I'm a little envious now. Well done, Urara, young Jake, I'm a bit short on money recently. Next time you go treasure hunting, can you take me along? Ha ha ha. Watching as these top brass entered the Fleet Admiral's office one after another, Jake instinctively jumped up from his chair. But at that moment, several large hands simultaneously pressed him back into the seat. Garp laughed and patted Jake's shoulder and said, "You silly brat, with the merits you've earned this time, I'd be happy to stand." Ha ha ha. C-172,172. Garp remained his usual irreverent self. Grinning, he used fingers that had just been picking his nose to slap Jake's shoulder while forcefully pressing him back into the chair with his arm. Then he plopped his large rear end right on Sengoku's desk, his massive ass obscuring half of Sengoku's face. Without ceremony, he grabbed a packet of rice crackers from Sengoku's desk, tore it open, and poured the contents directly into his mouth. Between loud chewing, he offered commentary, spraying crumbs and saliva that landed on Sengoku's desk in uniform. Garp acted completely oblivious to this, even as Sengoku's face darkened to the shade of a burnt pot bottom. Seeing Sengoku's expression, Kizaru and the others, including Jake, instinctively moved further away from Garp. Sure enough, Sengoku completely lost his temper. He slammed his palm hard on the desk and roared at Garp. "Garp, you bastard, my desk isn't your damn snack bar." But the next moment, a scene that made everyone struggle to hold back their laughter unfolded. Garp, whose collar was being gripped by Sengoku, had actually fallen asleep on the spot. An exaggerated snot bubble slowly emerged from his nose, expanding and contracting with each breath. Even more amusingly, Sengoku's face, red with anger and distorted, could be seen reflected on the surface of the bubble. This slightly comical sight even caused Sakazuki, usually the most serious among them, to briefly crack a faint smile. For those like Aokiji and Zephyr, who weren't particularly good at hiding their emotions, they burst into outright laughter. Kizaru adjusted his sunglasses and remarked in his usual sarcastic tone, "How terrifying, Fleet Admiral Sengoku." Whether it was Kizaru's sarcasm or Garp's ridiculous antics that pushed him over the edge, Sengoku let out a long sigh, clutched his chest and slowly sank into his chair. Ignoring Garp, who was now sprawled asleep on his desk, he addressed the others. "I called you here today to discuss how we should allocate the gold Jake brought back. You've all seen the photos, such an enormous amount could fund many of our future plans. Let's hear your thoughts, starting with you, Zephyr." As for that idiot Garp, Sengoku added with a dismissive wave, he'd probably suggest converting the gold into an equivalent value of rice crackers to serve as the Marines' rations for decades. I don't even want to entertain that idea. After the jab at Garp, Sengoku turned his gaze to Zephyr, a faint smile on his face. Even before Zephyr spoke, everyone could guess where he'd want the funds directed. True to expectations, his proposal drew knowing smiles. In my opinion, this money should be invested in the future of marine education. While Marine Headquarters has an elite training program, none of the branch bases have anything comparable, not even a basic educational framework. With pirates sprouting up like mushrooms after rain, we need to invest more in training the next generation of Marines. And it's not just about funding training camps, it's about developing a comprehensive system. Hiring nutritionists, procuring professional training equipment, arranging guidance from high-ranking officers, lowering recruitment standards for civilians. Only by addressing all these aspects can we ensure a steady influx of new talent. This is the only way the Marines can maintain dominance in the future. Zephyr's proposal was meticulously structured, down to the allocation of funds for each initiative. Everyone present agreed, especially since the Great Pirate Era had led to a surge in pirates entering the Grand Line from the four seas, far exceeding previous numbers. Though the Marines had plans to expand recruitment, budget constraints had hindered progress. Now, with Zephyr's proposal and the newfound wealth, it was the perfect opportunity. After Zephyr finished, Sengoku added his own remarks and summarized. Our naval training system indeed needs some adjustments to keep up with the changing times. I fully support this initiative, but I'll require a more detailed breakdown and list. After you compile that, we'll review it together. If there are no major issues, we can proceed with the reforms. Upon hearing this, Zephyr's face broke into a radiant smile, the wrinkles on his skin seeming to fade momentarily. Next to speak was Kizaru, maintaining his characteristic drawl. Well now, as for me, I'd like to allocate these funds to invest in Dr. Vegapunk of Egghead Island. Not too much, mind you, but at least enough to free him from the world government's financial stranglehold. We've all witnessed the value of his inventions firsthand. With substantial funding, our weapons and warships could achieve overwhelming superiority against pirates. Just imagine, most pirates still use those antiquated firearms that require reloading after every shot. If our Marines could achieve absolute firearm superiority, we'd significantly reduce soldier casualties in regular combat. After all, bullets are never as valuable as human lives, aren't they? No matter how skilled our recruits are, they remain vulnerable to pirates before reaching their full potential. But with superior firearms, we could avoid close-quarters combat entirely, dramatically lowering casualty rates. Warship upgrades would also enhance our response speed, pursuit capabilities. Kizaru spoke at unusual length, even dropping his peculiar speech patterns toward the end, a clear sign of his seriousness. Sengoku visibly agreed with Kizaru's points, nodding with a smile. Rare to hear such earnest words from you, Borsellino. Your arguments are sound. No amount of bullets outweighs a Marine's life. However, Dr. Vegapunk's situation is complicated. The world government might object to excessive contact, but I'll see what I can negotiate. C-173,173. Kizaru understood Sengoku's implications perfectly. Vegapunk's scientific prowess had grown so formidable that even the world government viewed it warily. Unconditional support from the Marines would inevitably face restrictions. But Sengoku's words carried another meaning. While publicly they might provide modest additional support, the true extent of private assistance would depend on what benefits Vegapunk could offer the Marines. Kizaru simply accepted this with his usual smile before settling back to listen to others. Next came Sakazuki, whose remarks took a more sensitive and pointed turn. Jake has brought back such a large amount of gold and is willing to donate it to the Marines without compensation. First of all, I must acknowledge this. But what I want to say is that these funds should not primarily be used for education or the technology of Egghead Island, but rather for the current situation across the four seas, and most importantly, for Jake himself. As everyone has seen from the recent incident at the branch naval base, even on a small, obscure island, such shocking corruption can emerge. So what about the larger, more important islands? What kind of situations might arise there? Can any of you predict that? Over the years, our control over pirates has gradually tightened, but our internal management has become somewhat lax. Or rather, we at the top have failed to establish unified internal oversight. I can directly point this out. Within the Marines, there are two major factions led by me and Kuzan. While I know this situation is unavoidable, I still want to say that differing ideals of justice at the top will inevitably lead to division at the bottom. Sakazuki's words were extremely sharp. At this point, everyone present frowned slightly. Kuzan even turned his head, his gaze clashing with Sakazuki's. Sengoku coughed once before speaking, his tone carrying a note of severity. Each of us carries a different sense of justice. But as long as the core of justice remains unchanged, there's no such thing as division at the bottom. This is something I hope you understand, Sakazuki. Sakazuki knew exactly what Sengoku meant. This was a pointed reminder not to say things that could undermine the Marines' internal unity. But Sakazuki's personality was as extreme as the devil fruit he had consumed, fiercely unyielding. Faced with Sengoku's warning, he didn't soften his words in the slightest. The facts are what they are, which is why I want to address this issue. For the Marines right now, we need a positive figure, one who can unify everyone, guide everyone. In my view, Jake's justice has that power. His justice is all-encompassing, capable of blending everything together, like the vast sky itself. Whether it's my iron-fisted approach, Kuzan's gentleness, Borsellino's ambiguity, or the justice upheld by other high-ranking officers, we can all see reflections of ourselves in Jake's justice, can't we? So, if it were up to me, the majority of that gold should be used for a major internal purge within the Marines. This wouldn't just quickly eliminate the parasites infesting our ranks, it would also greatly elevate Jake's reputation and swiftly unify the differing factions' ideals of justice. It would forge the Marines into a single, unbreakable force, as solid as an iron barrel. Increase the number of naval disciplinary units. Establish daily oversight teams. Set up patrol squads to conduct random inspections at all branch bases, strictly monitoring and managing any potential signs of corruption. Moreover, members of these patrol squads must undergo rigorous selection, and the squads themselves should report directly to Jake, free from the jurisdiction of any other department. Allocate another portion of the gold to establish assessment standards for all regional branch bases. If Sakazuki's words left everyone in silence. Sengoku rubbed his temples and only let out a slow exhale after Sakazuki finished speaking before responding. I understand your point, Sakazuki. You're saying that since this gold was brought back by Jake, the majority of it should be used on him. You also believe this large-scale purge should demand more focus and manpower. I'll consider those aspects. However, regarding Jake's training, you're being too hasty. His current strength isn't enough to stand on his own yet. His development requires a more thorough and well-structured plan. So, I reject your second proposal. I know you might be confused, Sakazuki, but Jake's importance to us has never been higher. You don't realize just how much charisma he holds among the public, nor do you know how much our recruitment numbers have surged in the latter half of this year solely because of him. You also don't understand the devastating blow we'd suffer if Jake were to die. Publicizing the corruption within the branch bases was, in truth, the Marines' all-or-nothing gamble. We've staked everything on Jake. We cannot afford to fail, and we absolutely cannot accept his death. That's why, when it comes to his training, I refuse to take even the slightest risk, not even a fraction. We can't lose. Do you understand what I'm saying? Sakazuki sighed before replying, a truly strong flower cannot bloom in a greenhouse. But at the very least, it shouldn't be destroyed before it even buds. Enough. Next, it's your turn to speak, Kuzan. Listening to Sengoku's words, Kuzan ran a hand through his unruly hair and chuckled. I don't have much to say, really. I'm not much of a thinker. But if I had to suggest something about the gold, I'd allocate it toward improving the benefits for the families of fallen soldiers. I've been to many places. Some branch-based Marines die, and their families don't even receive 100,000 berries a month in compensation. In many cases, 100,000 berries isn't enough to sustain them. Often, the families of these soldiers are robbed by local thugs after receiving their compensation. I hope we can use this gold to strengthen basic security measures and better protect the families of the fallen. The families of Marines in Marineford aren't the only ones who matter. Those on other islands are people too, no different from us. See 174,174. As he spoke, Kuzan pulled out a stack of documents from his coat pocket and placed them on Sengoku's desk. Rubbing his temples, he added wearily, although my usual principles differ from Sakazuki's, this time I actually lean more towards the viewpoint he proposed. There are too many parasites within our Marines. If this continues, even with a 10 billion berry military budget, less than 3 billion berry would likely reach actual projects. Hearing Kuzan's words, Sakazuki gave him a surprised glance. It was rare for Kuzan, who had always held completely different views of justice, to support him. When Sengoku took the documents Kuzan handed over, his expression instantly turned grave. He asked Kuzan quietly, "What are these?" Kuzan sat back in his chair, his voice tinged with faint disappointment. "These are the details of recently gathered regarding the death benefits for fallen Marine soldiers. To put it bluntly, according to the records, our stipulated 300,000 berry monthly compensation per soldier hasn't been properly implemented. Or rather, it's practically meaningless." At this point, Sakazuki could no longer stay seated. Due to his temperament, the troops under his command often faced more battles than those led by other officers, resulting in higher casualty rates. Yet despite this, Sakazuki's division recruited the most new soldiers each year. After all, this sea never lacked people consumed by deep-seated hatred towards pirates. Sakazuki valued his fallen subordinates more than anyone else. He even allocated over half of his own salary to supplement the compensation their families received. But now Kuzan was telling them the benefits hadn't been properly distributed at all. This was unacceptable to Sakazuki, so he immediately turned to Kuzan for clarification. The question made everyone's expressions turn serious. Even the sleeping Garp woke up, his gaze was cold as he stared at Kuzan. He'd apparently heard everything. Though Kuzan said nothing under their collective scrutiny, he felt reassured. At least those present here truly upheld the meaning of justice. To explain, according to the intelligence reports, in areas with better implementation, only about 100,000 berry of the stipulated 300,000 berry monthly compensation actually reaches the families. Before Kuzan could finish, Sakazuki stood abruptly. With anger in his voice, he demanded, "Only 100,000 berry in well-implemented areas? Are you certain the data isn't mistaken? Has our Marines already decayed to this extent?" Kuzan nodded helplessly at Sakazuki's outburst and continued calmly. "I reacted similarly when I first learned this. But this is reality, we can only accept it. What I'm about to say next might be even harder for you to stomach. I suggest you brace yourself. Families in well-implemented areas can receive a monthly pension of 100,000 berries, while in poorly implemented areas, not only will the families not receive any pension, but they won't even get the soldiers' bodies or ashes. Hearing this, even Kizaru, who was usually quite calm, couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. How terrifying! Why wouldn't they even get the bodies or ashes? Didn't we arrange for ships to transport them all together? Along with medals, certificates, and other items, those things are meant to help the families of the deceased soldiers maintain their most basic living standards. Could those be missing too? In response, Kuzan shook his head and said, no, just like how we give plaques to the families of fallen soldiers as honors and guarantees for their livelihood, but often, some local naval commanders would choose. Sengoku's expression had darkened considerably by this point. Staring at Kuzan, his voice carried a hoarse edge. Choose what? Most are sold on the black market, becoming collectibles for underground gangs and pirates. Others get recycled. Since the plaques are made of high-quality materials, sometimes the inscriptions are erased and given to shipyards as materials for new vessels, perhaps for decks or other parts. Using the honor of our Marines as bravely sacrificed soldiers as decking, trampling upon it freely. This old man will never forgive such a thing. As Sengoku spoke, his entire body began radiating golden light, the first time he had ever displayed such overwhelming fury. The temperature in the room was steadily rising, and Sakazuki's face had already begun dripping with molten magma. Seeing this, Kuzan quickly used ice to catch the magma before it could fall onto the wooden floor, saying, Hey, be careful. My apologies, I lost control. X2. Both Sengoku and Sakazuki spoke these words simultaneously. Meanwhile, Garp remained silent, head lowered as he stared at the stack of documents. Following Kuzan's words, he said, where did the money go? Can you track it down? I will smash every one of those bastards' heads. As Garp spoke, the terrifying aura emanating from him even caused slight cracks in the room's floorboards. Kuzan merely glanced at Garp and said softly, it can't be traced, at least not in the short term. If we want to get to the bottom of this, we'll have to rely on Jake. The money passes through multiple hands before reaching the families, how many intermediaries, which departments screened it, who exactly took what wasn't theirs, it's all too convoluted to track easily. If the money amounts don't match up, the implications are too vast. Which layer had the problem? Who was forced to participate? Who's the mastermind behind it all? These things require thorough investigation, and it's far too complex for me to uncover in such a short time. Sakazuki's voice was hoarse as he looked at Kuzan and slowly asked. Who are these people, roughly? Can you give us names? Sakazuki, don't act recklessly. C 175 to 175. Seeing Sakazuki's emotions nearing their breaking point, Sengoku roared, forcing him to regain composure. Picking up the documents from Aokiji, Sengoku addressed everyone present. None of you are to act impulsively, especially you, Garp. Sakazuki, this matter involves too many interconnected elements. If either of you acts rashly, it could severely hinder the subsequent investigation. Some deeply hidden masterminds might use your actions as an opportunity to destroy evidence, allowing these parasites to remain within the Marines. I bear the primary responsibility for this incident. As the Marine Fleet Admiral, my failure to detect these matters in time is a dereliction of duty. I offer my most sincere apologies to all of you here. As Sengoku spoke, he bowed deeply to those present, his voice hoarse with grief and indignation. Seeing Sengoku suddenly bend over, the others quickly stepped forward to help him up. Kizaru sighed and consoled him. Sengoku-san, there's no need to apologize to us like this. To be honest, these matters shouldn't have been your concern in the first place, nor should you bear any responsibility for them. The five elders burden you with heavy tasks daily, and the powerful pirates in the New World are constantly fighting over territory. The resulting casualties and disasters alone have kept you overwhelmed. Truth be told, compared to us, the light in your office is almost never turned off before 4 a.m. In winter, when dawn comes late, I've seen you sometimes turn off the lights only after 4 a.m., only for them to be back on before 6 a.m. No one would have the heart to blame a fleet admiral as dedicated and conscientious as you. Though you are the fleet admiral, you're not omnipotent. Many matters should have been our responsibility to act on and oversee, yet they often fall on your shoulders instead. I actually feel somewhat apologetic about this. Starting today, I'll work harder too. At the very least, we can't let such situations happen again. Kizaru's words left everyone present momentarily stunned. They could hardly believe these were words coming from Kizaru, but seeing the genuine creases of emotion on his face, they realized he meant every word. Sengoku gently patted Kizaru's shoulder and sighed before saying, I'll entrust the follow-up of this matter entirely to Jake. Jake, you must thoroughly investigate how many people have violated these principles and betrayed the justice we uphold. During this process, whatever resources you need, just ask me directly. As long as it's within my power to provide, this old man won't hesitate for anything. Jake nodded in response. His ability allowed him to sense the emotional fluctuations of those around him, especially negative emotions, which would essentially help him identify suspects. What he needed next was simply to gather evidence linking them to the crimes. Thus, Jake felt quite confident about Sengoku's assignment. Don't worry, Fleet Admiral Sengoku. I'll do my best to catch every rat hiding in the shadows. Before Sengoku could respond, Garp spoke up first. Sengoku, cancel my original leave. This old man is going with Jake to investigate those damn traitors. Besides, this kid isn't that strong, he needs protection. Sending him alone to investigate might get him killed by internal spies colluding with pirates. I'll feel better keeping an eye on him. Sengoku nodded and said, Jake is in your hands then, Garp. By the way, do you have anything to add? About funding, for instance. Of course, if it's about senbei or some bizarre competition, don't even bother speaking up. Garp's expression had been fairly pleasant when he heard the first half of the sentence, but upon hearing Sengoku forbid him from pursuing those things, his face immediately fell. He struggled for a long while but truly couldn't think of anything to say beyond the rice cracker competition. In the end, he simply turned his head away. This time, however, he didn't fall asleep, because Garp knew the next person to speak would be Jake. He was genuinely interested in hearing what this kid had to say. Just as Garp expected, when he failed to produce anything substantial, Sengoku simply skipped over him and addressed Jake in a gentle tone. What about you, Jake? You're the true owner of this batch of gold. What do you want to do with it? Even if it's something outrageous, we'll support your opinion and allocate a portion of the gold as funding for your plans. Listening to Sengoku's words, Jake could sense the sincerity behind them. Without much hesitation, he replied softly, I want to start from Water 7 and build a sea rail network that connects every island in the world. Let the sea train operate continuously across the globe, diminish the significance of the Grand Line, remove pirates and so-called treasures from people's sight, and place ordinary people at the center of this era, let them become its darlings. I know this might sound hard to comprehend, but please hear me out. Only when islands are constantly connected can this era truly move toward brightness. Upon hearing this, Sengoku adjusted his glasses slightly and asked Jake quietly. You seem particularly fixated on the sea train. I've heard from T-Bone that you had a close friendship with that fishman craftsman in Water 7. Could you tell me why the sea train is so important? Jake pondered for a moment before explaining to Sengoku slowly. I once heard an old saying, to get rich, build roads first. I understand this concept might be unfamiliar to you, given that in our world, there are simply too many islands. These scattered islands across the seas become obstacles to the development of roads. But what I want to say is that currently, the connections between most islands are extremely sparse. Some places have islands separated by just a few kilometers, yet they might not interact more than a few times a year. The first reason is the presence of numerous sea kings in the ocean. If you encounter one during a voyage, it's basically a death sentence, not to mention pirates, who appear far more frequently than sea kings. In addition, the ever-changing weather at sea is another major factor hindering convenient travel. If we can establish the sea train, we can effectively solve these problems. C 176,176. Jake's speech left everyone present somewhat surprised and puzzled. Truth be told, in this world, his proposal was a completely novel idea to all. Even a strategic genius like Sengoku was momentarily baffled. He knew Jake's words must be correct, yet that thin layer of insight in his mind remained unbroken. He was still just one small step away from fully grasping the concept. Garp, blunt as ever, asked directly. I've seen those sea trains before. They're a pain in the ass. Just building the tracks between islands takes 1 or 2 years, and you still have to worry about weight limits when the train runs. Wouldn't it be faster and easier to just swim there in all that time? To Garp's question, Jake simply smiled and replied. That's because the sea train you rode was the first generation model developed with immature technology. After improvements by Mr. Tom and myself, current sea train track construction, even for distances like Water 7 to Judicial Island, can now be completed in under 3 months. The weight issue was solved long ago. We can reinforce tunnel bases with steel pillars, stabilize them using the unique bubbles from Sabayati Archipelago, or even incorporate the rose stone from Sleold in the West Blue. All these methods significantly increase load capacity. As Jake spoke, a glimmer of understanding gradually appeared on Sengoku's face. He asked, then how does this method compare to maritime shipping? Could you elaborate? In my understanding, a single shipping voyage can carry 3 to 4 times the total capacity of sea train operations. In response, Jake produced a detailed analytical report. I'll provide a comprehensive answer. First, regarding advantages, most civilian vessels are fundamentally different from our naval ships. With Dr. Vegapunk's assistance, we've developed numerous steam-powered vessels and ships with special capabilities. Yet mainstream shipping still relies on ordinary sailboats. Common sailboats are far more weather-dependent than you'd imagine, whereas sea trains face no such limitations. Whether in fair weather or foul, they can operate freely via steam power. Our calculations show that after specialized reinforcement and upgrades, a single sea train can transport twice the cargo of a standard warship. While matching maritime shipping in volume, its speed exceeds water transport by over 3-fold. Meaning within 1 day, sea trains can deliver 6 times the total cargo volume of maritime shipping. Hearing this, Kizaru, being somewhat scientifically inclined, posed his own question. So Jake, what about the costs for modifying sea trains and tracks? Would they be prohibitively expensive for us? Hearing Kizaru's question, Jake pulled out a thick stack of documents from another pocket and handed them to him before replying. The costs of the renovation and subsequent maintenance have been calculated by both Mr. Tom and myself. If everything proceeds as we've tested, the expense to repair such a massive sea train would only amount to the value of a single warship. At this, a look of surprise flashed across Kizaru's face. He gazed at Jake, smiled, and said, "It seems there was a reason you liked hanging around Tom's workers back in Water 7. Had you already planned back then to extend the entire railway system across the Grand Line? To this, Jake responded slowly. I suppose you could say that, though not to that extent. At the time, I simply thought that if the sea train could be developed, the profits it would bring would be enormous, so enormous that we might even break free from the world government's control by mastering the entire railway system. Jake's words left everyone present momentarily stunned. They all turned to look at him, their eyes filled with Yutma's seriousness. This strange atmosphere lingered for several minutes until Sengoku coughed and said, "None of you are to repeat what Jake just said. If anyone asks you about it, just pin all the blame on that old fool Garp. But Jake, you little brat, try not to say such terrifying things next time. Hey, Sengoku, you bastard, how dare you frame me right to my face? This time, I swear I'll eat all your rice crackers." As Garp's voice rang out, the long-time bickering between him and Sengoku flared up once again. After the brief scuffle ended, Sakazuki turned directly to Jake and asked, "Jake, what is your goal in wanting the Marines to break free from the world government? Can you tell me?" Hearing this, Jake looked up at Sakazuki and replied slowly, "The people the world government wants to protect and the people we Marines want to protect have never been the same. The ones I want to protect are the hard-working, law-abiding ordinary citizens, not the lofty kings or celestial dragons. Those people, I have no desire to protect. That's all." Upon hearing this, Sakazuki's lips curled into a smile, the first time anyone had seen him grin so brightly in public, which even surprised Kizaru, who was quite familiar with him. The next moment, Sakazuki patted Jake on the shoulder and said, his voice slightly raised, "You're stronger than me in this regard, at least. On this matter, I'll support you unconditionally." Urara, how rare for Sakazuki to be so fired up. "On this, I support you too. How exciting, I feel the same. Jake, I also agree with your perspective. Puhahaha. If the youngsters are saying this, Sengoku, won't you join me in supporting Jake? Indeed, even though I've stepped back to the second line, I still believe in Jake now." Looking at the group of high-ranking officers before him, each one unreliable and speaking without regard for propriety, Sengoku felt a headache coming on, yet at the same time, warmth filled his heart. He shook his head with a light chuckle and said, "Fine, you leave me no choice. I suppose I'll agree as well." See 177 to 177. On the training grounds of the Marine Elite Training Camp, the future pillars of the Marines were currently engaged in combat drills, preparing for the next day's confrontation with the CP organization. Yet, not a single smile could be seen on anyone's face. After suffering 17 consecutive defeats, the sheer humiliation made it impossible for them to muster even a hint of amusement. Even an ordinary person with average talent would be severely demoralized by such a relentless string of failures, let alone these elite Marine trainees, who were all geniuses in their own right. Binz pressed his hands against the ground, and thick tendrils of plants surged from beneath his feet, spreading at an astonishing speed until they covered the entire training field. But as he watched this unfold, Binz let out a long sigh before turning to Smoker beside him and said, "It's no good. At this level, we stand no chance against that bastard. I need a much wider range, something bigger." As he spoke, he pressed his hands against the ground once more. The immense drain on his stamina was evident as his complexion visibly paled. Smoker immediately grabbed Binz's wrists and roared, "What the hell are you doing, you idiot? Your body's already at its limit. Go rest. Now isn't the time to push yourself." Hearing Smoker's words, Binz covered his eyes with one hand, his voice trembling with barely suppressed emotion. But Smoker, I can't lose to that bastard again. I don't want to embarrass Zephyr-sensei anymore. Damn it, I'm so useless." By the end, large tears were streaming down his face as he slumped weakly to his knees, his voice thick with frustration. Witnessing this, not just Smoker but also Hina and Ain fell into silence. They stared at Binz, kneeling there in anguish, and each of them felt a deep pang in their hearts. As the strongest remaining trainees after Jake and Monet's departure, they had never imagined they would suffer 17 straight losses at the hands of their opponents. And when that bastard had openly, and then subtly, insulted their instructor, Zephyr, calling him a fool, their fury had reached its peak. Yet none of them had lashed out, because Zephyr had always taught them that infighting among comrades was unacceptable under any circumstances. The more care and kindness Zephyr showed them, the heavier the guilt weighed on their hearts. For students like Binz and Ain, who were practically like Zephyr's own children, the depth of their anger and frustration was unimaginable. But as they looked at Binz, collapsed on the ground, they all knew the truth. Tomorrow's battle would likely end the same way, with that bastard Rob Lucci victorious once again. Rob Lucci's personality was utterly detestable, but his strength was undeniable, far beyond anything any of them could match. Even Smoker himself knew that with his current strength, not only was he incapable of arresting Rob Lucci, but he didn't even have the ability to hold out against Rob Lucci for much longer. Even though they had trained hard, even though they had exhausted nearly all their strength and methods, in front of that monster, every move they made was predicted and dodged in advance. Their attacks either landed on Tekai or armament hockey hardening, and after all that effort, the opponent didn't even spit out a drop of blood. That feeling was utterly despairing. Hina looked at Smoker's tightly clenched fists, a trace of worry flashing across her face. Just as she was about to say something to comfort him, a familiar voice suddenly rang out from across the square. The moment they heard it, everyone turned around, because they knew that in the entire elite training camp, only Jake could currently defeat Rob Lucci one-on-one with certainty. Though none of them had ever seen Jake go all out, they had more than enough trust in the man who had recently overthrown the entire Prince Kingdom. Sorry I'm late, I've kept you all waiting. As Jake's voice reached them, Monet followed closely behind him, walking toward the group. Seeing that it was indeed Jake, faint smiles appeared on Smoker and Binz's faces, especially Smoker. He took a deep breath, stepped forward, and lightly punched Jake's shoulder before saying, "You bastard, disappearing for so long really made us lose face. We've already lost to that bastard Rob Lucci 17 times. If you hadn't come back, we'd probably be staring down our 18th straight defeat. I know this makes me sound pathetic, but compared to my own pride, I care more about Zephyr-sensei dignity." Hina agrees. "Jake, you two were gone for too long. But Hina doesn't blame you. Given how dangerous the situation was back then, if you two hadn't left, you would have been killed by that bastard. So Hina thinks retreating from the battlefield was absolutely the right call. Don't listen to the nonsense from those idiots." Hina, ever the perceptive girl, had likely heard some of the negative rumors circulating about Jake and Monet's prolonged absence. Regardless, she laid everything out openly, looking out for the two of them. Meanwhile, Aine walked up to Monet and took her hand, tears welling up in her eyes as she spoke. "If only I'd noticed the commotion in the square sooner, maybe I could have stopped Monet from being taken away for so long. I'm sorry, and those of us who stayed behind, we failed to do what we should have. Losing 17 times in a row, we've completely humiliated Zephyr-sensei. It's all our fault." As these words were spoken, everyone in the training camp lowered their heads in shame. The humiliation Rob Lucci had inflicted on them was something they would never forget. Jake looked at his classmates, all of whom bore varying degrees of injuries, and his brow furrowed slightly. If he wasn't mistaken, the wounds on his classmates seemed to have been inflicted by the 6 styles. Among all of them, the one with the highest mastery of the 6 styles, aside from Jake himself, was Rob Lucci. Gazing at the dim expressions on everyone's faces, Jake spoke with firm and calm determination. "Don't worry, tomorrow, I'll return this humiliation to them 1,000-fold. See 178,178. Lucci, I heard that bastard Jake is back. The instructor mentioned he might refuse this exchange match. What do you think?" Upon hearing this, a faint coldness flashed across Lucci's face. Casually draped in a black coat, his eyes sharp as blades, he replied. "Unnecessary. Tell the instructor that even if it's Jake, the so-called future of the Marines, I'll prove he's nothing more than a false benchmark the Marines has hyped up. There's no need for refusal. But it's ultimately the instructor's decision." "Are you sure? Kaku, are you having trouble understanding me? Tell the instructor, I'll fight." At this point, Lucci's expression clearly showed extreme impatience. The killing intent radiating from him sent a chill down Kaku's spine. He had heard rumors about Lucci. This guy had reportedly slaughtered hundreds of soldiers not long ago. Watching Rob Lucci's retreating figure, Kaku wore a faint trace of fear on his face. He shook his head and turned to head toward the instructor's room. Half a minute later, the sound of a teacup shattering echoed from the instructor's quarters. The next day, at 2:27 p.m., on the training grounds of the Marine Elite Training Camp, Zephyr arrived early. For him, today was a day to wash away the shame. Though he had long passed the age of petty rivalry, the fact that his students had suffered 17 consecutive defeats against the same opponent still stung his pride. Yet, he couldn't bring himself to be too harsh on his students. After all, that Rob Lucci was undeniably a once-in-several-centuries genius by the world government standards. While his Marine elites were undoubtedly talented and had trained diligently, they still paled in comparison to such monstrous aptitude. Among the students he had taught, only Aokiji, Kizaru, and Akainu could have surpassed someone like Lucci at the same age. But now, as he watched Jake chatting cheerfully with his classmates in the distance, Zephyr couldn't help but smile. Among his disciples, there was now one more who could be called a monster. And in Zephyr's eyes, Jake's talent was, in fact, a tier above even Aokiji, Kizaru, and Akainu. The first 3 might be considered monsters, but during their usual training, Zephyr could still see them occasionally hitting bottlenecks. However, Jake was different. From the moment Zephyr began teaching him until now, Jake's improvement was visible almost every single day. It was as if he never encountered any bottlenecks at all. No matter what technique or ability it was, he could learn it instantly just by seeing it once. As long as he was willing to practice, there were never any obstacles in his way. Every bit of progress flowed as smoothly as pushing a boat downstream, effortless and seamless. There was none of that frustrating stagnation where one could train hard for half a month but remain stuck, unable to break through a bottleneck. Moreover, when it came to devil fruit abilities, Zephyr held Jake's in particularly high regard. Though he often criticized Kizaru for relying too much on his devil fruit powers, he couldn't find much fault with Jake's, which was simply too outstanding. After all, had anyone ever seen a devil fruit that allowed for such well-rounded development like Jake's? By all logic, Kizaru's glint fruit was already among the very best of devil fruits, yet compared to Jake's, it seemed as pitiful as a stray dog on the roadside. Zephyr looked at Jake, his heart swelling with fondness. Still, to prevent any accidents, he stepped forward and approached Jake. Glancing at the other students who had slightly dispersed around them, Zephyr spoke softly. "Jake, don't let this match weigh too heavily on your mind. Rob Lucci is strong. He's been training since childhood and has years more experience than you. Even if you lose to him, no one will blame you. Prioritize your safety. Don't push yourself too hard. Hearing Zephyr's words, the surrounding students immediately chimed in. Hina agrees with the teacher. That bastard is strong, Jake. Be careful. Zephyr-sensei isn't wrong, but Jake, I still hope you'll teach that bastard a lesson. Jake, win or lose, just do your best. I'll treat you to a meal afterward. Jake, if anything goes wrong, remember to stop immediately. Listening to everyone's well wishes, Jake simply replied in a calm voice. Don't worry, everyone, I won't underestimate him, but I don't believe he can defeat me either. Hearing Jake's confident words, a faint smile appeared on Zephyr's face. But before he could say anything, a cold voice cut through the air. If your strength doesn't match the confidence you're showing right now, I'll be very disappointed, Jake. Everyone turned toward the source of the voice. The CP organization had already arrived near the training grounds, and the one who had just spoken was none other than Rob Lucci, his gaze fixed intently on Jake. Facing Lucci's words, Jake merely smiled and responded, I don't want to waste time arguing. Can we start now? As soon as Jake finished speaking, the middle-aged CP instructor opened his mouth to speak, but Lucci's figure had already vanished from his side. Zephyr's brow furrowed slightly before he took a step back, swiftly pulling all the students around him dozens of meters away. The next moment, a powerful blast of wind erupted from the spot where Jake stood, forcing everyone to squint against the gale. All they could see were the two figures at the eye of the storm, their fists locked in confrontation. Rob Lucci looked at Jake, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth as he spoke. It seems you're indeed different from those worthless trash. Over 90% of your classmates wouldn't have been able to withstand that punch. Hearing Lucci's blatantly insulting words, the elite naval trainees' faces flushed with shame and anger. Yet none could refute him. His words were true. They couldn't even withstand a single move from him. Jake responded to Lucci's taunt with calm indifference. What about your comrades? Could they withstand it? Lucci snorted coldly. What's it to you? Then they couldn't. But I don't consider them trash. In fact, I believe those who look down on others simply because of their own strength are the real trash, fools bewitched by power. Don't you agree? C 179,179. Pathetic words from the weak. Lucci remained unfazed by Jake's provocation. In the next moment, his body sank slightly, his waist twisting as a sharp whistling sound cut through the air, a devastating whip kick aimed straight at Jake's head. The sheer force behind it could have deformed even a skull made of steel, let alone one of flesh and blood, which would likely have been reduced to mist. Yet Jake merely raised his hand casually, armament hockey coating his wrist in an inky black sheen, effortlessly blocking Lucci's attack. The shockwave from the kick sent Jake's hair whipping wildly, and the terrifying force even snapped a thick tree behind them, one that would have required two people to embrace fully. The trainees paled at the sight. Lucci had never displayed this level of strength against them. If this was his true power, they wouldn't have stood a chance, they'd have been killed instantly. Even Smoker broke out in a cold sweat. Lucci's strength far exceeded his expectations, it seemed he hadn't even used 80% of his power during their fight. But Zephyr, unlike the worried trainees, smiled. As the strongest present, he knew that even a prodigy like Lucci was still weak before reaching his full potential. Zephyr could easily tell that Lucci had gone all out with that kick, not only enhancing it with armament hockey but also leveraging his body's momentum to amplify its force. Yet Jake had blocked it with such ease, proving that, at least in terms of physical prowess, Jake completely outclassed Lucci at this stage. Rob Lucci watched the scene with slight surprise, but he didn't believe he would lose. To him, such simple physical attacks were merely an appetizer. What he took the most pride in was his mastery of the 6 styles, which he had honed to near perfection. Jake looked at Rob Lucci and spoke in a calm voice. If this is all you've got, you're quite disappointing. Rob Lucci didn't respond. Instead, the leg he had been using to support himself suddenly lifted, accompanied by a dazzling blue light emanating from his foot. A tempest kick, capable of slicing through anything, was unleashed. Simultaneously, Lucci used the recoil from the technique to create distance from Jake while raising his fingers, his eyes icy cold as he declared. Finger pistol, rapid fire. As Lucci's fingers flickered through the air, countless shockwaves capable of tearing through steel were unleashed. However, the tempest kick he had just released had shattered the ground, kicking up a thick cloud of dust that obscured everyone's vision. They couldn't see what was happening inside the smoke. But this was no obstacle for Zephyr. His observation hockey had long enveloped the entire battlefield, and when he saw what was happening inside the dust, Zephyr couldn't stop the grin from spreading across his face. Jake had crushed Lucci's sudden tempest kick with his bare hands. The barrage of finger pistols couldn't even break through Jake's armament hockey. What had seemed like a deadly combination of attacks had, in reality, failed to inflict even the slightest damage on Jake. Then, Jake moved. His calf muscles tensed slightly, and Zephyr immediately recognized it. Shave. This shave was faster, sharper, and more agile than Lucci's. In an instant, Jake was already standing right in front of Lucci, who hadn't even had time to react. Raising his leg slightly, a blue light erupted from Jake's body as his voice dripped with mockery. This is the proper way to use tempest kick and shave. Oh, and since we're at it, let me show you how to use finger pistol too. With that, Jake raised his hand slightly, and countless pale golden shockwaves shot forth from his fingertips. What made it even deadlier was that Lucci had no way to block Jake's finger pistols. His arms were already fully clad in armament hockey, straining to withstand the tempest kick that was several times more terrifying than his own. A premonition struck Lucci. If he tried to cover his entire body in armament hockey to defend against Jake's attacks, his arms would be severed instantly by the opponent's Tempest Kick. The sharpness and speed of this Tempest Kick were unlike anything he had ever encountered since joining the CP organization. Though his first instinct was to evade using paper drawing, an overwhelming sense of unease, no, outright terror, flooded Lucci's mind the moment he considered it. If he used paper drawing, he would likely die on the spot. And that was why Lucci chose to gamble everything, using full-body armament hockey to block Jake's attack instead. However, as the finger pistols were unleashed, Rob Lucci's body was instantly riddled with countless holes. Of course, most of these holes were in his clothes. After all, this was just a spar, and Jake had no intention of going for the kill. The once neat and dignified black suit now looked as tattered as a beggar's rags. Even Lucci's beloved hat had been shattered into pieces by Jake's attack. Everyone who witnessed Lucci's state couldn't help but crack a smile. Especially that bastard Smoker. Nowhere near as composed as he would be in the future, merely a hot-blooded, rebellious youth with a strong sense of justice. Upon seeing Rob Lucci in such a state, he outright burst into laughter. The CP agents, while not laughing openly, still held mockery in their eyes. After all, with Lucci's personality, he never had good relationships with others. Seeing him humiliated like this naturally brought them some satisfaction. As Lucci stared at Jake and about to speak, Jake cut him off first. His gaze was cold as he said, "Show me everything you're good at. I'll counter you with the same abilities. I'll crush you in the very fields you take pride in. I'll prove to you that you're nothing." A vicious grin twisted Lucci's lips. His arms surged with thick armament hockey, and in an instant, his figure vanished from sight. C-180,180. The clash of armament hockey, failure. The moment Jake's punch sent Lucci's arm spraying blood, his finger bones shattered, Lucci knew one thing: this seemingly handsome man's mastery of hockey far surpassed his own. Gritting his teeth, Lucci forcibly realigned the bones in his right hand with his still intact left, then used life return to accelerate the healing of his injuries. Throughout the entire process, Jake simply stood there, watching silently as Rob Lucci repaired his body, not making a single move. But anyone with eyes could see, this was Jake humiliating Rob Lucci. From this moment onward, the fight became a one-sided beatdown. Zephyr observed the scene with a faint smile. Under normal circumstances, if Jake were to humiliate someone like this, Zephyr would have immediately reprimanded him, harshly, since demeaning an opponent was a reflection of poor character. But with Rob Lucci, it was different. The reason was simple: CP had thoroughly pissed Zephyr off this time. Originally, it was CP who had altered the scheduled sparring time, putting the elite training recruits at a disadvantage. Zephyr had already been simmering with anger. Still, back then, he had thought, at least there's Jake. No matter what, CP won't be able to cause much trouble. However, things did not go as planned. Jake was taken away by members of the Whitebeard Pirates in the Kingdom of Prince, and this absence lasted for over a month. During this time, those damn CP agents spent several weeks humiliating Zephyr at the Marine Elite training camp. Logically speaking, after the first training confrontation, the CP agents should have returned to their original posts and waited for the year-end sparring session. But these bastards pushed their luck. Not only did they not leave, but they shamelessly extended the training session several times over. Zephyr had realized it as early as the first training session. While his students were evenly matched against the other CP members, even dominating them, the moment that Rob Lucci made his move, even the strongest among them, Binz and Smoker, couldn't last more than a few rounds. At that point, there was no real point in continuing the sparring. Pressing on would only serve to humiliate them further. It seemed the CP organization had obtained approval from higher-ups, as their unreasonable demands were actually permitted. Zephyr had once protested to Sengoku about this, but Sengoku could only sigh and pat his shoulder, making it clear that escalating the matter would only create unnecessary tension between both sides. With military supplies strained and the situation complicated, Zephyr had no choice but to swallow his grievances. Zephyr naturally understood Sengoku's predicament, so he didn't press the issue further. Instead, he silently fumed, forced to watch his students get beaten down by their opponents at regular intervals. However, the other side wasn't completely brainless. At the very least, Rob Lucci held back during sparring sessions, never inflicting serious injuries on Zephyr's students. At worst, they suffered some superficial bruises, leaving Zephyr with no choice but to sigh in resignation. Their actions were disgusting, yet they never crossed the line, like a toad sitting on someone's foot. It didn't bite, but it was undeniably irritating. These days, Zephyr rarely smiled, much to his students' distress. But their frustration was pointless. Whenever it was time to face Rob Lucci, they still ended up getting thrashed in one way or another. Now, seeing Jake's retaliation against Lucci, no one thought Jake was being harsh. Instead, they admired his loyalty. Even after being away for so long, he still remembered the bonds of the Marine training camp and his teacher's dignity. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Moreover, Jake showed restraint. Though that punch was heavy, he still held back. Lucci's injuries were entirely within manageable limits. Even if Jake accidentally went too far, he was confident he could save Rob Lucci himself. At this moment, Smoker still had the fiery spirit of youth. Watching Jake retaliate like this, he couldn't help but laugh loudly without restraint. Ha ha ha, that's it, Jake. You bastard, teach him a lesson. When this is over, I'll treat you to meals for a month. Yeah, Jake, go for it. Show that bastard the real strength of our Marine elite training camp. For a moment, the cheers of the students in the Marine training camp were endless. In stark contrast to the Marines' side, the CP agents were dead silent, their faces flushed red, unable to utter a single word. Those who came here were just teenagers, boys and girls in their early teens. Being mocked like this by their opponents, how could they possibly accept it? But for now, they had no way to refute it, so they could only pin their hopes on Rob Lucci, whose face was twisted with fury. Zephyr had no intention of stopping his students. After all, this kind of situation wasn't uncommon in the previous dozen or so matches, except back then, it was his own students being scolded like dogs. Now that they finally had a chance to vent their frustration, Zephyr naturally saw no reason to interfere. Though he was strict and serious by nature, he wasn't some old fossil. He had been young once too, and he understood the fiery pride burning in the hearts of these teenagers. He simply smiled, watching Jake standing before the crowd, a satisfied expression appearing on his face. Jake's movements and reflexes had improved by leaps and bounds compared to his time in the training camp. Both his strength and speed had visibly increased. Though his offensive techniques seemed somewhat wild and lacked a structured system, Zephyr could roughly guess the reason behind Jake's fighting style. It was simple: Whitebeard's teachings. Though it had been many years since he last saw Whitebeard, Zephyr still remembered that man's habits clearly, his love for calling others son, and his penchant for playing the role of a mentor. Jake's attacks, while seemingly random, carried a fluid agility. It was clearly not the Marine's systematic, formulaic combat style but rather something honed through real battlefield experience, a natural, instinctive flow. There was no need to explain further. This had to be something he learned aboard the Whitebeard Pirates. Zephyr had no complaints about this. As long as it strengthened one's combat ability, whether it was systematic or instinctive, it was all good. Jake, of course, had no idea Zephyr was thinking so much. His eyes were fixed on Rob Lucci, who had slightly raised his fingers. With a subtle shift of his feet, he instantly closed the distance between them. C-181,181. Gathering all the strength in his body into his fingers, he unleashed a lightning-fast strike with hardened fingertips. The force at his fingertips carried the destructive power of a bullet, capable of easily piercing through a human body. This was the easiest and most popular technique among the Marine's 6 styles. Finger pistol, Shigen. For this move, one that almost every CP agent or elite training camp member had to master, Jake and Rob Lucci demonstrated entirely different approaches in that moment. Rob Lucci's fingers flicked lightly in the air, sending several compressed air waves hurtling toward Jake. Jake didn't dodge or evade those air waves. Instead, using his formidable observation hockey, he countered each one with the exact same technique. The opposing air waves collided and dissipated into gentle breezes, causing no harm to either side. Rob Lucci stared at this scene, momentarily stunned before his face twisted into an extremely gloomy expression. Why are you holding back? Are you looking down on me? With your physical strength, your finger pistol should easily shatter mine and continue attacking me without losing momentum. Yet now they cancel each other out. Using the same force as me, are you mocking me? Facing Rob Lucci's questioning, Jake simply smiled. He looked at him and said softly, "Didn't I already tell you? I'll defeat you in every area you're skilled in, making you submit completely. Not by simply relying on my superior physicality to overpower you. That would be unfair to you and rather boring for me." Jake's words sent waves of exhilaration through the Marine training camp trainees. The gloom of being suppressed for nearly 2 months was completely dispelled in this moment, like expelling a suffocating lump from their throats. They felt an indescribable physical and mental refreshment, as if the entire world before them had suddenly brightened. Yes, humiliate him thoroughly. Let that arrogant bastard understand that monsters don't only exist on their side. After all, Rob Lucci's words had been far more cutting when facing them. When he defeated Smoker, his taunt was, "You and your smoke, both can be blown away with a single breath. Your justice is equally fragile." When he beat Binns, he said, "If you're willing to be my gardener from now on, I might let you go now." Nearly every time he defeated an opponent, Rob Lucci would mock them, and often, those taunts would be repeated by the CP agents to further humiliate the Marines training camp trainees. During this period, they had endured endless suffering and humiliation from the other side. Watching the Marines' side glowing with excitement and fervor, the CP instructor's face darkened as if dripping water. Seeing Rob Lucci completely humiliated by Jake now, he felt a suffocating frustration in his chest. He had warned Rob Lucci not to participate in this competition, but the latter, arrogant due to his talent, had disregarded his advice, relying solely on his abilities. Now they faced this embarrassing and disgraceful situation. In this moment, he completely forgot all the honors Rob Lucci had brought him not long ago, though this was understandable. Within the CP organization, friendship or teacher-student affection were rare. They were all agents or spies, such emotions would only become burdens. Yet for Lucci, whom he had personally trained, there remained a trace of a teacher's pride. Seeing Lucci humiliated, he couldn't help but feel displeased. "Lucci, that's enough. It's time for us to leave. You can choose to surrender directly. Captain Jake is indeed stronger than..." But before the instructor could finish his sentence, Rob Lucci rudely interrupted him. "Shut up. I don't need weaklings like you meddling in my affairs." Lucci's words were like a stone thrown into a calm lake, instantly sparking heated discussions among the crowd. Of course, the discussions only came from the Marine side. The CP agents, seeing their instructor's nearly twisted, ferocious expression, all kept silent with their heads lowered. Zephyr frowned slightly at this scene. Having taught students his entire life, he couldn't stand students who showed no respect for their teachers. Naturally, Jake understood his teacher's thoughts. Without needing any prompting from Zephyr, he looked at Lucci, who had been injured again by his finger gun, and said slowly. It seems I not only need to defeat you in combat but also firmly correct your character. After this battle ends, I think you should show basic respect to your teacher and apologize to him. How does that sound? Jake wore a teasing smile as he spoke these words. Lucci said nothing in response but activated Shave, combining it with finger gun to engage Jake at speeds invisible to the naked eye. Shave is a special movement technique that involves stomping the ground dozens of times in an instant, 0.36 seconds, to generate explosive reactive force for high-speed movement. The minimum requirement to activate Shave is 0.36 seconds. The more bursts completed in a shorter time, the faster and more agile the movement becomes. However, Shave has one drawback. Prolonged continuous use can cause severe damage to the body. But Jake didn't care about this. His healing abilities meant the damage to his bones could be resolved with healing prayer. Moreover, among all 6 styles, Shave was the one Jake had practiced the most. Both in application and technique, Jake far surpassed Rob Lucci at this moment. Thus, the Shave duel ended with Jake landing 21 punches on Rob Lucci. Next came Iron Body, Moonwalk, Paper Drawing, Tempest Kick, Life Return, Paper Drawing, Martial Form. Almost every technique developed from the 6 styles was used between the two, but without exception, Lucci lost to Jake in every single one. Then came the clashes of Armament Hockey and Observation Hockey, again, with no suspense whatsoever. Lucci was thoroughly defeated, falling far short of Jake in every aspect. And everyone also knew that Jake himself was a Devil Fruit user, possessing one of the legendary mythical zone types. This meant that Jake who defeated Lucci might not have even used half his true strength. C 182 to 182. Rob Lucci lay on the ground, vomiting blood profusely, his face as pale as paper and his breath faint. He had no strength left to continue fighting. Jake looked at the man lying before him but didn't utter any mocking words as before. He simply gazed at him and then said slowly, "You're seriously injured this time. I shattered the bones in your left arm. Make sure to rest for a while after you return. There's no deep hatred between us. You didn't go for the kill against the students in the training camp, so I won't kill you either. The severity of your injuries was measured against all the wounds you inflicted on those students." Rob Lucci looked up at Jake who stood before him, partially blocking the sunlight. He spat out a mouthful of dark red blood and spoke with his weak voice. "Spare me the lecture. Whether those weaklings live or die means nothing to me. I was just following orders. Your kind of attitude toward the weak disgusts me." Jake didn't argue. Instead, he smiled and said, "Everyone has their own way of living, and we have different senses of justice. I don't expect you to agree with me, think whatever you want. But if you had killed even one student from the Marine training camp, believe me, you wouldn't have survived today. The only reason I told you all that was to explain why you're still alive." With that, Jake turned and walked away without the slightest intention of engaging further with Lucci. Rob Lucci was a man completely brainwashed by the world government into a killing machine. For someone like him, who lacked independent thought, Jake had little desire to converse. As Jake walked back toward the Marine training camp, waves of cheers erupted across the plaza. Even Zephyr, usually stern and serious, wore an uncharacteristically bright smile. But while the Marines celebrated, the atmosphere among the CP agents was heavy with tension. Kaku could clearly sense the suffocating, icy aura radiating from his instructor. Still, seeing Rob Lucci lying severely injured on the ground, Kaku suppressed his fear and spoke softly. "Instructor, Lucci's injuries are critical. I'll take him back to base for treatment." Yet after Kaku spoke, the instructor remained silent. He merely tilted his head slightly, his gaze sharp as a blade, staring down at Kaku with a hoarse, mocking tone. "The last one who disobeyed me is lying right there. What's your meaning now?" Kaku recognized the instructor's thinly veiled smirk and knew exactly what was on his mind. But Kaku wasn't afraid. He met the instructor's gaze steadily, his voice calm and firm. "I'm following your orders, and saving Lucci. He can't die." Hearing Kaku's initial deference, the instructor finally snorted coldly and said, "Seems you understand your position better than he does. Fine, take him back yourself. But I won't let this matter slide so easily." Kaku felt a pang of bitterness at the words. He knew his instructor's temperament and that he'd already marked him for resentment. But to save Lucci, there was no other choice. To gain something, one must always lose something in return. Amidst the cheers and laughter from the Marines' side, Kaku carried Rob Lucci on his back and boarded the CP ship. Though severely injured, Lucci remained conscious. He knew he had been rescued and understood the immense pressure Kaku had taken on to save him. His voice hoarse, he opened his mouth and said, "This matter had nothing to do with you. Why did you come to save me?" "Because I consider us comrades. A while ago, when I was defeated by that smoke fruit user, you helped me regain face. So I owed you a debt." Hearing this, Lucci curled his lips into a faintly mocking smile. "That was just me following orders. There wasn't a shred of intention to help you regain any dignity." "You're overthinking it." As if he had anticipated this response from Rob Lucci, Kaku replied calmly. "Whether you meant it or not, you still stood up for me. You're a genius seen once in centuries. I don't expect to forge any deep ties with you, but debts of gratitude, Kaku, will never forget. Hey, what a fool, someone like you should leave the CP organization sooner rather than later. Staying here will only drag others down. At this, Kaku's lips curled into a faint smile, his voice suddenly bright with amusement. You know, for someone who seems so hard to get along with, you're not all that bad deep down. Were you worried about me just now? Lucci paused slightly, then sneered. Worried about you? How did you interpret that? Unfazed by Lucci's cold tone, Kaku chuckled. You told me to leave CP, saying I'd drag others down. But everyone knows, during missions, if a comrade becomes a burden, the priority is to abandon them and complete the objective. Isn't that right? If you know that, how can you claim I was concerned about you? A glimmer of amusement flashed in Kaku's eyes. So, you must be worried that I'd be abandoned by my comrades and lose my life someday. That's why you told me to leave CP, right? You don't want me to die, do you? Lucci didn't answer directly, replying coldly. If you died now, who would take me back to base for treatment? So, you were worried about my future. Quote. When Lucci didn't respond, Kaku's grin widened. He patted Lucci's shoulder, only to accidentally hit a wound. After a flustered apology, he said, I won't leave CP. But I don't want to die, nor be abandoned by my comrades, and I don't want to abandon them either. So for someone like me, I hope a genius like you can look out for me in the future. Please take care of me from now on. Lucci, I never agreed to you calling me by name. If you're so worried, then hurry up and scram. You didn't refuse, so I'll take that as a yes. Hey, C 183 to 183. May 17, 1511, sunny, 24 degrees Celsius, perfect weather for outdoor activities. At Marine headquarters in Marineford, Jake and Monet stood together, their faces unable to conceal their smiles. Today marked their graduation from the Marine Elite Training Camp, and the fulfillment of their promise to Sakazuki. Originally, they shouldn't have graduated this early. However, due to the Great Purge policy implemented by Sengoku, Jake was frequently required to step in for various tasks. Since missions in the Elite Training Camp often spanned months, it became difficult for Jake to manage his time effectively. After thorough discussions, it was unanimously decided that Jake and Monet would graduate ahead of schedule. After all, their strength had already far surpassed the graduation standards. Jake, of course, was one of the most prodigious talents the Marines had ever seen, wielding an incredibly rare mythical zone devil fruit. Over the past year, his combat prowess had already exceeded the rank of captain. Though he hadn't accumulated many military merits due to spending most of his time training in the camp, Sengoku had still promoted him to the rank of Commodore, albeit reluctantly, to avoid stirring discontent among others. But everyone knew that Jake's strength wasn't just at the Commodore level, he could easily qualify as a Vice Admiral. While he might not yet match the veteran Vice Admirals, his abilities were already monstrous enough to stand on his own. As for Monet, her rapid growth had a simple explanation. First, Jake had been continuously casting healing prayer on her, allowing her to push her body to the limit without worrying about physical strain, though this also required Monet to possess extraordinary willpower. With such unrestrained training, her strength naturally skyrocketed at an almost unreasonable pace. Additionally, her mentor was Aokiji, the world's foremost expert in ice-based powers. Though Aokiji was notoriously lazy, often dragging his feet on missions, whenever he returned, Jake and Monet would immediately pester him for guidance. Under Sengoku's intimidating glare, Aokiji had no choice but to instruct them during his rest periods. Fortunately, Jake and Monet were considerate students. They always compensated him generously, cooked delicious meals, and, given their exceptional talent, made his teaching experience quite enjoyable. Moreover, Sengoku wasn't entirely heartless. After noticing Aokiji's dedication to their training, he assigned him simpler, more relaxed missions. Realizing this, Aokiji was naturally in high spirits and became even more committed to teaching them. With the world's greatest mentor, relentless training beyond ordinary limits, and Jake's hands-on guidance, Monet's strength had no choice but to soar. Although she didn't possess Jake's monstrously terrifying talent, Monet's strength had already reached the level of a Marine headquarters rear admiral under these circumstances. And to think, this was only their first year after joining the Marines, their total training time barely exceeded a year. Going from ordinary civilians to possessing combat power equivalent to a Marine headquarters vice admiral in just 1 year, such a feat would be hard for most people to believe if told. Monet was fine. Ever since she ate the Logia-type devil fruit, her baseline strength had already been set quite high. But Jake was different. His strength was genuinely honed through relentless training, which made traditionalists like Zephyr and Garp extremely pleased with him. Especially Zephyr, that old man practically treated Jake like his own son. After his wife and child were killed by the very pirate he had once spared, Zephyr remained outwardly strong, but the sorrow and isolation in his heart couldn't escape Sengoku's notice. Even his disciples, Binz and Ain, hadn't been able to pull him out of that abyss. But Jake was different. He truly seemed like an angel sent by heaven to mend the wounds of this non-killing admiral. During these days, Jake hardly missed a single visit to Zephyr's home, not just to help heal his wounds, but also to fill the once empty house with life. Ain and Binz had good personalities, but they lacked Jake's casual closeness with Zephyr, treating him more like a revered teacher rather than family. Their loyalty was unquestionable, but there was still a faint distance and respect between them, and they never dared to barge into Zephyr's home as boldly as Jake did. Yet, looking at the cold, desolate atmosphere that used to linger in Zephyr's house, Sengoku knew Jake was the one who truly understood his heart. Since Jake's return, Zephyr's home had never been quiet or empty again. The kitchen, which had barely been used before, now echoed with explosions almost daily, mostly caused by Smoker and Bins. The two of them always had some absurd cooking ideas, and being competitive young men, they constantly tried to outdo each other in front of Zephyr. This led to the creation of abominations like fried oil, berry stewed oil, pumpkin chocolate pie, and spicy pepper pie. The kitchen still bore the scorch marks from Smoker's latest mishap. The living room was littered with students' slippers, the coffee table piled high with their favorite snacks and fruits, and the TV always played whatever they wanted to watch. The previously vacant rooms had been forcibly claimed by those little troublemakers, turned into chess corners or drinking spots. Though Zephyr would roar and scold them for their antics, anyone could see how much he truly loved this life. He'd punch the two idiots the moment the kitchen exploded, but he'd also be the first to check if they were hurt. He'd chase Jake all over the house when an experiment accidentally blew up the bathroom, only to later grumble while applying ointment to his burns. He'd whack Aine and Monet when they froze a room by accident, but he'd also immediately fetch them thick coats, even though he knew they wouldn't catch a cold. With Jake and the others around, Zephyr's house was never quiet. Sengoku had never imagined that Zephyr could truly emerge from that shadow. But now, the old man smiled more than ever. Whenever Sengoku thought about this, he would secretly wipe away his tears. That damn old man should have had this kind of life long ago. See 184 to 184. Along with the lively environment came Zephyr's increasingly healthy body. In the past, the lingering grief over the indirect deaths of his entire family had weighed heavily on Zephyr's heart, causing him to barely sleep well for years. Already advanced in age, the suffering in his soul reflected onto his physical condition. At least, that was how it had been during that time. Sengoku remembered it clearly. Ever since that tragic incident years ago, Zephyr's health had visibly deteriorated at an alarming rate. Especially his asthma, which had nearly been cured. After that sorrowful event, Zephyr refused treatment for a long time, choosing instead to wallow in self-destruction, drowning in the memories of the past. All his old friends had tried to persuade him, including Sengoku and Garp. But unfortunately, back then, Zephyr had been consumed by nothing but the desire to die. He even believed that if he died, he could reunite sooner with his wife and child, who had perished because of him. Under the dual decline of his mental and physical state, Zephyr's aging seemed to accelerate drastically. At the time, Kong, then the Marine Fleet Admiral, witnessed this and immediately decided to pull Zephyr from the front lines, reassigning him to train the younger generation of Marines. Transferring Zephyr away from combat wasn't a sign of Kong's cold-heartedness, it was the opposite. It was an act of deep care for his subordinate. According to his adjutant at the time, Zephyr's mental state had been nearly self-destructive in his approach to missions and hunting pirates. Out of the 24 hours in a day, Zephyr would have gladly spent every moment beyond the bare minimum 4 hours of sleep capturing pirates. Yet, Zephyr was fully aware of what he was doing. Even then, he refused to let his subordinates share in his suffering. After completing his basic duties during the day, Zephyr would venture alone into pirate-infested waters or islands to carry out arrests, not even bringing his adjutant. Despite Zephyr's formidable strength, facing entire pirate crews alone repeatedly brought him to the brink of death. To prevent his subordinate from continuing down this self-destructive path, Kong made the decision to reassign Zephyr as an instructor, removing him from active combat. And as it turned out, this decision played a crucial role in guiding Zephyr's eventual psychological recovery. Now, with the help of Jake and others, Zephyr had almost completely emerged from the shadow of that past tragedy. Because of this, Zephyr now valued his disciples, Jake and Monet, more than his own life. When the two graduated from the elite training program, Sengoku had caught Zephyr sneaking away to wipe his tears more than once. Inside the office, aside from Jake, Monet, and Sengoku, there was also Sakazuki, who had been temporarily reassigned from the New World to headquarters for rotation. The one exchanging posts with Sakazuki this time was Kizaru. However, the two of them were not the focus in the office, as their matters were merely routine official business this time. What truly drew attention was the first island Jake and Monet chose to garrison after graduation. Generally, elite Marines with such exceptional potential like Jake and Monet would select a relatively stable and peaceful island for their first assignment. This was the only way to ensure smooth progress in their future promotions. Otherwise, if any mishap occurred, the five elders would have ample reasons and excuses to withhold their deserved treatment or promotions. But Sengoku also knew the reason Jake and Monet were admitted to the elite Marine training program. They had agreed to Sakazuki's condition that they would garrison the Marine branch in Flevence, North Blue, after graduation. The reason Sengoku had summoned Sakazuki today was actually to discuss modifying their prior agreement and nullifying it. After all, as the Marine Fleet Admiral, Sengoku understood better than anyone what was truly happening in Flevence. If Jake were sent there, the best possible outcome would be him rescuing some of its people before the nation collapsed, after which he would be held accountable. To be honest, holding Jake accountable could be either a major or minor issue, depending on whether the Celestial Dragons needed to use it as leverage to cause trouble for him. Although the Marines were strictly prohibited from interfering in the internal affairs of world government-affiliated nations, once stationed on an island, it was nearly impossible to avoid extensive contact and cooperation with the local government. After all, They were there as a defensive armed force, and any king with half a brain wouldn't leave the Marines unchecked. Some level of interaction was inevitable. The problem was whether those interactions involved anything shady. Regardless, it was never a good thing. The five elders often exploited such situations to pressure Sengoku, manipulating promotions and transfers within the Marines to serve their own interests. Regarding this matter, Sengoku was the person in Marine headquarters who understood its procedures and implications the most. So, he rubbed his temples and said slowly to Jake and Monet before him. I know why the two of you chose this island, but I must tell you, there is no saving the nation of Flevens. Their king and most of the nobility have already fled aboard world government ships. Those left behind are only civilians and criminals from other countries. Moreover, to prevent the spread of Flevens' infectious disease, neighboring nations have imposed blockades and purges. By now, Flevens is practically destroyed, and most of the survivors are afflicted with illness. Even if you go there and save those people, Flevens is doomed to fall. And a record like that would place you in an extremely disadvantageous position for future promotions. Have you considered that? Sengoku's voice was gentle, without any hint of reproach or sternness. He looked at Jake, his eyes behind thick glasses revealing no emotion whatsoever. Sakazuki, who was sitting upright on the sofa nearby, slightly raised his head upon hearing this. Although he wasn't particularly fond of political maneuvering, he clearly understood that Sengoku's words weren't solely directed at Jake and Monet. His name had also been subtly mentioned in those remarks. Meanwhile, Kizaru leisurely flipped a page of his newspaper before taking a slow sip of tea. C 185 to 185. Sengoku-san, over the past year, Monet and I have gathered a lot of information about Flevens through various channels. We know the situation there might be far worse than we can imagine. Thanks to your reminder, we also understand that mishandling the Flevens issue could have severe consequences for our future. Listening to Jake's words, Sengoku gave a slight nod, his eyes reflecting faint approval. Among all the prodigies he had encountered over the years, Jake was the only one willing to heed his advice. Even if the path ahead was muddy and fraught with challenges, as long as Jake continued down the road Sengoku had paved for him, his future would undoubtedly reach great heights. But the next moment, Jake's words made Sengoku sigh in a way that felt all too familiar. However, I just knew you'd follow up with those words, you brat. Seeing Sengoku's exasperated expression, Jake chuckled awkwardly before speaking earnestly. Sengoku-san, from the moment I joined the Marines, my goal was never about climbing the ranks or securing a smooth promotion. My purpose is simple. I want to uphold justice, to pass on the justice that T-Bone instilled in me. That is the real reason first became a Marine. To be honest, when Sakazuki-san first assigned us to Flevens, I hesitated. Monet and I are both from the North Blue, and we know what kind of hell that place has become. We're also aware of how badly our futures could be affected if we fail to handle the situation there properly. We understand all of that, but sometimes, isn't justice all the more precious in such circumstances? The suffering of Flevens' people right now is no different from what I endured as a slave. I was saved by the justice T-Bone-san brought me, so in this matter, I want to contribute whatever little strength I have, to bring salvation to the people of Flevens, who are trapped in despair and hell. Listening to these words, a faint smile appeared on Sakazuki's face. In truth, even if Jake had chosen to let Sengoku plead for mercy today and abandon the contract he had signed with him back then, Sakazuki wouldn't have been too conflicted. Though he was an extremist of justice, that didn't mean Sakazuki knew nothing about politics. On the contrary, he might have been the most politically astute person present aside from Sengoku. Back when Jake hadn't yet displayed such terrifying talent, it was one thing. But now, with the abilities he had revealed, Jake could practically be described as the next Marine Fleet Admiral in the making. And someone destined to become the Fleet Admiral, he couldn't afford major blemishes on his record, at least nothing that the five elders could use to criticize him harshly. If Jake were truly sent to Flevens, Sakazuki believed in Jake and Monet's abilities to handle the situation there. But what if Jake and Monet failed to resolve it properly? In that case, Jake, as the overall leader of the Purge operation, would face severe criticism and pressure. Moreover, the image the Marines had painstakingly rebuilt over the past year would collapse once again. Besides, the situation in Flevens involved some of the world government's dirty secrets. Even if capable people were sent there, they would face significant restrictions. So, if possible, it was best not to go. Back then, Sakazuki had only sent Jake there because he believed Jake's healing-type devil fruit ability could save more lives. After all, if Jake were merely a medic, the world government wouldn't impose too many constraints on his future. But times changed. Jake was now practically the undisputed leader of the next generation of Marines. If someone like him encountered problems later, it would be a blow to the entire new generation of Marines. Listening to Sengoku's words, Sakazuki understood that Sengoku was subtly urging him to act. Without further hesitation, he stood up and walked towards Jake. Before Sakazuki could speak, however, Jake's voice reached him first. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, the situation in Flevens is indeed complex. If mishandled, it could bring significant negative repercussions for the Marines. But what if it's resolved properly? Not only would the people of Flevens find salvation, but the entire nation could be rebuilt. Wouldn't the positive impact be equally immense? Hearing this, Sengoku adjusted his glasses and glanced at Jake with a resigned expression. I knew a little brat like you wouldn't be swayed so easily. But from the sound of it, you seem quite confident about the situation in Flevence. Jake chuckled and explained, more or less, over the past year, I've occasionally commissioned people to purchase some amber lead crops from other regions. With Borsellino-sensei help, I also had Dr. Vegapunk analyze the substance's composition and the primary cause of its illness-inducing effects on Egghead. And the results? Sengoku's voice carried a trace of curiosity and delight. After all, if Jake could truly resolve the situation there and successfully restore the mineral veins that had brought prosperity to the region, it would be an event of significant positive impact for both the Marines and Jake himself. Facing Sengoku, Jake naturally didn't beat around the bush. He directly shared the analytical results he had gathered over the past few days. Amber lead disease is essentially heavy metal poisoning, not an infectious disease. It can be effectively prevented and treated by following a few key steps, such as promptly avoiding contaminated items and consuming more milk and egg whites. But if that were all, I know it wouldn't satisfy you, Fleet Admiral Sengoku. So, the final step is actually my healing ability. With my healing prayer, as long as the person still has a breath left, I can save them, let alone something like amber lead disease. I'm confident I can restore Flevence to its former glory as the dreamlike white town. However, there's one more thing I need to discuss with you. C 186 to 186. Do you remember the friction I had with Doflamingo's Don Quixote family a year ago? Sengoku nodded, looking at Jake with a faint trace of confusion in his eyes. I do recall, but that was a year ago. Why bring it up now? Because it wasn't until recently, during a large-scale purge operation in the North Blue, that I confiscated some documents related to the Don Quixote family and accidentally connected the two incidents. Sengoku frowned slightly, then tapped the desk lightly with a hint of exasperation. Stop playing coy, brat. Otherwise, next time I'll leave you hanging when you're most eager to know something. Jake didn't laugh at the remark. Instead, he pulled out a thin document from his pocket and handed it to Sengoku. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, this document contains information about a spy the Don Quixote family planted to monitor the Marine forces. While it doesn't explicitly state who the spy is, based on the timeline, this person has likely already secured a minor position within the Marines. This kind of thing, it's irrelevant. You don't need to worry about it, we're already aware. Aware. At this point, Sengoku's expression remained largely unchanged. Truth be told, having reached his position, his tolerance for many things had expanded greatly compared to before. Unlike Garp, whose temper was once as fiery as his own, Sengoku believed his composure now far surpassed the others by leaps and bounds. He looked at Jake, a faint glimmer of approval in his eyes. Then, before Jake could react to what was happening, Sengoku continued speaking. Jake, you're still young, so it's normal that there are many things you don't understand. The Marines are an extremely vast organization. We can't possibly identify whether every new recruit might be a spy or agent from opposing forces. That's why there are actually many informants from other factions within the Marines, from the underworld, the pirates, the celestial dragons, too many to count. But don't worry, all factions do this. Everyone's equally dirty, no one's clean. As he spoke, a faint smile appeared at the corner of Sengoku's lips, and his voice carried a hint of pride. Jake, I've told you before, haven't I? Due to its overly large and bloated system, the Marines can't completely identify spies sent into our ranks by other organizations. After all, in this world, as you know, too many people die in various accidents or disasters. And when these things happen, it's often not just one person's death, it could mean the complete collapse of an entire family. For those children from shattered families, the Marines is their only refuge. As Sengoku spoke these words, the tense atmosphere in the room eased slightly. He then continued, addressing Jake. Jake, I know you're cautious, but you still need to gain more experience in these matters. Let me tell you something else. The Marines' recruitment system could have changed its lengthy and chaotic procedures long ago. But do you know why it hasn't been altered to this day? Hearing this, Jake was genuinely taken aback. The level of intrigue here, was this really the same world as the one he'd known in his previous life called One Piece? The reason is simple. Since we've lowered the threshold for entry significantly, we've made the path to advancement extremely difficult. As I mentioned earlier, because we can't verify the backgrounds of all new recruits or identify whether they're spies sent by other factions, we've had to adapt. Thus, our cumbersome recruitment system serves another purpose. Whether you're clean or not, you'll have to spend 4 to 6 years in the Marines' lower ranks before you even have a chance to be promoted. And to move up, you must either achieve great merits or make significant contributions to the Marines. Once this system was implemented, most spies became reluctant to continue. Not only would they be thrown into impel down if discovered, but some of the eccentric inmates there have rather disturbing tastes. They don't discriminate between men and women when it comes to their amusements. How did you put it again? Something about too little for too much. At this, Jake chuckled and replied, too little pay, too much work, and high risk. It'd be strange if anyone still wanted to be a spy. Sengoku laughed as well and nodded. But before he could say more, Jake looked up, meeting his gaze directly, and spoke slowly. But the reason I brought up spies is that during my earlier investigation, I found information on paper stating that the former core zone of the Don Quixote family has infiltrated the Marines. Based on the assessment of his abilities in the records, he's likely already reached the rank of lieutenant. This only strengthens my resolve to go to Flevence for another purpose, to catch that bastard who dared to deceive me. However, Sengoku wasn't paying much attention to Jake's words at this moment. The moment he heard about Corazon of the Don Quixote family, his entire body tensed up. Even someone as composed as him couldn't help feeling immense unease and worry upon hearing news about his most beloved adopted son. And the words Jake spoke next escalated Sengoku's concerns to their peak. Doflamingo lost his important stone fruit user Pika recently, which has greatly intensified his hatred toward the Marines. The spy he planted within the Marines might very well sacrifice countless innocent soldiers at a critical moment. That's another reason why I'm going to Flevens, to completely dismantle the Don Quixote family that has taken root there. Only then did a faint smile appear on Sengoku's face. His adopted son Rocinante was a very intelligent child and surely wouldn't make mistakes in such matters. But still, just to be safe, it wouldn't hurt to have Jake go and check. At this thought, even someone as thick-skinned as Sengoku felt his face grow slightly warm. C-187 to 187. Hey, you damn brat, if you come any closer, I'll really kill you. Amidst the angry shouts of a burly man, Law clutched his violently aching stomach and limped deeper into the alley. He turned his head to look at where the man stood, watching as the tear-streaked woman was dragged into the house, his face clouded with indescribable gloom. Law knew that woman. Her name was Nonali. Before the country's destruction, she had been a renowned pianist. Now, just to get food for herself and her child, she had to submit to such scum. Law couldn't help but curse under his breath. He spat on the ground, feeling his head grow dizzy. As the son of a doctor, Law knew his body well. Given his current condition, he probably didn't have much longer to live. But there was nothing he could do. Since the country's destruction, food had become the scarcest resource. The reason he'd been kicked in the stomach was simple: this street was the closest to the charity organizations from neighboring countries. Though those nations' governments had destroyed his homeland, it had only been the work of certain individuals. Among the countries that had destroyed Flevens, some couldn't bear the guilt and had established charity foundations, occasionally distributing free food and clothing on this street. But even though these were free distributions, after the country's collapse, uncontrolled scum had sprung up like mushrooms after rain. Too cowardly to confront enemy soldiers, they instead turned their blades on the surviving weak and vulnerable within their own country. In this lawless land without any social order, violence and bloodshed found the perfect breeding ground. How could a street as resource-rich as this remain unclaimed? Their purpose in occupying it was simple: anyone who wanted food or clothing here had to pay the corresponding price. Adult males could choose to join them, women could choose to offer something else, children were required to beg and hand over all the berries they earned each day, while the elderly were completely ignored, even beaten for amusement. Though Law was a child, he stubbornly refused to beg, so he was treated the same as the elderly, forbidden from setting foot on this street. But hunger gnawed at Law unbearably. To survive, to one day avenge his family, he chose to endure and wait. He needed the perfect opportunity, a chance that would absolutely allow him to realize his goals before acting. Yet when the inevitable darkness swallowed his vision, Law couldn't help but let out a bitter smile. So, was he truly incapable of doing anything? The scenes of his family's deaths replayed endlessly in his mind, those heart-wrenching images making his entire body tremble in agony. His parents' screams, the sticky sensation of their blood pooling at his feet as they collapsed together. The terrified look in his little sister's eyes when he hid her in the closet. Her piercing wails as the raging flames consumed her. The gentle smile the nun had given him in her final moments. The countless familiar faces drowned in that sea of blood. Every single memory tore at Law's heart until it felt like it would split apart. Tears streamed down his face as he gazed up at the still clear blue sky, overwhelmed by bitterness. God, if you truly exist, please look upon this place. Flevens has become hell. Law let out a silent scream. He wanted to say something, but his parched, ruined throat could no longer produce a sound. Around him lay piles of rotting garbage, the stench of the dying thick in the air. Corpses and death had already tainted the hearts of everyone here. As Law surveyed his surroundings, feeling the last remnants of life draining from his body, his lips suddenly twisted into a smile. Maybe dying like this wouldn't be so bad. At least now, he truly couldn't go on living. Dad, Mom, Sister, I miss you all so much. Grief and longing racked Law's small frame, threatening to tear him apart. Tears rolled down his grimy cheeks, leaving pale, sorrowful trails on his ashen face. But just then, a gentle voice reached him. To this day, Law still couldn't describe that voice properly. Perhaps it was like the church bells he'd heard when the nun first took him to pray. Maybe the comparison was strange, likening a person's voice to the tolling of bells. But honestly, in Law's memory, only that sound could match the voice he now heard. My name is Jake. I'm a Marine. I came here to save this country. And now, if you don't mind, I'd like to start by saving you. With those words, Law felt himself enveloped in a warmth so soft and radiant it seemed to cradle his entire being. How could he describe such a feeling? Law wasn't sure, but somewhere in his memories, he recognized it. It was on a slightly warm winter afternoon. He lay nestled in his mother's arms while his father wrote at his desk nearby, and his younger sister played with cloth dolls on the floor. His mother smiled as she gently turned his head and used a cotton swab to clean his ears. Only such memories could describe the feeling he had now. That sensation of returning to the most beautiful moment. Law's tears fell uncontrollably. Through his blurred vision, he saw large characters emblazoned on the man's clothing. Justice. And so, Without realizing it, Law fell asleep, slumbering deeply on Jake's shoulder. Monet lowered her voice, glancing at Jake as she whispered. He must have suffered so much, just what has this country been reduced to? Jake, still holding Law, looked around slowly and replied. That's exactly why we're here, isn't it? When we arrived, this place was desolate. By the time we leave, we'll make sure it thrives, and ensure it stays that way for a long, long time. That's no small task, Jake. You'll help me, won't you? Since when did you become so smooth with words? Hearing this, Jake chuckled and turned to Monet with a serious expression. I always find the right words when it comes to you. Monet's face flushed crimson, the blush spreading all the way to her neck. See 188 to 188. At the Marine branch in Flevence, none of the Marines were on duty. They had all locked themselves in their rooms, the main gate secured with chains. The training grounds were overgrown with weeds, so desolate that if Jake hadn't used his observation hockey to sense the presence of people inside, he would have thought it an abandoned base. Yet, as he took in the bleak sight, Jake couldn't help but feel a pang of helplessness. Compared to the previous Marine base under the command of Slixus, Jake could understand the plight of the Flevence branch. After all, this decay was largely the result of the world government's actions, even Marine headquarters had little authority to intervene. In truth, the decline of the Flevence Marine base was inevitable. If it hadn't withered away, the only other fate awaiting it would have been forced removal. Yes, forced removal. To the world government, Flevence was tied to too many secrets. If the truth about Amber Lead were to spread, it would deal a massive blow to the world government's reputation. The simplest way to prevent that was to let the two remaining official institutions here crumble into ruin. Before the outbreak of amber-lead disease, the Flevence Marine branch had been nothing like this. On the contrary, it had once been one of the most elite bases in the entire North Blue. Back then, Flevence was known as the Miracle Town. The annual profits from its amber lead trade were enough to tempt any underworld boss or pirate. Though the world government had monopolized those profits, for lawless men, rules meant nothing if they remained mere words, without any real enforcement. Therefore, to ensure that the profits from Flevence would not be seized by any other forces, the world government and the Marine headquarters had invested heavily in the local branch here. Not only was there a Marine Vice Admiral stationed here every year, but they were also equipped with the most elite Marine troops and the latest technologically developed ships and equipment. Everything was done to protect the wealth Flevence could generate, not its people. This also explains why, after the outbreak of amber-lead disease, the Marine headquarters immediately used disease inspection as an excuse to withdraw nearly 90% of the soldiers from the base. Did the soldiers want to leave? The answer was no. Just as most pirates were evil and lawless, most Marines had their own sense of justice and passion. They watched as the civilians they had gotten along with daily fell under gunfire, enemy bullets, and the torment of disease. None of them wanted to leave. Jake heard from Sengoku that at the time, hundreds, if not thousands, of petitions against withdrawing from Flevence had been sent from here, along with countless letters warning Marines who had taken unauthorized action against the world government. If not for those Marines acting on their own in the first place, the number of survivors in Flevence would likely have been reduced by another 30% or more. No one knew how those Marines had dared to act without orders, nor why their superiors hadn't stopped or dissuaded them. But they only knew one thing. On that night of raging flames, those Marines had saved countless lives. The Vice Admiral stationed at the Marine headquarters at the time was Sakazuki. He said nothing, only sighed softly as he gazed at Flevence burning in the flames and at the soldiers who roared and wept at him. Then, he stepped forward, knocked out every soldier who refused to leave, tied them to the ships, and forcibly took them away from there. After that, all the Marines from Flevence were detained at Marine headquarters for an entire year under various pretexts. It wasn't until recently that they were released in small batches. Unsurprisingly, every single one of those released Marines chose to return to guard the Flevence Marine base. But the pressure from the world government on Sengoku was immense. They knew just how much disruption those stubborn, almost sickeningly persistent Marines had caused to their operations during that time. So the five elders personally issued an order, forcing Sengoku to recall those released Marines and only allowing a few elderly and physically weakened soldiers to return to Flevence. Those few Marines were not only advanced in age but also bore various disabilities. This was precisely why the Flevence Marine base now appeared so dilapidated. They couldn't even use the training grounds, nor did they have the energy to clean such vast areas every day. Even so, they were methodically cleaning every corner of the base, believing that one day, the soldiers who had once stood guard here with them would return, and they couldn't let them come back to filthy quarters. Though their bodies bore the marks of injury, the moment they saw Jake approach, they immediately stood at attention. Their eyes, blazing with an almost fiery intensity despite their disabilities, locked onto him as the eldest among them, an old Marine, saluted and called out. Reporting, Commodore Jake, Marine First Class Ol, present and accounted for. Jake studied the small group before him, men whose bodies were broken but whose eyes burned with undimmed fervor. Softly, he said, my purpose in coming to Flevence is one, to rescue its people from hell. Nothing more. The road ahead will be arduous. You may have to follow me into places worse than the pits of hell itself. Some of you may not return. Knowing this, are you still willing? Reporting, Commodore Jake, from the day I joined the Marines, I was prepared to lay down my life. As Ol's voice rang out, the remaining soldiers echoed his words with identical conviction. Jake could feel the weight of their emotions, could sense with perfect clarity that every one of them meant what they said, not a single jest among them. Looking at these soldiers, their eyes glistening with unshed tears, Jake gave a firm nod. Taking the map in hand, he said quietly, "Tomorrow, we'll take direct control starting from this street. Your duty is to maintain order. Leave the rest to me. I'll make sure those people know, Flevence is about to change." See 189 to 189. On the eastern side of Flevence, within an ostentatious structure built atop ruins, a slovenly man with a perpetual sniffle hobbled urgently toward Doflamingo on his cane. Daffy, disaster. The Marines are moving against us. Trebol barged through Doflamingo's door without hesitation as he spoke. There were no formalities to observe here. Doflamingo had granted Trebol the privilege of unconditional trust and access. The door's abrupt swing drew a shrill shriek from the woman beside Doflamingo. Unperturbed, the latter merely sat up, draping the soft blanket over her before running a hand through his disheveled hair. Without bothering to adjust his state of undress, he addressed Trebol directly. "The Marines are making a move. Details, now." Trebol took a deep breath, sucking back the mucus threatening to drip into his mouth, and answered. "Just got word. The nearly abandoned Marine base in Flevence has been reactivated today. And they've stationed a Marine headquarters commodore as its leader." At this, Doflamingo's brow furrowed in puzzlement. "Is this what you meant by the Marines moving against us?" Although Flevence has been destroyed now, its geographical location remains significant. Most countries' cargo shipments and pirates' voyages basically pass near Flevence. The Marines would never choose to abandon those areas no matter what. Some time ago, due to the turbulent situation in Flevence, the Marines chose to temporarily withdraw from the island to avoid unnecessary conflicts, or rather, to restrain their soldiers' foolish sense of justice. After all, the combat strength of soldiers from other nations paled in comparison to the Marines, especially with Akainu serving as the branch base officer at the time. At this point, Doflamingo's expression darkened drastically. SSNOVLFIRENT. He turned to Trebol, who was still panting heavily, and asked with grave seriousness. Hey, don't tell me the Marine sent to rebuild the Flevence branch this time as Akainu again." Seeing Doflamingo's grim expression, Trebol hurriedly explained. No, it's not that guy. He's about to be promoted to Admiral. There's no way he'd come to rebuild a branch base. He's currently in the New World, busy fighting those monsters among the Four Emperors. Hearing this, Doflamingo let out a sigh of relief. Then, picking up the clothes discarded on the ground, he casually dressed himself while asking Trebol. "So who's coming this time? There are too many rear admirals to guess, but that doesn't necessarily mean the Marines are targeting us, does it? The one coming this time is Jake." At the mention of the name, Jake, Doflamingo froze momentarily before an overwhelmingly terrifying aura erupted from his body. With a twisted grin, he stared at Trebol, his voice trembling with unmistakable fury. "Are you sure it's that brat? The damn brat who killed Pika?" Trebol, observing Doflamingo's uncharacteristic outburst, nodded solemnly before replying. "Daffy, it seems the Marines believe that bastard Jake now has the power to completely overthrow us. That's why they're sending him here as the branch base commander. Of course I can see that. But, being looked down on like this by those bastards really pisses me off. It's almost nostalgic, don't you think, Trebol? Remember when we first established the Don Quixote family? How many people looked down on us back then?" Doflamingo's tone gradually steadied, no longer as hysterical as before. Yet, hearing his voice grow calmer, Trebol knew this signaled an unprecedented level of focus and rage from his young master. Still, as the most loyal member of the family, he answered the question. "Back then, almost no one respected us. No one believed we could succeed. They openly mocked us without hesitation and threw countless obstacles in our way when our business was just starting." Hearing this, a near-feral grin spread across Doflamingo's lips. "So, how did we respond to those bastards who underestimated us?" A nostalgic expression crossed Trebol's lecherous face as he ran a hand through his hair and slowly replied. "Ah, that really brings back memories. I remember back then, Daffy, you had them all strung up, left to bake under the scorching sun. Each day they were given just enough food to survive, each day another cut was made, until after a full month they finally died. Even after death, their withered corpses served as excellent deterrents for the Don Quixote family's subsequent development." Hearing this, Doflamingo's voice grew calm as he looked at Trebol and said evenly. "But we can't do that to Jake. He's now the face of the Marines, the main figure behind that so-called Great Cleansing movement. He represents too much. We can't go that far with him. Even excessive retaliation might bring catastrophic consequences upon our family." Trebol grew agitated at these words. But Daffy, Pika was killed by that bastard. Last time he had Admiral protection that saved him from death. This time there's no Admiral by his side. Why don't we go kill that bastard now? The current situation is completely different from back then. That damned brat now represents the entire Marine force. Do you really want to start an all-out war with the Marines now?" "No, that's not what I meant. I just can't accept Pika's death. I understand how you feel, Trebol. Rest assured, I won't let that bastard off either. He will die, but the blade that kills him doesn't necessarily have to be ours. Say, Trebol, have you heard the story of Joy Boy?" See 190 to 190. Hearing Doflamingo's sudden question, Trable froze momentarily before shaking his head. He'd never heard of any Joy Boy. Seeing this, Doflamingo didn't immediately explain. Instead, he leaned down to kiss the forehead of the woman on his bed, whispering tenderly. Marcia, leave us for now. I have matters to discuss with Trable. The woman named Marcia had initially been tense, but after the kiss, a blush spread across her face. Flushed, she wrapped herself in the sheets and hurried from Doflamingo's chambers. Once certain Marcia had left, Doflamingo looked at Trable and spoke deliberately. Do you remember what happened after we failed to capture that brat in Prince Kingdom a year ago? Trable nodded and replied, according to our plans, we should have successfully captured Jake when he'd completely exhausted his combat strength. But unexpectedly, Marco from the Whitebeard Pirates' 1st Division appeared and took Jake away. Doflamingo chuckled at this, placing a hand over his heart as he continued in an utterly calm voice. At that time, I was kicked right in the chest by that bastard. If I hadn't used the string fruit to perform emergency surgery on myself, I probably would have died right then. Foo. I still remember that grudge clearly. One day, I'll repay Whitebeard, that old fool, with interest. But enough of that digression. What I want to tell you is what happened afterward. When Kaido and King learned I hadn't captured Jake, they were annoyed, but they also knew it wasn't my fault. Marco's sudden appearance was an unforeseen circumstance no one could have predicted. However, Kaido was in a foul mood and drowned his frustrations in alcohol that day. King kept me around due to business matters, so I joined their banquet. After drinking heavily, Kaido started rambling without restraint. Knowing I was a celestial dragon, he approached me with a hint of mockery and told me something so absurd it left even me speechless. By this point, Trable had already guessed what Kaido had revealed to Doflamingo. Is it about the legendary Void Century? Foo. I knew you'd figure it out. And within that vanished century, the most heavily concealed truth revolves around a man named Joy Boy. He was the world's savior, a sun god who brought hope and laughter. Though that's how the tales describe him, in essence, he must have been a devil fruit user. Now, think about it. Hope, laughter, sun god. Whose abilities match that description? At this, Trable froze. The next moment, his lecherous face flushed with excitement and disbelief as he nearly shouted at Doflamingo. Jake, that brat's devil fruit fits the description perfectly. His terrifying healing abilities bring hope and laughter. His exaggerated holy light effects radiate brightness. Even the way he activates his powers resembles depictions of a deity. Could Jake's fruit truly be connected to the Void Century? Doflamingo, however, shook his head slightly and replied calmly. It's highly unlikely to be his fruit. If Kaido knows about the Void Century, the 5 elders must know even more. Their intelligence is far more comprehensive. They probably even know exactly which fruit the sun god possessed. Jake's reputation has grown too prominent lately for the world government to remain ignorant of his abilities. If he were truly the legendary sun god who opposed the world government, they would have already arrested him by force instead of letting him roam freely. Trable frowned in confusion. Daffy, do you think it's possible the Marines are shielding Jake at all costs? Given how they treated him last time, it seems they're grooming him as the next generation's Marine leader. Someone like that, even if the Marines protect him fiercely, wouldn't it still cause headaches for the world government? I don't rule out that possibility, and if it turns out to be true, I'd be even happier. Because that would mean the world government has long harbored strong suspicions about Jake and would inevitably grow dissatisfied with the Marines for stubbornly protecting him. If conflict arises between these two factions, with some subtle amplification on our part, plunging the entire world into war isn't an impossible scenario at all. Foo. We'll report this information to the 5 elders. Those old geezers will surely exploit this to weaken the Marines' power. Trable watched as Doflamingo suddenly burst into laughter before him and couldn't help but mirror the same grin. Though he didn't fully grasp what Doflamingo was scheming, experience told him that whenever Doflamingo wore a smile like this, the Don Quixote family was about to make significant strides in the near future. Admittedly, this smile had backfired a few times since encountering Jake, but this time, whether successful or not, it wouldn't cause any real damage to the Don Quixote family. Thus, Trable found himself laughing heartily for the first time in a long while. Fetch me that special Den Mushi reserved for contacting the celestial dragons. I can't wait to witness the tides of this era begin to churn. Follow current S on NOVL IR. Et. 3 hours later, at Holy Land Mary Geois, the science defense god hung up the call and said softly to those around him. That bastard Doflamingo, does he take us for fools? What's his purpose in feeding us such blatantly false intelligence? The environment god cast a glance at the science defense god, a faint smirk playing on his lips, before responding. Doflamingo holds a deep grudge against that Marine's brat. By feeding us this information, he likely intends to use our hand to eliminate him. TCH, we won't fall for such a stupid ploy. But at that moment, the environment god shook his head and replied with a smile. No, this isn't a bad move. The Marines has grown increasingly disobedient lately. It's about time we put them in their place. 5 FA, C 191 to 191. Warkery gazed at the distant sky, took a sip of tea, and remarked unhurriedly. Indeed, the Marines' underhanded maneuvers have become more frequent, whether it's that so-called great cleansing or minor acts of defiance. All of it signals a troubling trend. they seem intent on breaking free from the world government's control, seeking to enforce their own brand of non-existent justice. To this, J. Garcia Saturn scoffed dismissively. Those penniless Marines' dogs would collapse the moment we cut off their funding for a year. They're an organization built on our support, essentially just a pack of hounds we've raised. Wasting effort on them is utterly redundant. Jupiter frowned and turned to Saturn, elaborating further. If we were to judge based on past perspectives, your viewpoint would indeed hold water. However, the Marines' recent behavior has been truly abnormal. Our previously foolproof methods of reducing military expenditures no longer seem to serve as effective restraints against them. If I recall correctly, within just this past year, the number of times the Marines has defied our orders exceeds the total from the past 5 years combined. Moreover, even after we've slashed portions of their funding, they continue to operate normally. At this point, Saturn showed a hint of surprise but quickly offered his own speculation. Could it be that we allocated them too much funding in previous years, allowing them to amass substantial reserves? Combined with the fact that Sengoku is fundamentally different from Kong, this situation has emerged. After all, while Sengoku might have been a decent candidate before becoming Fleet Admiral, let's not forget that bastard Garp has always been by his side. Garp isn't like other Marines. And let's not overlook his surname. You all know full well what that name represents. From the very beginning, I never supported making Sengoku Fleet Admiral. Nujiro frowned irritably as he listened to the Saturn's words. He cut in sharply, addressing the man before him. While I have no desire to refute you pointlessly, if I don't counter what you've just said, it would imply incompetence on my part. Let me make this clear. The military budget we allocate to the Marines each year is the result of meticulous calculations, ensuring absolute precision. The annual funding is precisely enough to sustain the Marines' operations without allowing them to grow too rapidly. Moreover, we distribute the budget quarterly, ensuring their compliance throughout the year. Given the ever-changing circumstances, we frequently reassess each quarter's allocation. If one quarter's funding was excessive, we adjust and reduce it in the next. And yet, in this tightly controlled system, you claim we've been overfunding the Marines, that our excessive allocations led to this outcome. I cannot accept such an accusation. It's an insult to our entire financial division, and a personal affront to me. At this point, Nasujiro even drew his blade. A chilling, sinister aura instantly filled the hall. Sensing the tension, the other elders quickly intervened with words of mediation. Saturn softened his stance. My apologies. I wasn't implying your department was negligent. I intended to place the blame on that bastard Sengoku. He must have falsified numerous reports, misleading your financial division into granting the Marines far more resources than they should have received. But this statement offended the law god once again, as his department was specifically responsible for verifying whether any military funds were falsely reported between the various branches of the Marines. Seeing the situation turn unfavorable, Saturn immediately coughed twice before continuing. To summarize, I have no intention of blaming anyone present. Although we are 5 individuals, we are ultimately one entity. The primary cause of this incident lies in the cunning and deceitful tricks employed by those Marines, exploiting the grace we bestowed upon them and attempting to defy their masters like a rebellious dog. Regarding such Marines, I agree with your previous stance, they indeed require thorough re-education. Since Doflamingo mentioned that Jake is the most dazzling supernova among the Marines' new generation, possessing an incredibly rare mythical zone devil fruit that even we have never seen before, it seems beneficial for us to exert some pressure on him. At this proposal from Saturn, the others finally stopped showing displeasure. Some even voiced their agreement outright. Indeed, although we all know the Nika fruit is essentially the rubber fruit, it hasn't awakened in centuries. From this perspective, that Marine named Jake poses a much higher level of threat. Of course, we must not kill him, only break his willpower slightly. After all, the Marine headquarters, already starved for fresh talent, will undoubtedly cherish such a genius like a precious gem. If we act too harshly, it may provoke large-scale resistance from the Marines. Therefore, we must employ a slow-boiling strategy, gradually sealing off all his options until he personally delivers his woman to us as a slave. Seconded. With all elders approving Saturn's proposal, the Grand Hall once again fell into silence. Meanwhile, in Flevence, Jake was organizing the remaining soldiers on the island to carry their equipment and slowly advance through the streets. Jake had said that if they wanted to truly save Flevence, they had to start here. At the very least, they had to give the people hope that their nation could be restored. Otherwise, everything would be meaningless. Jake's approach was simple. He would save the people first, nothing more. As long as the people lived, the nation would not perish. That was a lesson Jake had learned long ago. See 192 to 192. This street was called the Street of Hope. Back when Flevence was thriving and prosperous, it had been known as the Street of Joy. But when the war began, the Street of Joy was the first to be purged, with most of its inhabitants perishing in the catastrophe. From that day onward, the Street of Joy was renamed the Street of Hope. This place had long lost its initial prosperity. Everywhere lay ruins and rubble, with children's toys buried beneath the buildings destroyed by artillery and war, along with wedding photos of newlyweds and clothes lovingly knitted by mothers for their children. Beautiful wishes and blessings quietly faded away amidst the thunderous roar of cannons, leaving behind only bright eyes drowned in dust. Law stood beside Jake, gazing at the street with an extremely bitter smile on his face. For some reason, he suddenly pointed at a small building that had been completely leveled to the ground and said, That's Oz's house. He was 2 years older than me, always obsessed with studying peculiar things. He once built a mechanical frog that could croak. But when the war came, his little inventions couldn't save his life. Do you know where I last saw him? Jake shook his head as he looked at Law, whose face was now etched with sorrow. Law stared at the small, flattened remains of the building, his voice trembling uncontrollably. It was inside a plastic bag. That's where I saw him last. Oz's father, Old Bosun, the town's blacksmith, walked past me carrying 2 plastic bags filled with body parts. There was no light left in his eyes. His aged face was streaked with tears. I'd never seen a man cry so much. He carried those bags, searching through the rubble for what remained of Oz. Did you know Old Bosun was an incredibly kind man? He was the only blacksmith in town. By rights, he could have charged us exorbitant fees. After all, no one else could do his work. But he never did. He charged so little that a full day's labor barely fed him and Oz. Often, we'd slip him extra coins, but Old Bosun would always laugh and toss them back into our pockets. He was a blacksmith, strong as an ox, even our fathers couldn't resist him. After shoving the money back with his rough hands, he'd smile and say he wanted nothing for himself. His only wish was for Oz to be liked by everyone, to never go hungry. The adults would reassure him. Oz was already brilliant, they'd say, and he had nothing to worry about. Even when Oz was nearly ready to take over the forge, Old Bosun kept working tirelessly. He told us he wanted to save more money, so Oz could pursue whatever he loved. He said Oz adored inventing, and inventions were a time-consuming hobby. As a father, he'd failed Oz's mother, she died giving birth to him. He owed Oz too much already. Everything he did now was to ease that guilt. He said no matter how much he loved Oz, it could never match even a fraction of what Oz's mother would have given him. Oz would always cry hearing this. We'd laugh, not mockingly, but with genuine warmth for their bond. But do you know what happened when the war came? A father who loved his son so deeply ended up carrying plastic bags, searching through ruins for his child's remains. Do you know what I thought when I saw that? By now, Law was shaking violently, tears streaming uncontrollably. Jake crouched down, gently wiping Law's cheeks with the back of his hand. Between sobs, Law forced out his final words. Old Bosun searched through the ruins for a very long time, ruins that had once been their home. Both bags were completely filled, yet Old Bosun's heart felt utterly empty. His hands had long been torn and bloodied from the relentless digging, but he still refused to give up. Some tried to persuade him, but it was useless. Old Bosun moved like a walking corpse, having already lost everything he had. On the afternoon of the 3rd day, after burying his son, Old Bosun took his blacksmith's hammer and walked toward the heavily infected Amber Lead Syndrome zone. Before leaving, he saw me. For some reason, he tucked the hammer he had raised back into his belt and then, just like usual, walked over to me with a smile. He crouched down and pulled a piece of candy from his pocket, the fruit candy that Oz and I loved the most. Old Bosun smiled at me and said, Law, you're a remarkable child. You're better than me, better than Oz. I know you're grieving too, but you're stronger than I am. You'll become someone extraordinary in this world. I know what it feels like to lose everything, and I know the pain that comes with it. I won't make it through, but I know you will, Law. So, keep going, Law. After saying those words, he patted my head, then turned and walked straight into the heavily infected Amber Lead Syndrome zone without looking back. I watched his retreating figure, feeling the lingering warmth of the fruit candy in my hand, and tears streamed uncontrollably down my face. I didn't know what to say or do. I just stood there, staring blankly as he left. The source of this content as novel Fire Net. A few minutes later, I heard furious shouts and curses from inside, followed by the sound of gunfire and the harsh clang of a hammer hitting the ground. The candy in my hand had lost its warmth. I unwrapped it and ate it. It was so bitter, the most bitter fruit candy I'd ever tasted. As Law spoke, everyone present fell silent. Monet's eyes reddened, and she turned slightly away to hide her tears. Jake patted Law's head and said softly, I'm sorry we came too late. I can't bring them back, but I can promise you this, nothing like that tragedy will ever happen here again. After speaking, Jake walked straight toward the only intact house standing before them. There lay the remnants of the evil that had plagued this ruined city. C-193,193. A series of knocks sounded at the door, accompanied by a man's curses and a woman's startled gasp. Jake heard the sharp click of leather shoes against the floorboards. The footsteps were quick, the breathing heavy. Whoever was inside was clearly displeased at having his business interrupted. Jake stood outside the door, flanked by rows of neatly assembled Marine soldiers. Some had been brought from the abandoned Marine base, while others had followed Jake and Monet from headquarters to Flevance. They held their breath, their gazes fixed on the unopened door. With a creaking sound, the door was violently pushed open. The man, seemingly too agitated, didn't focus his gaze on the Marine soldiers behind Jake but instead fixed his eyes on Law, who was standing beside Jake. The next moment, the man suddenly bent slightly at the waist, then snarled at Law with a twisted expression. You damn brat, I was still considering whether to just break one of your legs the next time I saw you and let you beg for scraps. But now it seems you little bastard don't even deserve that much sympathy from me. Ah, how disappointing. Since you're so eager to die, I'll help you achieve that goal right now. Having said that, the man completely ignored Jake, who stood beside Law with a dark expression. Only when his foot, aimed straight at Law's chest, was ruthlessly blocked. Did the man finally turn his attention to Jake? But as he stared at his own right leg, effortlessly restrained without any injury, his face flushed with humiliation. He immediately began cursing at Jake. And who the hell are you, you damn bastard? Some hired help for this little bastard. One after another, all of you think you're the main character, all of you believe you can build a new nation on this rotten wasteland. But so-called main characters, like you are a dime a dozen on the Grand Line. Seemingly furious that his attack had been intercepted by Jake, the man roared insults at him. Jake found the man's reaction strange at first. No matter how closely connected this guy was to the Doflamingo family, no matter how powerful his background, he should have at least shown some wariness upon seeing the uniforms they wore. Yet this man acted as if he hadn't even noticed the identical attire, continuing to hurl abuse at Jake without restraint. It was then that Jake caught a whiff of a stench of alcohol from the man's breath. That explained his irrational behavior. The man was drunk, so drunk he couldn't even distinguish the gender of the person standing in front of him, let alone recognize the insignia on Jake's uniform. Now, with his foot still firmly gripped by Jake and unable to pull free, the man grew increasingly frantic. In a fit of rage, he reached for his waist and drew a somewhat battered revolver. Without hesitation, he fired 3 or 4 shots directly at Jake. The sound of gunfire echoed through the otherwise quiet street. The faint smell of gunpowder lingered at the doorway, and inside the house, a woman's terrified gaze met Jake's. Outside, dozens of soldiers watched the scene unfold with calm indifference, not even blinking. They knew their commanding officer's strength all too well. Those bullets wouldn't have harmed Jake in the slightest. Monet frowned at this moment, his gaze fixed on the drunken man now held up by Jake, his expression filled with disgust. Open your eyes and see who I really am. Jake's cold voice reached the man's ears, accompanied by faint flickers of electricity coursing through his body. The excruciating pain sent the man into violent convulsions. The intense agony suppressed the drunken haze. Clutching his head, he stared at Jake, then at the stern-faced Marines, feeling as if every hair on his body stood on end. Though he had profited immensely through illicit means after the fall of Flevance, those gains were built on knowing exactly who he could afford to offend, and who he couldn't. To secure an escape route, he had even buried all the berries he had collected underground, not daring to spend a single coin. Even when bullying others, he picked his targets carefully. Most of the time, he only preyed on orphans like Law, those with no parents or anyone to rely on. To survive in such a world, he had been as cautious as possible. But today, when a beautiful young woman with a child came to him for help, he had been too elated. He brought out a half-empty bottle of liquor he had been saving, and just as he finished drinking and was about to get down to business, the sudden knocking at the door had thrown him into a frenzy. The liquor's aftereffects were potent. At first, he hadn't felt anything, but as soon as he moved or the wind hit him, he lost all sense of direction. When he regained consciousness, he found himself staring into the cold eyes of a young man draped in a justice coat. He didn't know how to explain himself or why things had turned out this way. The only thing he could do was raise his hands, trying not to provoke this Marine who clearly wasn't the forgiving type. Half an hour later, the man's corpse was hung in the streets. During Jake's investigation, the man's subordinates and some of his victims collectively exposed all his crimes, including how, at the start of Flevance's war, he had looted and slaughtered an entire family of 6, along with countless other heinous acts. Simply electrocuting the man didn't feel like enough vengeance to Jake, but time was pressing. He had to accelerate the restoration of Flevance. Once Doflamingo learned of his presence here, he would undoubtedly start making moves. Jake had to revitalize Flevance's foundation before Doflamingo's attack arrived. C 194,194. Hey, did you hear? Over on Hope Street. Those thugs are all dead. Dead. Ha ha ha. Those bastards deserved it long ago. Once society stabilized, they were nothing but the lowest trash, jobless, loitering around all day, causing trouble for everyone without contributing anything to society or the country. Even to the point that after the nation was destroyed, those bastards were the first to jump out, form small groups, and start looting and slaughtering us defenseless civilians. That Street of Hope could have saved more people, but because of those bastards' greed, they placed others' lives beneath profit. Since I couldn't offer them enough benefits, I could only watch helplessly as my son died in my arms. As he spoke, the white-haired old man's body began to tremble slightly. His skin was withered and sallow, like earth baked dry by the sun. Are they dead? How did they die? Can you tell me? The old man looked at his companion beside him, his face flickering with the flames of vengeance. The slightly younger man sighed and then said, Old man Briss, it was the Marines who did it. The Marines? Really the Marines? Though those guys are all good people, after the incident broke out, didn't they all withdraw? Why are they back now? I don't know. But old man Briss, why do you always say those Marines men are good people? If they were truly as great as you claim, they shouldn't have left when the turmoil struck Flevance. We're also a member nation of the world government. The hefty taxes we pay every year are part of their military funding. They had an obligation to protect us. But what did they do? They evacuated the island at the first sign of unrest, without even giving basic notice or distributing supplies. Why do you keep insisting they're good people? Listening to the younger man's words, Briss gently shook his head and slowly replied. Do you really think the Marines has the autonomy to act on their own? Hearing this, the younger man was momentarily stunned before asking, Isn't that the case? The Marines is so powerful, who could possibly command them to do anything? The world government. Just as you said, the taxes you pay, whether they end up as Marines funding or not, first fall into the hands of the world government. And how much of that money is ultimately spent on the Marines' budget, no one knows. But no matter how much, the Marines must have taken our berries, our money, the money we worked so hard to earn, right? The old man's expression stiffened slightly. He merely waved his hand and said slowly, precisely because that money ends up with the world government when we hand it over, the Marines must obey the world government's orders to receive those funds. That's why the Marines withdrew immediately when the turmoil broke out in Flevence. The world government didn't want the Marines wasting even the slightest bit of their forces on us. In the eyes of the world government, Flevence was already a forsaken land. You know, after losing the amber lead mineral, our country will be left with nothing but infectious diseases. Even if Flevence's social order is restored, what then? Even if the king and nobles return, what will become of Flevence? The answer is, we will never be able to afford that exorbitant celestial tribute again. The young man trembled at these words. He looked at old Bryce hesitantly and said, can we really not pay that much celestial tribute without relying on amber lead? I believe that if we Flevians work hard enough and stay united, we can surely. Enough. You don't understand at all. So many of us have died from amber-lead disease, so many more were killed in the invasion. The entire royal family and nobility fled with nearly half the nation's wealth the moment they learned war was coming. Our country has nothing left. Haven't you realized that yet? People have died, from illness, from slaughter, from starvation, from suicide. Too many are gone, too much money and currency have been taken away. Our country is on the verge of collapse. No, it has already collapsed. Tell me, how can we possibly pay the same amount of celestial tribute as before with so few people left, our key industry destroyed, and most of our wealth stolen? Hearing this, the young man clutched his head in anguish. Still unwilling to concede, he glared at the old man and said, so we just sit here waiting to die? Even if we can't pay that much, even if we can't remain a member nation, we shouldn't just wait for death. Right, I'm not waiting to die. I've been thinking of revenge. That's the only reason I'm still alive. Otherwise, the moment my son died, I should have thrown myself off a cliff. Now, tell me in detail, what did those Marines do? Why did they hang those thugs, bodies in the town square? At this, the young man's spirits lifted slightly. He said to the old man, it was the Marines who did this. You'll be shocked to hear it, because the Marines actually came to help Flevence. Under the world government's strict prohibition, almost no Marine would dare. But the officer leading them was Marine Headquarters Commodore Jake. The moment he heard that name, the old man sprang up as if propelled by springs. Without hesitation, he rushed toward Hope Street, tears streaming down his face as he spoke to those around him. He's the only one who can save us. Only the Marines under his command truly deserve to be called justice in this world. And only he is the savior in the hearts of me and my dead son. The old man's gaunt figure looked frail on the street, but gradually, more and more ragged, famine-stricken people began to follow behind him. Like devout believers, they marched to worship their God. C 195 to 195. At the entrance square of the street named Hope, several corpses were currently hanging, dried like cured meat under the sun, swaying endlessly in the wind, a sight that was utterly terrifying. Yet among the crowd that had gathered, not a single person showed even a hint of fear at this scene. Instead, from the depths of their hearts, they let out a cry of genuine fervor. At the brink of their nation's demise, these people chose not to help ordinary citizens survive, but instead became parasites, clinging to those already suffering and sucking out their last drops of blood. The hope of Hope Street could only be truly awakened through their blood. Each drop of blood that fell from their bodies shone as brightly as the morning sun. Monet watched the crowd kneeling on the ground, clinging to each other and weeping bitterly, her expression complex. She turned to Jake and asked with confusion, Jake, why is it that after we killed their own people, they show no resentment but instead thank us profusely? I was initially worried that randomly killing citizens of Flevence might provoke public outrage, even incite them to attack us collectively. Or at the very least, our actions should have reduced the remaining Flevence residents' goodwill toward us to freezing point. But now, they're actually chanting our names. Hearing Monet's question, Jake glanced at the still kneeling, tearful crowd and sighed softly before replying. When a nation faces sudden catastrophe and crisis, even if the saviors aren't their own countrymen, as long as they rescue the nation and its people, they'll naturally receive the most sincere gratitude and highest honors. As for those who only care about their own survival during national turmoil, willing to sacrifice the lives of most around them, such individuals perhaps shouldn't even be considered human. Since they're no longer regarded as fellow countrymen, no matter how many we kill, the people of Flevence won't see it as a slaughtering their own. From the moment these individuals began wantonly killing their compatriots, defecting to the enemy, and even guarding their own people for the foe, they'd already been disowned by Flevence citizens. What we're killing now are merely traitors who sided with Doflamingo's forces or other neighboring nations' factions. Hearing this, Monet nodded, then continued asking, then Jake, shall we go out now? This rare gathering of nearly everyone presents a perfect opportunity. Providing medical aid to the townsfolk here should earn us considerable goodwill, allowing us to recruit more survivors from surrounding areas. Jake nodded at Monet, standing up as he walked while instructing her. Monet, remember to conserve some energy later. While I'm conducting treatments, use your abilities to produce as much clean water as possible. Too many here haven't had access to clean drinking water. I can tell their physical weakness stems mainly from long-term underground living conditions and poor water sources. Hearing this, Monet frowned slightly. The issue of drinking water, I hadn't considered that before. Have the soldiers from those other countries gone so far as to resort to such madness? Cutting off the water supply to kill these innocent civilians, what crime have these people even committed? Jake shook his head and sighed. No major crime, they were simply born in the country of Flevens. The water supply was cut off only recently, so it's normal you didn't know. Even I just found out. It seems that Doflamingo, knowing we've arrived, has already grown impatient and started targeting us. But, what's the point of driving these civilians to their deaths? This text is hosted at n0vai.fi.net. Vice Admiral Sakazuki and Fleet Admiral Sengoku didn't send us here just to save the citizens of Flevens. The more important point is our future course of action and the foundation it lays for the Marines' large-scale purge efforts. Think about it, Monet. If most of the residents here are killed by Doflamingo through various means, our final mission will fail. And once the idea spreads that most civilians in the area we're protecting were slaughtered, with only those who fled surviving, it will plunge all of Flevens, and us, into utter despair. Doflamingo wants to destroy the trust and confidence we've built in the Marines this way. At the same time, he's issuing another warning to the people of Flevens, that they must strictly obey his commands if they want even a chance to survive. As he spoke, a faint sneer curled at Jake's lips. He was nearly at the spot where the people knelt in submission, yet his voice remained steady, without the slightest trace of agitation. Doflamingo's tactic would usually be highly effective. Most people, unwilling to die or unable to abandon their loved ones, would swallow their pride and submit to his rule. But this time, he misjudged the extent. Extent? What extent? Simple. He pushed them too far. When most people are cornered to the brink of death, they'll fight back recklessly. And right now, the citizens of Flevens have already lost nearly everything they hold dear. Even if Doflamingo threatens them with death, they won't feel fear, because the people they cared about are already dead. At this point, the more Doflamingo oppresses them, the more it backfires. I've already had someone spread the news about the water being cut off. By now, the streets are probably filled with curses against Doflamingo. When people cease to fear death, how can you frighten them with it? That bastard's defeat is already sealed. Upon hearing this, the two had already arrived at the square. Jake wore a coat emblazoned with the word, justice, and soon, countless golden specks of light materialized in his hand. His voice was gentle and warm, so captivating that the crowd longed to hear it again the moment he finished speaking. C. 196-196. Inside the Don Quixote family's stronghold, Doflamingo frowned slightly as he watched Trebol rush in, flustered and panicked. His voice carried a faint trace of displeasure as he asked, Trebol, what's going on? Why do you look so frantic? Dafi, it's terrible. Those damned villagers haven't backed down at all. Instead, they've grown even angrier and more brazen. They're even saying they'll burn everything associated with the Don Quixote family to the ground tomorrow. Follow current S on novel-fire.net. If that happens, all our plans will be ruined. That Brad Jake, thanks to his devil fruit powers, made a huge spectacle of himself in front of everyone today. He's basically won over all the people's hearts now. Not only that, but he also killed so many of our men. Well, not exactly our men, but those who played an irreplaceable role in helping us control and dominate Flevens. Now, all of them have been taken out by Jake. We're completely blind to everything happening in Flevens now. Those people were our eyes and ears, but now that little marine brat has captured them all. As a result, we can't see or hear anything happening in Flevens anymore. At this rate, forget ruling Flevens, we might even have to relocate our base from this place soon. Hearing this, veins bulged faintly on Doflamingo's forehead. All the officers present knew his anger had reached its peak. But remembering that these were the very siblings who had stood by him during his most difficult times, Doflamingo forcibly suppressed his rage. He tapped the table lightly with his fingers and said slowly, Is there anyone here who can still go to Flevens under these circumstances and gather intel for the family? At that moment, the air grew awkwardly silent. It wasn't that they were unwilling to do this for Doflamingo, it was simply that most of them lacked the ability to gather intelligence. The only reliable one had been Pika, who had been killed by Jake not long ago. If Pika were still here, he would have been the best candidate for this mission. After all, Pika's stone fruit allowed him to merge his entire body into stone, making him exceptionally skilled at eavesdropping and scouting enemy movements. But now, as he looked at the bowed heads and silent expressions around him, Doflamingo felt a growing heaviness in his chest. He missed Pika's presence more and more. Though Pika had always been judged for his shrill voice, Doflamingo had never cared about that. To him, all that mattered was usefulness. Now, apart from Pika, almost no one could be said to be perfectly suited for this mission. Thinking of this, Doflamingo couldn't help but let out a long sigh. If only Pika were here. He pondered once more about the scenario if Pika were present. Just then, Rocinante suddenly spoke. Looking at his brother, a faint smile appeared on his face as he raised a sign he had prepared earlier. Let me go. Don't worry, I'll definitely come back alive. Everyone gazed at the man, whose features bore some resemblance to Doflamingo, and an odd feeling arose in their hearts. This man had only joined the Don Quixote family in recent years. Before that, According to him, he had fled from his brother out of sheer terror after Doflamingo killed their father. During that time, he became a street urchin, fighting stray dogs for scraps and enduring countless scornful looks and insults. It was also during those days that he gradually developed hatred toward his father, just like Doflamingo once had, harboring an indescribable resentment. Driven by this hatred, he sought out his brother again and joined the Don Quixote family. To be honest, no one had fully trusted this explanation from the start. After all, a brother who had vanished for nearly 20 years suddenly reappearing would naturally raise suspicions. Yet Doflamingo paid no heed to the doubts. Overriding all objections, he placed Rocinante in a high-ranking position within the family and granted his only remaining blood relative the highest authority. This was his own brother. When it came to that incident years ago, Doflamingo actually harbored some guilt, not toward their father, but toward his younger brother. Before their mother died, Doflamingo had promised her that he would take care of his brother in the years to come. But he had failed, instead watching helplessly as his brother walked away from him. Perhaps back then, even he hadn't known what he truly wanted. At this thought, a self-deprecating smile flickered across Doflamingo's face. Just then, the sound of a sign being flipped broke the silence, this time louder, snapping Doflamingo back to the present. Rocinante held up the sign, which now read, "Are you spacing out, Daffy? I can go. The people of Flevance don't know me. If I disguise myself as a hobo, there shouldn't be much trouble. Please believe me, after all this time with the family, I want to contribute my strength. Give me this chance. I won't let you down." Looking at Rocinante's determined gaze, Doflamingo fell silent for a moment before speaking slowly. "Does anyone else have objections? Or is there another executive who wishes to accompany Rocinante?" At that moment, Trebol swayed his head and chuckled. "It probably won't work, Daffy. Everyone else here is on the Marines' wanted list, and many of us were seen in Flevance before the incident. If those people recognize us, all our efforts will be wasted. On this matter, I agree with sending Corzone. He won't let us down, I'm certain of that." Hearing this, the other executives looked at Corzone's sincere expression and found it hard to argue further. Only Senor was frowning with a pacifier in his mouth, a somewhat comical sight, asked. "If you're pretending to be a homeless person, since you can't speak, wouldn't using a signboard be too conspicuous?" At this, Rocinante smiled and he spoke. "Hello, C-197 to 197. Hey, you over there, the one lying under the bridge using 2 broken planks as a mattress, yes, you. Stop lazing around and sleeping there. Come with me. Jake Sama and the others have started distributing today's free meals. PFF ha ha ha, yeah, you're really lucky, kid. Today's free meal is a brand new flavor we've never had before. They say it's a recipe personally developed by Jake Sama, something about mashed potatoes and sea king meat. I really want to eat that sea king meat again. Honestly, out of everything I've ever eaten, it's the only thing I'd call divine. You have no idea how incredibly tender and juicy that sea king meat is. Even though it's meat, it doesn't feel greasy at all. It's more like a fruit, crisp, bouncy, and smooth in your mouth." Rocinante opened his eyes and realized that, without noticing, several other homeless people had gathered under the bridge where he was sleeping. But could these people really be called homeless? He stared at the group standing not far ahead of him, chatting among themselves. Their ruddy cheeks, clean and tidy clothes, and polite demeanor made him inwardly puzzled. Logically, shouldn't homeless people be disheveled, with greasy hair and skin covered in thick layers of dirt and grime? How come these guys, despite being homeless, dressed like successful businessmen? Rocinante was baffled. He didn't know how to approach them, but the group seemed to sense his hesitation. One of them, the oldest-looking man, smiled gently and said, "We know what you're thinking, and we understand why you might feel ashamed of your appearance right now. But, my dear sir, let me tell you, not long ago, just a few days ago, we were in a far worse state than you. Even this useless old man here was already halfway into the grave." Hearing the old man's words, Rocinante looked at him with an utterly astonished gaze before asking with unmistakable curiosity in his voice. "Someone as optimistic as you actually wanted to commit suicide not long ago?" The old man coughed twice before speaking slowly. "How should I put this? To be precise, I'd say every homeless person here has had countless suicidal thoughts. The reason is actually quite simple. Flevance is a kingdom where I've watched everything change bit by bit since childhood. Maybe that's hard for you to understand, let me rephrase it. In Flevance, during its most prosperous days, I spent my entire life savings and most of my parents' money to buy my own house. The reason was simple, I'd found the love of my life. Though her family was very unhappy about it because mine wasn't wealthy enough, my beloved firmly chose me, so we were able to be together. After that, I worked over 15 hours every day, holding down 3 jobs at once. Sometimes I'd even help out on fishing boats. Though exhausting, those were truly happy times. No matter how late I returned home, among all those lit windows, there was always one light left on just for me. That not-so-big little home was filled with a comforting atmosphere and the presence of my life's greatest love. I'm not some remarkable person, just an ordinary man. In that small house, my 2 children were born, a boy and a girl. What made me happiest was how both took after their mother's appearance, inheriting her beautiful features that far surpassed my own looks. At this point, the old man pointed at his face for emphasis and added, "Look, My nose isn't high enough, eyes not big enough, skin not fair enough, lips not shapely enough. My whole body's full of flaws. Thankfully my children didn't take after me too much, that would have been tragic. They resemble their mother completely, except for their arms and toes, which are exactly like mine. Amid the good-natured chuckles from those around them, the old man rubbed his head cheerfully before he continued speaking to Rocinante. That tiny two-story house contained everything I ever cared about and cherished most in life. You could say my entire soul resided within those small walls. Everything that mattered to me was in that little home. But that precious home of mine vanished in the artillery fire during the third week of Flevence's uprising. Honestly, dying from amber-lead disease wouldn't have driven me to such despair. Before this outbreak, no one knew how terrifying this disease could be. But, here the old man's voice grew hoarse and subdued. This text is hosted at novifire.net. Looking at all of them, his eyes glistened with unshed tears. Disease did not tear us apart, but what did were the relentless bombs from neighboring countries. As he spoke these words, the old man's body began to tremble uncontrollably, yet he still leaned against the wall for support, his eyes filled with sorrow. When that bomb fell into my small, happy home, my entire world shattered. Do you know what that feels like? My whole life, no, my parents' later years, my own life, my children's early years, all remained buried in that tiny house. When I arrived at the ruins of my home, the first thing that met my eyes were the barely recognizable remains of my family. Do you have any idea what that feels like? I remember it was a rainy day. I knelt alone at the entrance of that ruin, looking at the things inside, each item filled with our memories, and couldn't help but burst into loud sobs. See 198 to 198. By this point in his story, the older man was already choking back tears. He looked at Rocinante, or rather, at everyone around him, and slowly continued. You know, in the moment a beloved family member passes away, you don't feel anything at all. It's only when everything has settled, on some quiet afternoon, the sound of a breeze rustling the curtains, the rumbling of the washing machine, the hiss of a kettle boiling in the kitchen, that you open your mouth to call for them, only to pause. All these little things remind you, after they're gone, there's only this vast emptiness and loneliness. The loss of a loved one isn't a sudden storm, it's a lifelong dampness. And I'm forever trapped in it, for the rest of my days. None of you are very old, but I won't measure suffering by age. I'm just speaking of my own pain. The truth is, when I saw the ruins of my home, I was completely numb. I might have looked expressionless, or maybe my face was twisted in agony, I don't even remember. But I remember clearly that I couldn't cry. Not a single tear. As I stared at my wife buried under the rubble, at my son and daughter who were barely recognizable, I couldn't cry. By now, the old man's voice was so choked with emotion it was hard to make out his words. Yet no one interrupted him, no one urged him to hurry. Everyone simply watched and listened as he poured out his grief. After all, happiness, when shared, might multiply or stay the same. But pain, once spoken aloud, it lessens, even if just a little. That day, I knelt at the entrance of my home. You can't imagine. I spent so long picking up fragments of their bodies. My wife was killed. A bullet had gone straight through her heart. Though her back was a gaping hole of blood, her front still looked untouched. But my son and daughter, they'd been blown apart. It was horrible. The only thought in my mind was, my children loved dressing up. No matter what, they had to leave this world clean and whole. So I dug through the rubble with my bare hands, clawing at the stones until my fingers were shredded and bloody. Though, honestly, my home was so small it didn't even take all 10 fingers to reach that state. By the time just 5 or 6 were mangled, I'd already filled 3 or 4 large bags, with them inside. As he listened, Rocinante's face paled. He hadn't witnessed the scene himself, but the mere description was enough to make his stomach churn. He couldn't imagine it, couldn't fathom that kind of suffering. It was the kind of pain that, just hearing about it, filled you with utter despair. Noticing Rocinante's ashen expression, the old man offered an apologetic smile. I apologize if what I'm about to say may be unpleasant. If it makes you uncomfortable, I deeply regret it. There's no need for you to apologize. The fault is mine, I'm sorry. The old man looked at Rocinante, then shifted to a more cheerful tone as he continued speaking to him. After that incident, I've actually wanted to die ever since. Everything I had in this world is gone. My beloved, my children, my parents, my property, my career, everything I fought for has completely vanished. Even my country has become virtually non-existent. All the things I cared about in my entire life are no more. Carrying this thought, when I walked to the edge of a cliff intending to jump, suddenly a voice reached my ears, accompanied by an orange-golden light. Instinctively, I turned around and saw the godlike figure of Jake-sama, his entire body enveloped in a sacred golden glow. The aura emanating from him made me feel warmth for the first time since losing my family. I don't know how to describe that feeling to you, because no matter how I put it, it might sound exaggerated. I don't want my foolish mouth to bring Jake-sama the reputation of being a fraud. As the old man reached this point, the surrounding discussions grew louder. People shouted to him, "Don't worry, we know better than anyone what kind of person Jake-sama is, and we'll never allow anyone to insult or slander him." Ha ha ha, exactly. Are you really worried your words might shame Jake-sama? You just need to praise him, we'll fill in the rest. Because I can assure you, no matter how perfect your words are in describing Jake-sama, they'll never truly capture his essence. Do you know why I'm still alive today? It's because I want to see more of Jake-sama every day, to watch him rebuild our broken homeland, Flevens. I know you might have lost all love for Flevens now, but this will always be our native land, the place where our descendants will grow up. This place must never be abandoned. Rocinante had now jumped down from the bridge arch. He looked at the group of homeless men arguing with flushed faces about how to praise Jake, then at the older homeless man with his gentle smile. Observing their clean clothes and healthy complexions, he quietly asked the elder. This is actually the key factor in determining whether you've truly seen Jake-sama. Do you know how we could tell at a glance that you've never met him? Hearing this, Rocinante awkwardly examined himself before replying. Is it because of my clothes and overly unkempt appearance? The source of this content snowfire.net. The older homeless man nodded with a smile and began to explain to Rocinante. Jake-sama once said to me, or rather to all of us homeless people, that we are not homeless. We are merely victims of this shattered nation. We shouldn't be treated as homeless. We are human beings who have lost our country. We need clean, dignified appearances and the dignity that belongs to us as people. And when we take you to Jake-sama, it's not just to receive food handouts. We have work. We earn our meals through labor. Work. What kind of work? Clearing the ruins of this nation, and the ruins in our hearts. C 199,199. Rocinante sat on the ground, his weary body dragging as he held a bowl of hot porridge, his reward from earlier that day. After a full day's labor, unlimited meals were provided in the evening. The porridge was delicious, filled with meat and potatoes, its flavor just right, though a bit bland to Rocinante's taste. He knew, however, that for everyone else, the seasoning was perfect. A bonfire crackled nearby, the aroma of food and the murmur of conversation blending into the night. Despite their efforts, the ruins of Flevens remained vast. A whole day's work hadn't even cleared half a street. No one had slacked off, everyone had worked tirelessly. But progress was slow because the destruction was simply too thorough. Soldiers from other nations, determined to eradicate every trace of amber-lead disease, had burned and bombed every building at least twice. As a result, the task of rebuilding this nation would be unimaginably immense. But it was understandable. Those who had set the fires likely never imagined Flevens could ever be restored. After all, who would want to live in a place ravaged by disease? This had been the prevailing sentiment among Flevens' survivors. To them, the nation was beyond salvation. The nobility had fled on ships, taking nearly the entire country's wealth with them, leaving ordinary citizens to face the enemy's merciless artillery and gunfire. While commoners bled in the streets, the nobles spent their blood-stained riches abroad, living in extravagance as always. While workers faced death from prolonged exposure to amber-lead disease, the nobles remained aloof, skimming wages from those laborers. Everything they did was for profit, never for the nation, and certainly never for its people. Rocinante gazed at the slightly tattered teddy bear in his hand. Embroidered on its back was a small message. To our dear little Princess Natalisa, happy 6th birthday. Love, Mom and Dad. Half of the bear's head was gone, leaving only its battered body, its stuffing spilling out in clumps. Rocinante found the doll in the ruins of a burned-down house, but alongside it, they had also unearthed the body of a child who appeared to be only 5 or 6 years old. The corpse was charred beyond recognition. On the first floor of the house, they had discovered the bodies of 2 adults who had been trying to reach the second floor. Their bodies lay sprawled on the ground, their hands and necks stretched desperately toward the upper floor. Rocinante could almost imagine the agony they must have endured before death, forced to watch helplessly as their child perished, as the ones they loved most died before their eyes, as they themselves were consumed by the flames and turned to ash. Just the thought of such suffering was enough to make Rocinante feel as though he couldn't breathe. He took a deep breath and stared down at the bowl of hot porridge in his hands, trying to shake the image of those 3 charred corpses from his mind. But the harder he tried, the clearer the memory became, until he could even recall the twisted expression on the small child's face. Exhaling sharply, Rocinante set the porridge aside, his stomach churning. Why did the world always do this to people who just wanted to live normal lives? His thoughts turned inward, to himself, and to his father, who had been far too naive. Truth be told, there had been a time when Rocinante had resented his father. It was probably around the time his mother had died. Back then, he truly couldn't forgive him. If his father hadn't insisted on moving down from the Holy Land, his mother would never have died here. When their family had lived in the Holy Land, they hadn't mistreated slaves. On the contrary, they had taken in many who were on the verge of being abused to death. They had also frequently donated large sums of money to the Marines and other organizations, doing whatever good they could. Yet despite being what could only be described as an exceptionally kind family, their fate had been this: his father beaten to death, his mother dead from illness, his brother lost to darkness. What had once been a happy family of 4 was now just him, alone. And worse still, he might one day have to betray his brother, his only remaining family, all over again. At this thought, the bitterness in Rocinante's mouth threatened to overflow. He didn't know how to dispel it. He could only stare blankly at the ground, at the food still steaming with rich aroma, unable to take even a single bite. Just then, a gentle voice reached his ears. Not eating. Does it not suit your taste? It's mass-cooked food, so the flavor's hard to get right. Plus, the surrounding countries have blockaded all food supply routes here. This is what I managed to get from a marine ship. Once the relief supplies I requested from headquarters arrive in a few days, we'll be able to eat a little better. Hearing Jake's words, Rocinante quickly forced a smile and explained. No, it's not what you think. I was thinking about something I saw earlier today, and it left me feeling a little unsettled. It's about the case of the charred bodies of the family of 3, right? I went to the scene today and can basically confirm that the parents were shot by Imperial soldiers on the first floor. Both tried to save their child in their final moments, which explains their positions. The child's cause of death has also been determined, burned in the fire after inhaling large amounts of toxic gas. Hearing this, Rocinante's fist slammed violently onto the ground as he let out an involuntary roar. Those bastards are truly despicable creatures. Jake looked at Rocinante and gently patted his shoulder before saying, adjust your mindset. Those scum are indeed hateful, but what we need to do now is ensure more people survive. That's all that matters. See 200,200. Listening to Jake's words, Rocinante calmed his emotions. He then picked up the bowl from the ground, nodded at Jake, and said, my apologies, Jake-sama. I lost control of my emotions just now. It's alright. Seeing such scenes would make even the most hardened men feel profound pain. Even I, who've grown accustomed to these tragedies recently, felt deeply disturbed when I first saw them. I keep thinking, if only I'd arrived earlier, could I have saved them? But regrettably, there are no what-ifs. I was still too late. They still died. I couldn't do anything. Rocinante was surprised by Jake's words. He looked at him and comforted him. No, Jake-sama, you shouldn't speak of yourself like that. To us, you're already Flevence's savior. Without you here, I don't know how any of us would survive, physically or mentally. Most of us would probably have chosen to end our lives on some night if not for you. Jake shook his head, his voice slightly bitter. What if I told you everything I've done was merely the basic treatment you all deserved? Would you still consider me a savior? I simply treated you as human beings. That such a small act could fill you with the will to live. The more you say such things, the more I realize how rotten this world truly is. If people can't live as humans, how are we any different from animals? Hearing this, Rocinante froze. He looked at Jake, exhaled softly, then smiled. Jake-sama, it seems you need this bowl of soup more than one do. You haven't had dinner yet, have you? I've barely touched mine. Please have more if you don't mind it. At this, Jake chuckled and shook his head. I've already eaten, thank you for your kindness. Compared to me, you've been working longer hours, and your labor intensity far exceeds mine. During this special period, food should be distributed according to the amount of work each person does. If you give all this food to me today, what will happen if you collapse while clearing the rubble tomorrow? Hearing this, Rocinante blushed and said, don't worry, Jake-sama, I would never collapse. Seeing Rocinante's earnest expression as if he wanted to seriously explain himself, Jake simply stood up, brushed the dust off his clothes, and walked toward his own house while smiling. Many temporary shelters have been built recently. The temperature difference between day and night in Flevence is extreme, so make sure to keep warm. Stay in those temporary shelters at night. Remember, the men's quarters are on the right, and the women's quarters are on the left. If you dare to sneak into the opposite gender's resting area, don't blame me for kicking you out. Though Jake's words were clearly meant as a joke, Rocinante still bowed deeply and solemnly promised. Rest assured, Jake-sama, I would never commit such a despicable act. Jake nodded at Rocinante's response, but the moment he turned away, his expression shifted slightly. Thanks to the terrifying sensory amplification provided by the rumble fruit, he could detect countless signals emanating from Rocinante. These weren't signs of schizophrenia or multiple personalities. Rather, Rocinante was currently functioning as a transmission station. Whether he knew it or not, minuscule surveillance devices had been planted on his clothing. Every action Rocinante had taken so far, every word spoken, every conversation held, had been observed by the members of the Don Quixote family. If not for the rumble fruit's enhanced perception, Jake might have carelessly revealed Rocinante's true identity in front of him and disclosed that the damned spy within the Marines had already been exposed. Had that intelligence reached the Don Quixote family today, the situation would have grown dangerously complicated. The plan to eliminate them all in one sweep would surely have been detected by Doflamingo, prompting countermeasures, and such a perfect opportunity might never arise again. To Jake, Doflamingo had always been a sharp blade hanging over his head. As long as Doflamingo lived, Jake would never sleep soundly. From his days as a slave in a small North Blue kingdom, to Gourmet Town, to the kingdom of Prince, and even Pika's, everything was intricately tied to Doflamingo. One could even say that without Doflamingo, Jake's growth would have been far slower. The simplest example was that Jake would never have obtained the rumble fruit so early, nor would he have ventured to Sky Island and discovered the City of Gold. At that time, if Kaido hadn't interfered, Jake would most likely have completed his mission, dueled with Lucci, won or lost, and then remained in the elite training camp to train until now. However, it was precisely because of Doflamingo's intervention that Jake's growth path was accelerated, which could be considered a blessing in disguise. But Jake wouldn't show any mercy toward Doflamingo just because the outcome turned out favorable. For this unruly man, he had to completely uproot him this time to avoid endless harassment in the future. As for Doflamingo's black market industry, Jake had long since found the right successor in his mind. Of course, whether that person was willing or not was another matter. That night, as the Den Mushi's Burururu sound rang out, Jake stroked the slowly shaking white Den Mushi beside him while speaking calmly into his own. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, it's me. Regarding what I mentioned earlier about Virgo, the spy the Don Quixote family planted within the Marines, have you found any leads? That man is extremely dangerous, both in terms of strength and personality. If he discovers anything about Rocinante, Rocinante would likely be imprisoned immediately. Hearing Jake's words, Sengoku's voice grew hoarse. Yes, I've never relaxed for a moment regarding these matters. I've thoroughly investigated all of that man's records, and it's just as you said, he's highly suspicious. I've already sent Borsellino after him. Once we capture him, I'll notify you immediately. C-201,201. Listening to Sengoku, Jake's face showed a thoughtful expression. But just as he was about to say more, Sengoku's voice came through again. Virgo's records are completely fabricated, with many glaring contradictions. He claimed his hometown was the small town of Olusti in the South Blue, but that town is actually in the East Blue and disappeared 17 years ago during a catastrophic disaster in the Grand Line. Furthermore, the name, Virgo, along with his travel logs and various reports, are all filled with lies and half-hearted excuses. Despite such obvious flaws, our Marine branch offices failed to notice anything amiss about him, even selecting him as an outstanding recruit. This infuriates me beyond measure. Jake, it seems our cleanup operation needs to expand. Add those utterly incompetent fools who lack even a shred of diligence to the list. After your report, I immediately questioned the staff in the records department and asked them right then, which sea was Olusti located in. At this point, Sengoku's voice carried a hint of laughter, but Jake knew exactly what it meant. It wasn't a happy laugh, it was the kind born from sheer fury. At the time, I asked those guys if they knew where the town of Olusti was located. Do you know how they answered me? Do you know how these so-called outstanding talents selected through rigorous assessments responded? They told me, they'd never heard of this town. Some said it was in the North Blue. Others claimed it was in the South Blue. Or the West Blue. Not a single one got it right. Even if they were guessing, they couldn't have 4 people giving 4 different answers, with one insisting Olusti was on the Grand Line. All the islands along the 7 navigational routes of the Grand Line, if I recall correctly, should be the most basic questions on the written exam for graduating Marines, shouldn't they? I even had you all draw out the entire navigational routes back then. As Sengoku spoke, he couldn't help but cough twice. Jake also heard the dull thud of a fist slamming against the desk. You ordinary Marine graduates knew these things. Your daily training already took up most of your time. If you hadn't known, I wouldn't have been so angry. But those people are different. They're desk workers who don't need training. They're members of the information department responsible for reviewing materials. They should have been the most knowledgeable about these locations within the entire Marine organization. Yet now, they know nothing. So who the hell put these useless idiots in those positions? I will get to the bottom of this. I'll investigate thoroughly. Those damn bastards have corrupted and infiltrated the Marines to the point where it's as full of holes as a sieve. Disgusting. Heavy breathing came through the phone, and Jake found himself at a loss for words. He knew Sengoku's temperament well. There were 2 reasons for his fury. First, the absurdity of those people's behavior was outrageous enough on its own, more than enough to make Sengoku's blood boil. Second, the root of Sengoku's anger was that this matter involved Rocinante. Rocinante was still deep undercover within the Don Quixote family. Every day, Sengoku would repeatedly remind Rocinante to stay safe. Yet in the end, the biggest threat to Rocinante's safety came from their own side, and for such a ridiculous reason. If Jake hadn't uncovered Virgo's true identity, it wouldn't have been long before Virgo might have discovered Rocinante's real role. Given Virgo's abilities and talents, his entry into the elite training camp was only a matter of time. Rocinante had been among the top graduates of the elite training camp in previous years. Although his photos had been sealed after he went undercover, many still recognized him because of his past association with Sengoku. All Virgo would have needed was a little careful investigation to uncover Rocinante's identity, leading to the undercover agent's brutal torture and death while trapped in enemy territory. At this thought, Sengoku felt a chill run through his entire body. He had almost, just almost, caused the death of the foster son he cherished as his own. He had nearly let that child, so full of justice, die in such a place due to his own negligence and incompetence. At this moment, Sengoku felt as though he could barely hold back his tears. Unlike Garp, he had no family of his own. He had devoted almost his entire life to the Marines, and his one and only concern was the foster son he had picked up in the snow all those years ago. Rocinante was more outstanding than him, possessing a sense of justice purer and kinder than anyone else's. If such a child had truly died in that place, Sengoku would never have forgiven himself. It was precisely for this reason that Sengoku's gratitude toward Jake deepened even further. After composing himself slightly, he said to Jake, "Your report on the spies has been of immense merit, Jake. Not only did you successfully save Rocinante's life, but you also saved the lives of most of our Marines carrying out undercover missions. From the time I took over the intelligence division and began the investigation until now, we've uncovered roughly 70 spies. Most of them come from the world government, while quite a few are from the underground black market. Of course, there are also some from pirate crews, though very few. Not all pirates have the need or the guts for such things." Listening to Sengoku's now somewhat calmer voice, Jake smiled and replied, "It was my duty, Fleet Admiral Sengoku. There's no need for such courtesy. However, there are some matters I'd like to seek your guidance on." "Go ahead, Jake. As long as it's nothing too unreasonable, we'll handle it for you here." "Thank you for your kindness. But what I mainly wanted to discuss is the issue of the nobility in Flevence. If Flevence regains its vitality, will those people return to continue their rule? C200 2202. According to standard procedure, once Flevence is restored to peace and stability, those nobles and kings will legally retain their right to rule the country whenever they return. This is stipulated in the laws of the world government. At this, a hint of coldness seeped into Jake's voice. Fleet Admiral, is there any way to circumvent this law? To be honest, I don't want Flevence to fall back into the hands of those scums. This country has already suffered far too much. Those who were the first to abandon and flee when the nation was in crisis, what right do they have to return and steal the fruits of others' labor once the country prospers again? Hearing this, Sengoku understood Jake's intent. He looked at the Den Den Mushi, observing the expression it mimicked from Jake, then nodded slightly before sighing. There is indeed a way, but if you go through with it, it might come at a considerable personal cost to you. What way? Jake paid no mind to the idea of personal losses. He simply asked Sengoku his question directly. Hearing this, Sengoku already knew Jake's stance. In a tone that suggested he had expected as much, he said, I knew you'd answer me like this, kid. Fine, you're just like Zephyr, same stubborn personality. The method is actually quite simple. You can choose to abandon the name of the country Flevence and give it a new one. That way, everything tied to the name Flevence will become invalid, and those so-called nobles won't be able to return and rule over it anymore. After all, they are nobles of the defunct nation of Flevence, not of your newly established country. Even if you only change the name and keep everything else, laws, systems, exactly the same as before, it won't matter. A faint smile appeared on Jake's face, but he continued questioning Sengoku. But what about the next steps, Sengoku-san? For example, rejoining the world government as an affiliate nation. Becoming an affiliate nation only requires you to pay the celestial tribute. It doesn't matter if you were previously a country or not, even if you're just the size of a small village, as long as you can afford the tribute, you can join the world government immediately. And if you can pay more tribute than other nations, your status will rise accordingly. You might even become one of the core affiliate nations. Hearing this, Jake remarked sarcastically. The affiliate system really is no different from those things, huh? But Sengoku-san, if Flevence wants to change its name, can it really be done just by vote among the common people? Common people alone would never be enough. You'd need the approval of more than half the country's nobles to successfully abolish the old name and adopt a new one. But those bastards fled on the very first day of the Amber Lead Syndrome outbreak. There's no way we can find enough Flevence nobles to meet that requirement now. Sengoku chuckled in response. He fed a small stack of documents to the goat beside him before continuing. I wasn't finished, kid. You're getting impatient. That's not like you. My apologies, Fleet Admiral. I let my temper get the better of me. Don't worry, no one blames you. From start to finish, you've only wanted to give the ordinary people of Flevence a better life. With justice as pure as yours, who am I to criticize you? After reassuring Jake, Sengoku went on. Normally, renaming a country would require renegotiating countless treaties, and many international agreements would become void. This would leave a new nation completely isolated diplomatically at first, requiring tremendous effort to rebuild those connections later. But you shouldn't have to worry about that. Your reputation is strong enough. If you personally guarantee things, other nations will likely resume trade relations with Flevence without much delay. The main issue is actually how to get that majority of nobles to come and vote for you. But I can help you with that, because Flevence is not in ordinary times, it's in wartime. During wartime, you don't need a vote to decide whether the country has perished. Instead, it's up to us to assess whether the nation still has a reason to exist. And the meeting to evaluate whether Flevence can still function as a country has, quite conveniently, been scheduled by me for the morning of the day after tomorrow. So what you should be thinking about now is what Flevence's new name will be. Hearing this, Jake said gratefully to Sengoku. Thank you, Sengoku-san. Did you already anticipate that I might ask you these questions? Sengoku didn't deny Jake's question. He simply replied calmly, I didn't do anything like that. I just put my younger self in this situation and asked what I would have wanted to do back then. It's a kind of test for myself, and perhaps a sign that I'm growing younger again, haha. Anyway, you brat better work hard. Flevence is in your hands now. As for those bastards who chose to abandon their country and people at the first opportunity, they have no right to return and reclaim power. Besides, they knew from the very beginning, they knew what Amber Lead would bring. Yet they still went ahead with it, leaving ordinary people not even a sliver of a chance to survive. And precisely because they knew all along, haven't you noticed? Very few of those nobles suffer from Amber Lead Syndrome. And just before the disease was about to break out, they received word and contacted the world government and the Marines, asking us to send ships to escort them away. Sengoku sighed and continued, at the time, due to orders from the world government, we had no choice but to comply. You wouldn't believe how much wealth those people carried with them. Let me put it this way, half the ship was filled with their treasures. They took away wealth and health, leaving their own people with nothing but poverty and disease. C203 to 203. Flevence, the 9th day since the arrival of the new Marine base commander, Jake. Hey, first squad, handover for the daily patrol on Hope Street is moved up by half an hour. Gather early and cover additional areas during the shift change. Third squad, continue searching the heavily infected zones for critically ill patients. Remember to wear protective gear. If anything seems off, go straight to Commander Jake for treatment, no delays. 6th Squad, your mission today is to follow Officer Monet into the sewer system to search for civilians in hiding. No firing weapons, maintain a peaceful approach. Report any incidents immediately to Officer Monet. Squad 9, spread out across the streets and attack those stubborn gang members. Don't give those bastards any openings. Keep suppressing them until they can't breathe and decide to surrender. Commander Jake has ordered that anyone who resists can be executed on the spot. Squad 10, follow me and Commander Jake to treat the injured technicians and suppress those arrogant nobles who don't know their place. If any noble gives you trouble, don't just take it, report it to Commander Jake immediately. He'll ensure we get fair treatment. Remember, we're not the same as before. Now we're Commander Jake's soldiers, and everything we do is for justice. For justice. The faint morning mist was dispelled by the deep roars of the Marines. Sunlight bathed the entire Flevens, a region once shrouded in war and bloodshed but now, somehow, brimming with a faint vitality. Street vendors had begun to appear, selling daily necessities. Smiles that has been long absent, had returned to the faces of Flevens's residents. When illness could be cured, nothing else was a problem anymore. They started rebuilding their homes atop the ruins. As long as people remained, recreating a small home wouldn't take long, just a month or two, or even faster, a single month to restore things to how they were before. As long as the people were here, that was enough. As long as they were alive. The man wiped the sweat from his brow. His fingers were peeling from handling bricks, but he showed no intention of stopping. Behind him, his wife struggled to move a heavy stone. His wife's health was poor. The time spent in the sewers had worsened her cough, and back then, she had also suffered from amber-lead syndrome. If not for Commander Jake's timely intervention, he might have lost the love of his life. Even though Commander Jake had saved his wife and her cough had improved, the man still felt she was too frail. If not for her insistence on helping, he would never have let her touch these stones. He needed to finish rebuilding their house quickly. His wife couldn't afford to catch a chill. He couldn't lose her. That pain was something he never wanted to experience again. The woman looked at her husband's peeling hands, her expression a mix of reproach and concern. Setting down the stone, she picked up a cup of water and said with a mix of tenderness and scolding, ssnovelfire.net. You stubborn man, I told you not to push yourself so hard. The temporary shelter Commander Jake arranged for us is perfectly safe. There are Marines patrolling outside every night, nothing will go wrong. We're just sleeping apart for now. You don't need to worry so much. The man nodded, accepting the water she handed him. After taking a sip, he replied, Jake-sama has done so much for us. I was thinking of finishing our house first, then helping old John's family with theirs, followed by Rezro's family. The sooner we build our homes, the less burden Jake-sama and those Marines will have. The good rest we enjoy every night is only possible because they patrol tirelessly through the night. Many of them are still young, some not even 20 yet, younger than us. It pains me to see them like this. To ensure everyone's safety, Lord Jake arranged separate dormitories for men and women without homes. This not only makes management easier but also protects you all. How could I possibly worry about that? I just thought if you stayed in the dormitory, other homeless women would have nowhere to go. Since we've survived, I want more people to live too. Don't you agree? The woman listened to her husband's words, a look of surprise flashing across her face before she stood on her tiptoes and kissed his cheek, smiling as she said. My man has grown up, it seems. If you'd said something like this before, I wouldn't have believed it. The man touched the spot where she'd kissed him, his face flushing slightly. Scratching his head, he replied, After nearly losing you, I know how that feels. I don't want anyone else in this world to experience the same. There's only one Jake-sama, but if we can do our part here, maybe one day we can become someone else's Jake-sama. Hearing this, the woman chuckled and rolled up her sleeves, continuing to move the stones on the ground as she said. Well then, what are you standing around for? Go mix some cement for me, I'll handle the stones. Got it. Meanwhile, Jake stood at the edge of Flevens with a faint smile on his lips. Monet, standing beside him, asked curiously, Why are you suddenly smiling? Because I can see this country truly improving because of our presence. If that's the case, then to witness more of such beauty, you should remember to rest properly, Jake-sama. Don't worry, Monet, you know my abilities, even mental exhaustion can be recovered. The harder I work, the more lives we can save. Once everything settles down, I'll rest properly. Monet smiled softly at him and replied, Those are your own words. If your ability can restore mental fatigue, then starting today, I'll work as long as you do. Every time you cast healing prayer on yourself, you'll cast it on me too. I'll stay by your side. Monet, my thoughts are the same as yours. Once this is all over, we'll rest. The Marines here aren't just you, I'm a Marine too. See 204 to 204. Hey, Marines, this isn't your business. The war between Flevens and our nation is an issue among world government-affiliated nations. You have no right to interfere or intervene. I know you. Your name is Jake, right? If I recall correctly, you're currently leading the Marine Purge. Why are you here? This matter has nothing to do with the Marines. If you stay, we'll report you to your superiors, or even write directly to the world government. I imagine your future might face some complications then. No. Get out of here now. If you delay us from eliminating those things, we'll take you Marines down too. Our only purpose here is to wipe out those damned carriers of the disease. We were going to wait for you Marines to leave on your own, but it seems you have no intention of doing so. Don't blame us for not sparing your pride as Marines. The commanders of the soldiers from the surrounding nations roared at Jake, their voices filled with fury. The soldiers clad in protective gear raised their guns, the dark muzzles pointed at Jake. The thick scent of gunpowder mixed with the lingering stench of blood on the bombarded land. Jake gazed at them, his tone calm and indifferent. You seem to have misunderstood something. I'm not here to negotiate with you. Flevens has already been stripped of its status as a world government-affiliated nation. Right now, you're collectively attacking an ordinary country, one that hosts a marine base. I'm merely protecting our Marines from your aggression. Hearing Jake's words, an older middle-aged man stroked his beard before speaking gravely. In that case, we swear not to harm any Marines. Just step aside and let us pass. Once we eliminate the disease carriers, we'll leave immediately. Allowing them to survive here would be irresponsible to our own citizens. Apologies, but my soldiers are rather timid. Your current approach would frighten them. Remove your protective suits, lay down your weapons, and I'll let you through. At Jake's blatantly mocking tone, the middle-aged man's expression darkened. Narrowing his eyes, he issued a threat. It seems you have no intention of resolving this matter peacefully, Lieutenant Jake. But before he could finish, Jake cut him off. Address me as Commodore Jake. If you can't even distinguish my rank, perhaps it's time for you to retire. You, as the middle-aged man's face flushed with anger, a sharp voice interjected from another direction. It belonged to the commander of another nation, a man with a thick beard but an oddly high-pitched voice, somewhat reminiscent of Pika, whom Jake had previously killed. The man stared at Jake before speaking slowly. It seems Commodore Jake is dead set on waging war against all our nations for the sake of those people. If you insist on this course, I doubt your superiors would approve. I've met Fleet Admiral Sengoku before. His temperament is far more composed and level-headed than yours. He would never condone your reckless actions. SS Novi fire. In response, Jake grinned broadly, flashing a radiant smile. Fleet Admiral Sengoku said that this time, no matter what I do, he fully supports my decisions. Additionally, my purpose here isn't just to stop you from entering Flevens. I'm also here to arrest some people. Perhaps you're unaware, but the Marines don't just hunt pirates. We also have the authority to apprehend those who commit crimes within our jurisdiction. Arrest people from us, with just your forces. Have you lost your mind? And what grounds do you have to take anyone from us? A shrill voice rang out, accompanied by mocking laughter from the soldiers. Jake's expression remained unchanged. He simply smiled at them before replying. Every single person involved in the Flevens massacre will be held accountable. You slaughtered innocent civilians, people suffering from the curable amber lead disease, when Flevens was still a member nation of the world government. It's our duty to protect them. Though we may be late, it's better than never coming at all. PFF'd. Jake, you must be mistaken. We didn't massacre civilians. Everything we did was merely. But before the man could finish, an overwhelming force erupted from Jake's body. A crushing gravity pressed down from his direction, slamming the commander to the ground before he could utter another word. In an instant, the commander's armored arm was reduced to a pulpy mess. Jake gazed at him calmly. Seems you took part in that slaughter too. Forgot to mention, I'm not here to reason with you or negotiate. I'm here to cause trouble, to exact revenge. Today, you'll taste the suffering you inflicted on the people of Flevens. The pinned commander stared in agony at his mangled arm, his voice trembling with fear. You madman, why you can't kill me? I'm a general of the Rios Kingdom, an official of a world government-affiliated nation. You have no right. Jake ignored his protests, speaking dispassionately. It's not me who'll kill you. It's the sins you've committed. The fruit I ate is called the Seraphim fruit. Aside from its healing abilities, it has another power. You know, in myths, angels don't just save people, they also punish demons, right? Those are just fairy tales. You're just, Before the man could finish speaking, one of his legs was crushed under terrifying pressure. The excruciating pain instantly drained the color from his face, rendering him unable to speak coherently. After two of his limbs were successively shattered, the man finally broke. He turned to Jake, desperately pleading. Please, spare me. It's true, we didn't come here to protect the citizens of our own country. We knew Flevens was once wealthy and we thought that by conquering it, we could seize its riches. Killing those people, it was just our pastime. Please, I beg you, let me go. Blood splattered. The faces of the onlookers turned deathly pale. C-205 to 205. A pool of mangled flesh and steel lay on the ground. The wind carried the nauseating stench of blood through the air. The soldiers stared in stunned silence at the unrecognizable corpse of their commanding officer. As they took in the horrific state of his death, a single question rapidly formed in their minds. Did I take part in the massacre of Flevens' civilians? Among the soldiers present, roughly 60% had an immediate answer. Yes, but it was the officer's orders. They were just ordinary soldiers, they had no choice but to obey. It wasn't their fault. Was there really no other choice, though? When facing those civilians, they could have easily pretended not to see them and let them go. Sure, sometimes killing them was justified as preempting an ambush, but what about the ones who posed no threat at all? Children stabbed to death with bayonets. Sick women slaughtered without mercy. Healthy women dragged into military camps, only to face even crueler fates. As for the men and the elderly, without exception, they were all killed. And to add some excitement to this one-sided, meaningless war, they had even organized various competitions. These sins were undeniable, the weight of blood and corpses pressed down on them, now transforming into the gates of hell, beckoning them inside. A brilliant gold flashed in Jake's eyes as he surveyed the soldiers before him, his expression growing colder. Though he had been given the priest template in Dungeon and Fighter, before reaching level 15 and choosing a specialization, all characters had access to the basic skills of the 4 major class archetypes. The ability to perceive an enemy's sins was one such foundational skill from the Crusader archetype. In Jake's vision, he could clearly see the overwhelming weight of sin clinging to these so-called innocent soldiers, enough to drown them where they stood. And those bearing sins of such magnitude weren't just 1 or 2, there were hundreds. Thousands. Jake raised his hand slightly, his voice devoid of all emotion. I know you are all soldiers from countries affiliated with the world government, and I also know that the Marines have no right to punish you privately. Upon hearing Jake's words, the crowd collectively let out a sigh of relief. They turned to look at Jake, about to say something to forgive his earlier rudeness, when his voice rang out again. But the sins you carry make me sick. If I let you leave here alive, I would spend the rest of my life drowning in guilt and regret. Compared to that torment, I would rather face punishment from my Marine superiors. Your lives are too filthy. Allowing your tainted lives to continue would be a disrespect to the innocent civilians of Flevens who perished, and a disrespect to me as well. So here, I do not act as a Marine Commodore, but as an ordinary man, to deal with you all. SS Novel Fire Net. Now, please die. With those words, Jake raised his arm and brought it down decisively. A series of sickening thuds echoed as soldiers were crushed as if by an invisible, colossal hand. Blood and matter splattered everywhere, and in that instant, the stench of death enveloped all the enemy troops surrounding Flevens. Witnessing the grotesque and horrifying deaths of their comrades, the soldiers' morale shattered completely. They dropped their weapons, tore off their armor, and discarded anything that could identify them, desperate to flee the scene of this terrifying massacre. But their efforts were utterly futile. To Jake, the overwhelming weight of their sins clung to them like beacons in the night, impossible to ignore. However, if left unchecked, a few might still slip through the cracks. Glancing at Monet, Jake silently conveyed his intent. Understanding immediately, Monet didn't hesitate. A chilling aura radiated from her, and within moments, a raging blizzard engulfed the entire area, trapping everyone inside. The further toward the edges of the storm, the more ferocious the winds became. Escape was impossible. Even standing within it for mere minutes would freeze them to death. And they soon realized that freezing to death wasn't an escape either. The Marine named Jake was already targeting those who tried to flee into the storm, ensuring they met the same gruesome fate as the others. No escape, no retreat. The blizzard isolated them from the world, and at its center stood Jake, bathed in a radiant golden light. In this moment, he was the judge of this world, deciding who lived and who died. Under the crushing weight of this terrifying power, the soldiers fell into utter despair. They dropped to their knees, kowtowing in Jake's direction, praying for divine mercy. But the only thing that could have saved them was never divine intervention, it was the choices they had made long before this day. After the last sin-laden soldier was crushed into a pulp, the blizzard ceased. A golden ray of sunlight tore through the clouds and slowly fell upon the blood-soaked land. Jake's voice rang out, "Those who deserve to die are all dead. As for the rest of you, the sins you've committed are not enough to warrant such a fate. Go back." With that, Jake didn't give them time to respond. He simply turned and left with Monet. The surviving soldiers looked at each other, then at the mangled corpses of their former comrades. They opened their mouths and began to weep loudly. Even they themselves didn't know why they were crying. Perhaps it was tears of joy at having survived, or maybe they were moved to tears as if they had truly witnessed a deity. The soldiers didn't know, but the only way they could vent their emotions now was through tears, the most primal, deeply ingrained method of emotional release in human genes. Blood stained the ground, and golden light descended from the sky, illuminating Jake's figure. C-206 to 206. What, you killed the soldiers from other countries who went to Flevens to massacre people? And not just 1 or 2, how many exactly? Listening to the voice on the other end of the Den Den Mushi, Jake answered honestly. About 1,000 or so. There was a brief silence on Sengoku's end before he roared. 1,000? You did that alone. What the hell do you think you are, a pirate or a marine? Who gave you the right to execute those bastards on your own? Do you even still consider yourself a marine? I'm sorry, but my devil fruit ability allowed me to see the sins weighing on those men. I couldn't tolerate those murderers of civilians continuing to live in this world. Hearing this, Sengoku frowned slightly before pressing further. You're saying your devil fruit showed you the sins they carried at that moment? Are you certain? Yes, I'm absolutely sure. I saw the spirits of the dead clinging to them, and I witnessed the atrocities they had committed. If that's the case, then it's highly likely you were influenced by the residual consciousness within your devil fruit at the time. Jake's expression turned odd as he listened. He knew exactly what kind of excuse Sengoku was preparing for him. Sure enough, Sengoku's next words were all about justifying Jake's actions. You might not be aware, but among the 3 types of devil fruits, zone types possess a unique trait that Logia and Paramesha don't, the residual consciousness within the fruit. The reason devil fruits are called devil fruits actually stems from this latent consciousness in zone types. After consuming a zone-type devil fruit, the user can be influenced by the fruit's consciousness at various times, especially during awakening, when this influence peaks. Have you heard of the jailer beasts in Impel Down? Discover more novels at novelfire.net. Jake nodded upon hearing this and then said, "You mean those like the Minotaurs?" "Yes, precisely those individuals. But in reality, before transforming into monsters, they were all ordinary zone-type devil fruit users. One of them was even a marine before his awakening. However, after his zone-type devil fruit awakened, his own consciousness was completely consumed by the will within the fruit. He lost all intelligence and emotions, becoming a monster that acted solely on instinct. That marine was an exceptionally outstanding officer. At the time, we tried numerous methods to revive his consciousness, locking his body with sea stone, submerging him entirely in seawater, and various other approaches. Yet all attempts failed. It was as if his consciousness had completely dissipated. No matter what we did, we couldn't bring his awareness back. After nearly a year of relentless efforts, we had no choice but to give up on that excellent marine. We sent him to Impel Down, where he became one of the jailers, contributing his last remaining usefulness to justice. You must have fallen into a similar state. At the time, did you experience any strange sensations, like your consciousness becoming hazy or your emotions turning eerily calm?" Listening to Sengoku's words, Jake was no fool. He immediately replied, "Yes, Sengoku-san. Not only that, but I also fell into an extremely bizarre state. I felt an indescribable indifference toward the loss of those people's lives, as if I were no longer human but a god." After a moment of contemplation, Sengoku responded, "I've experienced those emotions myself. This must be the drawback of us mythical zone devil fruit users. Though our fruits are immensely powerful, the will contained within them can subtly influence our ability to discern right from wrong. I think I understand the situation now. Don't worry too much, Jake. You were likely under the influence of the fruit's will at the time. There's no need for self-blame. After all, your fruit is an ultra-rare one that, until your appearance, was thought to exist only in myths. To be honest, before you came along, I always believed the seraphim fruit was purely fictional, given that even the devil fruit encyclopedia makes no mention of it. Just like my own fruit, there are times when we fall into those inexplicable, strange emotional states. Don't let my current demeanor fool you. When I was younger, I was often swayed by that fruit's will. Many of the decisions I made back then seem utterly baffling to me now. This is the downside of mythical zones, and it's also my oversight for not considering it thoroughly. Rest assured, I'll handle this matter for you." Hearing this, Jake couldn't help but let a faint smile curl at the corners of his lips. He knew better than anyone that he hadn't been influenced by any devil fruit, because the power of the seraphim didn't originate from a devil fruit at all. It came from the template he had brought with him. The devil fruit he had actually consumed was the Logia-type rumble fruit. However, having a plausible excuse, Jake naturally wouldn't outright deny Sengoku like some reckless fool. But before Jake could rejoice for long, Sengoku's voice came through again. "Even so, you can't avoid punishment this time. After all, those were soldiers from world government-affiliated nations, part of the official system. Killing them directly makes it difficult for us to justify to them. So, you might still face repercussions from those parties later. As for my side," just as Sengoku was about to continue, Sakazuki's voice interrupted. "There's no need to punish Jake. Those scum deserve to die. If it's a devil fruit issue, let them take it up with the devil fruit. As for Morgan's, we've recently acquired his organization through the Marines. Following Jake's strategic push, we've also infiltrated most of the underworld giants. The value of that gold has given the Marines enough leverage to stand up to the world government. We need to show some backbone against them sooner or later. Why not start with Jake's case this time? Those people were killed, and that's that. We don't owe them any explanations. The rule that the Marines can't intervene in wars between affiliated nations should have been revised long ago. Many of those conflicts are manipulated by pirates lurking in the shadows. Not only should we refuse to back down, but we should also demand the right to intervene in their internal affairs." See 207,207. The conversation began with Sengoku reprimanding Jake and ended in an argument between Sengoku and Sakazuki. Jake sighed helplessly at the disconnected Den Mushi, momentarily at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Monet lay sprawled across the table, smiling. "Looks like everything worked out perfectly this time, I suppose. At least Fleet Admiral Sengoku stopped worrying about how to handle our situation. But Monet, you didn't have to accompany me this time. What we did might seem excessively cruel to anyone." Hearing this, Monet shook her head. She turned her gaze out the window, leaving Jake with only her delicate face. "Cruel? I don't think so. Over these past few days, I've heard the sisters from Flevence recount countless atrocities committed by those soldiers. Many of their stories made me feel we didn't kill enough of them. Most of those who died had taken countless lives. Didn't some of the men who brutalized women also perish?" Jake gave a slight shake of his head. "I couldn't distinguish them all clearly, but I imagine most of those kinds met their end. After committing such acts against women, I doubt much humanity remained in them. Their sins were undoubtedly heavy." Monet sighed softly. "I hope so. Jake, don't carry this burden too heavily. I've always trusted every decision you've made, and I'll continue to stand by you no matter what. Wherever you go, I'll always be right behind you." At this point, Monet's face flushed slightly red. The next moment, Before Jake could say anything, she had already stood up and hurriedly walked out of the room, leaving only a somewhat flustered voice and a faint fragrance behind. I'll go check on the water supply issue in the girls' dorm first. Watching her flustered retreating figure, Jake couldn't help but chuckle. He didn't chase after her, instead sitting back down in his seat before pulling out a stack of documents and slowly getting to work. By now, most matters in Flevence were essentially under his responsibility and management. One could almost say he was a minor lord. However, after resolving Flevence's crisis, the next course of action was clear. That was to eradicate the Don Quixote family, the parasites sucking the lifeblood of Flevence. At the same time, the operation to rescue Sugar should also be put on the agenda. Although Monet had never explicitly brought it up to him, Jake wasn't a fool. He could clearly see her anxious desire to save her younger sister. Moreover, that bastard Doflamingo had repeatedly caused trouble for him. Back when he lacked the power to retaliate, it was one thing, but now that he had sufficient strength and capability, it would be inexcusable to remain timid. At this thought, a faint chill surfaced on Jake's face. For the Don Quixote family, he had an entire, well-structured plan. He didn't just intend to physically destroy this family, he aimed to obliterate everything about them, economically and in terms of influence. Opening a drawer, he retrieved a reply letter, one he had entrusted someone to deliver before coming to Flevence some time ago. The envelope was exquisite, adorned with tulip patterns on its surface. Unfolding the letter, Jake read its contents, then revealed a satisfied smile. This was the letter he had sent to Tesoro, the same man who possessed the gold fruit in the movie. From the moment Jake decided to eliminate the Don Quixote family, he had already begun searching for someone capable of inheriting everything the family left behind. And quite obviously, Tesoro, who had recently snatched the gold fruit from Doflamingo, was currently his best choice. Jake had even taken the time to investigate the matter of the gold fruit. The fruit had originally been in Doflamingo's possession, just an ordinary item in his devil fruit trading market. However, due to its extraordinarily unique nature, the celestial dragons had erased the gold fruit from the devil fruit encyclopedia. They even suppressed all information about it and dispatched numerous CP agents to search for the fruit. Precisely because the celestial dragons had concealed all knowledge of the gold fruit, Doflamingo remained unaware of its true value. Logically speaking, had Doflamingo stayed in the Holy Land a few more years, he might have had the chance to access the uncensored, complete version of the devil fruit encyclopedia. But alas, fate was ironic. Doflamingo possessed the gold fruit yet never recognized it. At that time, they simply mistook the gold fruit for the zone-type skylark fruit, as the two indeed looked extremely similar. Apart from the direction of the leaf thorns, everything else was an exact match. The skylark fruit was considered rather mediocre among devil fruits, so its security wasn't particularly tight. This gave Tesoro the perfect opportunity. As for how Tesoro recognized the gold fruit, he explained this to Jake in the letter. Though it might sound like dark humor, Tesoro had actually spent more time in the Holy Land Mary Geoise than Doflamingo. His master there was a celestial dragon named Roswald, who, despite being just as devoid of morals, had a habit of collecting books. This gave Tesoro the chance to learn about the gold fruit. When Tesoro heard Doflamingo was auctioning off the skylark fruit, he was already intrigued. Whether it was the real gold fruit or not, he wanted to see for himself. If it was genuine, he was determined to obtain it, by any means necessary. When he finally laid eyes on the fruit, Tesoro felt his heart leap into his throat. Without a doubt, it was the gold fruit, the very one he had dreamed of. Once he confirmed it, Tesoro didn't hesitate. Alongside a few companions from his prison break, he robbed the auction house and took the devil fruit. Originally, they had agreed to sell the skylark fruit and split the profits, but the moment Tesoro got his hands on it, he swallowed it whole. Using the fruit's power, he subdued everyone present and kept the incident under wraps. To this day, Doflamingo remains unaware that one of his auction houses was secretly raided by Tesoro. C-208,208. As for how Jake knew all this, the answer was simple. First, as a transmigrator, he had a vivid impression of Tesoro, the pure love warrior. However, since by the time he transmigrated here, Stella had already died, even if he wanted to help, there was hardly any opportunity left. Secondly, while dealing with various corruption issues within the Marines over the past year, he had come into contact with many people from the underground black market. It could be said that any corrupt Marine who wanted to launder their ill-gotten wealth had to rely on those underground black market connections. Over this past year, Jake had met no fewer than hundreds, if not 1,000, underground black market bosses. Under his mix of threats and incentives, almost all of them had become his informants. Now, Jake's intelligence network was nothing short of staggering. On the legitimate side, he had access to nearly the entire Marine Systems intelligence network, while in the black market, he had an intelligence web that spanned every corner of the four seas. Finding information about Tesoro was almost too easy. Even though Tesoro had done his best to keep things under wraps, there were no walls in the world without cracks. By the time Jake's letter reached Tesoro, the latter had effectively lost any real choice. If Tesoro wanted to keep living comfortably, his only option was to cooperate with Jake. Of course, this was Tesoro's own assumption. Jake had never expressed any intention of forcing him to do anything. Even if Tesoro refused, Jake could simply find someone else. Among his vast intelligence network, there were quite a few individuals he rather liked, and he wouldn't mind letting them inherit the Don Quixote family's legacy. Naturally, Tessero's willingness to cooperate was the best possible outcome. After all, from Jake's perspective, the power of the gold fruit could give both him and the Marines more leverage to stand up to the world government. Just think about it, even without the Marines' support in the original story, Tessero had used the gold fruit to become a man who controlled a quarter of the world's wealth. And that was just his personal influence. It was easy to imagine just how overpowered this devil fruit's abilities truly were. Now, if Tessero were to gain Jake's support, and by extension, the full backing of Marine headquarters, Jake couldn't even begin to fathom how far Tessero might grow. Of course, by that point, the wealth Tessero amassed wouldn't belong solely to him. At least half of it would end up in the Marines' coffers. Earlier this morning, Jake had already received Tessero's reply, but he'd been too busy eliminating the enemies attempting a second assault on Flevence's homeland to open it right away. The contents of the letter had pleased Jake immensely. Tessero was more than willing to cooperate, eagerly accepting the Don Quixote family's legacy. In fact, he was practically itching to meet Jake in person. At the end of the letter, Tessero even mentioned that he was currently within Flevence's borders and could meet Jake anytime at his convenience. This was why Jake had chuckled when he read the letter. At this stage, Tessero had only recently shed his slave status and still lacked confidence in himself, which explained why he'd approached Jake with such humility. Had this been the Tessero from the original story, even if Jake had become an admiral, Tessero would never have adopted such a submissive attitude. But isn't the best time to become an investor when the other party is still weak? Jake didn't hesitate at all. He activated his observation hotkey to its limit and almost instantly locked onto Tessero's location. Tessero was currently in an abandoned residential building discussing something with his trusted aides when suddenly, azure electric arcs appeared before their eyes. The moment they saw the electric arcs, Tessero's aides immediately stood up, surrounding him protectively to prevent any harm from coming his way. Yet as Tessero watched his companion's actions, he felt little emotion. He knew that while they appeared to be protecting him, what they truly wanted to protect was the gold fruit. Ever since Stella's death, there hadn't been a single person in this world who genuinely wanted to protect him. The azure electric arcs didn't take any hostile action. Instead, they flickered a few times across the wooden table before them. When the blue arcs vanished, a line of text had appeared on the table's surface. Frederick's City Hall, I'm waiting for you there, Jake. Everyone fell silent as they read the words. A scarred man looked at Tessero and spoke in a muffled voice. Are we really going to meet that Marine? It feels dangerous. The power of this fruit is too tempting. Even if he's some Marine super rookie, he might make different choices, maybe even imprison you to force you to produce gold for them endlessly. Tessero responded indifferently. Producing gold for the Marines is better than producing it for pirates. Perhaps they could actually use the gold I create to end the Great Pirate Era. Wouldn't that mean fewer slaves like us? That may be true, but enough. Since we've come this far, we must meet Jake. Think about it. If he can leave messages here, can't he also hear everything we're saying right now? The group fell silent. The man who'd spoken ill of Jake even began trembling slightly. Like Tessero, they'd all been slaves. Though now free, the deeply ingrained cowardice from years of whippings hadn't faded. Tessero shook his head slightly at his companions before walking toward the city hall as Jake had instructed. His eyes showed neither sorrow nor joy. Truthfully, from the moment Stella died, he'd lost all will to live. The current Tessero was merely an empty shell. He didn't know what kind of person Jake was, but he knew his current goal, to extract maximum benefit from Jake. His revenge required many resources. That celestial dragon responsible for Stella's death, he would never let them go. No matter the cost, no matter the effort required, he would spare nothing. For her, he willingly endure all of this. C-209,209. Jake sat in his office, gazing at the sunlight streaming through the window, a thoughtful expression on his face. He remembered that in the original timeline, Tessero had obtained the gold fruit in the year 1512 of the sea calendar, by starting a fire during an auction hosted by Doflamingo. But now, it was only 1511. It seemed that his presence had already caused subtle shifts in many events. The future's course might not unfold exactly as he remembered. The butterfly effect truly was a fascinating thing. Jake shook his head and snapped the cap back onto his pen with a crisp click. Since he had entered the world of One Piece, as long as he didn't intend to remain a passive spectator for the rest of his life, most things in this world would inevitably be altered by his actions. The original plot could serve as a reference, but Jake would never treat it as absolute truth. Thanks to his involvement, Whitebeard had already begun taking precautions against Blackbeard in advance. Zephyr's illness had been completely cured, restoring his strength to its former peak. Even if he faced Whitebeard Jr. again, he would never lose. Jake had already consumed the Rumble fruit, depriving Luffy of Sky Island's gold. Without it, many future events would be impossible to replicate. The Water 7 arc might not even happen, since Tom had already been placed under Jake's protection. With Tom still leading Tom's workers, would Frankie even be willing to leave with Luffy? Among all these changes, the only thing that left Jake slightly regretful was the situation with Lieutenant Nezumi in the East Blue. So far, the man hadn't shown even the slightest hint of corruption. In fact, he was a fairly upright Marine, completely different from the greedy officer who had swindled Nami's fortune in the original story. Though Jake knew what kind of person Nezumi would become in the future, that didn't mean he would punish the man before he had committed any crimes. He had simply ordered someone to keep a close eye on Lieutenant Nezumi and left it at that. Jake remembered the East Blues events clearly. If he could prevent certain tragedies, he would do so. He wasn't a saint, but if a single word could ensure Nami a happy childhood, who wouldn't take that opportunity? Just as Jake's thoughts wandered, a knock sounded at the door. Jake looked up and responded softly, "Come in." The door opened, revealing Tessero's figure. Unlike the flamboyant and wild man from the original timeline, this Tessero appeared haggard, his eyes filled with pain and sorrow. A single glance was enough for Jake to sense the overwhelming negativity radiating from him. Yet, when facing Jake, Tessero forced a smile. He wiped his hands vigorously on his clothes before stepping forward, extending a slightly stiff hand. "Hello, Commodore Jake, I'm Tessero." Jake looked at the hand extended toward him without the slightest hint of disdain. He stood up, gently grasped the other's hand, and spoke with a smile. "No need to be so formal, Tessero. I know what you've been through, and I've investigated everything about you. You're a good man, and I admire you." Hearing Jake's words, Tessero's face twisted into a bitter smile. He sighed and replied, "Please don't joke like that, Commodore Jake. My whole life has been a failure, whether it's family, friendship, or even love. I've never won anything in my life." Jake shook his head and responded, "No, Tessero-san, you once won the heart of a beautiful woman." At these words, Tessero froze. He stared at Jake, his voice trembling. His teeth clenched his lips so hard that blood trickled from the corners of his mouth, yet even this pain was nothing compared to the agony in his heart. Tessero covered his face with his hands, nearly collapsing onto the sofa. He looked at Jake, his voice so shaky it could barely form a complete sentence. "Commodore Jake, you're right. But that's also the thing I regret most in my life. If Stella hadn't fallen in love with me, if she had been willing to leave with someone else instead of waiting there for me, would she not have been taken away by that celestial dragon? Would she not have been killed by that bastard celestial dragon? It's all my fault, all my fault." By now, Tessero was so overwhelmed with emotion he could barely breathe. Snot and tears smeared his face as he broke down completely, weeping uncontrollably. Tears pattered onto the floor, reflecting the man's tormented expression. "If I'd had enough money back then, if I'd been capable. Stella wouldn't have died. It's all my fault. It's all because I didn't have money." But Jake wasn't looking at Tessero at that moment. His eyes shimmered with a golden light, his expression one of astonishment. Then, as if guided by some unseen force, he softly said to Tessero, "One day, I may be bought by someone else, but my heart will never be for sale." The instant he heard these words, Tessero's head snapped up. Tears still streaked his face, but he paid them no mind. He stared at Jake, his expression one of utter disbelief. Where did you hear that? Where did you hear those words? Please, I beg you, tell me. I'll pay any price." "Who told you that? Stella? Was it Stella?" Seeing Tessero's reaction, Jake didn't answer immediately. He simply smiled at Tessero. No, more accurately, at a certain shadow behind Tessero. When no immediate reply came, Tessero deflated like a punctured balloon, slumping back onto the sofa. A bitter, self-mocking smile curled his lips as he murmured, "How could it possibly be Stella? She's been dead for so long. What am I even imagining?" But at this moment, Jake suddenly spoke to Tessero in an extremely excited tone. "Tessero, if I told you that these words were indeed just spoken to me personally by Stella, would you believe me?" C-210,210. Jake's words struck Tessero like a thunderbolt. The moment he heard them, Tessero froze completely. He looked at Jake and instinctively let out a "huh" sound. The next moment, as if realizing the meaning behind those words, Tessero leapt up from the sofa. Trembling uncontrollably, he stared at Jake and asked, "Jake-sama, what do you mean by saying these words were just told to you personally by Stella? Is Stella still alive? Is she here with us right now?" "That's impossible. I buried Stella's body with my own hands. I buried her myself. Are you joking with me? If this is a joke, then I beg you to stop it immediately, because..." Before Tessero could finish, Jake gazed at him with golden glowing eyes and said softly, "I'm not the kind of despicable bastard who jokes about someone's sincere emotions, Tessero. Those words were indeed told to me by Stella, and I can tell you with absolute certainty, Stella is right beside you now. She's a beautiful woman with soft blonde hair and blue eyes. A very gentle soul, isn't she?" Hearing this, Tessero stood dumbfounded. He knew for certain that Jake could never have met Stella before, yet now he was describing her appearance with perfect accuracy, the unforgettable image forever etched in Tessero's heart. Could it be? Could Stella truly be here with him? But why couldn't he see her? Stella is really here with me. Jake-sama, why can you see her but I can't? Please, can you let me see her? Just once. Even just once is enough. I'm begging you, please let me see her. No, even if you could just tell me what she's saying. Please." As Tessero spoke, he started to kneel, but Jake stopped him, holding his arm while explaining gently. "Tessero, how much do you know about me?" Hearing this, Tessero paused, then answered after some thought. "The future pillar of the Marines, the new generation leader of the Marines, chief director of the Great Cleansing Movement, the youngest commodore in Marine headquarters history." Jake shook his head and continued, "None of that matters. Let me ask you, do you know what devil fruit I've eaten?" At this, Tessero suddenly raised his head, his voice trembling. It's the mythical zone-type seraphim fruit. The legendary angel fruit. You can really see Stella's soul like the angels in legends. Has she really never left, staying by my side all this time? Hearing this, Jake smiled and said softly to Tessero, if the woman I see following you is indeed Stella, then I should be able to see her. But honestly, this is the first time I've encountered such a thing. I've never seen someone else's soul before, yet Miss Stella's spirit appears incredibly clear to my eyes right now. With that, Jake looked up and softly addressed the empty space beside Tessero. Would you like to meet Tessero? After a brief pause, Jake smiled slowly at Tessero's expression, which had twisted with excitement. Miss Stella has asked me to tell you she wants to meet you. Would you like to see her? Hearing this, Tessero dropped to his knees with such speed that even Jake couldn't react in time. His forehead pressed firmly against the ground as he nearly sobbed to Jake. Yes. For years, I've longed to see Stella again. If you can truly grant this request, then from this day forward, my life, will forever belong to you, Jake-sama. Whatever you command, I will not hesitate for even a moment. At this, Jake chuckled. Grasping Tessero's shoulder, he said calmly, whatever, I doubt Miss Stella would want to see you doing evil deeds. Anyway, I've never done something like this before, so I'm not entirely sure it'll work. Let's just see how it goes. Please don't feel any pressure. Even if you could just relay some of Stella's words to me, that would be more than enough. If meeting her might cause her any harm, I'd rather not see her at all. Jake gave a light laugh before telling Tessero. That's not up to you. Miss Stella says she wants to see you, to speak with you directly, and to give you a hug. As Tessero's face flushed crimson, Jake's expression turned peculiar as he noticed his suddenly illuminated resurrection skill. Truth be told, he'd only recently reached level 40. After learning that Light of Revival skill, Jake had specifically visited a graveyard, only to find the ability completely inactive. At the time, he recalled that in the game, this skill only revived teammates who had died within 10 seconds, so he didn't dwell on it too much. After all, he couldn't just kill someone to test whether the ability worked, could he? But in subsequent experiments, Jake discovered he couldn't revive people who had clearly died very recently either. Enemies or allies alike, none could be revived. After so many failed attempts, Jake had nearly written off the ability as useless. Yet just moments ago, shortly after Tessero entered, he noticed that Light of Revival skill had suddenly activated. Before Jake could process what was happening, he felt holy light energy surging uncontrollably toward his eyes. Then, to his astonishment, he saw the long-deceased Stella standing beside Tessero. When their eyes met, both were startled. And when Stella instinctively spoke those words to Tessero, Jake's act of repeating them aloud made her spirit jump in fright. After confirming that he could indeed see Stella's soul, Jake decided to use Light of Revival to see if it was possible to resurrect her. But truth be told, Jake himself didn't hold much hope. After all, resurrection was something far too extraordinary and unheard of. Still, giving it a try probably wouldn't hurt. It was a buff skill anyway, nothing could possibly go wrong. With that thought, Jake activated the skill. The next moment, his entire body went weak. Resurrection. Resurrects nearby dead allies with holy power. See 211 to 211. How should he describe this feeling? Jake felt as though he hadn't slept for days and nights, enduring the agony of continuous overwork. He was so exhausted he could fall asleep standing up. He swore this level of fatigue surpassed even the time Zephyr had trained him non-stop for half a month. As Jake collapsed limply onto the sofa, Tessero rushed to his side with a worried expression. Commodore Jake, are you all right? If it's impossible, please don't push yourself. But Jake could tell. Tessero couldn't hide the disappointment in his eyes as he spoke. Jake let out a long exhale, then smiled at Tessero and said, "You're really not an honest guy, are you? If you want to see Miss Stella, just say it outright, there's nothing to be embarrassed about. And you bastard, you really underestimate me. Who said I didn't succeed? Isn't Stella standing right there? Though she's still a bit transparent, but you can see her now, right?" At Jake's words, Tessero's body stiffened abruptly. Before he could turn around, a voice that had echoed in his dreams countless times softly reached his ears. Tessero. The moment he heard that voice, Tessero's tears burst forth like a flood, falling in heavy drops. His facial muscles twitched uncontrollably, and every muscle in his body trembled visibly. He turned his head slowly, his face filled with excitement and fear. How terrified he was, terrified that this might just be an auditory hallucination, terrified that all of this was just a dream. If this was all a dream, then he had to be careful, so very careful. He couldn't shatter or wake from it, absolutely not. The instant Tessero tremblingly turned around and saw the face he had longed for day and night, he could no longer suppress the yearning in his heart. He broke down into loud, unrestrained sobs. For more chapters visit novelfire.net. NGH. It was the sound of a man trying to hold back his cries, but the surge of emotion was too overwhelming, far beyond what he could control. Countless calls and yearnings, suppressed for so long, now poured out through his sobs, squeezed through a throat tight with emotion. Tessero clung to the woman who had saved his life, like a drowning man clutching his last lifeline. He cried so hard he could barely breathe, as though determined to pour out every ounce of longing he had carried all these years in this single moment. Stella held Tessero tightly in her arms. This was the first time she had truly embraced him. She could feel it all. the beating of his heart, the scalding tears on his face, and the overwhelming longing that threatened to drown her. She simply held him, saying nothing, yet tears had already filled her eyes without her realizing it. But just then, Jake's somewhat ill-timed voice rang out. Are you two really going to waste this long-awaited reunion on crying? Tesoro, you bastard, as a man, shouldn't you be trying to look cool in front of the woman you love? Crying like this is just pathetic. And you, Miss Stella, maintaining this state isn't easy for me. I regret to inform you both that this conversation can last at most 30 minutes. After that, Miss Stella, you'll likely revert to your previous state. If you want to meet again, it'll take at least a week, that's how long I need to recover. Hearing Jake's words, the two, who had been crying in each other's arms, froze. Tesoro, in particular, flushed slightly at Jake's teasing tone. Reluctantly, he pulled away from Stella's embrace, wiped his tears, and then knelt before Jake, pressing his forehead to the ground. His voice was filled with utmost sincerity. Jake-sama, I, Tesoro, will never forget this kindness for the rest of my life. From today onward, my life belongs only to you. Whatever you command me to do. Jake, however, cut him off with a sigh. Enough, Tesoro. You've already said this to me once. Your time is precious. Don't waste it on me. Spend it with Miss Stella instead. I'm sure there's so much you two haven't said to each other. I'll leave you to it. Oh, and when the time's up, don't make it too sad. This isn't difficult for me, there'll be plenty of chances for you two to meet again. Try to keep the conversation light, alright. As he spoke, Jake smiled and gently closed the door to his office behind him. The moment the door shut, he heard the sound of weeping from inside once more. He shook his head, but a smile lingered on his lips. Such beautiful, genuine emotions, who in this world wouldn't feel moved by their happy ending? Though, admittedly, it wasn't entirely happy just yet. Still, it was far better than endless longing without ever meeting. Jake's steps were unsteady as he walked, his mind flashing with the description of the skill Revival Light. Skill name: Revival Light. Activation condition: only the purest and most resilient souls can be blessed and awakened by the divine. Duration: deducts all holy light energy from the user. Current maximum duration: 30 minutes. The host may choose to stop supplying holy light energy at any time. Upon ending the effect, any remaining holy light energy will be returned to the host. Note: can only be used once per week. Significantly increases user fatigue upon activation. Looking at the lines of instructions, Jake felt slightly dizzy. The purest and most resilient soul, this description was just too bizarre. Purity probably meant the person to be revived had to be good. But what did a resilient soul imply? Did Stella's soul have anything to do with resilience? Was it about the soul's inherent strength, or was it due to Stella's unwavering love for Tesoro? Jake couldn't quite grasp these concepts. As he stood there lost in thought, his already weak legs accidentally bumped into the steps. But before he could fall, a slightly chilly figure steadied him, accompanied by a voice tinged with amusement. Jake turned his head and smiled. What was Commodore Jake thinking about just now? You nearly tripped on flat ground. If I said I was thinking about you, would you believe me? Monet's face flushed red, and as her grip loosened, Jake almost stumbled again. C-212 to 212. Half an hour later, when the door to Jake's office swung open, Tesoro stood there, completely different from the man who had arrived earlier. If the Tesoro who had come before was practically indistinguishable from a walking corpse, the Tesoro now resembled the morning sun, brimming with vitality and vigor. The life radiating from within him was a stark contrast to the lifeless shell he had been. Jake looked at Tesoro and smiled faintly before saying, "Looks like your conversation went well." Tesoro's eyes welled up again as he gazed at Jake, but remembering how Jake would tease him later, he fought back the tears and bowed deeply. It went incredibly well. Jake-sama, I truly don't know how to thank you for this opportunity. Stella told me that after her death, she became like that, and when she saw the state I was in, she was so worried that she stayed by my side. Even though she couldn't speak to me no matter what she tried, she refused to leave. Hearing this, Jake chuckled and said to Tesoro, "Follow current S on noelfire.net. If what Miss Stella said is true, doesn't that mean she saw everything, even when you were using the toilet?" At this, not only did Tesoro's face burn crimson, but even Stella, still in her spectral form, flushed with embarrassment. The young couple shouted in unison, "No, I didn't see anything." The double denial made Jake laugh. He turned to Tesoro with a grin and said, "Miss Stella told me she saw everything, even how smelly it was when you used the toilet." At this, Stella, despite being a spirit, turned an even deeper shade of red. She looked at Jake, her eyes filled with helpless exasperation. She had never said anything like that. Jake-sama might be a good person, but sometimes his sense of humor was downright mischievous. Meanwhile, Tesoro's face was practically glowing red, his head nearly retreating into his shoulders. I believe Stella wouldn't say such things. It's not like her at all." Watching Tesoro stammer through his explanation, Jake nodded slightly before steering the conversation back on track. "Alright, enough joking around. Since you and Miss Stella seem to be getting along well, it's time to address the remaining matters. The main reason I called you here today wasn't just to reunite you with Miss Stella, though that's certainly a pleasant bonus, wouldn't you agree?" As Jake spoke, Tesoro's expression remained warm with gratitude. He took a deep breath and looked at Jake with sincere eyes. "Jake-sama, From the moment you allowed me to see Stella again, I've been prepared to accept any demand you make without resistance. If you'll just let me meet Stella a few more times, I'd willingly die for you without complaint. So in truth, today's matter was already settled long ago. Here, Tessero rubbed his fingers together before continuing with a slow smile. No matter what request you make, Jake-sama, as long as it's within my power, please don't hesitate. You may not realize just how enormous this favor is, letting me see Stella again. To repay this debt, I'm willing to offer you everything I have. Seeing Tessero's earnest demeanor, Jake understood that any further negotiation would be pointless. The man would refuse any advantage offered to him. There was no need for pretense. Jake wasn't the type to feign excessive nobility through tedious refusals. Of course, he had no intention of actually sending Tessero to his death. Any tasks assigned would be within the man's capabilities. In that case, I'll get straight to the point, Tessero. My purpose in summoning you is simple. Do you have what it takes to take over the Don Quixote family's entire business network and all their operations? At this, Tessero's pupils dilated slightly. His head snapped up to meet Jake's calm gaze, as if verifying some unimaginable proposition. Jake-sama, are we talking about what I think we're talking about? Clearly, you've guessed correctly, Tessero. The Don Quixote family has been troublesome in the underworld, with complex backing. They've become a malignant presence for the Marines in many aspects. I intend to install a more compliant organization, and I've chosen you as its representative. Will you accept? Far from refusing Jake's blunt proposal, Tessero's eyes burned with intensity as he replied, voice trembling slightly. How could I possibly refuse when you've selected me for this task, Jake-sama? I've been studying the Don Quixote family recently. Their business network spans both legal and illegal enterprises, with financial channels so vast it's hard to comprehend. To be honest, the prospect of taking over all their operations, it's rather daunting. Take the legitimate business sector, for example. The Don Quixote family has dealings with nobles and even royalty from most world government-affiliated nations. The reason those people are willing to work with Doflamingo is inseparable from his identity. Compared to the lowly bloodlines of ordinary merchants, that unspeakable lineage clearly holds tremendous advantage. Frankly, I can't handle the business of these high-nosed aristocrats, and this portion accounts for a significant share. Listening to Tessero's words, Jake simply took a sip of tea before speaking softly. That's nothing for you to worry about. Whatever Doflamingo can achieve in legitimate business, I can make happen for you too. If those arrogant nobles don't wish to continue business, then naturally the Marines will come asking them some questions. The winds are changing soon. The Marines' role will undergo a major transformation. If this sea were a chessboard, the Marines would soon transition from being pieces to becoming players. At this point, Jake suddenly chuckled self-deprecatingly. Having been pieces for so long, when we become players, we'll naturally need to make an example of some other pieces or players. See 213,213. Hearing Jake's words, a thoughtful expression crossed Tessero's face. He was no fool. In fact, Tessero was far more intelligent than most. The implications hidden in Jake's words alone were enough to send chills down Tessero's spine. Looking at Jake, he suddenly bowed deeply again with sincere gratitude. Jake-sama, thank you for your guidance today. I truly don't know how to express my gratitude. All profits I earn hereafter will be delivered to you immediately. This is the only way I can repay your kindness. There's no need for that, Tessero. I merely arranged your reunion with Stella. What followed wasn't guidance, just cooperation. You needn't position yourself so humbly. Tessero firmly shook his head in response. No, Jake-sama, I'm not foolish. Had you not summoned me today to take over the Don Quixote family's various businesses, I can guarantee that with my gold fruit abilities, I would undoubtedly be captured by various factions in the future, becoming their lifelong slave. Your abilities aren't lacking. You might even become a regional powerhouse. No need for such pessimism. Jake-sama, I have full awareness of my capabilities and know exactly where I stand. Your earlier words already revealed what tremendous changes are coming. In the face of such terrifying storms, individual strength will no longer determine success or failure. At this point, Tessero's face flushed slightly, his emotions visibly stirring. You just said that the Marines wants to be a player on the world's chessboard, not a piece to be used at will by the world government, even if that piece is one the world government absolutely cannot discard. But a piece is still a piece. No matter how important it is now, once the Great Pirate Era is brought to an end, the Marines will become a thorn in the world government's side. Although it's only been a few years since the Great Pirate Era began, I can say with certainty that such a chaotic and lawless era won't last many more years. Especially with someone like you emerging within the Marines, I'm confident that within the next decade or so, the Great Pirate Era will be completely ended by you, Jake-sama. And when that time comes, the relationship between the Marines and the world government will inevitably fracture, even turning hostile. I may not fully understand the Marines' political workings, but I know that no one who gains real power is willing to let it go easily, not even the Marines, which represents justice. Moreover, from my personal perspective, if the Great Pirate Era is truly ended, there will be no force left in the world capable of opposing the world government's bloody rule. Honestly, if it weren't for your presence in the Marines, Jake-sama, I'd almost wish for the Great Pirate Era to continue indefinitely. At least then, I might live to see the day the Celestial Dragon's rule is overthrown. Jake looked at Tessero, observing his impassioned speech, and didn't interrupt. He continued listening to Tessero's analysis. But after someone like you, Jake-sama, emerged in the Marines, my outlook on the future completely changed. In this world, if there's one person who can bring light to the people, it's you. I'm not flattering you, this is my genuine belief. Once you end the Great Pirate Era, the Marines will inevitably clash head-on with the world government. The storm that follows will completely overturn all commerce. By then, it won't be a question of whether to take sides or which side to take, it'll be a necessity to pick the right side, or face annihilation. Though I've consumed the gold fruit, I have nothing else. If I hadn't met you today, Jake-sama, I'm certain I wouldn't even survive until the post-Pirate Era showdown. I'd likely be captured and enslaved long before then. In the end, connections and information gaps are the biggest factors in determining success or failure. Jake nodded at Tessero's analysis. Truthfully, he hadn't even considered some of these points himself. Recruiting Tessero had clearly been the right choice. After further discussing how to seamlessly take over the Don Quixote family's business operations, Jake concluded their conversation and instructed Tessero to begin preparations immediately. Meanwhile, he would leverage his influence with Sengoku to ensure Tessero's path forward was unimpeded. Before leaving, Tessero stood hesitantly at the door of Jake's office, his face flushed as his voice carried a hint of pleading. Jake-sama, may I ask, when can I see Stella again? Hearing Tessero's words, Jake chuckled and gave him a helpless look. Once we've completely taken over the Doflamingo family, I'll let you see Stella every day for a month. But until then, focus on your work. If anything goes wrong, the only way we'll be seeing Stella is in the afterlife. Tessero scratched his head at this, made a few promises to Jake, and turned to leave. But just then, Jake suddenly spoke to Tessero in a calm voice. Tessero, I hope you can grow stronger as quickly as possible. Your devil fruit abilities and business acumen are tremendous assets, both for the Marines and for me. Let me tell you something else. I have a premonition that once my devil fruit awakens, I might truly be able to bring Miss Stella back to life. At these words, Tessero froze completely. After a moment, he turned to look at Jake, who was still handling official documents, took a deep breath, and declared. Jake-sama, as long as I draw breath, no one in this world will ever harm you. I'll assist you in becoming the true king of this world. And when that day comes, when you marry Miss Stella, I must be the officiant. It will happen. C-214,214. As night fell, the streets of Flevence were patrolled by uniformed, disciplined Marine squads moving in perfect formation, a far cry from the lawless state of just weeks before. Rocinante sat atop some ruins where numerous homeless people had gathered. It wasn't that Jake hadn't arranged shelter for them, they simply didn't want to burden others. Every extra mouth meant more food and bedding to provide, increasing the workload for already exhausted staff. These homeless individuals only came at noon to collect meals. The rest of the time, they helped with manual labor or assisted Jake's people in maintaining order and searching for other survivors. More importantly, they were paid for their work. Jake made sure they weren't shortchanged, even deliberately steering them toward profitable business opportunities. Rocinante had witnessed it all, how this collapsed nation had transformed from a living hell to its current state. Deaths had ceased long ago, even violent incidents had disappeared entirely. In the weeks since his arrival, Rocinante had scarcely heard any arguments. The sole quarrel he'd seen, two men fighting over who got to carry bricks for Jake-sama's new dormitory construction. Apart from that, almost everyone wore smiles on their faces, even though most of them still hadn't eaten their fill. Yet no one fought or quarreled over food. In fact, those with smaller appetites would voluntarily share their portions with those who ate more, while those who did heavier work would sometimes share their earnings with lighter eaters. In Rocinante's memory, such scenes only existed in fairy tales. He knew better than anyone that witnessing this in reality was nearly impossible. But when this scene truly unfolded before his eyes, Rocinante felt that this was how the world should have been all along. Amidst this beautiful sight, Rocinante also understood the fundamental logic behind this happiness. The answer was simple. Everyone believed that under Jake's leadership, the future would be far better than the present. If tomorrow would be much brighter than today, then today's food would multiply tomorrow, and today's shelter would expand into more homes tomorrow. This was the root reason why no one fought or snatched, because everyone knew the future would be better. Operating on this foundational logic, Flevence was recovering its vitality at an almost terrifying speed. Late that night, Rocinante rose and slowly made his way toward Jake's location. He cast a thin soundproof barrier around himself, ensuring no one could hear his footsteps. Combined with the 6 styles he had mastered during his time in the Marine Elite training camp, he remained undetected until he reached the door of Jake's office. Of course, Rocinante stopped at the doorway, not by choice, but because his legs had unknowingly been encased in thick ice, freezing him in place. At that moment, Jake's voice drifted over, laced with amusement. Monet, stand down. He's one of us. It's a bit odd for him to visit at this hour, but that's just like him. Just as Fleet Admiral Sengoku said, right, Corazon, or should I call you Rocinante, alumnus of the earlier Marine Elite training batches and Fleet Admiral Sengoku's adopted son. Hearing Jake lay out Rocinante's entire background, Monet relaxed. She released the ice trapping his legs and gently opened the office door, offering an apologetic smile. Sorry, I didn't know who you were, so I. Before she could finish, Rocinante waved his hand with a chuckle, admiration in his voice. No need. Visiting at this time was my mistake. To see someone as strong as you makes an old man like me feel ashamed. With that, Rocinante strode toward Jake, a genuine smile on his face. As he did, he instinctively cast a barrier, enveloping the entire office in silence. Monet studied the thin veil of the barrier, her expression flickering with curiosity. Rocinante looked at Jake, took a deep breath, and said with relief. It's been so long since I've been able to relax like this or speak normally. Being a spy is truly difficult, though I suppose it's my own fault for stubbornly coming here against Fleet Admiral Sengoku's advice. Rather than discussing serious matters right away or explaining why he'd come so late, Rocinante began pouring out his grievances to Jake and Monet as if they were old friends he hadn't seen in years. Neither Jake nor Monet showed the slightest impatience at Rocinante's complaints. Everyone knew that within the entire marine system, being an undercover agent was the most painful, dangerous, and least appreciated role. Danger, darkness, helplessness, revenge, death, these words were inseparable from undercover work, even for a minute. Marines who dared to infiltrate pirate crews or underground criminal organizations as spies always commanded absolute respect from their fellow Marines. Most of the time, they received no respect from society or official recognition for their service. What they faced daily was endless darkness, oppression, and the constant fear of being exposed and subjected to brutal retaliation. That Rocinante could vent his frustrations here even brought Jake some comfort, as it meant this kind-hearted Marine had truly come to see him as one of his own. After about 10 minutes, Rocinante finally stopped venting. He looked at Jake and asked with some confusion. Did Fleet Admiral Sengoku send you to a place like Flevance? This isn't a good area. With your abilities, the two of you could have gone somewhere much better. Why come here? See 215,215. In response to Rocinante's question, Jake simply smiled and replied. By better, do you mean safer places with easier promotions? If someone becomes a Marine just for those things, that would be far too opportunistic. Monet and I came here for simple reasons, to save Flevance and to take down Doflamingo. That's all. Hearing this, Rocinante was momentarily stunned before murmuring to himself. Take down Doflamingo, but with his strength and background, is that really something that can be done so easily? I know about Doflamingo's background, and many things you might not be aware of, Rocinante. For instance, that Doflamingo is your elder brother, that your family were celestial dragons who descended from the Holy Land, and that the previous core zone is currently working undercover in the Marines. At Jake's words, Rocinante sprang up from the sofa as if propelled by a spring. He stared at Jake with a shocked face. How did you know all this? Did Sengoku tell you? And the previous core zone is actually working undercover within the Marines. Are you certain this intelligence is accurate? If true, then my current mission would be. Hearing this, Jake handed Rocinante a cup of hot tea before speaking slowly. That's precisely why we're here, to protect you from being killed by Doflamingo if your identity gets exposed. Virgo, he's currently at Marine headquarters and, given his outstanding performance, will likely soon join the elite training camp. And if that happens, Rocinante, you know what will happen, don't you? My information. Yes, your records are still listed among the elite training camp's top graduates. While it's unlikely Virgo could join under his fabricated identity, there are too many inconsistencies. Marine headquarters has its share of slackers. They might overlook such details, especially given Virgo's remarkable talent. If Virgo truly enters the elite training camp, he will inevitably see your records, exposing your identity immediately. The consequences of that, well, I don't need to spell them out, do I? Rocinante gave a bitter laugh and replied. Yes, I'm well aware. No one understands my brother better than I do. He'd most likely execute me publicly, just as he killed our father before my eyes. That man, he doesn't share our heart. He's a complete demon. As he spoke, Rocinante exhaled sharply, veins bulging on his arms as if gripped by agonizing memories. After a moment, he suddenly looked up at Jake and asked. Since you've uncovered his undercover status, that bastard must be detained by now, right? If so, can we use this to infiltrate the Don Quixote family in reverse? Seeing Rocinante's stubborn determination to continue his undercover mission, Jake shook his head. Virgo hasn't been arrested. He's still operating as a spy. We can't risk alerting them prematurely. Besides, anyone Doflamingo selects for such a mission would be unquestionably loyal to the Don Quixote family. Even if we captured Virgo, I doubt we could extract any useful information from him. You know how it is with the Don Quixote family, they're all fanatics who worship Doflamingo. Getting any information that might harm him from them, well, you understand the difficulty yourself. In response to Jake's words, Rocinante nodded as well. Through his years of undercover experience within the Don Quixote family, he understood better than anyone what kind of madmen populated its ranks. To single out the craziest and most trusted individual by Doflamingo among these lunatics would mean that person's loyalty to Doflamingo had reached a terrifying level. Extracting useful information from such a person would be no easier than scaling the heavens. Still, Rocinante couldn't help but ask with lingering hope. But if things continue like this, when exactly will the Don Quixote family be eradicated? Over the years, their underground dealings have only increased. Far too many innocent civilians have been captured and enslaved by them. The majority of the poison and weapons circulating in the black market are now monopolized by Doflamingo alone. If we let this go on, their roots will only grow stronger. In response to Rocinante's concerns, Jake took a slow sip of tea before replying. Don't rush, Rocinante. The downfall of the Don Quixote family will come within this week. When everything is in place, they won't escape. But the timing isn't ripe yet. If we act recklessly now, some troublesome figures might intervene. You know who I mean, the forces recently trading devil fruits with Doflamingo. They're the real challenge. At this, Rocinante's pupils contracted, his voice trembling slightly. You mean, Kaido, the beast pirates might join this conflict. I can't confirm it, but I won't deny it either. However, when we move against Doflamingo, I'd prefer Kaido not to interfere. But if we send even one Marine Admiral to block Kaido, the situation would become far more complicated than just dealing with Doflamingo. So I'm waiting for an opportunity, a chance to wipe out Doflamingo while Kaido is preoccupied. But when will such an opportunity arise? You just said within a week. Do you have concrete intelligence on your side? Jake only smiled in response, offering no further explanation. Rocinante understood. Jake couldn't share the details with him. Yet, being kept in the dark didn't anger him. After all, he and Jake had only known each other briefly. As an undercover agent, and Doflamingo's own brother, whether he'd truly defected was still uncertain. C-216,216. Such was the life of a spy. If your time undercover was short, you wouldn't earn the trust of your new allies. If it dragged on too long, your original faction would grow suspicious. Especially for someone like him, bound by blood to the very target he was infiltrating. It was only natural for Jake to maintain a cautious distance. Far from feeling disheartened, Rocinante was genuinely pleased that Jake possessed such sharp judgment and keen awareness. However, Jake wasn't withholding information out of distrust or wariness toward Rocinante. The truth was simply too shocking, beyond what most could handle. Only a select few were privy to it. After all, his collaborator this time was none other than Whitebeard. At that very moment, near a small island in the New World, Whitebeard was drinking with a grin on his face. Wiping his mouth, he stretched and laughed heartily as he turned to Marco. I know I've said this 1,000 times, Marco, but damn, nothing beats drinking without those damn IV needles. Feels damn good, goo ha 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 ha. Marco could only scratch his head helplessly at Whitebeard's boisterous laughter. Pops, even though Jake said moderate drinking wouldn't cause you any problems, but honestly, the amount you're drinking now has already far exceeded moderate, hasn't it? Whitebeard responded to Marco's buzzkill comment by giving the pineapple-headed man a hearty punch, then laughed heartily. Garararara, you dumb son, we're about to start a fight with that brat Kaido soon. If I don't drink some liquor now, I won't even feel like fighting properly later. Rubbing his head, Marco looked toward the nearby island as faint blue flames began flickering around his body. His usual lazy tone disappeared, replaced by sharp intensity. Ever since Whitebeard, health began declining, the Whitebeard Pirates hadn't engaged in a battle of this level for a long time. Kaido used to frequently challenge Whitebeard when he was in good health. But a few years ago, when Kaido came again and saw Whitebeard covered in IV drips, that bastard just sighed and turned to leave without a word. Though Whitebeard eventually dragged Kaido back and beat him up, the Beast Pirates captain never came to challenge Whitebeard again after that day. While this brought them peace, everyone understood the real reason Kaido stopped coming. He believed Whitebeard had grown old, so weak that he wasn't even worth challenging anymore. For crew members who took pride in and worshipped Whitebeard, this was nearly unforgivable. Yet when they saw Whitebeard needing IV drips every day, they could only helplessly bite their tongues. After all, Whitebeard, physical condition spoke for itself. Forcing him to fight Kaido would only push him closer to death. But among the silent crew, one man had seemed particularly dissatisfied at the time. Blackbeard, Marshal D. Teach. After the Kaido incident, Teach uncharacteristically insisted on provoking the Beast Pirates, completely unlike his usual low-profile behavior. Before Jake warned them, Marco had thought Teach simply loved Whitebeard too much to tolerate any disrespect. He'd been moved, even spending a whole day persuading Teach and drinking with him. Now thinking back, Marco felt chills running down his spine. Teach's real motivation probably wasn't anger over Whitebeard being disrespected. He likely wanted to escalate conflicts between Whitebeard and Kaido, accelerating Whitebeard, illness during their battles to advance his own schemes. The realization made Marco want to vomit up all the alcohol he'd shared with Teach that day. Seeing Marco's expression, Whitebeard, having lived decades longer, easily guessed his thoughts. A faint smile appeared as he slowly asked, thinking about Teach, Pops, ever since Jake reminded me, many of Teach's past actions have seemed inexplicable to me. Some things even made me feel a deep sense of malice and chill. Hearing this, Whitebeard sighed slightly before saying to Marco, though I want to tell you not to judge Teach's behavior with preconceptions, to be honest, after Jake's reminder, even I noticed some strange things about Teach. So I can't exactly tell you not to speculate about him. Seeing the slightly dejected expression on Whitebeard's face, Marco knew the old man was genuinely hurt this time. The reason was simple, Teach was different from most others on the ship. That guy had genuinely been with Whitebeard for decades, a true veteran of the crew. You could say Whitebeard had watched Teach grow up step by step. Both Whitebeard and Marco himself had trusted Teach like family. And now, this family member they had trusted completely had been plotting their deaths most of the time. For an emotional man like Whitebeard, this was undoubtedly a heavy blow. Marco opened his mouth, wanting to comfort Whitebeard, but at that moment, a roar echoed from the other side of the island. Along with it came a furious breath attack that nearly split the sky apart. Wororororo, Whitebeard, you damn old fool finally lost your mind and came looking for death. And you brought your sons along, want me to bury you all together. Kaido, now transformed into a dragon thousands of meters long, circled above the island. Flames from his breath lingered in the air as he sneered down at Whitebeard, surrounded by rolling thunderclouds. Whitebeard laughed heartily before replying. "Garararara, brat, seems like even after all this time, you're still as arrogant as ever. Too bad. This time, I'm sending you straight to the bottom of the sea." As Whitebeard spoke, he reached out and pulled slightly at the space before him. A sound like shattering glass rang out. The next moment, the entire world before him fractured into pieces. C-217,217. Kaido stared in shock as his breath attack had effortlessly been torn apart. If he remembered correctly, just a few years ago when Whitebeard was in good health, tearing through his breath attacks had still required some effort. It wasn't overly strenuous, but certainly not this casual. He studied Whitebeard, sensing the terrifying aura emanating from the old man's body, and a realization struck him. This old bastard's illness was cured. The next moment, Kaido was met with Whitebeard's fist, wreathed in white shockwaves. An overwhelming force, one even Kaido could barely withstand, sent his massive flying form crashing into the ground. Fortunately, the island was uninhabited. Kaido had only come here to test his artificial devil fruits anyway. The moment his exaggeratedly massive body crashed onto the island, the entire landmass seemed to tremble. But Whitebeard's assault wasn't finished yet. Watching Kaido's impact and the hundreds of meters of dust that erupted, he let out a boisterous laugh before slightly raising his hand. With a single motion, he tore apart all the dust along with the very earth beneath. Under this strike, Kaido vomited copious amounts of blood from his mouth. Many of his dragon scales shattered, and deep bone-revealing wounds spread across his body. Yet instead of anger or fear, Kaido merely contracted his massive dragon form, shifting into an intensely intimidating beast-man hybrid. "Wororororo, Whitebeard, seems you old bastard in better shape than before. Garararara, Kaido, thanks to a friend of mine, this old man's body's healthier than yours now." Two thunderous laughs collided in the air, their mere sonic impact tearing apart the surrounding sky. Hearing this, Kaido raised his spiked club as countless purple lightning bolts instantly coiled around him, interspersed with deep red conqueror's hockey lightning. Bearing an exaggerated grin at Whitebeard, Kaido declared, "In that case, I won't hold back against you. Wouldn't want to accidentally smash you old-timers to death in one hit. Arrogant brat, tend to your own wounds first." Whitebeard showed not a trace of anger at Kaido's provocation. He even planted his weapon into the ground, attacking Kaido with just his bare hands. As violent tremors followed, Kaido witnessed a sight he hadn't seen since his youth. Whitebeard's twin punches created a shattered world between them. Black-red conqueror's hockey and fusion lightning traveled along the fissures created by the tremor fruit's power, simultaneously expanding the cracks and tearing apart everything within that space. This was the same ability Whitebeard had used during the God Valley battle against Garp, Roger and others. When Kaido had witnessed this decades ago from kilometers away, the terrifying spectacle had shaken him to the core. But now, facing it directly, all he felt was excitement and exhilaration. "Wororororo, Whitebeard, I've waited decades for this move. When you were sick and dying, I thought I'd never see it again." Whitebeard exhaled deeply. Though his health had been restored, the natural decline of age couldn't be reversed. Using such techniques still strained his elderly body. This had been his signature move during serious battles in his prime, first fracturing the atmosphere with his devil fruit power, then infusing the cracks with his conqueror's hockey to intertwine shockwaves and conqueror's energy. At its peak, this technique could tear entire islands to shreds. However, it had been decades since Whitebeard last used this move against an enemy. Naturally, he couldn't unleash the same force as he did back then. After all, he had come only to stop Kaido, not to kill him. For this brat who had once sailed on the same ship as him, Whitebeard had no intention of delivering a fatal blow. This was also why Kaido had been able to return unharmed after provoking Whitebeard by killing Odin. Whitebeard always showed greater tolerance toward familiar faces from the old era. Kaido was no fool either. After realizing Whitebeard had repeatedly spared him, he stopped seeking out the old man once he noticed Whitebeard's declining health. To him, defeating such a weakened Whitebeard would bring no pride. Yet now, witnessing the attack before him that stirred his very soul, Kaido felt his blood boil with excitement. Swinging his spiked club with both hands, his face twisted into a manic grin as thick lightning and overwhelming conqueror's hockey infusion gathered around him. With a roar, he shouted, "Thunder Bagua!" Two violent forces collided in that instant. Contrary to expectations, no deafening explosion followed, only eerie silence, as if all sound had been sucked from the world, making their attacks seem to vanish into thin air. But the next moment, the terrifying scene that unfolded before them drove the onlookers to scream in mindless terror. At the collision's epicenter, Kaido and Whitebeard's attacks had formed a cataclysmic explosion capable of annihilating everything in its path, as if even the sea itself might evaporate before its fury. More shocking and horrifying was the sight of both Whitebeard and Kaido watching the devastation with expressions of pure delight. Then, Whitebeard wrenched his weapon from the ground and charged toward Kaido with a smile. Marco watched this scene with growing concern. He wanted to warn his father to be careful, but seeing the long-lost excitement and joy on the old man's face, he held his tongue. He knew his father had yearned for a battle like this for far too long. How could he possibly spoil the world's strongest man's enjoyment of the fight? His duty was to clear away any other obstacles. C-218,218. As Whitebeard and Kaido's battle erupted, Red Hair, one of the newly crowned 4 emperors, turned to his companion with undisguised exhilaration. Beckman, Whitebeard and Kaido are going at it. Looks like this era might be seeing its first major turning point. What are you on about, you idiot captain? Beckman retorted. Those two have been clashing for years. Though this time does feel different. Whitebeard's strength is beyond anything I imagined. Is this really a man pushing his 70? Listening to Beckman's words, Shanks knew that his first mate, with his formidable observation haki, had already seen the battle scenes unfolding nearby. With a smile, he patted Beckman's arm and said, "Many years ago, during our battles with Whitebeard and the others, I witnessed a near-apocalyptic level of power. But after Captain Roger's passing and Whitebeard's gradual aging, I haven't seen battles of that caliber in a long time. It really brings back memories." Shanks' voice carried a hint of nostalgia and emotion. Beckman clicked his tongue and remarked, "Truly an era where monsters keep emerging. Good thing I was still farming back home back then. But hey, Captain, what's the plan now? Big Mom and her crew seem to be approaching. And the Marines too, I can sense both scorching heat and extreme cold closing in. Probably those 2 newly promoted admirals." Hearing this, Shanks turned his gaze toward the Big Mom pirates, whose flags were gradually coming into view. His scarred eye gleamed with an intimidating sharpness. "Though many consider us the 4th Emperor of the Sea, we've never really had a serious clash with the other emperors. Now that everyone's gathered, let's make the most of it and stir up some chaos." Beckman sighed with a helpless expression, though the smile tugging at his lips betrayed his not-so-bad mood. Such a willful captain, but it's about time we measured ourselves against the other emperors. Let's make our boss's name resound across the world. Amid the excited cheers from Shanks' crew, the Red Force surged forward at full speed toward the Big Mom pirates. Meanwhile, aboard the other ship, Katakuri, who had been sitting calmly, suddenly stood up. Even before Big Mom could sense anything, he had already spotted the terrifying vessel speeding toward them. Without hesitation, he grabbed his weapon and, to the stunned expressions of his siblings, interrupted Big Mom mid-meal. His voice was calm, but everyone could tell it carried more authority and seriousness than usual. "Mama, the red-haired Shanks and his pirate crew are charging toward us at full speed. Their leader has already drawn his sword. It seems they're looking for a fight." Though annoyed at being interrupted during her meal, Big Mom quickly lost interest in the cakes upon hearing Katakuri's report. Unlike her later foolish self in the original timeline, she still knew what truly mattered, her pirate empire. Mama, those brats sure have guts. Fine, let's see what they've got. I'm curious, what gives that little cabin boy from Roger's crew the right to stand as an emperor alongside me? Napoleon, Zeus, Prometheus. As Big Mom prepared her weapon, the rest of the Big Mom Pirates crew members also took out their arms one after another, fully armed and ready for the imminent battle ahead. Katakuri stood alone at the bow of the ship. The moment the Red Force came into view, his entire body began secreting a massive amount of mochi paste. Within just a few seconds, he had constructed a solid bridge between the Red Force and his own pirate crew's vessel. In the next moment, Katakuri gripped his weapon and charged straight toward the Red Hair Pirates along the path he'd created. He had no intention of wasting ammunition in meaningless exchanges with the Red Force. Much of their armory's stock had been replaced with Big Mom's cakes, and as one of the 4 emperors, their cannons hadn't been used in ages. There was no guarantee they wouldn't backfire now. This wasn't mere paranoia on Katakuri's part. He'd personally witnessed their cannon barrels filled with cream and chocolate not long ago. The last thing he wanted was a misfire that could wipe out his own family members. As Katakuri charged forward, Beckman's lips curled into a smile. Raising his firearm, he declared with firm resolve, "As first mate, I'll handle that one, Captain." "Much obliged, Beckman." With a laugh, Shanks dashed right past Katakuri in the next moment. So fast. From Katakuri's perspective, even with his observation haki, Red Hair's movement was nearly impossible to track. Just a flash of brilliant red before that terrifying figure appeared aboard their ship. Before Katakuri could turn to intercept, a barrage of bullets precisely struck every position he intended to move toward. The implications were crystal clear to him. His opponent's mastery of observation haki might surpass his own. The man opposite him looked genuinely surprised to see Katakuri completely unharmed. Smiling, he called out, "Seems like you're no pushover. But I'm your dance partner now. How about letting our captain through to have a proper fight with yours?" Without further exchange, sparks erupted between them as their clash began. With battle cries rising, the entire Big Mom Pirates surged across Katakuri's bridge toward the Red Force. Their enthusiasm stemmed from grim experience. When their mother entered battle, she rarely spared thought for her children. More likely, she'd sacrifice their lifespans to heal her own wounds. Katakuri's bridge served a dual purpose. Its primary function was protecting his siblings from being killed by their own mother. C-219,219. Urara, they've already started fighting over there. Should we keep sitting around, or go take a look? Aokiji gazed at the cataclysmic battle unfolding in the distance, an indescribable feeling stirring within him. Although he was aware of the strength of the Yonko and knew they had once been opponents of Garp, when Aokiji personally witnessed the scale of battles that seemed capable of destroying the world, he couldn't help but feel a sense of absurdity rising within him. This kind of power was practically no different from monsters. Of course, he himself was also a monster. Sakazuki glanced at Kuzan standing beside him and revealed a faint smile. "No, we'll stay right here. Just make sure no pirates escape. Oh, that's quite unlike your usual style. I was actually considering whether to talk you out of acting rashly. While I advocate eliminating all pirates, I'm not an idiot. Those individuals aren't foes the two of us can handle. Acting recklessly would only bring greater losses to the Marines and potentially ruin both Sengoku's and that brat Jake's plans. In this world, thanks to Jake's presence, neither Sakazuki nor Kuzan were as extreme as in the original timeline. Their relationship wasn't as tense either, and they occasionally exchanged words during downtime. Aokiji listened to Sakazuki's words while thoughtfully running a hand through his messy hair before saying. So it seems everything happening here was anticipated by Sengoku-san and Jake. Even you received advance notice, Sakazuki. Urara, looks like I'm the one being left out here, completely in the dark. Sakazuki shot him a glance. That's because you refused to use your brain. Jake is currently in Flevens, and the biggest pirate group there is the Don Quixote family. Who's their biggest backer behind the scenes? Hearing this, Aokiji instinctively replied. The Beast Pirates. I heard they've had frequent dealings recently. Are you saying Jake plans to move against the Don Quixote family? That explains why the normally stable Whitebeard Pirates suddenly attacked the Beast Pirates. Was this all arranged by young Jake? Most likely. The close relationship between the Whitebeard Pirates and Jake is common knowledge among us. Though I never expected the Whitebeard Pirates would be so obedient to Jake's plans, that was surprising. Aokiji looked at Sakazuki curiously. Aren't you angry about this, Sakazuki? To you, aren't pirates purely evil? Why would you approve of Jake collaborating with pirates? Pirates are absolutely evil and must be eradicated. But I never claimed to be some inflexible brute who only knows how to kill pirates by force. There are many situations where I don't mind cooperating with certain pirates to eliminate other pirates. Not only does it save effort, but it also minimizes casualties among my soldiers, allowing us to deploy more forces against remaining pirates. Hearing this, Aokiji nodded slightly and exhaled a faint breath of cold air before speaking. It seems I truly didn't understand you well enough. In my impression, you've always been the type who would indiscriminately slaughter any pirate you saw, regardless of right or wrong. Sakazuki lowered his head at these words, then sighed. Before the corruption scandal within the Marines came to light, I was exactly as you imagined. To me, the Marines represented justice while pirates were evil. But when I saw those bastards wearing Marines' uniforms committing acts 10,000 times more despicable than real pirates, that indescribable hatred I felt toward pirates suddenly vanished. This hatred didn't just disappear without reason. Rather, it forcibly dragged my rationality into the realm of emotion. Take the Whitebeard Pirates for example. I've investigated numerous pieces of evidence of their crimes. While they've indeed committed many brutal acts, if any of their pirates killed civilians, Whitebeard would personally throw them overboard. So those crimes can't be attributed to Whitebeard himself. Moreover, the Whitebeard Pirates use their reputation to plant their flag before small nations' gates. This allows countries that couldn't afford the world government's celestial tribute to live relatively stable lives under Whitebeard's protection. If I were to kill Whitebeard, all this would collapse. We couldn't replace Whitebeard in protecting those ordinary nation civilians. Because we're ultimately under the world government's command. When we're sent to collect the celestial tribute, do those countries truly believe the Marines represents justice? Sadly, even someone like me can see our actions don't qualify as just. At this point, Sakazuki heaved a long sigh and fell silent, standing quietly at the ship's bow watching the distant sky and sea burning endlessly, the firelight reflecting off his sharply defined features. Aokiji studied Sakazuki as if seeing him for the first time. After a long pause, he finally said slowly, "During the Ohara incident, I once thought you were a madman who would do anything for rank. I already held strong objections about you then. If not for our shared position, we might have come to blows at Ohara." Sakazuki glanced at Aokiji and replied evenly, "I know, your displeasure with me was obvious to anyone. But regarding Ohara, even now I don't have many regrets. Though if I were to handle the civilian ship situation today, I'd personally board the vessel, carefully identify the scholars, execute them, and spare the civilians. That would have been enough. While I regret the scholars' deaths, they insisted on researching forbidden history. As for the civilians, they never should have died. Have you visited their graves since?" "I have. Were those your doing? More or less. How did you pay your respects?" "I knelt until I passed out." See 220,220. Inside the tavern, Tesoro returned to his subordinate's room with a flushed face. "Tesoro, that guy Jake, did he do anything to you? Did he mention wanting to buy something from you? Or say anything about making you stay here forever? What about us, our gold? Did that Jake say anything about those things?" Listening to his subordinate's concerns, Tesoro didn't say anything. If this had been before meeting Stella, he would have been deeply saddened by these hollow expressions of care, thinking no one in this world truly cared about him anymore. But now things were different. Tesoro knew Stella was by his side. She had never left him. There had always been someone in this world who cared for him wholeheartedly. With her presence, the insincere concern of others no longer mattered. Tesoro raised his hand, cutting off his subordinate's chatter. Looking at the familiar faces around him, he spoke with unprecedented confidence. "I've already reached an agreement with Jake-sama. Starting today, our Tesoro family will pledge eternal loyalty to Jake-sama. Here, I'm giving you all a choice. Those willing to follow me in serving Jake-sama may stay and keep the gold I've given you. I'll continue to treat you as brothers. Alternatively, you may leave now. I'll give you real berries, but after this parting, we'll have no further ties, no contact ever again. At Tessero's sudden declaration, silence fell over the room. A few of his more loyal followers stepped forward, trying to lighten the mood with forced humor. Tessero, what are you talking about? We're brothers and sisters who helped each other escape that hellhole. Talking about splitting up now. Whatever you want to do, we'll support you. Tessero's expression softened slightly as he looked at the speaker. Addressing the tall, dark-skinned man, he said, Dubby, I believe you, but what I said earlier stands. From now on, anyone who wants to follow me must swear the same undying loyalty to Jake-sama as I have. If anyone can't commit to that, leave now. I'll give you enough berries to live comfortably for the rest of your lives. Tessero repeated his declaration with even greater seriousness, making it clear this was no joke. He meant every word. However, some who were accustomed to Tessero's despondent demeanor still treated him with their usual casual attitude despite his firm stance. Hey, Tessero, have you forgotten who helped you escape that damn slave pit when you were in trouble? Facing the bald man's accusation, Tessero turned calmly to look at him. First, during our time in hell, I never asked any of you for help. From beginning to end, it was I who helped all of you. I won't tolerate this distortion of facts. Second, the one who helped me escape was a fishman named Fisher Tiger, who has nothing to do with you all. The guards were held off by a drunken swordsman, which also has nothing to do with you. Third, the gold fruit was seized almost entirely by my own efforts. The only person who provided cover for me was Duke. Again, none of you were involved. Your only role was to follow me, forming a considerable force that made others believe we were united. But in truth, I know better than anyone how many of you only stuck around because of my devil fruit powers. The bald man seemed stunned that Tessero, usually so agreeable, would respond with such unyielding defiance. After a moment of shock, fury surged from the depths of his heart, flushing his face crimson. He drew a dagger from his waist and roared at Tessero. You damn traitor, how dare you betray us? As he shouted, he brandished the dagger and charged toward Tessero. Tessero merely watched him approach and replied calmly. We were never allies to begin with, so how can you call it betrayal? You've done nothing for me, while I've given you plenty of gold. By that logic, the one raising a blade against me now is the real traitor, wouldn't you agree? The bald man paid no heed to Tessero's words. His rationality had already been drowned by blind rage. To him, Tessero was nothing more than a puppet he could manipulate at will. Now, this puppet had the audacity to humiliate him publicly, shattering his self-control completely. Tessero saw right through him. Watching the charging figure, he let out a mocking laugh. We were both once slaves of the celestial dragons. We both claimed to despise slavery, vowing to abolish it from this world. But once we gained our freedom, you forgot your original ideals. You don't hate slavery, you just hate not being the master in that system. Shut your mouth, bastard. Give me back my gold fruit. First, the gold fruit was mine by conquest. Second, you won't be leaving here alive today. With a slight lift of Tessero's left hand, streams of liquid gold instantly enveloped the man. As Tessero clenched his fist, the gold molded tightly against the man's skin, encasing him entirely in a golden prison. No, please, spare me, Tessero. We're brothers who escaped that hell together. The others, moved by the bald man's desperate pleas, hesitated, until they met Tessero's icy gaze. The moment you drew your blade against me, we ceased being siblings. You wanted gold, did I not give you enough? As the gold completely encased the man's body, everyone present trembled and knelt in submission around Tessero. C-221,221. Daffy, things haven't been going well lately. Almost none of our ships that left the port recently have managed to send back any messages. Trable leaned on his cane as he stood before Doflamingo, his voice laced with an indescribable gravity. Not just that, all our hidden operatives in Flevence were captured not long ago. Not a single one escaped, and even Rocinante was caught. However, before he was taken, he managed to desperately relay one last message. Daffy's voice was hoarse as he glared at Trable, the veins on his forehead bulging like serpents. What did Corzone say? He said, there's a traitor among us. All the operatives we sent were arrested at the same time. If there wasn't a marine spy within our ranks, this would have been impossible. At this, Trable glanced at Doflamingo. He knew his young master's temperament, knew what his young master could least tolerate. Betrayal. That word burned like salt in an open wound. Doflamingo could accept incompetence from his subordinates. He could accept their failures. He could even tolerate open defiance. But the one thing he could never abide was betrayal from those he considered family. Unlike the expendable pawns he treated as mere tools, Doflamingo harbored an almost pathological obsession with those he truly considered his family. And now, one of them had turned traitor. How could he possibly remain calm? Yet, to Trable's surprise, even in this situation, Doflamingo didn't lose his composure. He rubbed his temples before speaking in a raspy voice. That's just Corzone's word. It might not be true. Maybe the Marines' intelligence network is just that strong. Maybe our people were discovered the moment they infiltrated. Trable shook his head. That's highly unlikely, young master. The reason I don't doubt Corzone is because after he entered Flevence, I secretly dispatched other spies, people he'd never even met, into the country, disguising them as refugees. To avoid raising suspicion among the Flevens natives, I made sure each operative knew their own identity, mission, and connection to the previous agent. I even used the names of dead Flevens citizens to cover their tracks. I reported this to you before, young master, but you didn't pay much attention, you just told me to handle it. Those people weren't just unknown to Corzone, they arrived in the village even later than he did. There's no way he could have known their exact locations or movements. Listening to Trebol's words, Doflamingo fell silent for a moment. He sighed, then suddenly revealed a slightly deranged smile at the corner of his mouth. It seems just as Corzone said, there are indeed some among our senior executives who have betrayed the Don Quixote family. So, what is our usual method of dealing with traitors? Trebol's expression turned cold as he looked at Doflamingo and spoke word by word. Find the traitors, skin them alive, impale their bodies on iron hooks, and hang them at the docks. Until the vultures pick their bones clean. Hearing this, Doflamingo covered his eyes, his laughter suppressed yet maniacal. Foo. Then let's proceed as you suggest, Trebol. Tell me, who do you think is most likely the traitor among us? Dafi, I can't give you a definitive answer on that right now. Like you, I've always treated them as family. Without solid evidence, I won't rashly suspect any of them. That would be agonizing for me. If I wronged an innocent family member, it would be a guilt I'd carry for the rest of my life. Trebol's reasoning was sound, and Doflamingo didn't press further. He knew there was truth in those words, and falsehood too. But whether it was him or Trebol, both would undoubtedly feel furious and heartbroken over a traitor within the family. Unlike Trebol, however, Doflamingo voiced his own suspicions. He lowered the hand covering his eyes and spoke calmly. Virgo, has he been sending us any updates lately? I mean, the usual intel reports from within the Marines. Hearing this, Trebol understood Doflamingo's implication. Yet he hesitated at the suspicion directed at Virgo. Dafi, are you doubting Virgo now? But you must remember, when we decided to plant a spy in the Marines, none of us senior executives were willing. In the end, it was Virgo who chose to give up all his freedom for you and infiltrate the Marines as our mole. He's already sacrificed so much for us. If he wanted to betray us, there'd be no reason for him to have volunteered as a spy back then. Besides, the later recruits I assigned were all newcomers after Virgo's infiltration. He shouldn't even know their identities. From every angle, Virgo couldn't possibly be the traitor here. Trebol's analysis was logical, but Doflamingo's next words shut him down completely. People change, Trebol. When Virgo first became a spy, he might have been loyal. But now, we haven't seen him in years. Who knows what he's become? And you know, within the Marines, there are powerful devil fruit users like Vice Admiral Suru. It's possible Virgo didn't betray us willingly, but rather his identity was exposed and the Marines conducted various experiments on him, extracting most of the secrets from his mind. As for what you said, that Virgo couldn't possibly know the identities of the spies you recruited afterward, have you considered that he might be familiar with our methods and patterns of planting spies? At this point, Trebol felt cold sweat drenching his entire body. C-222,222. Dafi, are you saying Virgo was forced to betray us under the Marines' various abilities, and because he knows all our operational methods, even the spies we planted were discovered through targeted investigations? Looking at Trebol's terrified expression, Doflamingo sighed. That's one possibility, but we can't rule out that damn Brad Jake might actually have the brains and intellect to uncover those spies through some method we're unaware of. Still, I think that possibility is slim. After all, no matter how capable someone is, it's impossible to flawlessly capture every single spy in one sweep. Hearing this, Trebol seemed to open a new line of thought. He looked at Doflamingo and said softly, Dafi, that guy's devil fruit is the seraphim fruit. Do you think he might have some ability to read minds? In many stories, angels have the power to easily discern the good and evil in those around them. Doflamingo grinned and replied, that's not impossible, but we should always prepare for the worst. Get ready to act. Make one last attempt to contact Virgo. If there's still no response, we'll treat it as a betrayal. Trebol wanted to say more, but Doflamingo's glare made him shudder and lower his head. Yes, Dafi, I'll arrange it immediately. Also, Trebol, Jake is coming for us. Prepare our counterattack. Recall all the family executives and bring Sugar here. There's an important task for her. Doflamingo sat in his seat, narrowing his eyes as he watched Trebol leave, his expression dark. There was much intelligence he hadn't shared with Trebol, including Jake's ability to discern minds. Days earlier, after Jake killed those soldiers from other nations, Doflamingo had already learned about Jake's abilities through his own intelligence network. The spies he sent out were actually bait, a test. Clearly, Jake's ability was no fabrication. He truly could read people's intentions. Which meant Virgo, the spy he planted within the Marines, had most likely been exposed by Jake. If this logic held, then the reason Jake hadn't played the Virgo card yet was likely because he was planning a massive strike. Thinking about Jake's identity and status, Doflamingo felt his face turn pale. Nearly all of the Marine headquarters' top combatants were currently connected to that brat. Not long ago, that brat had killed so many soldiers from allied nations, yet the Marine headquarters and the world government hadn't uttered a single word of protest. That alone spoke volumes. This time, the Marines was likely determined to protect Jake at all costs. Jake was an extremely important piece the Marines were betting on for the future. No, the Marine headquarters had never treated Jake as a mere pawn. That brat was the future successor of the Marines, one of the candidates destined to ascend to the throne of the Fleet Admiral. Damn bastard. If not for his useless father, he wouldn't have been reduced to hesitating over how to deal with a mere Marine. If he were still a celestial dragon, someone of Jake's caliber could be crushed with just a casual word. At this thought, Doflamingo's expression grew even more sinister. Meanwhile in Flevence where Jake was stationed, the atmosphere was one of grim tension. Yesterday, Jake had blockaded all of Flevence's ports. The day before, he had arrested all the spies Doflamingo had planted. Last week, he had completely severed most of Doflamingo's business operations. Now, it was time to close the net. Today, he would nail this not yet fully grown, former celestial dragon, to the ground in Flevence. Every member of the Don Quixote family, Trebol, the sticky fruit user, Diamante, the flag fruit user, Gladius, Lao Ji, Senor Pink. All the combatants and high-ranking officers of Doflamingo's family currently in Flevence had been thoroughly investigated by Jake through various means. At this point, the Don Quixote family hadn't yet reached the peak of its power as in the original story, it was still missing some key figures. But Jake didn't care about that. To him, most of the Don Quixote family members were expendable, none of them were innocent. However, there was one exception, someone who might be persuaded to defect if given the chance. Senor Pink, the man who wore a baby outfit to awaken his lover from her illness and also the swim fruit user. His personality was almost entirely at odds with the cruelty of the Don Quixote family, and Jake had uncovered the reason why he followed Doflamingo. During a brawl with others, Doflamingo had saved him and out of gratitude, Senor Pink had pledged his loyalty. But Senor Pink didn't know that the people who had caused trouble for him and his lover had been orchestrated by Doflamingo himself. For Doflamingo, using underhanded tricks to recruit strong fighters was nothing unusual. In fact, he took great pleasure in it. Given Senor Pink's devotion to his wife, if Jake could cure her and reveal the truth of what happened back then, there was no doubt, Senor Pink would most likely switch sides. Even if he didn't switch sides to join them, Jake wouldn't kill him. He couldn't make waves anymore. In Jake's eyes, he was now a very weak pirate. With the power of thunder and holy light, Jake's current combat abilities were terrifyingly exaggerated. A knocking sound suddenly came from the door. Jake looked up and smiled while saying, "Monet, is everything prepared? Have the shelters for the residents been arranged?" "Don't worry, Jake, I've already contacted Zephyr-sensei. He'll lead some Marines to protect these residents and prevent them from being harmed by the crazed Don Quixote family. But Zephyr-sensei won't interfere in our affairs. You need to be ready. Thank you for your hard work, Monet. Tonight will be the day the Doflamingo family falls, and the day we rescue Sugar." C. 223,223. The night was thick, the cold wind was sharp as a blade. The Don Quixote family's stronghold seemed eerily silent at this moment. "Trebol, has the young master confirmed that we'll be attacked tonight?" Diamante quietly asked the perpetually sniffling Trebol beside him. "Yes, Daffy and I have analyzed it. Tonight, those Marines will definitely launch their plan to overthrow our entire family. Remember, if you sense we can't hold out, you must take Daffy and leave immediately. We'll stay behind to cover the retreat. Your abilities make escape easier. Remember, above all else, protect Daffy. As long as Daffy lives, our family will rise again one day." Diamante's expression darkened at Trebol's words. "Has it really come to this? I know that brat. When he killed Pika some time ago, I was ready to eliminate him. But he's either holed up in Marine headquarters or surrounded by other high-ranking Marines. If he'd been alone even once these past few days, I'd have erased him from this world." Trebol sighed and said, "There's no use dwelling on that now. That brat has indeed grown stronger. We have to admit we underestimated him back then, and now he's become such a formidable enemy for our Don Quixote family. Tonight, our top priority is protecting Daffy. Second, we must kill that brat Jake at any cost. Once he's dead, our future progress will be smoother. With Daffy rising over Jake's corpse, even if the Marines have complaints, they won't act. A dead genius versus a rising warlord who benefits them, I doubt Sengoku was foolish enough to choose sentiment over pragmatism. In truth, if Jake heard Trebol's plan, he'd probably commend the man's insight. He wasn't wrong. Though Jake's was important for the Marines, if he died, Sengoku wouldn't let personal feelings override duty. It wouldn't matter if it were Jake, even if it were his adopted son Rosinante, he wouldn't waver. For a man like Sengoku, the Marines' injustice came first. Even his own life was secondary. "Don't worry, tonight, I'll be the one to take Jake's life." As the two conspired, Doflamingo's distinctive footsteps echoed from inside, growing clearer. His trademark manic grin widened as he approached. Foo. It seems tonight we face the greatest crisis in our family's history. But I promise you, this won't be our downfall. It'll be our stepping stone to the top. The future of the Marines. The super rookie. The terminator of the great pirate era. Foo. All just lies spread by those Marines who are already fading into the tides of time. Truly powerful individuals don't care so much about propaganda, only those who are insecure about their abilities would boast so shamelessly. We will personally expose this grand lie the Marines have used to deceive an entire era, and we will trample over the corpse of their so-called future, to rise atop the waves of this age. Doflamingo's speech instantly swept away the lingering tension and silence within the family. Their hearts were now consumed by fervor, and as an overwhelming surge of conqueror's haki erupted from Doflamingo, their passion exploded like gasoline set ablaze. Young master, young master, young master. The members of the Don Quixote family began chanting wildly, like the most devout fanatics. Sugar stood behind Doflamingo, her small frame curled up, appearing somewhat forlorn. At that moment, Doflamingo gently patted her head and said softly, "Sugar, your sister abandoned you. She left you behind for that man named Jake. Between you and Jake, she chose him. I extended countless invitations to her, offering her a position as an executive in our family, promising that you two sisters could live together forever. But, every single sincere offer I made was rejected by your sister. Even when I told her how desperately you wanted to see her, she remained unmoved. And when I threatened her with your life, she still refused without hesitation. Do you know what I would do? If it were me, I would sacrifice everything for my family. But she wouldn't. Maybe in her eyes, you were important, but never the most important. When faced with that man named Jake, she chose to abandon you without a second thought." Sugar listened to Doflamingo's words, her teeth clenched so tightly that her lips nearly bled. She didn't speak a word, but the tears in her eyes fell uncontrollably. At first, Sugar hadn't believed Doflamingo's claims. But when he produced those letters, when she saw the familiar handwriting, she knew these were truly her sister's responses. She could never mistake her sister's writing. Her sister had really abandoned her. Every time she thought about this reality, Sugar felt suffocated by grief. Over and over, her mind replayed her sister's promise to take care of her forever, her sister's smile. And each memory only made her heart shatter further. In the end, she was just an 11-year-old girl. Faced with Doflamingo's words and the undeniable proof before her, she had no way to think rationally. "Sugar, trust me, I would never deceive you. Your mission today is simple. Get close to Jake and use the fruit I gave you to erase him from everyone's memories. That way, your sister will belong to you forever. The two of you sisters can live together eternally from now on. You wouldn't want to see your sister stolen away by Jake, would you?" See 224,224. Doflamingo's words whispered like a demon's temptation in Sugar's ears. She lifted her head, gazing at the distant flickering flames, her expression gradually hardening with resolve. "I will do it. No one will take my sister away from me. No one." Doflamingo watched Sugar's current state with an indescribable excitement. His words to Sugar were a mix of deception and sincerity. The idea that Monet had abandoned Sugar was, of course, a lie, but the letters were real. However, Doflamingo had sent over a dozen letters and selectively picked only the most misleading ones to show Sugar. Moreover, these letters were incomplete. He had altered their content and phrasing in the excerpts he chose. In short, he employed every trick possible to manipulate Sugar. His ultimate goal was singular, to make Sugar approach Jake. Doflamingo had long since tested just how terrifying the power of the hobby fruit could be on his subordinates. Even he himself, without Sugar lifting the ability's effects in advance, couldn't perceive that person's disappearance. In his memory, it was as if the event had never happened. Of course, Sugar still couldn't perfectly control this ability yet, occasionally reverting toys back to their original forms when distracted. But that wasn't a major issue. Doflamingo trusted Sugar's obsession with her sister and believed in her potential. The flames illuminated Doflamingo's grinning face. The next moment, he leapt forward, laughing loudly. Foo. Marines, since you've come, stop skulking around. This isn't the righteous justice you preach, is it? String slash. Using his threads to suspend himself in the clouds, Doflamingo swung his arm casually midair. As terrifying slashes tore through the air, a dazzling golden light erupted in response. Wall of holy light. Jake's voice rang out, carrying a soothing power. In an instant, a massive shield of light, dozens of meters wide, materialized before the Marines. The moment it appeared, the shield illuminated the surrounding darkness, turning the Don Quixote family's encampment as bright as day. A sharp screeching sound erupted as Doflamingo's slashes collided with the light barrier, the clash producing an ear-piercing noise. By the time the last slash dissipated, the shield was cracked but still standing firm. "It seems you aren't welcoming our arrival, Doflamingo. If you were here to join me, I assure you the reception would be quite different. Foo. If you choose to surrender now and voluntarily take those pirates into the cells of Impel Down, perhaps fewer people will die today. To be precise, fewer of your family members might perish. What do you say? Foo. It seems no matter when, you brat are always this irritating." As their conversation broke down, the two sides engaged in their first direct confrontation. Roars echoed throughout Flevance at that moment. The Marines brought by Jake were no ordinary soldiers. To avoid unnecessary casualties, he had handpicked elite officers from Marine headquarters, all ranked lieutenant or above. And not just that, as he watched the soldiers about to clash with the pirates, a divine radiance flickered across Jake's face. He spread his arms, and an overwhelming holy power emanated from his body. The soldiers below all wore expressions of fanaticism. Doflamingo was momentarily stunned by the look on the Marines' faces. It was all too familiar. Just a short while ago, his own subordinates had worn the same expression in his presence. It was the fanatical look of those who regarded their leader as a god, an absolute object of worship. Foo. Jake, it seems you and I are the same kind of existence. Your ambition is enough to shake the world itself. Hearing Doflamingo's words, Jake merely shook his head and replied softly. I am nothing like you, a deceitful scum. All you can offer your subordinates is a temporary adrenaline rush. Afterward, they'll be left weak and drained. But I am different, Doflamingo. Let me show you what true fanaticism looks like. Blessing of courage, blessing of protection. As Jake's voice rang out, Doflamingo watched in horror as the Marines, who had been evenly matched with his men mere moments ago, suddenly surged with unnatural vigor. Their explosive power and endurance skyrocketed to an almost ludicrous degree. In just a few seconds, nearly a fifth of his subordinates were wiped out. But it was no surprise. When an opponent who had been evenly matched suddenly erupted with strength far beyond the norm, most wouldn't have time to react. Doflamingo's face twisted with fury as he glared at Jake, veins bulging on his forehead. You damn brat, today, I'll carve your corpse into countless pieces and send them straight to Marine headquarters. Overheat. The moment his voice fell, Doflamingo spread his arms, and countless threads spilled from his fingers like a colossal net descending from the sky, sealing off every possible escape route for Jake. But Jake merely gazed calmly at the looming net. In the next instant, he raised his palm, and countless bolts of lightning converged into a blinding radiance. Lightning spear. As Jake's voice faded, a sound akin to the cries of countless birds filled the air. The terrifying lightning in his hands seemed to solidify into a tangible force, accompanied by scorching heat that sliced Doflamingo's massive web of strings cleanly in half. But that wasn't all. The severed web fell toward the center of the battlefield, dangerously close to the Marine positions. If those steel-cutting strings were allowed to descend unchecked, countless Marines would perish. Jake split the lightning spear, originally sharp as a blade, into countless branches. Blistering heat instantly engulfed the entire web. The acrid stench of burning protein filled the air as Jake gazed at Doflamingo with a faint smile. If this is all you've got, then tonight will be the night you fall from grace. C-225,225. In many situations, the true strength of a saint lies not in individual combat prowess, but in the ability to turn the tide of an entire battle through group enhancement. Divine guidance. As Jake's voice rang out, every Marine felt their bodies instantly lighten. Legs fatigued from intense combat suddenly brimmed with renewed strength, and reaction speeds sharpened beyond their previous limits. Jake himself, empowered by both divine guidance and the speed granted by the rumble fruit, shot toward Doflamingo at a velocity nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. But Doflamingo had already anticipated Jake's move. Layers upon layers of strings surrounded him, not enough to harm Jake, but sufficient for Doflamingo to track his every movement. Moreover, each of Jake's actions caused the surrounding threads to drift and converge toward him. If the battle continued in this space, Jake would soon find himself entangled in his own web, reduced to helpless prey. Like a spider perched upon its silk, Doflamingo closed in step by step, dragging Jake ever closer to death's embrace. Yet for Jake, who had studied Doflamingo in advance, this tactic wasn't insurmountable. A simple discharge of lightning could incinerate every last thread. But that wasn't the optimal solution. The greatest humiliation would be turning the enemy's own ability against him. Jake glanced down at Monet and nodded. Understanding his intent, she smiled faintly before raising a hand and exhaling a frigid breath toward Jake and Doflamingo. The temperature plummeted as snowflakes swirled densely through the air. The moment those snowflakes touched Doflamingo's strings, they froze instantly, trapping even the surrounding moisture and transforming the once thin threads into thick, arm-sized icicles. The entire process was blindingly fast. By the time Doflamingo realized Monet's plan, most of his meticulously woven threads had already been encased in ice. Jake stood atop an ice pillar, only for it to shatter beneath his feet the next moment. When Doflamingo reacted, Jake had already appeared right in front of him. As a fist came swinging toward him, completely sealing off all possible escape routes, Doflamingo felt his body uncontrollably lifting into the air. This guy's punches shouldn't have this kind of power. Damn it, is this a devil fruit ability? Doflamingo instantly realized there was something unusual about Jake's punch, but he was now suspended midair, unable to do anything. Jake, of course, wouldn't let such a perfect opportunity slip. Without hesitation, he delivered a lightning-charged punch straight to Doflamingo's abdomen. The moment Doflamingo's entire body went numb from the shock, Jake extended his palm slightly, and golden chains instantly materialized, binding Doflamingo in midair. Spear of victory, sticky ball. Just as a radiant spear formed in Jake's hand, Treble's voice rang out from behind him. Hearing the sound, Jake frowned slightly before turning around and hurling the spear, shattering the disgusting liquid ball into pieces. Sheehehe, my mucus balls aren't so easy to break, you know. As Treble's voice echoed again, the mucus fragments scattered in the air instantly reformed and surged toward Jake. Faced with this attack, Jake showed no expression. He simply raised his hand, and with a flash of countless lightning bolts, the mucus, along with Treble, was reduced to ashes. Yet Jake didn't smile. That attack hadn't done any real damage, it was just a mucus clone Treble had created. His real body must be, over there. Just as Jake prepared to strike again, Doflamingo managed to break free from the holy chains. Swinging his arms, he unleashed countless slashes from the sky, but instead of aiming at Jake, they rained down toward the Marines. Seeing this, Jake remained completely calm. The next moment, Monet's voice rang out, carrying an icy chill. Snow dome. 100 grass paper. As her voice faded, an unbearable cold enveloped the outskirts of Flevence. Over the past year, under Aokiji's guidance, Monet had nearly pushed the snow fruit to the brink of awakening. Her mastery of its abilities far surpassed what was seen in the original story. And now, with Jake's blessing of courage enhancing her, the power of her techniques was downright terrifying. One must remember, Logia-type abilities are the embodiment of natural disasters. A snow dome, nearly hundreds of meters long, instantly covered the battlefield below, intercepting all of Doflamingo's slashes. Idiots! How could a flimsy structure like that possibly block the young master's attacks? Diamante was currently hiding in the shadows, slowly closing in on Monet while casting a disdainful glance at the massive snow house towering in the air. But the next moment, something happened that left him utterly stunned. Doflamingo's slash not only failed to cut through the snow house, it didn't even reach halfway through its thickness. Monet looked up at the sky and spoke with a cold voice. It seems I overestimated you, Doflamingo. Your strength doesn't even warrant this level of seriousness from me. Also, you there, the sneaky gentleman. If you wouldn't mind, please stay right where you are. Move even an inch, and your entire body will shatter. As Monet's voice faded, Diamante saw her emotionless eyes staring back at him. Before he knew it, his legs were completely encased in ice. Perhaps the freezing happened too quickly, Diamante didn't even have time to react. What a troublesome opponent, but sorry, I can't just stand by while you mock our young master like this. C-226,226. With Diamante's furious roar, everything around him seemed to turn as light and fluttering as a flag in the wind. Land flag. This was Diamante's devil fruit ability, transforming the ground within a certain radius around him into a lightweight state, making it ripple like a fluttering cloth to throw opponents off balance. It was his proudest technique. Not just the ground, even the ice you create. If I will it'll become no different from a flag, Diamante sneered, crushing the ice around his feet effortlessly. Monet frowned slightly. So it's not just the weight that changes, even the physical properties of the ice are altered. Snake sword. While Monet was still strategizing, Diamante's attack had already reached her. Using his flag fruit powers, he manipulated his rapier into a serpentine form, lashing toward Monet's neck with terrifying speed. Just before the blade reached her, its lightweight state would revert to full hardness. With that force and velocity, there was no doubt Monet's head would be severed instantly. Yet Monet merely raised a hand. As countless ice walls erupted around her, no matter how agile the blade was, it couldn't pierce through the barriers shielding her at the center. The sword struck the ice with a deafening crash, cleaving through a 3-meter thick wall in a single slash. Diamante laughed wildly. I told you, this ability is useless against me. If I want, your ice walls mean nothing. With that, he activated his power again. The ground beneath Monet's feet, along with everything nearby, rippled into cloth-like flimsiness. Maintaining balance was impossible, let alone fighting. But then, a faint smile appeared on Monet's face. Layers of solid ice surged from her body, anchoring her firmly to the ground. At the same time, massive ice walls sealed off the entire space around them. You seem quite confident in your ability. You said anything within your domain can become lightweight if you wish, correct? I won't give you a chance to ask twice. Bullhorn thrust. This technique involved transforming a rapier into a lightweight form, twisting it into the shape of a bull's horn, then restoring its hardness to create a rapier with a sharp bullhorn-shaped tip for thrusting attacks. Combined with the tripping effect of the army flag, it often allowed him to achieve dazzling victories. The biggest mistake you made in this battle was sealing off the entire surrounding environment. You'll be pinned to your own ice pillar. With the aid of his devil fruit ability, Diamante's speed reached a level nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. But for Monet, who regularly trained with Jake, this speed was merely standard training intensity. She had long prepared countless ways to evade such attacks. The simplest of them all was to make the opponent's strike miss entirely. Ice mirror. As countless mirrors crafted from ice materialized within the frozen walls, Jake, who was currently engaged in battle with Doflamingo, naturally noticed this. Without hesitation, he hurled a blindingly radiant holy light toward Monet's direction. Years of seamless teamwork had already made Monet aware of Jake's intentions. The moment the holy light appeared in his hand, she closed her eyes and relied on observation haki to perceive her surroundings. But for Diamante, it was different. Though he also possessed observation haki, in this world, unless their eyes were impaired, most people primarily relied on sight as their main means of observation. And it was this very habit that dragged Diamante into the abyss of death. The mirror's reflection, combined with Jake's holy light, instantly robbed Diamante of his vision. Clutching his burning eyes, he saw nothing but searing brightness. At such a moment, activating observation haki demanded extraordinary composure. Diamante clearly lacked such calmness. Realizing he had been tricked, instead of steadying himself to use observation haki, he wildly swung his rapier in a desperate attempt to fend off any potential ambush from Monet. Watching this, Doflamingo's expression stiffened. He wanted to rush to Diamante's aid, but Jake stubbornly blocked his path. Trebol had already begun moving through the ice, only to be immobilized by Jake's holy chains. Damn brat. Unlike the furious commotion on their side, Monet felt no pity as she observed Diamante's enraged roars, trapped like a cornered beast within the ice. Had it not been for Jake's constant care in the slave cages of Aston Kingdom, she would have long perished there. Thus, she harbored not an ounce of mercy for Doflamingo's subordinates. Mercy toward them was cruelty toward the innocent. Blizzard. As Monet's voice echoed, Diamante failed to pinpoint her exact location. The surrounding snowstorm was too intense, and within the enclosed icy chamber, Monet's voice reverberated endlessly, further disorienting Diamante's thoughts and judgment. The moment the blizzard appeared, the surrounding temperature began to drop at a visible rate. In just an instant, the white breath exhaled by Diamante had already crystallized into ice in the air. The moment he felt the freezing cold, Diamante knew what Monet was planning. This damned woman intended to freeze him to death right here. She had realized it. Though his ability could alter the form and weight of matter, it couldn't change its temperature. Damn it, damn it. He had to break through the ice and escape immediately. Diamante activated his army flag, Land of the Dead, and began frantically attacking the surrounding ice, trying to force his way out of this enclosed space. But Monet had anticipated this. On every path Diamante tried to take, she erected thick walls of ice, sealing off all his movements. C-227,227. The terrifying blizzard had completely stripped Diamante of any ability to resist. At first, he had still been able to put up a stubborn fight thanks to his ample stamina. But as time passed, despair began to creep in. Every single one of his attacks hit their mark, yet every time, new obstacles blocked his way. No matter how many times he swung his weapon, the ice before him never seemed to diminish. No matter how he used the powers of his float fruit, he simply couldn't escape this sealed space encased in thick ice. The temperature kept dropping, even breathing had become an excruciating ordeal. The moment he exhaled warm air, it instantly turned into ice shards. When he swung his sword, the exposed skin on his arms would freeze and crack in an instant. His flesh split apart, chunks of his body falling to the ground like shards of glass, densely scattered across the ice. Those pieces of flesh had already turned purple from the cold. In less than a second, they would be buried under the relentless snowstorm. Diamante even tried leaping through the air to escape, but countless ice crystals, along with an avalanche-like torrent, would slam his soaring body back down to the ground. He wanted to call for help from his comrades, but unfortunately, Doflamingo and Trebol were being held back by Jake alone, while the other officers couldn't break through the Marines' blockade. Even if another officer recklessly forced their way through the barricade, they would be stopped by a man no one had ever seen before. That man was tall, a faint smile on his face, occasionally even talking to the air beside him. The look he gave Jake carried a fanaticism even more intense than the devotion they held for their young master. Monet watched as Diamante's resistance gradually weakened. The power of her blizzard didn't diminish in the slightest. If anything, it grew even fiercer. This was what Jake had taught her. When an enemy shows signs of faltering, do not let your guard down. Instead, crush their last shred of hope with even greater force than before. Only then could victory be absolutely assured. And clearly, Monet had taken Jake's words to heart. In truth, this was exactly what Diamante had feared. Upon realizing he couldn't break through the blizzard, he considered conserving his strength, waiting for Monet to lower her guard before using his flag fruit to slice through the surrounding ice and escape this frozen hell that sought to claim his life. But to his dismay, when his feigned weakness only invited an even fiercer ice storm, the last glimmer of hope in Diamante's heart shattered. It was as if his fighting spirit vanished in that instant. He attacked his surroundings frantically, but it only hastened his demise without offering any salvation. When the blizzard finally subsided, the only thing left within the thick layers of ice was Diamante's frozen corpse, now a lifeless ice sculpture. From this moment onward, within the entire Marines, Monet would stand as the strongest wielder of ice-based calamity, second only to Kuzan himself. High above in the sky, Doflamingo, who's locked in combat, gazed upon Diamante's frozen remains, his expression twisting into pure rage. I will kill you here. Marines. This was the first time since his father's death that he had felt such overwhelming bloodlust toward another person. The reason Jake could hold off both Doflamingo and Trebol wasn't because he surpassed them in strength, but due to his reckless, near-limitless expenditure of stamina. Lightning, light barriers, spears. Under Jake's unrestrained assault, the sheer volume of attacks momentarily pinned Doflamingo and Trebol down, preventing them from aiding Diamante. Clenching his fists, Doflamingo watched Diamante's corpse, waiting for Jake's stamina to falter under this unsustainable offensive. The moment Jake showed even the slightest weakness, Doflamingo would sever his head without hesitation. Though grief-stricken by Diamante's death, a sliver of relief also flickered in Doflamingo's heart. Jake's approach all but guaranteed his defeat. Once they triumphed here, the remaining Marines would be nothing more than lambs for slaughter. Yet, when Jake unleashed yet another devastating area of effect attack, Doflamingo sensed something amiss. Nearly half an hour had passed since Monet trapped Diamante, and Jake's assault hadn't weakened. If anything, it had grown even more ferocious. This man's stamina was like an abyss, with no bottom in sight. Damn it, does this bastard not feel fatigue? Doflamingo grew increasingly unnerved as the battle raged on. Unlike Jake's berserk onslaught, he had been meticulously conserving his energy, avoiding unnecessary exertion. Yet even so, merely evading attacks had left him panting heavily. Meanwhile, Jake showed no signs of exhaustion, not even the slightest intent to conserve stamina. 100 million volts discharge. Raiko. A colossal thunder dragon roared from Jake's body, tearing through the clouds before splitting the heavens and crashing down before Doflamingo. Overheat. Threads hardened with armament hockey, guided by Doflamingo's observation hockey, sliced the lightning into fragments. But attacks of this magnitude, Doflamingo knew he couldn't endure many more. No, this can't go on any longer. I must take down that brat while I still have stamina left. Otherwise, once my energy is completely drained, there'll truly be no chance left. Are zone-type devil fruit users' recovery and endurance really this absurd? However, a vicious grin crept onto Doflamingo's lips. Coincidentally, not long ago, he had mastered the ultimate secret of devil fruits. Awakening. Trebol. With Doflamingo's roar, Trebol instantly understood his young master's intention. Though his entire body was charred black, covered in lightning strike marks, he still mustered his strength and waved his hand, summoning a tsunami-like wave of mucus that surged toward Jake. Before Jake could react, a terrifying chill swept across the ground. In an instant, Monet froze all that mucus into solid ice. Seeing this, Doflamingo's face twisted with excitement. Standing atop the falling ice sheets, he raised a finger toward Jake. C-228,228. Brat, do you know devil fruits have a stage called awakening? I've always believed there are no useless fruits in this world, only useless users. As for me, the applications of the string fruit's power go far beyond what you've seen. As Doflamingo's words faded, the ice beneath his feet began unraveling like silk cocoons, transforming into white waves composed of countless threads. Thread tsunami. The ice sheets instantly became surging tidal waves of threads, swallowing everything in their path toward Jake. Jake stood his ground, expressionless. Raising his palm, violent lightning erupted from his hand as golden holy light energy infused into it, the azure electricity turning gold. 100 million volts. Tidal surge. The lightning attack enhanced by holy light energy not only retained its fundamental high-temperature electrocution properties but also gained significantly increased burning capacity. Fire remains the best counter against threads, even when they come as a tsunami. Knew you'd try that. Doflamingo's face twisted into a savage grin as veins bulged on his forehead, fingers raised. 8 sacred spears of execution. While the electric current scorched the thread tsunami, 8 terrifying thread lances, each dozens of meters long, erupted from 8 directions beneath Jake's feet. To counter his lightning abilities, every spear was densely coated with armament hockey. The spears struck with blinding speed, but all these maneuvers fell within Jake's expectations. His earlier electric net hadn't just burned most threads, it had also detected all of Doflamingo's hidden preparations. He'd long pinpointed those 8 spears' locations. The only reason he hadn't exposed them immediately was to drain Doflamingo's already limited stamina. The combined toll of high-intensity armament hockey coating and Awakening's energy consumption was terrifying indeed. Shifting into his elemental form while encasing himself in a divine shield, Jake began darting across the battlefield at extreme speeds. The speed of the rumble fruit was nearly on par with the glint fruit. Under Jake's full exertion, he became a golden streak of light in the air. No matter how hard Doflamingo tried to lock onto him, he couldn't land a single hit. Throughout the entire process, Doflamingo couldn't afford to relax for even a moment. He couldn't remove the armament hockey covering his strings because Jake, while maintaining distance, could swiftly snipe any exposed threads. Trebol quickly noticed this. Without hesitation and ignoring his injuries, he flung a massive glob of mucus toward Jake's anticipated next position. But it was futile. Jake wasn't fighting alone. Monet's voice rang out from behind. It was icy and menacing. Your opponent is me, Trebol. Diamante's corpse hasn't even melted yet. You'll meet him on the road to the afterlife. The next instant, a blizzard engulfed Trebol's entire body, dragging him down into the ground. Watching Trebol get swept away by Monet, Doflamingo showed little concern. The sticky fruit and the snow fruit weren't inherently counteractive. While Monet could freeze mucus into ice, Trebol could just as easily overwhelm her by producing vast quantities of mucus before she could fully freeze it, burying the existing ice and hurling it back at her with greater weight and speed. All Trebol needed was to generate more mucus than Monet could freeze in a short time. Given Trebol's decades of devil fruit mastery, Doflamingo doubted he'd lose to Monet, who had already fought a previous battle. But the next moment, when Doflamingo saw Monet fighting with reckless abandon, holding nothing back, his heart skipped a beat. Why was this woman fighting like that damn Jake? Did they not care about conserving stamina at all? Did they just unleash their strongest moves without restraint? What gave them the confidence to fight so wildly? Then, when Monet's attacks showed the slightest falter, Doflamingo's face lit up with satisfaction. Of course, only a freak like Jake, with his mythical zone resilience, could sustain such a fighting style. A normal Logia user would be suicidal to attempt it. But the next instant, as a faint golden glow flickered across Monet's body, her momentarily weakened attacks surged back with renewed ferocity. Only then did Doflamingo realize the truth. Foo. Your ability is truly terrifying, Marine. You can even restore stamina. If you're only noticing now, your observation skills are truly lacking. Jake's voice taunted him. In the next second, Jake appeared right in front of Doflamingo, bringing with him the 8 god threads that had been chasing him. Without hesitation, Doflamingo flicked his fingers upward, redirecting the god thread's trajectory. He glared at Jake, his expression darkening. It seems there's only one way to defeat you, by using absolute power to prevent you from even being able to use your recovery abilities. With that, Doflamingo suddenly lowered his arms as if surrendering to defeat. But the next moment, a dark red aura of Conqueror's hockey flickered around him as he stared at Jake, madness flashing in his eyes. Foo. Marine's man, if you want to stop me, then let's settle it with this move. Whether the future of pirates will be ended by you, let me see for myself. 16 Divine Killing Missiles. Conqueror's Haki Infusion. As 8 more terrifying divine killing attacks emerged from the surge of white strings, all 16 projectiles were now infused with Conqueror's Haki. Seeing this, Jake exhaled softly before speaking. I've already invited reporters here. You should feel honored to be defeated by this move, Doflamingo. Song of Courage. As Jake's voice rang out, several angelic figures suddenly materialized around him. Their appearance matched the legends. Vast wings that nearly blotted out the sky radiated glory and majesty, while a golden magic circle spread beneath Jake's feet, enveloping the entire battlefield. C 229 to 229. As the golden glow illuminated the skies above Flevens, the scales of war tilted decisively in Jake's favor. The Song of Courage not only amplified damage output but also greatly enhanced the physical abilities of all allies within its range. Combined with the Blessing of Courage, every Marine soldier on Jake's side instantly grew significantly stronger. The already struggling Don Quixote pirates were pushed further back under the increasingly ferocious assault of the Marines. Diamante's death had already dealt a heavy blow to their morale, and when they looked up at the sky, despair deepened. Doflamingo was gradually losing ground against Jake. The 16 divine killing missiles could barely hold their own against the divine magic circle's power. Doflamingo stared at Jake, his face twisted into a near-insane grin. Let's see how long this power of yours lasts, Marines. With that, Doflamingo completely altered his fighting style, manipulating his strings to recklessly engulf Jake's position. But against the radiant magic circle, the threads were useless. Before they could even touch it, they were incinerated by the overflowing holy light energy. And burning those strings cost Jake almost nothing. It was merely a side effect of the Song of Courage. Doflamingo refused to be discouraged. He knew zone-type devil fruit users recovered quickly, but he refused to believe Jake could ignore stamina depletion entirely. After such a prolonged battle, Jake must have been nearing his limit. Right now, Jake was just bluffing. Doflamingo clung fiercely to this conviction. The next moment, he roared and intensified his assault. Meanwhile, Jake gazed back at Doflamingo with a faint smile playing on his lips. What he needed to achieve was precisely this effect. In actual combat, Jake could instantly cast various buffs on himself through the Song of Courage. Thus, Blessing of Courage, Blessing of Protection, Divine Shield, Healing Prayer, and Divine Guidance, almost an entire chain of buffs, were all applied to Jake in quick succession. When Healing Prayer enveloped his body once more, Jake knew that the grudge between him and Doflamingo would end here for good. As the holy magic circle completely swallowed Doflamingo's sea of strings, the proud flamingo fell helplessly from the sky. Watching this scene, a large portion of the Don Quixote family members wore expressions of sorrow while simultaneously fleeing toward secluded areas. For more chapters visit novelfire.net. They were not core members of the Don Quixote family. Their grief stemmed solely from the fact that they were about to be arrested by the Marines. In contrast, the core members of the Don Quixote family, upon seeing Doflamingo's falling figure, could not remain calm. They all screamed his name in anguish, their voices tearing at their hearts and lungs. At the same time, they rushed recklessly toward the direction where Doflamingo was falling. But the Marines had long anticipated this possibility. So, when the enemy prepared for a desperate last stand, the Marines avoided direct confrontation, instead using formations and delaying tactics to wear down their already wavering morale. Trebol, staring at Doflamingo's descent, felt as though his entire world was collapsing at this very moment. Without hesitation, he charged into the sky, completely disregarding Monet, who was still engaged in battle with him. Monet showed no sympathy for Trebol's actions. Exposing one's back to an opponent in battle was suicidal, and she would not hold back. Several ice spikes, gleaming with razor-sharp edges, materialized around her. Under her control, they instantly pierced through Trebol's body. Blood splattered onto the pure white snow, the scorching heat of it melting the icy flakes. Yet even so, Trebol merely used his mucus to briefly seal his wounds before rushing toward Doflamingo. Stumbling his way forward, he finally reached Doflamingo and immediately embraced the nearly lifeless man. "Young master, it's all right, I'll take you away from here. There won't be any problems, just like when you were little, I'll get you out. Please close your eyes and rest. Soon, I'll take you away." Trebol's voice was laced with sobs, his grotesque face now streaked with tears. Doflamingo looked at that familiar, ugly face before him and, mustering all his strength, rasped hoarsely. "Trebol, you bastard, I'd prefer it if you just called me Dafi. Dafi, just rest, we won't die, I won't let you die. Don't talk nonsense, Trebol. It seems the adventures of our Don Quixote family have come to an end today. Foo. But I truly never expected our journey would be terminated by a slave brat. What ironic fate, foo. Even at this moment, Doflamingo still showed no trace of fear, his lips curled in that perpetual smirk. Jake stepped forward to face them. Trebol clung desperately to Doflamingo, his eyes filled with both terror and hatred as he stared at Jake. "Release Dafi, whatever you want, I'll give it to you. That woman's sister too, if you want her, I can bring her out right now." Trebol himself didn't know what mindset drove him to say these words, but he knew one thing for certain. Even if he had to die here today, the young master must not perish. Doflamingo was destined to be the king of this world. This conviction had never wavered in Trebol since the day he'd pledged himself to Doflamingo. "I know what tricks you're playing, Doflamingo. Did you really think I wouldn't know about the hobby fruit's power? Those letters you sent Monet, Who do you think replied to them all? Sugar should have realized from the very first reply that the handwriting wasn't Monet's at all. C 230 to 230. Hearing this, the bloodied Doflamingo lying on the ground suddenly laughed, crimson froth bubbling from his nose and mouth. This was the devastating impact that made his spirit shattering in an instant. Jake could tell that until the moment Doflamingo was knocked down, the man had never truly despaired. Even when he'd appeared to surrender earlier, that arrogant pride had never faded. And to Jake's perception, such heightened emotions stood out as clearly as lamplight in the dark. When Treble came rushing over, Jake became even more certain of his judgment. The tear-streaked man radiated nothing but exhilaration and excitement. There could be no doubt, the two were conspiring some plan that could instantly reverse their defeat. The only means they could use to turn the tables was obvious: Sugar, the hobby fruit user. If Sugar touched him, his very memory and existence would be erased from everyone's minds. The remaining Monet would stand no chance against Doflamingo and the other elite officers. Even if Monet were spared because of Sugar's power, everything on their side would already be lost. Moreover, for Sugar to touch him would be frighteningly simple, her status was too special. Even the normally vigilant Jake and Monet wouldn't suspect her. Had Jake not possessed his healer template's emotion-sensing ability, or if he weren't a transmigrator, he might well have fallen for it this time. But unfortunately for them, Jake was both a transmigrator and someone who could perceive others' emotions. From the moment Doflamingo secretly sent Monet the first letter, Monet had already brought the envelope to Jake and handed it over for him to read. It was from that point onward that Monet and Jake deduced Doflamingo might very well be using these letters to mislead Sugar. After discussing it between themselves, they decided to play along. Starting with the first letter, Jake personally wrote the replies. The most update and zero vels are published on novelfire.net. Sugar, however, was no fool. The moment she received the first letter, she could tell it wasn't her sister's handwriting. But she didn't expose it. Instead, as Doflamingo had instructed, she feigned extreme unease and fear. From beginning to end, Doflamingo's plan had been completely seen through by Jake and the others. The reason for that mouthful of blood was simple: this was the first time Doflamingo had ever been utterly crushed in terms of tactics, strength, and sheer willpower. Staring at Jake standing before him, he felt a sharp pain in his chest, yet the grin on his lips never faded as he continued. Foo, if only I had finished you off back in that slave dungeon in the North Blue. Then maybe none of this would have happened. What a shame. Jake looked at Doflamingo, his expression unreadably complex. Things rarely go the way we want them to, don't they? Besides, there's someone who wants to see you before you die. I promised him. At Jake's words, Doflamingo struggled to sit up from Treble's arms. His bloodied lips parted as a hoarse voice emerged, his eyes flickering with something complicated. That would be Rocinante, wouldn't it? My dear little brother. At a time like this, only he would want to see me. He was just as foolish as our father. If he had chosen to kill father sooner like I did, instead of getting in my way, maybe mother wouldn't have died. Jake glanced at the two lingering souls behind Doflamingo and said calmly. I'll give you one chance. Order all members of the Don Quixote family to surrender and lay down their arms, and I'll let you see your parents, and Rocinante, before you die. Believe me, I'm not joking. The power of the seraphim fruit is far more terrifying than you think. Doflamingo froze. At first, he laughed, then broke into violent coughs. His injuries were too severe, and even laughter strained his body beyond its limits. You're serious? If you're lying to me now, even in death, I'll make sure to cause you endless trouble. Meeting Doflamingo's gaze, Jake nodded indifferently. You're about to die. I have no reason to deceive you. Then bring Rocinante here. If I'm to see our parents, he should be present too. That's only fair. I won't refuse. As a somewhat unsteady figure was escorted over by the Marines, Rocinante lifted his head with an expression more miserable than tears. Sorry, brother, I failed to keep my promise to you. This was what Jake and Rocinante had agreed upon. If Doflamingo were to fail, then at least before his death, Rocinante would see him off on his final journey. Jake had initially thought Rocinante intended to deliver the final blow to Doflamingo, but his answer had surprised even Jake. Rocinante had said, if possible, I want to send him off as his family, as his younger brother, to let him pass peacefully. Please. Jake hadn't refused his request. The current circumstances were all part of the ruse to make Doflamingo believe Rocinante was truly his subordinate. Seeing the brother whose features bore some resemblance to his own, Doflamingo's lips curled into a grin. He didn't rush to speak, instead turning to Jake. Bring out my long-dead father and mother for us to see. Even if I must die, I want to pass in the embrace of my family. Treble, come along, your family too. Hearing this, Jake glanced at the two souls still lingering behind Doflamingo and sighed. A faint golden light flickered in his hand as he summoned the barest minimum of holy light energy to awaken the spirits of Doflamingo's parents. The next moment, under the brothers' utterly disbelieving gazes, two familiar figures emerged from the golden radiance, a couple who appeared deeply devoted to each other. One of the spirits immediately embraced both brothers the moment she appeared. C 231 to 231. The familiar embrace froze Doflamingo where he stood. Once, he had believed he had moved past that grief, but the moment he saw her, he knew he had never truly left it behind. He had been trapped at the age when his mother died. Always. If there was one person in this world whom Doflamingo trusted completely, without reservation, it was only one. His mother. Unlike the other celestial dragons, his mother had displayed kindness and compassion from his earliest memories, leaving Doflamingo puzzled and conflicted. While other parents would execute disobedient slaves without hesitation, his own parents rarely punished theirs. They even provided medicine when slaves fell ill. When slaves made mistakes, they weren't punished. Instead, they were comforted and reassured. As a child, Doflamingo couldn't understand his parents' ways. But seeing the smiles on the slaves' faces and his parents' own joy, he lacked the awareness to question it, only mimicking their behavior subconsciously. Yet unlike his parents, Doflamingo found no real happiness in the slaves' gratitude. The only joy he felt came from his mother and father's approval and praise. His kindness towards slaves made Doflamingo unable to fit in with the other celestial dragons. When he was bullied by other celestial dragon children, it was his mother who gently tended to his wounds, holding and comforting him. His mother would even personally cook lavish meals for him. Memories of his mother were always warm and unforgettable. Whether he was sick, injured, or wronged, as long as his mother was by his side, everything seemed bearable. There was a place where he could rest peacefully. But all of this was destroyed by his own father. He renounced his status as a celestial dragon, willingly descending to live among the lowly commoners. His foolish father believed he could reform those commoners, but what did they receive in return? Hatred, curses, venomous resentment, endless humiliation. Their money was snatched away by the frenzied mob. His mother and father were insulted and beaten, while he and his younger brother were hoisted like trophies on steel pitchforks, paraded in triumph. When he and his brother cried out, his mother was the first to rush forward. She desperately pulled them down from the pitchforks, then wrapped her soft arms around them. In his mother's embrace, he watched helplessly as those damned commoners trampled over her body. His mother suppressed her pain, refusing to cry out. Instead, she kept her gentle gaze fixed on him and his brother, soothing them with tender words. By the next day, after the frenzied villagers had left, his mother was barely clinging to life. She still held them, her back drenched in blood. His father lay on the ground, covered in wounds. But he paid him no mind. He only carried his mother, searching for a quiet place where she could rest. Life afterward remained harsh, but as long as his mother was there, he didn't feel as much despair. Yet all of this ended when Doflamingo turned 8. His mother, weakened by years of malnutrition and the abuse from the commoners, finally succumbed. She fell ill. Doflamingo wanted to get her treatment, but because of his father's choices, they had abandoned their celestial dragon status. They didn't have a single coin to their name. Ignoring his father's wails, Doflamingo silently left the house to seek out the slaves his mother had once helped. But when he arrived at their doors, something unexpected happened. Even when he pleaded in the most humble and sincere tone, they mercilessly beat him before throwing him out. 1, 2, 3, 4, all of them the same. It was as if they had forgotten the kindness they'd received in Mariajoy. As Doflamingo watched their faces twist with satisfaction while they struck him, his heart filled with bitter resentment. In the end, he returned with nothing but wounds, dragging himself to his mother's lifeless body. At that moment, Rocinante stood weeping by their mother's bedside. Through tears, he told him that their father had gone to find a doctor, but he had been gone for 2 days and still hadn't returned. Until her last breath, their mother had longed to see their father and him one final time. Doflamingo didn't know if he had cried at that moment. He only knew he had grasped his mother's hand. It was so cold, so bitterly cold that it seemed to freeze all the blood in his body. From that moment on, Doflamingo had already made up his mind. He would make everyone pay. And he succeeded. GOOGL search novel FIR.net. He killed his own father, the source of all tragedies. He also killed those slaves as punishment for their ingratitude. He also killed those civilians as retribution for their humiliation of him. But after Doflamingo had done everything, looking at his younger brother who fled from him in fear, he felt an inexplicable emptiness in his heart for some reason. And it wasn't until today that the missing piece in his heart was finally filled by that embrace. The proud flamingo shed scalding tears at this moment. Gazing at the familiar figure before him, his voice choked with emotion. Mother, is it really you? Seeing her 2 sons who had changed so much, this great mother didn't say much. She simply held them tightly in her arms, her voice as gentle as it had been years ago. I'm sorry, my children. It was mother's fault for not protecting you well enough. Her voice carried unspeakable sorrow and pain. Doflamingo then opened his arms and gently embraced his mother. I've missed you so much, mother. Holding her 2 children, she was already weeping uncontrollably. A soul so pure could be briefly summoned to this world by Jake's ability. At this moment, Jake looked at Doflamingo and sighed. This was what he had promised Rocinante, to give Doflamingo one final moment of warmth before death. About 10 minutes later, Doflamingo's heart stopped beating with a smile on his face, his body gradually growing cold. Rocinante held his brother's cold body while shedding one last tear. C-232 to 232. Everything on the battlefield had dissipated. Doflamingo now lay on the ground, no longer breathing. The remaining members of the Don Quixote family were either dead, injured, or mostly arrested, all shackled with heavy chains. Jake sat on the ground without much dignity, his expression weary. The intense battle had left him utterly exhausted even after using healing prayer. I killed your only family. Don't you have anything to say to me? Jake suddenly asked Rocinante, who was silently holding Doflamingo's corpse. Rocinante responded with calm detachment. The moment he shot and killed our father, he ceased being my brother. What I'm holding now is the brother from my childhood who hadn't completely died yet. In a little while, he'll just be the unforgivable leader of the Don Quixote family. Though Rocinante's voice carried a slight chill as he spoke these words, Jake knew that for someone as kind-hearted and gentle as Rocinante, Doflamingo's death would undoubtedly be an extremely difficult thing to come to terms with. But there were many things Jake couldn't provide perfect answers for. He simply patted Rocinante's shoulder and said, "After the reconstruction of Flevence is complete, come with me to meet Fleet Admiral Sengoku. He's been asking about you for a long time. Besides, most of the credit for the successful execution of all these plans belongs to you. Without your intelligence, I wouldn't have been able to so precisely counter all of Doflamingo's backup plans." Rocinante could feel Jake's attempt at comfort. He smiled and replied, "Thank you, Jake. Just as the legends say, you truly are an angelically kind Marine. Though it sounds strange, I appreciate the compliment." Without saying much more, Jake left the scene, leaving the remaining matters for Rocinante to handle alone. Meanwhile, he headed in Monet's direction. After Doflamingo's defeat, Trebol had come to terms with reality. He abandoned his previous life-for-life fighting style against Monet and began retreating while continuing to engage. Though he held great expectations for Doflamingo and was fiercely loyal to him, that didn't mean he was willing to die alongside him. Since failure was inevitable, Trebol chose to flee immediately and seek out another young man with the potential to become a king, just like Doflamingo. He would then support that young man until he ascended to the throne. However, this plan was frozen in its tracks, literally, by Monet before it could even begin. The mucus fruit's escape abilities were formidable, but to create longer and more extensive mucus pathways, Trebol typically used only a thin layer of mucus to form a quick passage route on the ground. This tactic worked well against almost anyone, but against Monet, his thin mucus froze solid within seconds of appearing. To prevent Trebol from moving swiftly across the ice, Monet even shaped the frozen surfaces into sharp icicles. If Trebol didn't want his hard-earned mucus pathways to freeze, he would have to create thicker ones, but that meant producing more mucus, which took more time. No matter what he did, escape from Monet became impossible. Cornered by this near-perfect counter, Trebol gradually lost his rationality and sharp judgment. In the end, the biting frost caught him just as he was about to slip out of Monet's sight, trapping him completely in the ice. At that moment, a little girl who bore a striking resemblance to Monet emerged from the shadows and rushed toward her. "Sister, I finally found you." Faced with her younger sister, Monet didn't hesitate, even knowing the terrifying devil fruit sugar had consumed, and immediately embraced the sobbing girl tightly. Meanwhile, on another battlefield, two warriors of pure love were locked in a one-on-one brawl, each with their own unshakable reasons to fight. "Your fists really pack a punch, Senor." Tesoro spat out blood, grinning at the pacifier-sucking man before him. The other man, in a voice that starkly contrasted his appearance, replied with equal admiration. "Yours hurt far more, Tesoro." After speaking, the two men exchanged a smile before once again unleashing unrestrained blows upon each other's faces. As both their bodies collapsed to the ground, they were utterly exhausted, having mutually acknowledged each other's manhood through their battle. Now was the time for communication after their draw. Neither worried about sudden sneak attacks nor potential ambushes from the other. For these two men, fist-to-flesh combat was the most beautiful means to deepen their bond. Their conversation gradually opened up, even touching upon more private matters. "A man like you, why would you work for that bastard Doflamingo?" Hearing Tesoro's words, Senor answered calmly. "When my sister was hospitalized with a serious illness, I needed a large sum for surgery and medical fees. My salary at the time couldn't possibly cover such expenses, but as a man, I couldn't just watch my family die before my eyes. So when I was prepared to do anything to earn enough for her treatment, Doflamingo appeared before me. He gave me all the money I needed, with only one condition, that I become a core executive of his family. I don't have any great talents, but I know how to repay a debt of gratitude." At this, Tesoro suddenly looked into the distance where their battle had ceased, his voice tinged with complexity. "Your repayment shouldn't be built upon the suffering of countless others." Follow current novels on NovemberEgraveElfire.net. "I know, though I've tried my best to avoid it, there's nothing I can do. I've committed sins, but I only wanted to protect the one I love." See 233-233. When the golden cage smashed the tough man's body to the ground, the outcome of the battle was decided. Tesoro looked down at Senor, who lay there with a peaceful expression, and instead of pressing his advantage, simply sat down beside him. Between men, once a fight is settled, they become friends. And with friends, Tesoro would never maintain his guard. Without hesitation, he lay down next to Senor, pulled a cigarette from his pocket, and offered it to him. "Take it, it's a bit crushed from your punches, but still smokable. I brought it from my hometown, you don't have these here. Try it, I'll light it for you, since your hands are tied now." Senor smiled, took the cigarette between his lips, and after taking a deep drag, said to Tesoro. "It really is a fine cigarette, fiery yet gentle, with an unforgettable aftertaste." "Ha ha ha, didn't expect such cultured words from you. Honestly, when I first saw your getup, I thought I'd run into some kind of pervert. But turns out you're way more impressive than me. Your pursuit of love and sense of responsibility are even stronger than mine." Senor looked at Tesoro and said softly, "You are purer and more steadfast than I am. If it were me, I might have chosen suicide long before meeting Jake." The only reason I can keep living now is because there's still hope that her illness can be cured. Then join Jake-sama side. You know better than I do what kind of place the Don Quixote family is. If you join Jake-sama's ranks, he will surely cure your beloved's illness. And even if you don't join, knowing Jake-sama as I do, he would never stand idly by. Hearing this, Senor asked Tesoro somewhat confusedly. Why, I should be considered his enemy. And honestly, the sins I've committed over the years are far from few. I don't deserve redemption from such a great man. Tesoro responded by gently patting Senor's shoulder and said, Jake-sama once said that no one is undeserving of redemption. You are a true man. You should know that after making mistakes, the most important thing isn't to run away but to think about how to make amends to those we've hurt. If that great man is willing to give me this chance, then I should. I will grant you this opportunity, Senor. As for your wife's illness, I will treat her tomorrow. For today, please let me rest for the night. The fight with Doflamingo has left me exhausted. Jake spoke with a weary smile, his gaze resting calmly on Tesoro and Senor, who were lying on the ground. Jake-sama. The moment he saw Jake, Tesoro sprang up from the ground, his face alight with excitement. Senor is a true man. The only reason he pledged loyalty to Doflamingo was because that scum once did him a favor. But throughout this time, Senor has hardly taken the initiative to harm anyone. In fact, he's deliberately let innocent people escape to spare them from Doflamingo's cruelty. Looking at the slightly agitated Tesoro, Jake smiled and said, Don't worry, Tesoro, I know, there's no need for concern. I've already investigated Senor's situation thoroughly. Tomorrow, I'll handle everything properly. For now, take him back to treat his injuries. Remember to remove the handcuffs and restraints, I trust him. The latest _ep_sods are on the novelire.net. Hearing Jake's words, Senor tears streaming uncontrollably from his eyes. As Jake spoke, he walked away into the distance. There was still much he needed to do tonight. Monet held Sugar in her arms, her face wet with tears. I'm sorry, Sugar, it's my fault for leaving you in such a place for so long. I'm sorry. Monet's tears fell ceaselessly, and the warmth of them against Sugar's face melted away the lingering resentment and dissatisfaction in her heart. Clutching Monet tightly, Sugar burst into loud sobs. Wah, sister, Sugar missed you so much. I really thought you abandoned me. Wah. The two sisters held each other tightly, weeping as they poured out the longing in their hearts. Just then, Jake's voice came through, tinged with amusement. Perhaps I shouldn't speak right now, but Monet-san, could you please make some ice? We need quite a bit to treat the wounded. Oh, and the fire in the west has grown quite large, we'll need you to help put it out. Hearing Jake's voice behind her, Monet lifted her head, somewhat embarrassed as she wiped the tears from her face, and replied. Sorry, Jake, I got a little too emotional. Ah, that's right, are you hurt? Caught up in the joy of reuniting with her sister, Monet had forgotten to ask if Jake was injured in the first place. Seeing the flustered look on Monet's face, Jake smiled. A golden glow lit up in his hand as he gently pressed it against Monet's arm. Before worrying about whether I'm hurt, take care of yourself first, Monet. The blood on your shoulder hasn't stopped flowing yet. As she watched her arm enveloped in the power of holy light, Monet felt embarrassed for some reason. She had experienced this many times before, but why hadn't she ever felt this way until now? It wasn't until Monet turned her gaze to Sugar that she realized where this strange sense of shyness came from. Sugar was staring at her and Jake with a complexity in her eyes that no little girl her age should possess. She let out a long sigh before saying, It's fine, you two go ahead and do what you need to do. I know that as the little sister, I'm probably just in the way right now. Hearing Sugar's words, both Monet and Jake were left at a loss between laughter and tears. The next moment, Monet suddenly stepped forward and pulled Sugar into a tight hug, poking her smooth forehead with a finger as she scolded her. What kind of nonsense are you spouting the moment we meet? Honestly, you dummy. Watching this scene, Jake felt as though a weight he had carried in his heart for so long had finally lifted. C-234,234. What, you've already taken down that bastard Doflamingo? Once again, the Fleet Admiral's office at Marine Headquarters echoed with Sengoku's furious roar. You should have reported to me before doing something like this. Even if you gave me a heads up earlier, you still should have informed me when you actually took action. You reckless brat. Listening to Sengoku's yelling through the Den Mushi, Jake helplessly held the receiver slightly farther away before replying with a sigh. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, the battlefield is ever changing. The opportunity last night was one I seized suddenly, there was no time to notify you. As the saying goes, a general in the field is not bound by orders from the throne, right? You damn brat, always full of excuses. Next time something like this happens, you better report to me immediately, understand? Yes, Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Hearing Jake's relatively sincere response, Sengoku's anger subsided slightly. He then continued questioning through the Den Mushi. How's the battle situation? What are our casualties? How many enemies have we captured? Jake picked up the data in his hand and reported through the Den Mushi. We have 0 casualties on our side. 18 were severely injured, but I've already treated them all. On the enemy side, about 213 were killed and 245 severely wounded. I managed to save around 64 of them. The rest are still under investigation. If they have serious criminal records, I won't offer any help, let them die. As for prisoners, we've captured cadres led by Lao Ji. Among the senior cadres, we got Trebol. The other senior cadres, except Virgo who's currently undercover in the Marines, have all been killed. Diamante, Pika, and even the leader of the Don Quixote family, Doflamingo, are dead. Of course, Rocinante is still alive and unharmed. I didn't let him participate in yesterday's battle, and in the end, I had him personally send Doflamingo off. Hearing this, Sengoku's voice softened slightly as he said to Jake. Thank you, Jake. You've been very considerate in this matter. When you return, I'll personally treat you and Monet to a good meal. Additionally, the results of this battle are excellent. I'll gather opinions from other officers later and officially promote you from Commodore to Marine Headquarters Rear Admiral. As for Monet, her contributions this time are also significant. She'll be directly promoted to Commodore. But I must tell you in advance, if one day you become a Vice Admiral and Monet becomes a Rear Admiral, you two might not be able to operate together anymore. At that point, you'll each need to command your own battleship. After all, we're short on personnel for 2 Marine Headquarters flag officers. Hearing this, Monet's expression darkened slightly. She looked at the Den Mushi, about to say something, but Jake spoke first. Apologies, Fleet Admiral Sengoku, but I can't agree to that. The ship I'm planning to build will be 5 or 6 times larger than an ordinary battleship. With my strength alone, I definitely won't be able to command it alone, so I'll need Monet's cooperation. Hearing this, Sengoku's face darkened as he retorted. You foolish brat, bigger doesn't mean better when it comes to battleships. A large battleship requires massive expenses for fuel, compatible weapons, maintenance, and configurations. Even many port facilities would need adjustments for it. And what about the blueprints? Personnel allocations? What do you need such a huge ship for anyway? Even if we started building it now, it would take at least a year. Listening to Sengoku's words, Jake laughed and replied. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, I haven't finished speaking. Besides bringing back large amounts of gold from Sky Island, I also obtained the long-lost blueprint for an enormous ship. After returning to Marine Headquarters, I consulted various records and finally learned the ship's name. The Maxim, a legendary giant ship capable of flying through the skies. If we had this ship, it would be a devastating weapon against pirates in any sea, don't you agree? Sengoku was naturally aware of the Maxim ship. During his training at the Marine Headquarters, aside from ranking in the top 3 in actual combat, his theoretical knowledge was far ahead, placing first by a wide margin. For someone as knowledgeable as Sengoku, he was certainly familiar with the Maxim, a legendary flying vessel that often appeared in ancient texts. Maxim, the design blueprints for this ship are on Sky Island. And you found them, but do you know what the power source of this ship is? Let me tell you, this ship can only be piloted by one person, the possessor of the Rumble fruit. The operation of the Maxim requires billions of volts of electricity. So far, even Dr. Vegapunk can't manufacture a power source of that level for you in a short time. You're a Seraphim fruit user, so don't even think about. Wait, you're not telling me your lightning abilities have already reached that level, are you? Halfway through his words, Sengoku suddenly froze, asking in astonishment through the Den Mushi. Jake nodded honestly and replied, pretty much. At least during my fight with Doflamingo this time, I already released several dozen Thunder Dragons with 100 million volts each. The Seraphim fruit is really quite useful. Aside from not being able to elementalize, it doesn't feel much different from the Rumble fruit. Jake deliberately emphasized his fruit's abilities slightly here to avoid trouble later when displaying overly powerful lightning abilities at Marine Headquarters, which might lead to endless questioning. After hearing Jake's words, Sengoku fell silent for a moment. Alright, if you can truly pilot the Arc Maxim, then I believe our Marines will have our own aerial forces in the future. That would give us more means to cross the red line and deal with all sorts of skyborne pirates. I agree to this. If you can actually build such a warship for me in the end, one capable of long-distance travel, then I'll grant you some special privileges. Your ship will have multiple Marine Headquarters officers aboard. Don't worry, Sengoku-san, I won't let you down on this. By the way, what about my seniors, Sakazuki and Borsellino? Do they know about this yet? A lecherous voice suddenly came from the other end of the Den Mushi. I am so happy, little Jake, you still remember me. C-235,235. North Blue, Germa Empire. As a massive shadow descended from the sky, a slightly nervous expression appeared on Vinsmoke Judge's face. Half a year had passed since the Don Quixote family's extermination of Flevens. Jake now stood aboard the Arc Maxim, calmly observing the Germa Empire below, composed of giant snail battleships. Beside him stood Monet, draped in a justice cloak with a gentle expression, and Sugar, who leaned against the railing, peering curiously at the ground below. Jake, Dr. Vegapunk did tell you, try not to lay hands on Vinsmoke Judge. His research abilities are quite impressive. If we can get him to serve the Marines, it would significantly boost our overall combat strength. Monet's voice was even more gentler than it had been half a year ago. Don't worry, Monet, I'm not here to fight Vinsmoke Judge this time, just for a business deal. All he wants is to restore his family's glory, and there's no single right way to do that. For many, achieving peak prestige alone counts as revival. I'll go down first to negotiate with that guy. You take care of steering the Maxim, Rocinante. Hearing Jake's words, Rocinante smiled slightly before adding, can I bring that brat-law along? He's been pestering me non-stop to tag along. Sure, just don't blow up the workshop. With a laugh, Jake's body transformed into a dazzling flash of golden lightning, vanishing from the deck in an instant. Sugar stared wide-eyed at the spot where Jake had disappeared, her eyes sparkling with admiration as she gushed. Wow, no matter how many times I see it, Jake's movement ability is always so cool. I wish I could do that. Monet sighed helplessly at Sugar's starstruck expression. Sugar, you've said that at least 100 times already. Come on, go train your 6 styles. If you fail Zephyr's evaluation later, you'll be in trouble. Sugar, however, wasn't worried at all and grinned cheekily. Nah, sis, you have no idea how much Zephyr-sensei adores me. If I just pout a little, Zephyr-sensei would never scold me. Monet had no rebuttal. Just as Sugar said, Zephyr doted on her as if she were his own granddaughter. If not for his concern that Sugar might face danger someday, Zephyr might not have been so strict about her training. But it also had to do with Sugar's abilities. With the Hobby Fruit's overpowered power, she'd likely never be assigned dangerous solo missions in her lifetime. Beyond that, Sugar's mischievous and lively personality brought a splash of color to Zephyr's otherwise monotonous later years. Or perhaps it was just that elderly people had an inexplicable soft spot for children. Within days, Zephyr had already come to see Sugar as his own flesh and blood. Maybe it stemmed from guilt over his lost children, but Zephyr's indulgence toward Sugar left even Kizaru dumbfounded. After all, back in their student days, he had been the one Zephyr disciplined the most. Every time he saw Zephyr's gentle demeanor toward Sugar, Kizaru couldn't help but recall the painful memories of being pummeled by a ferocious-looking Zephyr in his youth. Meanwhile, as the golden lightning descended, Vinsmoke Judge regarded the man who had dominated newspaper headlines for nearly a year with a faint smile. Rear Admiral Jake, it's an honor. This is the Kingdom of Germa. May I ask the purpose of your visit? To Judge's question, Jake responded courteously. Thank you for your warm hospitality, Judge Sama. However, the purpose of our visit may not bring you joy. According to the mission assigned to us by the world government, we are here to dismantle your plans to annihilate the other 3 nations. Upon hearing this, a faint chill appeared on Vinsmoke Judge's face. He looked at Jake, his voice noticeably colder than before. Rear Admiral Jake, certain words shouldn't be spoken so recklessly. We require concrete evidence, absolute proof of my crimes. Jake responded with firm resolve. Vinsmoke Judge Sama, often I'm merely the messenger. Those who truly wish to say these words to you don't need any justification to convict you. Do you understand what I'm saying? As Jake spoke, realization dawned on Vinsmoke Judge. He stared at Jake, his voice suddenly tinged with madness. If that's the case, does your visit mean you're preparing for all-out war with us? While speaking, Vinsmoke Judge drew a lightning-wrapped spear from his back. To oppose me, you'd need at least 2 elite Marine headquarters vice admirals. A greenhorn like you has only come here to die. Jake was somewhat taken aback by Vinsmoke Judge's sudden aggression. After all, the man was a scientist, his mind shouldn't be this irrational. It was clear that Jake's purpose wasn't to engage in battle, yet Judge's current demeanor might escalate things if left unchecked. To prevent that, Jake slightly raised his hand. Golden holy light transformed into chains that bound Vinsmoke Judge's body instantly. No matter how fiercely Judge struggled, the golden chains remained unbroken. After 6 months of training, Jake's combat abilities now far surpassed those of most Marine headquarters vice admirals, except for exceptionally strong ones like Garp. Were it not for his insufficient merits for promotion, Jake would already be a vice admiral. As for Vinsmoke Judge, most of his power came from genetic modifications. Since his technology hadn't yet reached the level seen in the original story, he stood no chance against Jake. C-236,236. As the Maxim docked successfully, Jake looked at the now calm Vinsmoke Judge with a hint of resignation. So, are you willing to listen to me now, Judge? Judge remained silent, his gaze distant as he stared at his weapon, shattered by the powerful electric current. Seeing this, Jake didn't press further and continued speaking to Judge. This mission isn't an internal Marines assignment, it came directly from the world government to Fleet Admiral Sengoku, who immediately handed it over to me. That alone should tell you how serious this matter is. Jake's words were met with continued silence from Vinsmoke Judge. You can remain silent, but I should inform you of the consequences if you refuse to cooperate. First, your family will be executed, your experimental weapons, Reiju and Sanji who still possess human emotions, even your wife who's barely clinging to life. All of you will die before dawn arrives. You know what I mean by dawn. Perhaps I should be clearer, my orders are to eliminate your entire family before daybreak. At this, Judge abruptly raised his head, his voice hoarse as he stared at Jake. Since you're revealing this to me, does that mean you have different intentions from the mission? I enjoy dealing with smart people like you. Let me put it this way, the Germa Kingdom will cease to exist after today. The higher-ups already know about your plans. You must die here, so you plan to fake our deaths and pretend the Germa Empire was destroyed. What's the price? Pleased by Judge's quick understanding, Jake readily answered. Simple. From now on, you'll follow my orders and work for me. I'll provide all research funding and equipment you need. Your new hideout will be on Vegapunk's Egghead Island. You'll have more opportunities and resources to realize your dream of genetic modification. Does that work for you? Judge paused, his voice thick with skepticism. Do you have any idea how many berries my experiments require? The astronomical costs of maintaining a top scientist. If not for selling weapons and research results over the years, I wouldn't even afford meals, let alone sustain current operations. have you heard of the recent sensation that's drawn attention from wealthy merchants worldwide, the so-called Golden Emperor? Oh, are you suggesting you have connections with that man, Rear Admiral Jake? That you can secure sufficient funds from him? To this, Jake replied calmly, yes. There's another important detail. Tessero is essentially my subordinate. All his gold is mine for the taking whenever I wish. Furthermore, I've located the lost city of gold, Shandora, on Sky Island. The treasures there are enough to fund Vegapunk's future research without ever needing world government approval again. If you are willing to join my faction, then one day when that holy land crumbles, I will restore the glory of the Germa Empire for you. As Jake spoke these words, his expression was resolute, without the slightest hint of jest. Upon witnessing this, Vinsmoke Judge did not hesitate for long. He directly addressed Jake. If that is the case, then I am willing to bring the entire Vinsmoke family under your command. But I have one condition. I hope you can promise us that in the end, the glory of the Vinsmoke family will be revived. That is what you deserve. Additionally, take me to see your wife. From the intelligence I've gathered, I understand her health is in critical condition due to ingesting some kind of drug to counteract the lineage factor modifications, correct? When this topic was brought up, it was clear that Vinsmoke Judge's voice grew somber. He looked at Jake and slowly said, yes, my wife strongly opposed my plans. She was even willing to sacrifice her own life to protect the last child from the lineage factor modifications. In the end, she succeeded, but in the process, her body was pushed to its limits. She will most likely die before that child, Sanji, grows up. Jake shook his head and replied, consider this my first gift to you. I will cure your wife's illness. But after that, I will take Vinsmoke Sanji with me. He actually possesses a certain amount of lineage factor. Under my devil fruit abilities perception, the bloodlines within your bodies are not so different. In fact, to put it another way, the power within Sanji far surpasses that of the rest of you. If he trains under me, I can guarantee you a gentle yet strong marine. Sanji, he should become a soldier of the Vinsmoke family, not. Seeing that Judge seemed to be getting carried away, Jake softly reminded him. Don't forget your current standing, Judge. Also, I'm not discussing this with you, I'm informing you. Watching Judge, who now followed behind him in silence, Jake's lips curled into a satisfied smile. For a scum like Judge, who was one step away from becoming an irredeemable bastard, Jake had no desire for further conversation. Abandoning his wife and children, allowing his modified sons to bully their brother, and tormenting Sanji for lacking superhuman abilities, such a man was utterly unworthy of being called a father. With a creaking sound, Judge's wife looked up in surprise. Weak and pale, she turned her gaze to the door. The next moment, her eyes filled with confusion as she saw Jake standing at the entrance. But when she spotted Vinsmoke Judge behind him, her heart tightened with unease and sorrow. Long ago, Judge had not been like this. Jake glanced at Judge and said softly, make up for it properly later. C237-237. The illness isn't actually complicated, but it will require long-term treatment. Ms. Sora's body has suffered severe damage, likely due to some kind of drug. Do you have any idea what it might be? Jake continued to heal Sora while turning his head to glance at Vinsmoke Judge, his expression revealing a hint of deeper meaning. A drug called Leshtes can forcibly disrupt the effects of genetic modification, but it causes severe harm to the one who ingests it. Prolonged use drastically shortens one's lifespan. Sora, the drug you took must have been this one, right? Upon hearing Judge's words, Sora didn't respond. She merely kept her head lowered, maintaining her silence. The drug you took was highly effective. It turned Sanji into a normal human. He didn't lack human emotions, but neither did he gain superhuman abilities. Although Jake here claims to have detected traces of genetic modification still lingering in Sanji's body, as of now, Sanji hasn't displayed anything beyond ordinary human capabilities. Through that drug, you turned Sanji into an ordinary person, making him despised by everyone in the Germa Kingdom, hated by his brothers, and loathed by his own father. Most, if not all, of the misfortune in his life stems from you, Sora. Even as Judge spoke these words, Sora still refused to answer. She remained silent, her head bowed. Jake, meanwhile, stared at Judge with utter disbelief. To Jake, it seemed Judge genuinely believed all of this was Sora's fault, that her failure as a mother had condemned Sanji to such a miserable childhood. Seeing that Sora remained silent, Judge took it as agreement and continued. If you hadn't selfishly taken those drugs back then, Sanji would have grown up just like his brothers, an outstanding soldier of the Germa Empire, basking in the glory and bright future he deserved. Instead, he's become the worthless trash everyone despises. At this, Sora finally snapped. Coughing twice, she looked at Judge with weary yet unwavering resolve. Judge, even now, I don't regret taking those drugs. Children come into this world because of us, but they are never meant to live for us. You have no right to choose their paths for them, much less strip them of their emotions or rob them of their humanity. Everything you've done has been for yourself. From start to finish, you've been nothing but a selfish tyrant. You're neither a good husband nor a father. Judge was stunned by Sora's uncharacteristic defiance. He knew his wife's temperament better than anyone. She was, without a doubt, the gentlest soul he had ever encountered in his life. But now, the words she spoke left him unable to believe his own ears. His lips trembled as he struggled to form a rebuttal, but all that met him was Sora's near hysterical sobs. Sanji and Reiju still retain the most basic human emotions, but what about the rest of our children? They can barely experience love, happiness, or any of the normal things a person should have. This is all your fault, Judge. In response to Sora's tearful accusation, Judge lowered his head and replied in a slightly trembling voice. I only did it for the revival of the Germa Empire. That was always your dream, not the children's, wasn't it? Sora's words left Judge completely silent. At this moment, Jake spoke up softly. Judge, I know this is your family matter, and it might seem presumptuous of me to interfere, but I still want to say this, the idea of defeating the monsters of the New World through genetic modification of lineage factors is nearly impossible to achieve. The potential for developing lineage factors still has much room, and I'm currently researching specialized combat suits. If all this succeeds, then Looking at the somewhat obsessive Judge before him, Jake spoke calmly. Combat suits can be penetrated by advanced armament hockey, allowing direct strikes to internal organs. The development of lineage factor ultimately can't match the awakening of zone-type devil fruit users. All these things can only serve as supplementary aids at best. If you truly wish to revive the Germa Empire, then I must tell you, you won't live to see that day. And after your death, your modified children won't even qualify as ants before true powerhouses. Often, choices matter more than effort. Your path has been wrong from the very beginning. Rather than pursuing those so-called goals, I'd prefer you focus on the future, dedicate yourself to the present, and cherish time with your family. If you still desire to revitalize your family, I warmly welcome you to join us. Truth be told, we currently lack sufficient technical personnel. Jake's words plunged Judge into silence. He glanced at Sora, who was still shedding tears, then used observation haki to sense Sanji and Reiju not far away. Finally, Judge felt an oppressive weight in his chest. Everything he'd stubbornly clung to now seemed like a laughable fantasy. Judge struggled to accept this reality, but reality rarely cares whether one accepts it or not. Early next morning, Judge boarded Jake's Maxim airship along with his giant snail warships. When Judge saw the miraculously crafted interior structures, he became completely immersed, forgetting all previous matters. To be honest, this reaction was typical of Judge's personality. He was a born scientist. His previous revival dreams might have just been shadows forcibly cast upon him by his father, much like how Judge had imposed his will on his own children. However, Judge didn't intend to completely abandon his dream of reviving the Germa Empire. He simply decided to bear this responsibility alone from now on. As for his family members, he would let them pursue their own paths. Shaking his head, Judge continued examining the various designs inside the Ark. Meanwhile, Jake contemplated their next destination while assessing potential risks. Windmill Village, Red-Haired Shanks. 6FA, C238-238. PFF. Ha ha ha, you dumb little brat, you want to be a pirate. Try finishing a whole beer in one go first. Inside Windmill Village's tavern, Shanks looked at the indignant Luffy with an amused grin. The surrounding pirates joined in teasing. Ha 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 ha, Luffy, if you want to be a pirate, you've gotta at least chug your beer in one go. Otherwise you can't call yourself a pirate. Shut up, watch me drink all this alcohol right now. Luffy stared at the pirates around him, his face flushed with anger, then directly picked up the beer mug that was even larger than his own head and began chugging the amber-colored beer in big gulps. The sound of glug glug filled the air, and Shanks suddenly stopped laughing. His eyes fixed tightly on Luffy, worried the kid might choke. But when Luffy drunkenly set the mug down, Shanks still cheerfully poked Luffy's head and said, You little brat, you've had a bit too much, haven't you? Go rest now. When you're a bit older, you'll be able to become a pirate who can stand on your own. With that, Shanks picked up the now passed out drunk Luffy, carefully draped a blanket over him, and placed him on a nearby table. The pirates playing around instinctively lowered their voices, their drinking and chatting becoming noticeably quieter. Makino emerged from the kitchen carrying a plate of fried rice, which she set in front of Shanks, scolding him. You guys teased Luffy again, honestly. He's still so young, what if he becomes an alcoholic later? And when Luffy gets drunk, he wets himself. Shanks, you'll have to change him then. Hearing Makino's words, Shanks wore a helpless smile while his crewmates chuckled and patted his shoulder and said, Captain, looks like you'll have to change Luffy's diaper today. Otherwise, if that brat pees himself, we'll all think you're an irresponsible captain. Shanks took a bite of fried rice and then said to Beckman. As the vice captain, shouldn't you step up to share the captain's burdens and tasks more often? Ignoring Shanks' unreasonable demand, Beckman turned to Makino and said, Another beer, please. Also, that idiot captain will have to pay for his own fried rice, we're out of extra money. Hey, not only refusing to help your captain, but now you're kicking me while I'm down. Damn it, how can a pirate crew like this ever become the Pirate King crew? Fine, I'm issuing the captain's order now, whoever helps me change Luffy's pants will get. Shanks suddenly trailed off, his heart sinking as he looked around and saw that no one was paying him any attention. Only Yasop glanced at Shanks and whispered, Captain, you're broke, remember. Last time you got drunk and promised to treat everyone to a meal, but even after emptying your own wallet, it wasn't enough. We all had to wash dishes for 3 days and nights to pay it off. After that, no one believes your promises anymore. Everyone knows you're even poorer than the rest of us. Hearing this, Shanks was completely disheartened. With no other choice, he turned back, glancing at Luffy while eating his fried rice and asking Makino for a spare pair of pants for Luffy. But just then, Shanks suddenly turned his head, pausing the spoon in his hand. His voice, previously carefree, now carried a low, slightly hoarse tone. Seems like this little tavern has welcomed quite an extraordinary guest. No, to me, you're the outsider here, red-haired Shanks. As the tavern door swung open, Jake walked in with Monet, both clad in justice coats, a stark contrast to the rowdy pirates around them. Seeing this, Makino's heart instantly tightened. Worried Jake might take action against Shanks and his crew, she immediately stood up and explained to Jake. Jake, this isn't what you think. Shanks and his crew aren't ruthless pirates. In fact, they've helped us drive away many sea kings and even chased off wild wolves from the forest. They may be pirates, but they're good pirates. Please don't harm them. Observing Makino's nervous expression, Jake chuckled softly and reassured her. Don't worry, Makino-san. I'm not some extreme marine. I just work under Sakazuki-san. I have my own views on how to handle pirates, and I certainly don't believe I could take down a pirate of red-haired caliber. Makino was momentarily stunned. In a small village like Windmill Village, where news coups hadn't yet reached, she had no idea just how terrifying the man who always joked around in front of her truly was. Still, when she heard Jake wouldn't act against Shanks, she sighed in relief. After all, Makino understood what the justice coat on Jake's back represented. Moreover, both Jake and Shanks were dear friends to her. If they were to fight, any harm coming to either side would be something she couldn't bear. Relax, red hair, I'm not here to cause trouble for you. For pirates like you who are easy to get along with, I don't hold much malice. In my eyes, you're hardly even pirates, I'd rather call you adventurers. Though I doubt you'd agree. But whatever, as long as you don't do anything evil. Oh, Makino-san, could I trouble you for a glass of orange juice and some milk? Hearing this, Shanks slung an arm over Jake's shoulder and laughed teasingly. PFF'd. Ha, the future pillar of the Marines can't even drink alcohol. Orange juice tastes much better, and too much alcohol damages certain bodily functions. See 239 to 239. The bar was livelier than usual. Shanks kept trying to get Jake drunk, while Monet headed to the kitchen to help Makino prepare some chilled beer. I told you, I don't drink, you damn red hair. Jake's face was slightly flushed at this point. Ever since he entered the tavern, Shanks had been using every trick in the book to coax him into drinking no less than 5 massive mugs of beer, each one holding over a liter. And every time, it was a chug. For someone like Jake, who wasn't much of a drinker, this was already a considerable challenge. Ha ha ha, 6th mug, drink this 6th one, and you'll be an honorary vice captain on our crew. Even if you quit the Marines someday, come to me and I'll give you the highest treatment. Beckman, hearing his captain's increasingly absurd promises, sighed helplessly. The man was clearly drunk. But he didn't plan to intervene. After all, more often than not, the bonds between men were forged in the clinking of glasses. Building a good relationship with the rising star of the Marines, someone whose future seemed boundless, wasn't a bad thing at all. And from his own observations, Jake seemed like someone worth befriending. He wasn't quite the same as the rumors suggested. As the 7th mug of beer went down, Jake looked at Shanks, let out a satisfied burp and then said, all right, I really can't drink anymore. If this keeps up, we won't even get to the real business. I came here today because there's something I wanted to discuss with you. Hearing this, Shanks stopped pouring Jake another drink and instead asked him with curiosity. For the famous Rear Admiral Jake to come seek me out personally, it must be something big. And since you've been so generous with the drinks, as long as it's not too outrageous, I won't refuse. At this, Jake smiled faintly at Shanks and said, a while back, you guys must have taken that, Gomu Gomu no Mi, from a world government ship, right? The moment the words, Gomu Gomu no Mi, left his lips, Shanks' expression instantly turned serious. He took a sip of his drink, his voice lowering, all traces of his earlier cheerfulness gone. So you came here to reclaim that fruit? If that's the case, I can offer you another one in exchange. After all, the Gomu Gomu no Mi isn't exactly rare, right? Jake shook his head, his gaze carrying a deeper meaning as he replied. If that fruit really were just a Paramesha type, it'd be one thing. But clearly, everyone's misunderstood it all along. There's no such thing as a rubber fruit. That thing, it's actually a zone, isn't it? A mythical zone. At this, Shanks' eyes sharpened instantly. The aura radiating from him was downright terrifying as he stared at Jake. Oh, it seems Rear Admiral Jake is far more knowledgeable than I imagined. So then, may I ask, what exactly is your purpose in coming to me? Hearing this, Jake didn't beat around the bush any longer. He looked straight at Shanks and said, I won't interfere much with the fruit. You can proceed with your original plans. The reason I mentioned that fruit was just to show you that my intelligence network is no less extensive than yours. What I truly want is future cooperation with you. Cooperation? Between the Marines and a pirate? The future head of the Marines working with a scum like me? Seeing Shanks' stunned expression, Jake merely smiled and said, is this really so hard to understand? To be frank, it's not just you. I've already been collaborating with Whitebeard on numerous projects since a year ago. You participated in that battle between Whitebeard and Kaido recently, didn't you? Didn't you notice Whitebeard's physical condition has improved significantly compared to before? At this, an excited grin appeared on Shanks' face. Are you saying you're the one who treated Whitebeard's condition? More or less. While I can't claim to have completely cured his ailments, with continued treatment, restoring Whitebeard to his prime isn't impossible. Our collaboration has been quite satisfactory for me. Hearing this, Shanks took a big gulp of alcohol before asking Jake. Can you tell me what projects you've been working on with Whitebeard? I can, but until you commit to cooperating with me, I can't reveal too much. Let me give you a general idea. Some high-value cases involving the sea train, pirate eradication in certain regions, the disappearance of world government ships in specific areas, that's about it. Anything more would require internal clearance. That old man Whitebeard's been keeping strange secrets from us after all. But if you've really healed him, this era can continue progressing steadily. Rather than others fighting for dominance, I'd much prefer Whitebeard to remain in his position. Jake remained silent, simply observing Shanks with calm composure. Understanding Jake's unspoken message, Shanks was about to respond when a foul odor suddenly wafted from behind them. Jake finally spoke again. We can postpone our cooperation discussion. Luffy wet his pants, might have even soiled them. You promised Makino you'd help change drunk Luffy's clothes. I'll step out first and return after you're done. With that, Jake walked out of the bar, followed closely by Beckman. To Shanks' despair, the rest of the crew also began filing out after Jake, as if he were their actual captain. Damn it, you traitorous bastards, is there no loyalty left among you? Beckman waved his hand dismissively. Sorry, Captain, when faced with Luffy's dirty pants, we'll temporarily set aside our loyalty. We'll resume our allegiance after you've changed little Luffy's clothes. Hey, Beckman, you're the first mate, it's your duty to. Before Shanks could finish speaking, Beckman's figure had already vanished. And when he was about to call for the others, the tavern was already empty. C-240 to 240. Betrayal stings like rubbing salt in a wound. As Shanks uttered these words expressionlessly to the crowd before him, he suddenly hurled Luffy's pants, now stained a revolting yellow, toward them. A pungent odor filled the air as the terrifying excrement traced a graceful arc, hurtling toward the group. Amidst the chaotic cries of dismay, the tavern soon returned to an eerie calm. You really are nothing like the pirates I've known. I've never seen one who throws a kid's shit-stained pants at his own crew, Beckman remarked, visibly embarrassed. Covering his eyes, he silently edged away from Shanks. Was it out of shame for Shanks, disgust at the smell, or perhaps both? Hey, Beckman, get back here. Shanks was particularly sensitive at the moment. Noticing Beckman's subtle retreat, he reached out, slung an arm around his first mate's shoulders, and forcefully dragged him back. Seeing the look of utter resignation on his vice-captain's face, Shanks felt an odd sense of satisfaction. All right, Jake, let's continue discussing our cooperation. Shanks' earlier antics weren't just about making Beckman smell Luffy's shit, he also wanted his first mate's judgment on whether to work with Jake. Jake, of course, saw right through it. But he didn't mind. After all, such things couldn't be hidden from someone as sharp as Beckman. Our cooperation is simple. The main focus is peace in the New World. I've already made thorough preparations regarding Whitebeard. Right now, the New World is embroiled in territorial disputes, but have you noticed? Most of the conflicts between the emperors happened among you few. Whitebeard's crew, on the other hand, has been almost exclusively fighting the Marines. Hearing this, Shanks turned to Beckman in surprise. Is that true? How come I didn't know? Beckman rubbed his temples, exasperated. You idiot captain spends every day either throwing parties or sneaking off to spar with that hawk-eyed swordsman. Of course you wouldn't know. But yes, it's just as Rear Admiral Jake said. Whitebeard hasn't clashed with any other pirates recently. Most of their battles have been against the Marines stationed in the New World. As for the specifics of those battles, we don't know. At this, Jake smiled and revealed the truth. The specifics are that no one has died. The battlefields you've seen, just both sides emptying their ammunition. The reality is, we've been exchanging goods, weapons, funds, and intelligence with the Whitebeard Pirates. Shanks' expression turned peculiar. He studied Jake for a moment before asking, puzzled, what's your goal in all this? It's simple. The Whitebeard Pirates will become the first adventurers of the new era. I'll make the man closest to becoming the Pirate King into the man closest to becoming the Adventurer King when the new age arrives. You've already convinced Whitebeard. That old man isn't just stubborn. Do you really think he'd agree with your perspective? Beckman was skeptical of Jake's words. He didn't believe someone like Whitebeard would ever approve of Jake's plan. To this, Jake merely laughed and said, pirates are ultimately just a byproduct of the world government's tyrannical rule. If the very foundations of this world were to change, if most people could live self-sufficiently, if oppression and war were reduced by over 90%, would there really still be so many desperate outlaws? No one wants to become a pirate. Most turn to piracy for a simple reason: they have no other way to survive. Only a tiny fraction do so purely out of love for freedom or an innate rebellious spirit. And those people, in my eyes, aren't truly pirates at all. They're merely swept up by the tides of the era, their perceptions twisted until they mistake themselves for pirates when they're really just adventurers. Take your crew, the Red Hair Pirates, for example. I've investigated you. From the day you set sail to now, you've never once harmed an ordinary person. Your crew was so honest that when you couldn't afford a meal, you'd stay and wash dishes for the owner. When you lacked money for supplies, you chose to work as laborers on the island instead of resorting to theft. Do you really think you qualify as pirates? The pirates I see, when they can't pay for a meal, the owner should offer it for free and hand over all the berries in the shop as tribute. Otherwise, they'd chop off the owner's head without hesitation. The pirates I see, when they can't afford supplies, they storm into town, slaughter anyone who stands in their way, and take everything, women, money, lives, all just playthings to them. Those are the real pirates. And they're the remnants of this era that I'll eradicate without exception. For those pirates, my favorite thing is to tie them up, hang them, and let the civilians they've oppressed pick up stones and slowly beat them to death. By the time Jake finished speaking, the ferocity in his eyes was almost terrifying. Beckman took a drag from his cigarette, studying Jake with a thoughtful gaze. I agree with your views, and I support your methods. But I'm still curious, what if Whitebeard refuses to follow your plan and insists on remaining the symbol of piracy? Jake's response was brief and firm. I'll defeat him, again and again. If he still refuses to let go of the old era, I'll let him sink with it. But that's the worst outcome, bad for the dawn of the new age. So it's the last resort. So if we refuse your demands, our fate would be to die with the old era as well. Jake smiled and nodded, deadly serious. The great pirate era will end. This age has spilled too much innocent blood. Ultimate romance and freedom belong only to a select few. For most, this era offers nothing but suffering and death. See 241 to 241. Shanks listened to Jake's words in silence for a long while. The next moment, he picked up the glass before him and gulped down the beer in large mouthfuls. The faintly fragrant liquor trickled down the corners of his mouth onto his collar, and the atmosphere fell into a heavy silence. But Jake wasn't anxious. If Shanks could cooperate with him, then all would be well. If Shanks refused, it still wouldn't stop the tide of the era. Under the amplification of his abilities, the entire world was no longer the same as in the original story. The sound of gulp gulp echoed as Shanks finished the last drop in his glass. Wiping his mouth, he turned to Jake and laughed heartily. Once, there was a great man, my captain, the one who taught me everything. He told me that the arrival of the great pirate era would deliver a heavy blow to this rotten world, burning it down to be rebuilt anew. I believed everything he said, and in the end, that man used his own life to successfully usher in the great pirate era. He also told me that a child of destiny would appear in this world, one who would become the great warrior of ancient legend, leading us to reclaim laughter and hope. This belief is something I've held on to unwaveringly to this day. Jake, do you think someone as stubborn as me could become your partner? Jake looked at Shanks, who now wore a straw hat, his eyes hidden beneath the brim, making his expression unreadable. Stubborn is a good word, but excessive stubbornness turns into obstinacy. Your ideals and mine should align. I will create a world where everyone can eat their fill, where no one has to fear being suddenly killed by pirates one day. I will abolish all forms of slavery, drag the celestial dragons down from their lofty perch, end the hereditary power of kings in this era, and ensure sea trains connect every island in this world. This sea doesn't need pirates who pillage and slaughter, nor does it need celestial dragons who sit high above, snatching away lives to enslave them. If anyone dares stand in my way, their only fate will be to be swept into the dustbin of history as the trash of this era. At these words, not only Shanks but even Beckman was stunned, so much so that he didn't even notice the cigarette in his mouth had burned out. After a long pause, Beckman finally extinguished the cigarette and turned to Jake, asking uncertainly. Jake, have you had too much to drink? A little beer won't get me drunk. Besides, let me share a little secret with you all, this isn't just my idea. Zephyr, Vice Admiral Garp, Admiral Kuzan, and Admiral Borsellino all agree. As for Fleet Admiral Sengoku and Admiral Sakazuki, I haven't asked for their opinions yet, but when the time comes, they'll agree too. Shanks had now removed his straw hat, his gaze sharp and profound. It seems the Marines has undergone changes we could never have imagined. Rear Admiral Jake, is all this because of you? I merely served as a guide. The rest was simply the choice of justice that had always been latent within each admiral's heart. When circumstances allow us to choose the direction this world should take, no one wishes to remain stagnant, clinging to a justice that was already distorted from the start. Ha 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 ha, even if I were to die here today, hearing these words would leave me with no regrets. If the world you envision, Rear Admiral Jake, is like that, then I admit, I yearn for that future too. But I won't place all my hopes on you. You're still too young, too weak. Right now, you've merely earned the qualifications to change this world. You still need to grow, until you're strong enough for me to entrust this era to you completely. I accept your offer of cooperation, but I'll still proceed with my own plans. I'll try to change this world in my own way. Hearing this, a faint smile appeared on Jake's face. He looked at Shanks and said, I knew it would be like this. You're different from the other emperors. So, from now on, let me briefly introduce the resources and territories we currently possess. At this, Shanks perked up, though he scratched his head somewhat sheepishly and said to Jake. We haven't formally agreed to anything yet. Isn't it a bit premature for you to share so much classified information? And you should think carefully. After telling me all this, I won't be able to reciprocate, because all my forces are right here. Seeing Shanks' embarrassed expression, Jake simply chuckled and replied, it's just a small part, nothing that would affect major plans. And since we're cooperating, I should show my sincerity. Let's skip the pleasantries, then. I'll start by answering what must be your biggest question, how the Marines managed to break free from the world government's financial restrictions. The answer isn't all that complicated. As a former member of Roger's Pirates, you should know about it, the city of gold in Sky Island. I brought down the gold from there. Though the amount isn't enormous, just enough to cover a few years of Marine expenses. Those few years are all we need to develop the Marines to a point where we no longer fear the world government cutting our funding. Hearing this, a nostalgic smile crossed Shanks' face. The City of Gold, that really takes me back. I remember Captain Roger even left some inscriptions there during our time on Sky Island. Did you see them? Jake shook his head with a smile. I haven't collected all the gold there yet, just the outer portions. If you'd like, I can give you the golden bell along with the surrounding gold. No, we don't. Boss, if we keep refusing everything, Rear Admiral Jake will start having doubts about us. Right now, we should accept his goodwill and demonstrate our sincerity through future cooperation. Just as Shanks was about to refuse, Ben Beckman voiced his opinion at that moment. Jake also shared his perspective with Shanks. Beckman's right, red hair. You should accept what I'm offering now. C-242,242. After being persuaded by both men in turn, Shanks finally stiffened his neck, his face red as he accepted Jake's support, though he still stubbornly insisted. We do need some funds right now, but don't worry, later on, I'll definitely make sure you get more than your money's worth. Seeing his captain's reaction, Beckman knew Shanks was just embarrassed. He didn't comment, merely smiling faintly before lighting another cigarette. Jake, meanwhile, continued. Let's move on. Having that gold as startup capital won't solve long-term problems, it's just a stopgap measure at best. In my original plan, most of that gold was meant to fund the construction of the sea train. Once the sea train is built, the immense transportation advantages it brings will generate massive profits for the Marines. Just the ticket sales alone would recoup the investment within 2 years, not even counting additional fees various nations would pay the Marines. But I also knew that once the world government realized how lucrative this venture was, they'd never leave it alone. That's why I chose to collaborate with Whitebeard. If there's one pirate in this world I can trust, without question, it's Whitebeard. Though our allegiances differ, I have to admit, Whitebeard is truly one of the world's rare great heroes. Working with someone like him gave me complete peace of mind. Of course, this was also influenced by that time when Doflamingo ambushed me and Marco saved my life. Hearing this, Shanks immediately guessed when Jake was referring to. No wonder the Whitebeard Pirates' movements were so strange back then. You were on his ship. I actually thought Whitebeard was finally making his move for the Pirate King's throne. Beckman sighed at Red Hair's words, muttering in exasperation. Only an idiot like you would think that. The only thing separating Whitebeard from being Pirate King was that he never went to the final island, laughed Tail. And it wasn't that he couldn't, he just didn't want to. Otherwise, after Roger was captured, he would have been the second Pirate King. Listening to Beckman's remark, Shanks scratched his head and laughed. Ha ha ha, I guess you're right. But Beckman, you really live up to being the vice captain I chose, your brain's as sharp as ever. Idiot, just listen to what Rear Admiral Jake has to say. Watching their easy camaraderie, Jake smiled slightly before continuing. To minimize the world government's interference with the sea train, the Marines secretly supported numerous underground factions, having them invest in the project through various means to siphon off as much of the world government's profits as possible. By leveraging Whitebeard's notorious reputation, we had him periodically seize high-value cargo from sea trains or collect certain taxes. The results were remarkable. Not only did we secure additional military funding from the world government this way, but we also split a significant portion of the berries originally meant for them with the Whitebeard Pirates. Hearing this, Shanks slammed the table in frustration and exclaimed, "Damn it, why wasn't I the one who rescued you back then? I want to collaborate with you too. If we had that kind of money, we wouldn't have been stuck washing dishes for 3 days after our last meal. That bastard boss made me scrub every bowl and utensil at least twice, said it had to be absolutely clean." As Shanks complained, Beckman smacked him on the head and snapped. "It's your own fault for eating so much. And stop interrupting Jake." Jake, however, simply shook his head dismissively and continued. "It's fine. The fact that you're showing such frustration means our future collaboration holds great promise. But this method can't be used indefinitely. The world government will soon catch on to the trick and force us into a major conflict with the Whitebeard Pirates, though that process will take at least 2 years. Perhaps by heaven's mercy, during that time, I found a devil fruit user with the gold fruit ability. His name is Tessero, and he can create gold, though it disappears if submerged in seawater for too long. But as long as it doesn't stay underwater, his gold is indistinguishable from the real thing. After I dismantled the Don Quixote family, I handed all their operations over to Tessero. Those who cooperated with him thrived, and those who didn't, well, the Marines helped them change their minds. Do you know the terrifying force unleashed when the Marines is determined to crown someone king of the underground market? It's enough to send shockwaves across the entire world. In less than a year, Tessero has seized control of over 30% of the underground black market's total wealth. At this point, he might as well be called the uncrowned king of the underworld. Hearing this, Beckman voiced his concern to Jake. Rear Admiral Jake, aren't you worried about his loyalty in the long run? In response, Jake smiled meaningfully and asked, "Do you know what my devil fruit is?" Zone type, mythical zone, the seraphim fruit. A fruit that only existed in myths before you appeared. We all thought it was just a legend, an incredibly rare fruit. That's correct, isn't it? Do you know that angels in legends possess the ability to communicate with the souls of the dead? Shanks' pupils contracted sharply, and he stared at Jake in horror before exclaiming. You're not telling me you have that power right now, are you? I do, and that's precisely why I can guarantee Tessero will never betray me. Jake spoke while recounting Tessero's story to Shanks and Beckman. After hearing about Tessero, complex expressions flashed across their faces. Shanks sighed softly and murmured, "How many more tragedies like this must this damned world endure? That's exactly why I want to change this world. Currently, with our control over the Marines, military funding is no longer an issue. 2 of the 4 emperors have agreed to ally with us. I'm already in contact with the Revolutionary Army. All forces are being gathered. When everything is ready, it will be time to drag the celestial dragons down from their pedestal." C-243,243. When Jake returned from Windmill Village, the smile on his face was so pronounced that anyone could tell something good had happened. Rocinante looked at Jake and asked with a smile, "Seems like things went well. Did Red Hair agree to our cooperation proposal?" "Yeah, it took some effort. Mostly because that guy's curiosity was overwhelming. He kept pressing me for all sorts of irrelevant backstory." "Ha ha ha, doesn't that make him more trustworthy? By the way, Sengoku-san wants us back immediately. Says there's an important mission for you. At this time, alright, I'll head back now." With Arc Maxim speeding through the skies, Jake and the others arrived at Marine headquarters by the next morning. The moment they stepped into the Fleet Admiral's office, the unusually tense atmosphere made Jake's heart sink slightly. Inside the office, Garp, Zephyr, Sengoku, Akainu, Kizaru, Kuzan, and even Suru, who rarely made appearances, were all gathered together. The instant Jake and Monet entered, multiple gazes fell upon them, instantly amplifying the pressure. Seeing such solemn expressions, a sense of foreboding rose in Jake's heart. If there were only 2 things in this world that could bring all the top brass of Marine headquarters together with uniformly grave expressions, they were: first, an all-out war with the 4 emperors. Second, the celestial dragons hunting season. Given the current situation, it was clearly the latter. Even though he'd already guessed the answer, Jake remained silent. He simply turned to Sengoku and reported recent developments. In the past month, Arc Maxim has eliminated 14 pirate crews with a total bounty of 2 billion berries. We've also uncovered 8 cases of internal corruption within the Marines. All suspects have been sent to Judicial Island for preliminary trials. I've contacted Warden Magellan of Impel Down. They're scheduled to be imprisoned there next month." As Jake delivered his report, he carefully observed the expressions of Sengoku and the others. Hearing about Jake's recent achievements, rare smiles briefly appeared on their tense faces. But soon, Sengoku interrupted the report. Raising his hand, he sighed wearily before saying, "Jake, let's pause your report for now. We called you here for something important. Before I say it, I hope you're mentally prepared." Then, Sengoku let out a deep sigh again. He looked at Jake, forcing a faint smile onto his face. "How long have you been in the Marines?" "About a year and a half, Sengoku-san. To have grown to this level in just a year and a half. You're by far the fastest rising Marine I've ever seen. Of course, that's entirely due to your own abilities, we had little to do with it. Whether it's the plan to reform the kingdom, obtaining the massive amount of gold from Sky Island equivalent to 3 or 4 years of the Marines' budget, or your achievements in purging the corrupt within the Marines' ranks, these are all reasons why you, Jake, have risen so quickly. Your strength and character are evident to all of us. But what I'm about to tell you today might shake your worldview, even potentially shatter your belief in justice. I hope you're prepared for this. Or, you can choose to leave now and solidify your sense of justice over the next 2 years." As Sengoku spoke these words, his voice carried a trace of weariness. After all, having to reveal such vile, filthy truths to a young man as radiant as the sun was an unbearably heavy burden. Jake exhaled softly before responding. "It's all right, Sengoku-san. I've learned bits and pieces about the God Valley incident from Whitebeard and Red Hair. If I'm not mistaken, what you're about to tell me is something similar to that, right? You already know." Sengoku's voice held a note of shock and concern as he looked at Jake, his expression betraying unmistakable resignation. "Yes, I've known for about half a year now. Then why haven't you questioned the justice you uphold?" Sengoku studied Jake, searching for an answer that would make sense to him. At this, Jake glanced at the others seated in the Fleet Admiral's office before speaking quietly. "Justice isn't always something we can shape exactly as we wish. As long as the outcome is just, I have no choice but to accept the unavoidable darkness in the process. Nothing in this world can ever be perfect. I've long been prepared to face these truths, but the God Valley incident still left me deeply shaken by the sheer weight of that darkness. But Sengoku-san, if I were to abandon or doubt my sense of justice just because of glimpsed the shadows behind it, I'd be no better than a coward. What I want is to prevent another God Valley, to stop such atrocities from happening again." Here, Jake took a deep breath, his gaze fixed on Sengoku with an unshakable resolve. "And this time is no different. If all of us here are already discontent with the actions of the celestial dragons, if we can no longer tolerate such inhumanity, then let this be the moment we put an end to their madness." Hearing this, Sengoku immediately interjected. "No, Jake, do you have any idea what will happen if we oppose the celestial dragons on this matter?" At that, Sakazuki stood abruptly and cut in. "Fleet Admiral Sengoku, didn't you say earlier that on this matter, we'd follow Jake's lead? Now that he's spoken, now that he's told us to stop the celestial dragons, why are you still standing in the way? Sakazuki, you bastard, don't you realize how much trouble Jake's actions will bring him? The God Knights might even have him killed. Then we'll just kill those god knights. Garp stood up abruptly, his eyes filled with murderous intent, completely unlike his usual playful demeanor. Both of you, stop making things difficult for me right now. Sit down. Jake, tell me exactly what you plan to do. C-244,244. Sengoku's roar drowned out all other voices in the office. He stared at Jake, exhaustion flickering in his gaze. Jake understood Sengoku's predicament. Unlike the other Marine officers present, who often represented only themselves, Sengoku stood for the entire Marine force. Everyone else had the luxury of acting recklessly, except him. Of course, Jake wouldn't propose anything Sengoku couldn't accept. Meeting the fleet admiral's gaze, he spoke softly. Sengoku-san, rest assured. I don't share the urgency of Sakazuki-san or Garp-san. Any change should be gradual, just like gaining weight. You can't become fat in one bite. To be precise, what I mean by stopping the celestial dragon's hunting season is more accurately described as obstructing it. They want to turn an entire island's population into live targets for hunting, don't they? Then let's play along. This world lacks many things, but criminals aren't one of them. Before the celestial dragons designate their hunting grounds, we'll evacuate all civilians from the island and replace them with prisoners from Impel Down, letting them serve as pest control. I know there are challenges. The celestial dragons choose targets randomly, and pirates are obviously different from civilians. But if we're committed to this, we shouldn't worry about being discovered. And so what if they find out? We're not stopping their hunt or deliberately sabotaging it by moving their prey. We're just providing different targets. If the celestial dragons can't accept that, then we should oppose them outright. Given our current reserves, we could sustain not just 3 years of military expenses, but 10. We can survive without the world government now, but they can't survive without us. In this great pirate era, without the Marines' dominant presence, the celestial dragons would face immediate threats. During our confrontation with the world government, we'll cease protecting their ships, cargo, trade routes, member nations, and celestial tribute. Meanwhile, through Tessero's underground black market, we'll spread news of the Marines' rift with the world government, attracting more pirates to target their vessels. If even one pirate succeeds, those desperate outlaws will stop at nothing to continue their actions. All we need to do is hold our ground. We can even redirect the forces originally meant to protect the celestial dragons to safeguard civilian ships instead. If affiliated nations require assistance, they can directly contact the Marines and request our help. As for fees, we can start by just covering costs and gradually increase them later. Over time, the world government will become nothing more than a hollow name. Throughout this entire process, I don't believe the 5 elders will sit idly by. If they resort to force, I'm confident we can rally major pirates like Whitebeard, Red Hair, and Dark King Rayleigh to our side. Combined with the Marines' own combat strength, even if the world government controls the ancient weapons, I don't think their chances of victory are high. If they choose a softer approach, they'll have to agree to our demands. The targets and islands for hunting season will be entirely decided by the Marines. There's no room for negotiation beyond that. Sengoku-san, since we've already prepared to sever ties with the world government, we can no longer view many issues through the same lens as before. The Marines today possesses unrivaled technological advancements thanks to Dr. Vegapunk and Judge of the Germa Kingdom. Economically, we control 30% of the underground market through Tessero and vast gold reserves from Sky Island. In terms of combat power, we boast the strongest forces in the world. And when it comes to healing, I alone am more than enough. Our stance toward the world government must change. The era of weakness is over. In the course of future developments, the Marines will gradually replace the world government as the new governing body. We will reshape this world. As Jake spoke these words, his eyes burned with intensity, his overwhelming confidence infectious to everyone present. The radicals, Sakazuki and Garp, were already grinning from ear to ear. The neutrals, Kizaru, Zephyr, and Kuzan, were visibly swayed by Jake's words. Even the conservatives, Sengoku and Suru, though still deliberating, found merit in Jake's plan. Sengoku, you old fool, Jake has already laid out the entire plan right in front of you. What more is there to hesitate about? Those damn celestial dragon scum, what exactly are you afraid of? The ancient weapons, I could smash those things with a single punch. Jake is right, the new era is here. If we continue like this, the celestial dragons will only slaughter more civilians. Have you forgotten what happened at God Valley? The cries of those innocent people, I still haven't forgotten them to this day. This so-called title of Marine's hero, just how much innocent blood is stained on it. I remember it all. Garp, in a rare moment, voiced his opinion. As a military man, he seldom expressed his emotions so openly, but the memories of the past left him with an indescribable knot in his chest. Even Zephyr, uncharacteristically, chimed in to persuade Sengoku. Sengoku, just as Jake said, the current Marines are completely different from a few years ago. Now, in every aspect, we no longer fear the world government. Earlier, you worried that if we clashed with the world government, the pirates might take advantage. But now, Whitebeard and Red Hair, 2 of the emperors of the sea, have become our allies. There's nothing left to worry about. If even under these circumstances, you still don't dare to save those civilians, then the justice of our Marines truly ceases to be justice. Hearing this, Suru sighed and looked at Sengoku, speaking softly. Let's proceed as they suggest. I think the plan is highly feasible. This time, even those 2 troublemakers, Kizaru and Kuzan, probably won't slack off, right? Upon hearing this, the two scratched their heads and laughed. C-245,245. New World, Sphinx Island. Whitebeard was currently looking at Jake with a helpless expression, scratching his head somewhat sheepishly. Gararara, I know about those things. You, a Marine, being so concerned about a pirate's health, it's really unlike you. But didn't you say last time that I could drink as much as I wanted? Jake felt a vein throb on his forehead and immediately retorted. Have you gone senile? Last time, I said you could drink a moderate amount daily, it wouldn't harm your health. But I never said you could drink freely, did I? Is that how you interpret people's words? To most people, seeing the world's strongest man being scolded like this would seem unbelievable. But the crew members aboard Whitebeard's ship were already accustomed to such scenes. They even joked among themselves. Ha ha ha, Pops got lectured by Jake again. How many times is that this year? 9 times. Every time Jake visits, Pops gets an earful. Jake's probably the only one in the world who can scold Pops like this. Well, it can't be helped. Pops' personality really needs someone strict to keep him in check. Otherwise, with all that drinking, his health would collapse. The crew's chatter naturally didn't escape Whitebeard's ears. Instead of getting angry, he laughed even more sheepishly. Gararara, even my own sons think you're right. Damn it, my own kid's siding with a Marine. Hey, Takuma, Aubrey, you two brats. As punishment, go cut some fruit for me today. Ha ha ha, don't complain if our knife skills are terrible, Pops. We're gunmen, after all. Hearing their cheerful laughter, Whitebeard's mood brightened further. Jake could only sigh in resignation. Whitebeard was the type who never listened to medical advice, no matter how many times he was told. But that didn't mean others would escape his scolding. Especially, Marco, didn't I tell you before? You need to keep an eye on your old man to prevent him from drinking constantly, or his condition will keep worsening. Have you forgotten everything I said? Marco, who had been watching the scene unfold, scratched his pineapple head helplessly after being scolded by Jake. I've been trying to persuade him, but you know how stubborn Pops is. Ah, forget it, I'll make regular visits from now on. Hand over some work and check on old man Whitebeard's health while I'm at it. This time, I came to discuss something important with you all. Hearing this, Whitebeard leaned in closer, his eyes showing a hint of disbelief as he looked at Jake. From what I can guess, the only thing that would require you to consult us about recently would be that event, the Celestial Dragons hunting season, which happens once every 3 years. Jake nodded, letting out a long sigh before speaking slowly. Yes, that's exactly it. At these words, the smile vanished from Whitebeard's face. His tone grew serious as he addressed Jake. Let's talk somewhere more private. There are things I don't want the boys to know too soon. Agreed, that was my intention as well. At the harbor, Whitebeard gazed at the calm waves ahead and sighed before speaking to Jake. Kid, I never expected you to learn about such things so early. Does it weigh on you? If it does, have a drink. Even back when I was still a pirate, knowing something like this made me feel it was utterly despicable, let alone you, as a Marine. Pops, what exactly is this about? What's this, Celestial Dragons, hunting season? You've never mentioned any of this to me before. Marco looked at the two of them, confusion written all over his face. Whitebeard took a sip of his drink before answering slowly. This happened before you joined my crew, back when I was still part of the Rocks Pirates. At God Valley, we uncovered the truth the world government had been hiding. But before I explain, Marco, let me ask you, have you ever heard the legend of the island-devouring fish? The island-devouring fish? Yeah, I've heard of it. Supposedly, it's a monstrous fish capable of swallowing an entire island in one bite, surfacing to feed once every 3 years. Many islands have supposedly vanished into its belly. We even used to joke about hunting it down. Whitebeard shook his head, his eyes filled with both resignation and disgust. The island-devouring fish is nothing but a myth. But the vanishing islands, that's a real story, and the ones responsible for wiping out entire islands, along with every living thing on them, are none other than the descendants of the 20 kings who supposedly created this world, the Celestial Dragons. The Celestial Dragons, how could it be them? Aren't they just the scum who treat everything in this world as their property? Why would they do something like that? Often, Marco, when you possess more than enough, what you pursue is no longer within the realm of normal human understanding. Every 3 years, the Celestial Dragons select an island as their hunting ground, regardless of whether that island is affiliated with the world government or not. Once chosen by the Celestial Dragons, there's only one fate for that island. On that day, countless marine warships and agents of the world government will blockade the entire island. Then the Celestial Dragons come ashore and begin slaughtering the ordinary villagers. Throughout this process, they revel in the pleasure of torturing and killing the residents. They even tally the number of people they've killed as proof of their heroism. In the end, they use some kind of weapon to obliterate the entire island, leaving not a single trace behind. The so-called island-devouring fish is nothing more than a mythical creature fabricated to cover up the Celestial Dragon's crimes. Hearing this, Marco's eyes widened, his mouth slightly agape, unable to close for a long time. You know, Marco, when I first heard this news, I felt much the same way you do now. And that's just us pirates. What do you think it would do to the so-called justice of the Marines if they learned of this? C 246 to 246. Listening to Whitebeard's words, Jake turned back to look at the two of them with a faint, bitter smile tugging at his lips. When I heard this news, I began to seriously doubt the justice I had upheld as a Marine. After all, something like this would be unacceptable to any Marine who truly carries justice in their heart. But, I adjusted surprisingly fast, faster than I expected, really. Maybe I'd already anticipated that the Marines' justice couldn't possibly be free of darkness. I just never imagined that the darkness would nearly overshadow the light. Whitebeard patted Jake's shoulder, his voice gentle, like a kindly elder, as he said with a smile. It might sound strange coming from a pirate like me, but honestly, kid, there are quite a few people among the Marines who even I can't help but admire. I can only protect a small handful of people on the islands under my care. But most Marines, they're the ones who, in the truest sense, protect everyone at all times. Well, at all times might not be entirely accurate, but at least outside of hunting season, the civilians' trust in the Marines is absolutely justified. Hearing Whitebeard's attempt at comfort, Jake couldn't help but shake his head. Old man Whitebeard, you really aren't good at comforting people. If I'd come here seeking solace, I might have jumped off already. Garararara, you damn brat, what do you take a man's kindness for? Whitebeard gave Jake a light knock on the head as he laughed, and the previously heavy atmosphere noticeably lightened. Marco, however, remained lost in shock. He sighed as he looked at Jake and said, Jake, if you're not here for comfort this time, then you must be here for a solution, right? Is it because you can't stand the Celestial Dragon's actions and want to completely shed your Marine identity? Marco, that's quite a leap. If I thought the Marines were bad, what I'd need to do is change them, not abandon them. This time, I'm here more for a solution. Or rather, I want to work with you all to pull off something big. The Celestial Dragons love their hunting season, so let's make them realize that sometimes, the hunting season can turn into their own graveyard. Hearing this, Whitebeard's eyes lit up. He looked at Jake with unmistakable excitement in his gaze. Garararara, I knew you damn brat would have some crazy ideas up your sleeve. There's no way you'd just sit back and let those damn Celestial Dragons keep running amok. I've been itching to take those bastards down myself. So, tell me, what do you need me to do? Pops, we should think this through first. If we really kill those Celestial Dragons head on, most of our islands and fleets will face brutal retaliation. The death toll could be even higher. Marco's concern wasn't unfounded, but Jake had already considered this. Smiling at Marco, he said, Don't worry, Marco, I won't let the Whitebeard Pirates take the fall for this. I've planned everything from the start. The Celestial Dragons have committed countless atrocities, and in the end, they'll meet their fate in a massive tsunami at sea, one that even the Marine headquarters top officers couldn't prevent despite their best efforts. At this, Whitebeard's grin widened even further. A tsunami, that was his specialty. What kind of tsunami couldn't he create? Garararara, if that's the case, then I'll whip up the biggest damn tsunami ever and drown every last one of those Celestial Dragons. But Jake, the Marines have Kuzan and Little Monet, both ice-type devil fruit users. If they blatantly refuse to use their powers to protect the Celestial Dragons, wouldn't that? Jake's face lit up with another bright smile. What if red-haired Shanks makes a move in the New World during the Celestial Dragons hunting season, forcing Admiral Kuzan to be dispatched for defense? With just Commodore Monet trying to freeze a tsunami created by Whitebeard, if the Celestial Dragons dare to punish her for that, I'll immediately turn on them and lead the entire Marine headquarters to war against the Celestial Dragons. Hearing this, Whitebeard couldn't hold back. He spat out the mouthful of alcohol he'd just drunk. His face flushed red, both from choking and sheer astonishment at Jake's words. He burst into laughter, gasping for breath. Garararara, Jake, you damn brat, the more time I spend with you, the younger I feel. Leading the entire Marine headquarters to war against the world government. Garararara, if Sengoku heard that, he'd probably drop dead from rage. Old man Whitebeard, I already discussed this plan with Fleet Admiral Sengoku beforehand. Not only did he agree to it, he even sent people to calculate where your seismic waves would create the biggest tsunami. Has the world really come to this? Seems like I've become a relic of the old era. Garararara, in this new age, there probably isn't a ship left that can carry me. To Whitebeard's nostalgic lament, Jake replied without hesitation. The Moby Dick should be able to carry you. In the future, I'll make sure both the Moby Dick and you, old man Whitebeard, become symbols of the Adventure King. Peacefully shaping an era is far better than shedding blood and tears. Did it ever cross your mind that I might refuse your proposal? I've thought about it, but I have no choice. In the future world that I create, pirates must not exist. Garararara, I'll agree to your terms, but you'll have to defeat me fair and square when the time comes. Otherwise, the era you're trying to create will mean nothing. Jake raised his fist and bumped it against Whitebeard's, then said. Don't go crying when that time comes, old man Whitebeard. Garararara, what an arrogant brat, but you mentioned earlier that Red Hair's kid would launch his uprising on schedule. Have you already formed an alliance with him? Yes, just recently. He has his own plans too, the legendary sun god fruit. He gave it to a young boy whose name contains D. Hearing this, a nostalgic smile appeared on Whitebeard's face as he chuckled. Seems like living this long has been quite the bargain. This era is even more exciting than the old days. C 247 to 247. February 13, 1514, West Blue, Borudoan Island. 1 week remained until the Celestial Dragons hunting season. Jake stood on the deck, watching the island's residents busily loading their belongings onto the Ark Maxim. Wearily, he turned to Monet beside him and asked, "Monet, which group is this?" "The 58th. Almost everyone on the island has been evacuated by now." Her voice carried unmistakable fatigue. Over this period, even Monet herself had lost count of how many times she had reinforced the ice bridge. Borutoana was a summer island, where the climate remained warm year-round. Though it was February, this was actually the hottest time of the year. To speed up the evacuation, Monet had constructed a massive ice bridge across the central lake. However, due to the scorching heat, the bridge required constant reinforcement to prevent collapses and accidents. The residents had only 3 days to evacuate, an unavoidable constraint. It wasn't until February 10th that the Marines and the world government finalized the hunting season's location. This time, the Celestial Dragon's usual method of selecting hunting grounds by dice roll was completely disregarded. Naturally, the 5 elders were furious at the Marines' defiance, but there was little they could do. The Marines had taken an unyielding stance, even at the risk of budget cuts. Though baffled by the Marines' unprecedented boldness, the 5 elders couldn't afford to escalate tensions into outright conflict. If they did, Sama might very well replace all 5 of them on the spot. They might treat their subordinates as expendable, but when their own positions were at stake, their judgment remained sharp. After all, it was just a change of hunting grounds, not a cancellation. With the Great Pirate Era at its peak, letting the Marines have this one victory wasn't entirely unacceptable. Once the decision was settled, Jake and his allies swiftly mobilized into action. The reason for choosing Borutoana Island was quite simple. This island currently had the smallest population and was located in a remote area. The nearest island to Borutoana required about 2 days of sailing to reach. Even if it were ultimately destroyed, very few people would notice. Upon arriving on the island, the first thing Jake did was mobilize a large number of Marine headquarters soldiers to help the residents with moving their belongings. During this process, some residents naturally expressed confusion, while a few elderly residents stubbornly refused to leave no matter what. Even when Jake told them the island would soon be destroyed by a tsunami, those obstinate elders still wouldn't budge. In the end, Jake grew so frustrated with them that he used his rumble fruit to split an entire mountain peak in half. After that, the relocation work proceeded much more smoothly. Often, appropriately demonstrating one's abilities could greatly assist in getting things done. Jake's display of power clearly had an effect. After he cleaved that mountain, there were practically no residents left who disobeyed orders. The reason the 2 of them were so exhausted was simple. From the scheduled date of February 10th until the afternoon of February 13th, neither of them had gotten a moment's sleep. Monet had to constantly maintain the stability of the ice bridge while also periodically cooling down the residents and soldiers transporting belongings. Otherwise, the summer island's peak temperatures could reach 50 degrees, weather that most people couldn't endure. As for Jake, the reason for his exhaustion was even simpler. Borutoana remote location made evacuating so many residents in such a short time far from easy. Deploying a large fleet of warships would undoubtedly attract attention from the world government. That left only one option: air transport using Jake's Ark Maxim. This method avoided detection risks, and the Ark Maxim's massive size made it ideal for transporting the residents. The only real consideration was Jake's stamina, but Zephyr just chuckled and patted Jake's shoulder, giving his word on Jake's behalf. And it was this promise that left Jake without a single moment of rest over those 3 days and nights. Piloting the Ark Maxim was already a tremendous test of his rumble fruit abilities, let alone doing so continuously for 3 days straight. Even though Jake cast healing prayer on himself and Monet without pause throughout, both of them were still on the verge of collapsing from exhaustion. At this moment, Kizaru walked over from nearby. Seeing the 2 of them too tired to even speak, he wore a faintly helpless expression. "Hey, you two, no need to look so down. At least thanks to your efforts, all the island's residents were saved, right? Borsalino-sensei, your task was way too easy. All you had to do was provide some light at night and hunt a few large sea kings during the day to supplement the residents' meals. The rest of the time, you didn't have to lift a finger." "That's just sneaky." Monet couldn't help but complain as she looked at Kizaru's relaxed demeanor. At this, Kizaru stroked his chin with a mischievous expression and said, "How terrifying. Little Monet actually harbors such resentment toward her teacher just because she can't stand others having it easier. Looks like I'll have to retire immediately once little Monet outranks me, otherwise she'll work me to death with assignments." Listening to Kizaru's sarcastic remarks, Monet rolled her eyes at him irritably before falling silent, too exhausted to engage with him. Jake let out a long sigh and asked Kizaru in a hoarse voice. "Borsalino-sensei, the evacuation of residents should be wrapping up soon, right? Tomorrow's the prisoner transfer from Impel down. Can I take a day off? If I have to keep sailing, I might just throw up." "Don't worry, little Jake. I've asked Dr. Vegapunk to install a simple energy booster on your Ark Maxim. It's powered by my glint fruit, but the effect isn't great. It'll only last about 5 hours. Then let me sleep for 5 hours first." See 248 to 248. The nights in Borutoana were still warm. Kizaru and Monet looked at Jake, who had already fallen asleep, with faint smiles on their faces. The fact that someone with a zone-type ability and powerful recovery skills could be pushed to this level of exhaustion spoke volumes about Jake's recent workload. Monet extended her hand, and a chill slowly emanated from her palm, instantly cooling the sweltering surroundings to a comfortable temperature. Even though she was too tired to speak, Monet still wanted Jake to rest a little better. Watching this, Kizaru lowered his voice and chuckled. Monet, you're so considerate. When you and Jake get married, you must invite me to celebrate with you. Blushing slightly at Kizaru's teasing, Monet didn't refute him. Instead, she smiled and said, if that happens, Borsellino-sensei, you'd better not skimp on the wedding gift. Otherwise, we'll throw you out. How terrifying, you're just as much of a little brat as Jake. As they chatted, they watched the crowd gathering near the Arc Maxim in the distance. Though their smiles were weary, they never faded. Because everyone knew this operation would save everyone on the entire island. Even Kizaru and Kuzan, who were usually the laziest, were utterly exhausted now. Why wasn't Kuzan here? The reason was simple. Sengoku had assigned him to the New World, his main battlefield. To ensure Whitebeard's tsunami would perfectly crash before the celestial dragons, Aokiji needed to manually create massive glaciers as barriers. This would guarantee the tsunami's convergence point stayed as close as possible to the celestial dragon's location. It required extensive calculations and measurements, leaving Aokiji so exhausted lately he could barely eat. If Monet was merely maintaining the ice bridge and providing localized cooling, then Aokiji was traveling all over the world to create glaciers, cooling the planet on a massive scale. Kizaru once ran into Aokiji during this time, and honestly, he barely recognized the man. Unkempt stubble, skin stretched over bones, dark circles under his eyes heavier than a panda's. Aokiji, meanwhile, took one look at Kizaru, still well-fed, relaxed, and glowing, and said nothing. He just hurled a massive ice storm at him. Naturally, Kizaru wasn't about to provoke an overworked laborer. He knew better than anyone how crushing the resentment of overtime could be, so oppressive that not even his glint fruit could pierce through that darkness. So without hesitation, Kizaru slipped right past Aokiji and vanished. Garp wasn't much use either, but Sengoku clearly had no intention of letting the old man slack off. He was assigned directly to a celestial dragon's ship as their personal bodyguard. Though the task disgusted Garp, he understood why Sengoku had sent him. Aside from the fact that he genuinely had little else to do, there was another crucial reason. Garp was the only one who could actually keep those celestial dragons in line. After all, Garp's infamy for being a reckless idiot was legendary even among the celestial dragons. No one wanted to test his patience, because there was a very real chance he might just punch them, and the world government wouldn't be able to do a thing about it. Back in the day, Garp had protected many of their elders among the celestial dragons, so most of them still held a grudging respect for him. That was precisely why Garp had to stay there, because only he could stop the celestial dragons from running amok and screwing up the plan. As for Sakazuki, he was currently stationed at Impel Down, assisting Magellan in processing the death row prisoners slated for transport to Borutoana. Would anyone notice that Impel Down had suddenly lost so many prisoners? Would the cells feel emptier? No, not at all. Impel Down had long been overcrowded. Standard cells meant for 8 prisoners now held nearly 30. Since the dawn of the Great Pirate Era, the prison had been perpetually bursting at the seams. If not for the fact that the prison kept a large number of blue gorillas, which were regularly sent out to hunt sea kings for extra rations, Impel Down might not even have been able to afford meals anymore. Shipping out these death row inmates immediately alleviated the prison's population pressure. Sometimes, Magellan would look at the hordes of criminals threatening to burst the prison's walls and find himself missing that bastard Shiryu of the Rain. Sure, the guy had slaughtered prisoners indiscriminately, but at least he'd saved the prison a fortune in expenses. As for the prisoners Sakazuki wanted, Magellan agreed wholeheartedly, so much so that for 3 days and nights, he barely rested except for essential bathroom breaks. Even the pudgy, big-headed Vice Warden Hannibal was sporting dark circles under his eyes, and his once plump belly had visibly shrunk over those few days. Admiral Sakazuki, when did you say the Arc Maxim would arrive? Magellan and Sakazuki stood at the entrance of Impel Down, chatting idly as the salty sea breeze blew past them. Soon, Jake said it should arrive in about 5 minutes. Rear Admiral Jake, he's truly an extraordinary young man. With someone like him leading the future world, I imagine there'll be far fewer criminals around. Hearing this, Sakazuki rarely allowed a faint smile to appear. In that case, Magellan, you might find yourself out of a job. After all, there wouldn't be any criminals left. Ha 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 ha, if it really comes to that, I'd be overjoyed. I'd use my Doku no Mi abilities to hunt down monsters threatening civilians and become a great monster hunter. That was my childhood dream. The two men shared a hearty laugh. Meanwhile, Jake, currently piloting the Arc Maxim, looked rather pale. He swore to himself that after this trip, he'd demand ample vacation time from Sengoku. This was utterly exhausting. The massive Arc Maxim came to a stop before Impel Down's gates, where Jake was nearly mistaken for a prisoner by Hannibal due to his haggard appearance resembling the inmates. In the end, a red-faced Magellan had to physically drag Hannibal away by the collar. C-249,249. West Blue, Borutoana Island. 1 day remained until the Celestial Dragon's hunting season began. Watching the final batch of prisoners being deployed across Borutoana Island, Jake finally felt the weight lift from his shoulders. He exhaled deeply and turned to Monet beside him, his voice tinged with unmistakable excitement. Monet, in less than 10 days, we've evacuated every villager on this island, even some animals and plants. Now this place is no different from a deserted wasteland. Though exhaustion still lingered on Monet's face, the genuine joy in her heart lent an upward lilt to her voice. True, without your tireless efforts these past sleepless days, we could never have accomplished this. Fleet Admiral Sengoku even said he'd promote you to Vice Admiral after this mission. You too. A week of non-stop ice bridge reinforcement and temperature control definitely warrants a promotion. That's not what matters to me, and you know it. Though the rank increase is welcome. For once, the two savored this rare moment of idle respite, standing still to relish the satisfaction of hard-earned rest. Kizaru approached from a distance carrying 2 teacups. Smiling at the pair, he handed them the drinks and remarked. You've both worked hard, but the results speak for themselves. Impel Down executed some useless gluttons, we saved countless civilians, and the celestial dragons satisfied their peculiar appetites. A triple victory, I'd say. Taking the tea handed over by Kizaru, both Jake and Monet expressed their thanks. After taking a sip, Jake said to Kizaru, "No, Borsellino-sensei, it's not just a triple win, it's a quadruple win for us. Once their hunting is over, Whitebeard tsunami will wipe them out completely. Then we just need to protect 1 or 2 celestial dragons for appearances' sake and let the rest perish." Upon hearing this, Kizaru's smile never faded. He looked at Jake and said cheerfully, "What a terrifying plan, but I fully agree. The same goes for Dr. Vegapunk. By the way, I talked to him about your warning last time, the one where you sensed some instability among the clones around him. The doctor values your opinion highly, so not long ago, he disabled all data memory sharing and has been handling most matters related to you personally. So rest assured, the doctor is safe." Jake let out a slight sigh of relief. Vegapunk was a crucial force for overthrowing the world government later on, he absolutely couldn't afford to lose him. But that traitorous York had to be eliminated early, or else all his plans would be for nothing. Before Kizaru personally confirmed this news, Jake had insisted that Kizaru not reveal the full truth to Vegapunk. At first, Kizaru thought Jake was worried about Vegapunk himself, but later he realized Jake's concern was actually about Vegapunk's clones. Exhaling softly, Jake smiled and said, "In that case, Dr. Vegapunk will be much safer moving forward." "Oh, Borsellino-sensei, you can tell the doctor directly, the one betraying him is likely that York. When I visited before, I could clearly sense deep malice radiating from her. That malice wasn't just directed at me, it was mostly aimed at Dr. Vegapunk himself, and even the entire Marine headquarters." At this, Kizaru's expression grew much more serious. He looked at Jake and nodded solemnly. Just as the two were about to continue their conversation, Sengoku's call came through, urgency lacing his voice. "The celestial dragons are growing impatient. Borsellino, Jake, Monet, you 3 are the only ones there right now. Make sure everything goes smoothly. The celestial dragons originally scheduled to arrive tomorrow might land tonight. Don't let those bastards cause any trouble." Hearing this, Jake glanced at the fully prepared Boruto on island and replied calmly but firmly. "Don't worry, Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Everything here is already set. Most of the prisoners have even been given a drug that renders them completely powerless. They won't pose any threat to the celestial dragons. Let this hunting season for the celestial dragons turn into a Marine headquarters celebration for eliminating pirates. Just be careful, the God Knights are accompanying them this time. Those aren't ordinary celestial dragons. Among them is someone no weaker than a Marine Admiral, Figureland Garling. Avoid conflict with him if possible. Even if the plan doesn't succeed, you should avoid him as much as possible. His strength is formidable and he's extremely ruthless. If he really decides to act, you might not survive an encounter with him. Let that guy Borsellino deal with him instead, understand?" Upon hearing this, Kizaru chuckled and said, "How cruel, Fleet Admiral Sengoku. After all the blood and sweat I've shed for the Marines, now all the dangerous tasks fall to me. Jake here is really making me jealous. Borsellino, you damn brat, stop spouting nonsense to me. Do your job properly. If this matter is resolved perfectly, I'll give you a week's vacation." Really, seeing the sudden sparkle in Kizaru's eyes, both Jake and Monet couldn't help but laugh. Meanwhile, on Borodona Island, the pirates imprisoned in Impel Down looked at their fellow inmates with despair, having completely lost any will to survive. The reason was simple. When they arrived on the island, they saw over a dozen Marine warships surrounding it completely, leaving no gaps for them to escape. And standing on those warships were terrifying figures whose very names made them tremble in fear. Admiral Borsellino, Admiral Sakazuki, Vice Admiral Onagumo. Any one of these individuals could single-handedly wipe out all the prisoners, and now they had gathered together. This further crushed the prisoners' already dwindling hope for survival. All they could do now was pray for death to come swiftly. C-250,250. On the night of February 19th, Borodona Island finally met its end. As luxurious ships of the highest caliber sailed in from the distance, standing on their decks were celestial dragons wearing bubble helmets. Each of their faces bore an indescribable excitement and joy. This was their triennial grand event, a wonderful opportunity to hunt down lowly commoners like wild dogs. No celestial dragon would pass up such thrilling entertainment. Compared to their usual pampered lives in the Holy Land, hunting held far greater appeal. While they did occasionally execute disobedient slaves themselves, truth be told, those slaves never showed any intention to resist, making the killings rather dull. It was completely different from hunting villagers on the island who would fight back, flee, or beg for mercy. Some celestial dragons had participated in this event multiple times. Fully armed with weapons and loaded ammunition, they eagerly scanned their surroundings in excitement. As for those attending for the first time, while they showed some nervousness, it wasn't concern for their safety, rather, anxiety about possibly not being able to kill enough people. For the celestial dragons, this annual event represented a rare ranking opportunity. Though all were celestial dragons, hierarchies existed among them. Those who performed exceptionally well in the competition would earn greater favor from their elders and parents. Saint Garling of the God Knights stood before Jake and Kizaru with an displeased expression. His tone was flat as he addressed Jake and Monet. Borsellino is an admiral of the Marines. He doesn't need to kneel before me. Why haven't you two knelt? Jake looked at him with a smile and replied. Marines have no obligation to kneel before celestial dragons. Oh, is that so? Without hesitation, Garling drew the rapier at his waist and pressed its gleaming blade against Jake's neck, his voice now laced with threat. I'm giving you one chance to kneel now. Otherwise, you'll soon lose even the privilege to kneel. Need I repeat myself? I have no reason to kneel, nor do any Marines need to kneel before celestial dragons. At these words, anger flashed across Garling's face. Without another thought, he swung his blade toward Jake's neck, only for it to be blocked by twin swords of pure light. Kizaru maintained his usual casual smile, yet his voice carried a seriousness Garling had never heard before. This kid Jake's a bit dense. He doesn't understand these things. Besides, Marines never had rules about kneeling to celestial dragons. So Saint Garling, why not let this minor matter slide? Though Kizaru's tone retained its characteristic playfulness, everyone could tell he was defending Jake with unyielding resolve, leaving Garling no opening to retaliate. This behavior shocked all people present. The notoriously lazy Kizaru displaying such firmness was utterly unexpected. Were it not for that familiar lecherous face, they might have mistaken him for Sakazuki. But as leader of the God Knights, Garling wasn't about to change his mind just because Kizaru spoke up. To him, a Marine Admiral was replaceable, no better than a dog. Then came another voice, cold and steady. Saint Garling, if you intend to force the future of our Marines to kneel to you, I'm afraid I cannot comply. All eyes turned to Jake with looks of astonishment, as if seeing a monster. The speaker was none other than Sakazuki, another admiral, and his expression was far more terrifying than Kizaru's. His face was stone cold, molten rock dripping from his body. Merely standing near him risked severe burns from the intense heat. Unlike Kizaru's usual slacker persona, Sakazuki had always been seen by the celestial dragons as their most useful enforcer, especially by the God Knights who managed them. They understood better than anyone the weight carried by the name, Akainu. In suppressing the Great Pirate Era, Akainu had contributed more than any other. Moreover, Akainu's temper was as explosive as his devil fruit. If it really came to a fight with someone like him, even Garling couldn't be certain of victory. Especially now, when it would be 2 against 1. Garling had also heard of Jake's abilities. His combat prowess was undoubtedly a factor that couldn't be ignored in battle. But that wasn't all. Just as Garling was about to continue arguing with Kizaru and the others, an extremely impatient voice cut in. You bastard, who told you that Marine headquarters officers have to kneel before celestial dragons? I'm not even an admiral, should I kneel to you too? You pieces of trash, if you want to kill freely here, then go ahead and kill. Stop spouting all that nonsensical, long-winded crap. If Jake doesn't want to kneel, none of you will make him kneel today. The moment Garp appeared, the outcome was already decided. Even if Garling was the leader of the God Knights, he couldn't withstand the simultaneous assault of 3 fighters of equal caliber. And judging by their stance, they weren't done yet. Just as Garling had anticipated, less than a second after Garp's voice faded, another man's voice rang out. I won't allow my beloved disciple to kneel before scum like you. As he spoke, Zephyr also strode forward. By now, Zephyr's injuries had been completely healed by Jake, and the aura he radiated was no weaker than anyone present. Faced with 4 opponents of equal strength and their predatory gazes, Garling fell silent. He wasn't a fool, he'd only wanted to humble Jake a little, but... What the hell is wrong with this people? See 251 to 251. This was completely different from what he'd expected. Garling had merely wanted to teach this insolent Marine a lesson, so why had these bastards immediately turned hostile? He'd heard that Jake had good relations with the Marine higher-ups and that the kid had a bright future ahead. That was precisely why he'd wanted to put Jake in his place. In Garling's eyes, the fact that he was willing to pressure Jake was already an honor. He only bothered with those who'd caught his attention. Garling wanted Jake to feel sufficient pressure from him before he could fully grow. Like an elephant restrained by a rope since childhood, even after growing up, it would never break free from that rope. But clearly, Garling had misjudged the situation this time. Jake's importance to the Marines and his standing in the hearts of the senior Marine officers differed significantly from what Garling had assumed. He'd thought the Marine higher-ups were merely cultivating goodwill with Jake out of consideration for his future potential. But now it seems that Jake wasn't valued by these guys because of his outstanding potential, but rather his outstanding potential emerged because these guys valued him. Thinking this, Garling's expression darkened. He ignored the visibly irritated Garp and instead directed the pressure toward Kizaru, who was usually the least able to withstand it. He knew that continuing to argue with Garp at this point would gain him nothing and might even result in being publicly contradicted by that reckless fool. Garling understood Kizaru's personality well. Apply enough pressure, and he would most likely choose not to resist to the end. Everyone knew Kizaru had always been a rather selfish man. Borsellino, what do you people mean by this? Feeling Garling gaze immediately lock onto him, Kizaru sighed inwardly. He knew the other man assumed he would choose to compromise. To be honest, if this were about anything else, Kizaru would have compromised. He didn't want trouble, especially not anything involving the celestial dragons. But this time was different. It wasn't just about the residents of Borutoana. Kizaru genuinely saw Jake as his disciple. With a devil fruit ability similar to his own, Jake had been learning and growing stronger under Kizaru's guidance ever since joining the Marines. Kizaru had watched Jake progress step by step, and by now, he truly regarded him as his disciple. For Garling to demand Jake kneel before him was nothing less than a slap to Kizaru's face. This time, Kizaru absolutely would not back down. Saint Garling, there's something I'd like to advise you on. Most of the time, you shouldn't humiliate the justice of an outstanding Marine, especially in matters like this. Hearing Kizaru's unusually stern tone, so different from his usual lazy demeanor, Garling was momentarily stunned before letting out an angry laugh. Are you sure you want to do this, Borsellino? Please show some respect, Saint Garling. First in Marine Headquarters Admiral Kizaru. As he spoke these final words, Kizaru's aura erupted, a killing intent that completely shattered Garling's perception of the typically carefree admiral. His face twisted with rage as he glared at Kizaru before shifting his venomous gaze to Jake, his eyes promising death right then and there. I'll remember you, Rear Admiral Jake. Your courage is admirable, but I hope your life proves just as memorable. With that, Saint Garling turned away coldly and strode toward Borutoana Island, drawing his sword with a grotesquely contorted expression. That twisted look made it clear the prisoners of Impel Down were about to suffer. Watching him leave, Jake sincerely thanked the senior officers around him. In response, Garp just chuckled and picked his nose before saying, "That damn old bastard, I've been wanting to punch him for ages. If he dares lay a hand on you this time, even if I really beat him up, Sengoku won't say anything about it in the end. Even if my hero title gets revoked, it'd be worth it. Because I'll definitely punch that bastard so hard so he loses every single tooth." Garp's words were filled with violence and absurdity, but everyone knew he was dead serious. If he said he'd do it, he would. Zephyr rolled his eyes at Garp and said, "You old fool, stop giving Sengoku headaches. It's obvious Saint Garling wanted to put Jake in his place, or use Jake to intimidate us to remind us of the Celestial Dragon's status. But unfortunately for him, his plan failed. Whether he was targeting Jake or not, we could never let a Marine Headquarters Rear Admiral kneel before him in a place like this. That would crush the morale of the entire Marine force. If Jake hadn't replaced the island's villagers with prisoners, what would our actions today have amounted to?" Before Zephyr could finish, Sakazuki answered, "Without Jake, what we did today would have been escorting a celestial dragon to massacre innocent civilians, and then kneeling before them in front of all our lower-ranking Marines, shattering every last illusion of justice they held. If that had happened, it would have been the end of the Marines." After speaking, Sakazuki silently returned to his seat, closing his eyes and refusing to look in the direction of the celestial dragons. For Sakazuki, with his absolute justice, it was nearly impossible to accept the actions of the celestial dragons. But he had no choice. Faced with reality, he could only submit. Perhaps this was the biggest difference between him and Kuzan. Kizaru watched them and shook his head, then quietly said to Jake, "Jake, you really made me steal the spotlight for you today. You owe me 2 weeks worth of meals. No, make it a month. Don't worry, Borsellino-sensei. As long as I have the time, even a month is fine." Meanwhile, on the other side of the island, Saint Garling stared at the corpses that clearly didn't resemble villagers, his expression twisting in disgust. C-252-252. Are you sure these are all locals from Borutoana Island? Garling turned to the other celestial dragons beside him, his voice laced with suspicion. The celestial dragon who had been following him also looked uneasy. "They don't seem like locals, Garling-sama. These men look more like pirates, and they're covered in scars, almost as if they're prisoners." Hearing this, Garling fury reached its peak. Not only had the Marines openly defied the celestial dragons, but they'd even resorted to such underhanded tactics to humiliate them. Did they not understand that this triennial hunting season was a sacred and noble tradition of the celestial dragons? Those lowly commoners chosen as prey should feel honored and grateful. Now the Marines have replaced them with filthy prisoners. This is nothing short of an insult to the noble bloodline of the celestial dragons. Garling's face darkened with terrifying fury. With a swing of his sword, he sliced several world government officials who had been attending to him, serving tea and water, into multiple pieces. Then he turned to his pale-faced celestial dragon companions, who were already terrified, and said coldly, "Follow me, I want to see what those Marines are up to now." "Yes, Garling-sama." An hour later, Saint Garling stared at the injured and maimed celestial dragons, feeling dizzy. Previously, they had chosen civilians as their shooting targets for a very important reason. These commoners had no weapons or ability to resist. Against celestial dragons armed with exquisite weapons, the villagers posed no threat whatsoever. In fact, the villagers' feeble attempts at resistance only fueled the celestial dragon's bloodlust. But this time was different. These were not ordinary villagers of Borutoana, but a group of vicious criminals. They were likely death row convicts who had nothing left to lose. Even trading one for one with a celestial dragon would give them a perverse sense of satisfaction and excitement. What was more terrifying was that these criminals not only had the resolve to face death without fear, but also possessed killing skills and abilities far beyond those of ordinary civilians. Moreover, they employed even more ruthless tactics and teamwork. Despite having been drugged by Jake and his men beforehand, they still managed to inflict heavy losses on the celestial dragons who came to hunt them, relying on their experience. 3 celestial dragons had already been killed in this hunt. 2 of them had fallen into traps, sharpened bamboo stakes, that the prisoners had prepared in advance, impaling them like hedgehogs. For obvious traps like these, sometimes the prisoners didn't even expect them to kill, but the celestial dragons never considered such dangers. In the past, their hunting season followed a simple script: spot the prey, hear the screams, watch them flee, then gun them down. That was the entire routine. Occasionally, if they came across attractive women, the celestial dragons would break their legs to immobilize them before taking them back as slaves. But this time, to their horror, when the celestial dragons approached the villagers, who should have long been dead, when they moved to sever their heads as trophies, the supposedly lifeless corpses suddenly sprang up, viciously tearing at the flesh on their necks. Amid the celestial dragons' screams, chunks of flesh were ripped away by these fiends. Even when their comrades opened fire, the attackers refused to let go, clinging stubbornly until their jaws were pried apart with blades. Only then did the celestial dragon manage to survive. Another celestial dragon who died had preferred to hunt alone. He was lured into a corner of a house by what appeared to be the corpse of a filthy vagrant. To avoid alarming his nearby companions, the celestial dragon set aside his ranged weapon and drew a small knife, intending to kill the vagrant and use his head to earn more points. But this very decision cost the celestial dragon his life. The moment he approached the old vagrant, the man spat out a blade no longer than a little finger from his mouth. Before the celestial dragon could react, the sharp dagger had already slit his throat. Due to his unique physiology, the drugs Jake had fed him weren't as effective as they should have been. But this was intentional. When administering the drugs, Jake had sensed the man's excitement and joy, suspecting he might have some resistance. Yet, far from being annoyed, Jake was delighted, because it meant this man could deliver even greater surprises to the celestial dragons during the hunting season. And sure enough, the man didn't disappoint. Of the 3 celestial dragons who died this time, 1 was killed by him alone, while the other 2 fell into traps he and the other prisoners had dug. Watching the warm, crimson blood gush from the celestial dragon's neck, his face twisted with indescribable excitement and pleasure. He clamped a hand over the celestial dragon's mouth to stifle any cries, his voice low but trembling with exhilaration. Aren't you descendants of gods? Do gods bleed too? Do their descendants really have the same red blood as us? The celestial dragon struggled desperately, but after only a few feeble attempts, he lost consciousness from blood loss. Seizing the moment, the prisoner used his knife to sever the celestial dragon's head entirely. He would take it back to show the others, these celestial dragons weren't divine beings at all, but weaker, more useless trash than they were. Meanwhile, when the 3 corpses were brought before Saint Garling, the leader of the God Knights completely lost control of his temper. Tell everyone to return immediately. The hunting season ends now. If any more of them die at the hands of those wretches, it will be a disgrace to the celestial dragons. See 253 to 253. Once all the celestial dragons had gathered, Saint Garling surveyed them, his expression darkening as he took in their injuries, some minor, some severe. He took a deep breath before roaring at them. You idiots, you can slaughter defenseless trash, but you can't even handle pigs and dogs that fight back. When we return, every one of you will face reprimand for this hunting festival. And 3 fools died here. Their noble celestial dragon blood staining this filthy land. This is the greatest disgrace of all. All of you stay here right now. I will go and capture those pigs and dogs, then have you kill them one by one. Remember, the dignity of the celestial dragons must not be violated by anyone, even if you are celestial dragons yourselves. Today, these 3 individuals did not die from falling into traps during the hunt. They died because they accidentally fell off a cliff while chasing their prey. Understood. Garling voice boomed, amplified by the blood still dripping from his rapier, sending shivers down the spines of the celestial dragons who had never truly experienced such terror. If there was one organization in this world that all celestial dragons feared, it was the God Knights, the only group with the authority to execute those among their own who erred. This was a right bestowed by a Musama, and the only organization in the world that could kill a celestial dragon without consequence, leaving the deceased's family in utter shame. From childhood, these arrogant celestial dragons had been taught by their elders, never, under any circumstances, provoke the God Knights. That was precisely why, even as Garling hurled such humiliating insults at them, none of the celestial dragons dared show the slightest discontent. Meanwhile, on the other side, Jake, using the Rumble Fruits enhanced observation hockey, monitored everything with a grin. He turned to the high-ranking Marines before him and said, "Things are going smoothly. Those prisoners even killed 3 celestial dragons. That old bastard Garling is shaking with rage right now. He's decided to personally capture the prisoners so the injured celestial dragons can complete this hunting season. According to Garling, this hunting season is a disgrace." Hearing this, Garp couldn't hold back his laughter. PFF'd. Ha ha ha, that bastard is having a hard time give me enough satisfaction. I should have beaten him up back then too. Would have saved me from holding in this grudge until now. Oh, you guys don't know this, back at God Valley, that guy once crossed blades with Whitebeard. Guess what happened? PFFT. Ha ha ha. He nearly got his arm chopped off in one swing. No one at the scene tried to stop Garp's unrestrained mockery. After all, to every person present, the celestial dragon's hunting season was utterly repulsive. Kizaru sipped his coffee, his voice drawn out and cheerful, clearly in a good mood. Seems like our long overtime was worth it. 3 celestial dragons dead. In the past, even if I were on vacation, I'd probably be dragged back to work. But this time, it looks like they don't even have the face to report it. Zephyr, surprisingly, agreed with Kizaru's complaint. Normally, I'd disapprove of your lazy attitude, Borsellino, but this time I'll have to side with you. Back when you were still rear admirals and commodores, whenever something happened with the celestial dragons, it was always me and Sengoku who had to clean up the mess. That era was even more chaotic than now, and the celestial dragons loved to roam around, purchasing slaves everywhere. This meant that back then, Zephyr and Sengoku almost never had a day off. They were either on their way to find the celestial dragons or cleaning up their messes. If it weren't for the emergence of a glint fruit user like you later on, we probably still wouldn't have any downtime even now. Your fruit ability is truly useful. You should develop it further in the future. As for the things I used to say, don't take them too seriously. Listening to Zephyr's slightly amused tone, Kizaru's lips twitched slightly before he replied. Zephyr-sensei, while I do hope for your approval of my training methods, being acknowledged from this angle is somewhat depressing. Clearly, I'm the laziest guy around, yet I ended up with the most hardworking fruit. Really? Sigh. Seeing Kizaru's deflated expression, even the usually stern Sakazuki couldn't help but laugh. I should thank you too, Borsellino. If it weren't for you, the Marine Headquarters 3 admirals would have become the Celestial Dragon's personal bodyguards by now. So the bodyguard duties all fall on me alone. Jake chose this moment to add insult to injury. Not just that, Borsellino-sensei. You still have to handle the Marine Headquarters daily missions too. Hearing their words, Kizaru downed his coffee in one gulp and let out a long sigh, tears slipping from the edges of his sunglasses. It seems that the moment I ate the glint fruit was the beginning of my life's misfortunes. In stark contrast to the cheerful atmosphere among the Marines, the mood among the Celestial Dragons was oppressively grim. By the time Saint Garling threw the last prisoner's body before the Celestial Dragons, it was already close to midnight. His pristine white clothes were now completely soaked in blood, and the blood on his rapier had nearly congealed into a dark brown crust. Seemingly annoyed by his breathing helmet, he had taken it off, and his once styled hair now lay flat, softened by blood. Kill them and hang their heads. When we set out tomorrow, I don't want to see a single one of you with fewer than 3 heads at your waist. At these words, nearly all the Celestial Dragons rushed at the prisoners like madmen. They brandished their weapons, charging at the barely breathing pirates, delivering the final blows without hesitation as they fought over the trophies they would wear the next day. In an instant, the island of Bordoana became a devil's carnival. Of course, no one cared about any of this, because from the very beginning, only scum remained here. Jake stood at the ship's bow, observing the island's events through his observation hockey with a faint smile on his lips. C-254 to 254. When the Celestial Dragons appeared at the harbor, their clothes stained with blood and the grotesque heads of prisoners hanging from their waists, everyone fell silent. The ordinary soldiers couldn't see this scene, and those who could were well aware of the underlying truth. Thus, they all maintained a tacit silence. This was the best outcome. Garling had changed into a pristine white outfit once more. He didn't need bloodstains to prove himself. He glanced at the high-ranking Marines awaiting his arrival with a cold smirk tugging at his lips. Sometimes, I still find myself impressed by you Marines, especially in matters like this. Zephyr met Garling's gaze and spoke with a calm voice. It will always be like this from now on. We'll make sure you're impressed every time. Always like this. Do you really think you'll get another chance? Garling sneered at Zephyr, who seemed entirely unfazed by the contempt in his eyes. He merely smiled faintly and replied, "It will absolutely be like this. You have my word. You'd better make sure of it." With that, Garling strode past the assembled crowd without another glance. Half an hour later, Jake stared at the 2 Den Mushi before him and slowly dialed Whitebeard. Brr. Old man Whitebeard, it's time. They've reached the designated location. Grrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr back a little, don't sink us along with them. Wouldn't that be better for pirates like me? But hey Jake, how many celestial dragons do you think we can wipe out in one go this time? The two joked casually while discussing a plan that would send the entire world into chaos. They've brought about 80 this time. My estimate is that the tsunami will take out around 50. I'll protect 10, and the other high-ranking marines will shield a few more. It's unavoidable. We still have to put on a show. Understood. Otherwise, those bastards would never let it go. Things can't escalate to that point yet, not until you're strong enough. So be careful, Jake. This tsunami's gonna be worse than any natural disaster you've ever seen. Gararara, you damn celestial dragons, enjoy the wrath of this old man. The next moment, the Den Den Mushi transmitted a sound like shattering glass. The instant Jake heard it, his mind conjured an image of the very atmosphere cracking apart. Brr brr, Jake, the icebergs are breaking way faster than we expected. Good thing Admiral Kuzan froze a much larger area than planned, or the tsunami would have spiraled completely out of control. Even so, this tsunami might still cause some damage to the Marines. Be careful, don't worry, Tsuru-san. We've got 4 admirals here, nothing's could go wrong. You all stay safe too. Old man Whitebeard's attacks have a vibration effect that bypasses armament hockey's defenses. No need to worry about that. Vegapunk already prepared protective suits for us. By the time everything was in place, Jake's observation hockey sensed the towering wave surging toward them from the distance. It was a tsunami meant to purge the sins of the world, carrying the fury of the King of the Seas as it swallowed everything in its path with wild, unrestrained force. This was akin to the apocalyptic flood from legendary myths, with 100-meter waves blotting out the sky, even obscuring the sun itself. The sea churned as if boiling, the howling winds wailed like lamentations. The celestial dragon's ship was now at the epicenter of the tsunami's assault. Saint Garling stared at the scene, feeling as though his luck had truly hit rock bottom today. He never should have come out for this hunting festival. He could have just left these matters to his subordinates. Why did he have to get himself tangled up in this mess? He could naturally escape this tsunami, but what about the other celestial dragons behind him? They were nothing more than useless fools, no different from ordinary people. Against such monstrous waves, they stood absolutely no chance of survival. Even if he made it out alive, a catastrophe of this scale would surely draw the wrath of Sama. He had to save as many celestial dragons as possible here, enough that no one could hold him accountable. In that fleeting moment, Saint Garling made his choice. He exhaled deeply, then drew the rapier at his waist and swung it down at the towering wave. Divine Slash, a terrifying sword beam, hundreds of meters long, erupted from the rapier in an instant. The crimson slash illuminated the dim world with a fleeting glow. However, against a tsunami, a mere sword slash was the least effective countermeasure. The relentless tide could never be halted by a single strike. As expected, the tsunami's momentum only paused for a brief moment before surging once more toward the celestial dragon's ship, its terrifying force seemingly even greater than before. But at that moment, 4 voices rang out simultaneously. Meteor Volcano, Yasukani no Magatama, Meteor Fist, Black Arm, Impact Fist. The 4 attacks blazed across the sky like meteors, shattering the colossal wave before them. Saint Garling watched the attack as relief washing over him. Though these Marines had clashed with him earlier, at least in such dire times, they could still distinguish priorities and act for the greater good. With 5 Admiral-level combatants, he refused to believe they couldn't handle these waves. But soon, Saint Garling's hope turned to despair. Though these men fought valiantly and their attacks did have an effect, each strike was still far too insignificant against the might of the sea. Fists, lasers, fireballs, none could decisively halt the waves. If this continued, disaster was inevitable. Yet Saint Garling couldn't even blame them. Damn it all, where did such a monstrous wave even come from? Just as he thought all hope was lost, a voice suddenly resounded, carrying salvation like a divine decree. Divine guidance, holy light protection. A sacred sun rose from the Marines' warship, filling Saint Garling with an indescribable surge of hope. C-255 to 255. The moment Jake's voice emerged, Saint Garling felt a warm current slowly rising from the depths of his heart, bringing a comfort akin to basking in winter sunlight. His body had never felt so light, his spirit never so joyous. Under the guidance of this power, Saint Garling felt every muscle in his body being perfectly directed and released. Unable to contain himself, he let out a soft cry as sword light roared from his blade, slicing through several waves in one stroke. The other officers, whose attacks had begun to falter, also managed to shatter large swaths of the surging waves once more with Jake's assistance. Saint Garling turned his head to see Jake rapidly approaching the celestial dragon's ship using moonwalk. Beside Jake, the Logia user of the Snowfruit was desperately creating an ice path to facilitate the celestial dragon's escape. However, due to the terrifying waves, the construction of the ice path was extremely difficult. The Commodore named Monet was straining every ounce of her strength, barely managing to maintain a small section of the path. Witnessing this, Saint Garling's initial suspicions toward the Marines gradually faded. If the Marines had truly orchestrated this tsunami, they wouldn't be working so frantically to save the celestial dragons now. He wasn't a fool, he could tell whether those present were giving their all to rescue efforts. Yet even so, Saint Garling could already imagine the staggering number of celestial dragons who would perish in this disaster. Damn it, could there truly be such a thing as divine punishment in this world? No, impossible, they themselves were gods, Amu-sama was a god. As the waves crashed down, the entire sea fell into eerie silence. When calm finally returned, a weary voice broke through the stillness. Healing prayer. Pale golden ripples radiated outward from Jake's position, mending the wounds of those who had survived the storm. The tsunami had torn the celestial dragon's ship to shreds, while the marine warships, being farther from the epicenter of the waves, suffered relatively minor damage. Still, 2 warships had been completely obliterated. Fortunately, the soldiers aboard those vessels had been close to Monet and managed to escape via the ice path before the ships were destroyed, narrowly avoiding disaster. Debris now floated across the sea as Garp darted back and forth through the waters, rescuing one drowning marine or celestial dragon after another and bringing them aboard the remaining warships. Standing on Kizaru's ship, Saint Garling trembled as he surveyed the scene. How many celestial dragons survived? Kizaru felt an inexplicable amusement at the question, though his tone remained solemn. My apologies, Saint Garling. Only 30 or so remain. We did everything we could, but the waves came too swiftly. At this, Saint Garling's vision darkened, his heart skipping a beat. Out of the 80+ celestial dragons who had come, more than 50 had perished. Returning with such losses would likely cost him his position as leader of the God Knights. He wanted to shift the blame onto someone else, but he reluctantly realized that, in this rescue operation, the admirals had all performed their duties admirably. Kizaru had used his speed to save 7 celestial dragons. By the 8th, the waves had already crashed down. Even the old-timers like Zephyr and Garp had jumped into the sea in the end, attempting to physically push the celestial dragon's ship to safety. But the currents were too powerful, even their combined strength couldn't move the vessel quickly enough. Sakazuki only put in some effort at the beginning and didn't move afterward. But this couldn't be blamed on him. If Sakazuki had kept attacking the waves, any marines or celestial dragons who fell into the sea would have been boiled alive instantly. Him not acting was already the greatest help he could offer. What about shifting the blame to the lower-ranking marine officers? That wouldn't work either, because Garling had personally witnessed Jake using his abilities to save nearly a dozen celestial dragons. That Commodore, if not for the ice path she created, even more celestial dragons would have died. Everyone present had done their best. Against a disaster of that magnitude, Garling even felt that the survival of nearly half the celestial dragons was nothing short of a miracle. But, would Sama listen to these excuses? Most likely not. To Sama, his failure in this matter was simply a lack of capability, something that deserved punishment. The thought of Sama's punishment filled Garling's heart with despair. Yet, no matter how he looked around, he couldn't find anyone to shift the blame onto. Just as his temper reached its peak, Jake's voice suddenly rang out from nearby. Saint Garling, among the surviving celestial dragons, a few seem emotionally unstable. They keep saying what? Already irritated, Garling grew even more furious at Jake's hesitant tone and urged him impatiently. Jake, appearing somewhat awkward, lowered his voice and replied, "They say this is all your fault. The hunting season was supposed to last 3 days. If you hadn't made them leave early, none of this would have happened. They also said, once they return to the Holy Land, they'll report your negligence to their fathers or clan leaders." At this, Garling felt a metallic taste rise in his throat and a mouthful of crimson blood spilled from his lips. Clutching his chest, his eyes turned bloodshot as he glared at Jake. "Tell me, who said this? No, don't tell me. Take me to them." Watching Garling's furious reaction, Jake felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Honestly, this turn of events had caught him off guard. Those celestial dragons were unbelievably stupid. They had handed him the perfect opportunity to sow discord. If played right, another batch of celestial dragons might end up dead. Jake nodded slightly and said softly, "Then please follow me. They're just shaken from surviving the disaster. You shouldn't be too harsh on them. Shut your mouth and lead the way. I know how to handle this myself." See 256 to 256. On the warship where Jake was stationed, a group of celestial dragons stood on the deck, some slumped on the ground. The severed heads they had once worn as trophies at their waists were long gone. During their escape, those had only been hindrances. Honor meant nothing compared to their own lives. One particularly rotund celestial dragon removed his shattered helmet, panting heavily as he cursed. "Damn that Garling. If it weren't for that bastard insisting on ending this hunting season the very next day, we would never have encountered these monstrous waves. Had we still been on Borudoan Island, these waves would have been nothing more than a badge of honor for us. But now, my elder brother and younger brother are both dead, swept away by the waves. When my father hears this news, he'll never let Garling off the hook. I'll make sure the 5 elders strip that bastard of his position as leader of the God Knights. A man like him isn't fit to lead the order." Another obese female celestial dragon, her hair as wild and tangled as seaweed, shrieked hysterically. "My face got scratched by the debris. No, my face is scratched. Damn that Garling, damn the Marines, all of them is useless, utterly useless. If they weren't so incompetent, my face would never have been scratched. I'll have my father execute every last one of them." As these two vented their grievances, the surrounding celestial dragons joined in, echoing their cries. In no time, nearly half of the surviving celestial dragons were vowing to have Garling and the Marines killed upon their return. They didn't care if the Marines overheard. To them, the Marines were no different from ants. The only one they needed to worry about was Garling himself. But he wasn't on this battleship. They'd seen him boarding Kizaru's vessel when they were rescued. That was precisely why they dared to shout such things. Unbeknownst to the celestial dragons, however, Garling and Jake stood hidden in a blind spot on the deck, silently observing the raucous crowd. Garling's voice cut through the air, laced with an indescribable chill. "Jake, I retract my earlier assessment of you. You're a promising Marine, a very clever one at that. Now, I have a question for you. If I don't want to be besieged by those fools, what do you think would be the best course of action?" "I'm afraid I don't quite follow your words, Saint Garling." Jake merely smiled, feigning ignorance at Garling's implication. Garling took a step forward, his tone turning even sharper. "If you truly didn't understand, you wouldn't have brought me here. They pose a threat, to the Marines and to me. These people serve little purpose alive. But you can't kill them all, Saint Garling. What I mean is, at the very least, we can't afford to lose half of them again." "Then what do you suggest?" "I suggest nothing, Saint Garling. Protecting the celestial dragons is our duty. Even if we failed in our responsibilities due to the tsunami, we must do everything we can to make amends. Listening to Jake's words, Garling instantly grasped his meaning. You saw those two who spoke up earlier, didn't you? Remember their names. I don't want them returning alive to the Holy Land. I didn't hear you say that just now. Jake continued to smile cheerfully at Garling, though his words and actions conveyed entirely different messages. Jake nodded while verbally refusing Garling's offer. Garling looked at Jake as a hint of indescribable amusement flashing in his eyes. You'll be a Marine with limitless potential, Jake. I believe you might become the earliest candidate for Admiral, perhaps even Marine Fleet Admiral in the future. Thank you for your praise, Saint Garling. Amid their laughter, the tsunami incident gradually came to an end. 5 days after the tsunami, the number of surviving celestial dragons had dwindled further. Under Saint Garling's leadership, the survivors slowly made their way toward the Holy Land. Jake watched their retreating figures, a dangerous glint flickering in his eyes. At Marine Headquarters, Marineford, inside the Fleet Admiral's office, Sengoku let out a long sigh of relief as he saw the group return safely. He turned to Jake, his tone slightly reproachful. You reckless brat, to come up with such an audacious plan, I must have lost my mind to go along with it. But why did you kill some celestial dragons afterward? You owe me an explanation. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, that was under Saint Garling's orders. Here's the recording from that time. He likely wasn't familiar with the recording shells from Sky Island, so I managed to capture everything, just in case he tried to cause trouble for me later. After listening to the recording, Sengoku fell silent for a moment before suddenly chuckling. It seems even the so-called leader of the God Knights isn't so different from us. He, too, has people he fears. But with so many celestial dragons dead, those bastards will undoubtedly come after us. Jake, you're the lowest ranking among us, they'll likely target you first. Stay put for a while and avoid taking on missions. Understood. At this, Jake nodded with a smile. I was just about to bring that up. I'd like to take some time off. There's something I need to do. What is it? You'd better tell me everything, or I won't approve your leave. I want to visit Fishman Island. It's the main artery supplying pirates from Paradise to the New World. Even though it's currently under Whitebeard's rule, as long as that route remains open, pirates will keep flooding into the New World. I plan to see if I can cut it off completely. I've already spoken with Whitebeard. Once the Marines arrive, actual control of the island will be handed over to us, though it'll still bear his name. This way, Fishman Island can avoid paying the exorbitant celestial tribute. Sengoku nodded at Jake's words, removing his glasses to rub his temples. You're far too energetic for your own good. Fine, go if you must. But before making any major decisions, report to me first. C 257 to 257. The Devil's Triangle, one of the most mysterious regions in the entire sea, is perpetually shrouded in an impenetrable fog. No one knows what truly lies within these mists, and no one has ever fully explored this area, not even the legendary pirate king, Galdi. Roger. The massive arc Maxim soared through the sky, plunging straight into the heart of the fog. Jake had taken an unusually long leave from Sengoku this time. Aside from resolving matters on Fishman Island, he also intended to find the perfect hiding spot for the gold the Marines had transported down from Sky Island. And this location, almost without a second thought, could only be the Devil's Triangle. In this region, due to the dense fog and the chaotic magnetic fields across most of the sea, it was nearly impossible to navigate without considerable strength and technology. But Jake was different. With the power of the Rumble fruit, he could precisely avoid the disorienting magnetic interference through extensive electromagnetic sensing. And if that wasn't enough, Jake could simply activate his level 50 awakening ability and light up the path ahead like a miniature sun. Besides, the Arc Maxim could fly. If all else failed, they could just ascend above the fog and bypass the area entirely. As Jake gazed at the foggy expanse, a faint unease settled in his heart. Because in the latter part of the Devil's Triangle in his past life, 3 colossal figures had appeared in these waters. Those figures were at least 10,000 meters tall. Though it was later explained that they were merely projections of the Sky Islanders, what kind of projections could emit light? If those 3 projections truly existed, and worse, if Jake and his crew happened to encounter them, things could turn very bad, very quickly. But Jake trusted his luck. The odds of that happening were slim. Gecko Moria had been lurking here for years without ever running into such things. Surely, Jake wouldn't be unlucky enough to stumble upon them on his first visit, right? The unlikelihood of their existence, combined with the minuscule chance of an encounter, convinced Jake to take the risk. A cold, slimy wind brushed against his face, like the clammy skin of a corpse. Sugar stood on the deck of the Ark, a trace of fear flickering across her face as she instinctively hid behind her older sister, Monet. With a hint of worry, she asked, "Nay-san, are we really going there? It feels so scary. It's still daytime outside, so why is it so dark here? What if there are ghosts inside?" Just then, young Sanji approached from nearby, carrying a plate of sliced fruit. He handed it to Sugar, his cheeks slightly flushed as he said, Miss Sugar, if you don't mind, you could have some fruit to relax. And if any danger or ghosts show up ahead, I swear I'll protect you with my life." Hearing Sanji's words, Sugar giggled and accepted the fruit from him. She smiled sweetly and replied, "Thank you, Sanji, you should have some too, you must be tired after cutting all this fruit. And if we run into danger, I'll protect you too." Sanji's face turned beet red at her words, his heart swelling with warmth. As for why this kid was here, the reason was quite simple. After Judge chose to stay with Dr. Vegapunk to continue his research, Sanji was entrusted to Jake by Sora. She said Sanji's personality wasn't suited to staying there any longer and wanted him to travel with Jake to see more of the outside world. Jake naturally understood Sora's decision. After all, for someone like Sanji who hadn't yet awakened his lineage factor, staying in that place full of monsters wasn't exactly safe, especially with his uncontrollably dangerous older brothers around. Until his brothers were fully treated, Sora was deeply concerned about letting Sanji meet them. Thus, at Sora's request, Jake allowed little Sanji aboard his ark. Initially, Jake worried Sanji might harass the female crew members. But after Sanji laid eyes on Sugar, his heart seemed completely captured, devoted solely to her. Jake wasn't sure why, perhaps because Sugar was the one who took the most care of Sanji when he first boarded. Though Jake never quite figured it out, he didn't bother digging deeper. As long as Sanji didn't disrupt the ark's atmosphere, he could do as he pleased. At the moment, Law stretched out his hand to Sanji and said, "Hey, give me some too, Sanji. Get lost, you damn man. What the hell did you say?" The next moment, the two were at each other's throats. Seeing this, Rocinante sighed helplessly and crouched down, attempting to separate the two fighting kids with his own body. But clearly, he underestimated the destructive power of those two brats. With a sharp pain in his facial muscles and a dull thud to his head, Rocinante collapsed on the spot. Sanji and Law, having kicked and clubbed Rocinante respectively, now panicked and scrambled to help. Watching the lively commotion on the ark, Monet smiled and said to Jake, "It seems no matter when, our ship never lacks this kind of lively atmosphere. But Jake, what exactly is your purpose for coming here? You haven't even told me." Hearing Monet's question, Jake gazed at the ark, which had nearly reached the edge of the Devil's Triangle, and replied softly, "To find a suitable place for the gold from Sky Island. Also, there's someone inside the Devil's Triangle who interests me greatly." "Monet, have you heard the name Gecko Moria?" "Gecko Moria, oh, Zephyr-sensei mentioned him before. He was supposedly one of the most notorious pirates outside the Four Emperors, rising to fame as a supernova in just a few years. But didn't his crew get completely annihilated by the Beast's pirates after he go to war with Kaido?" "That's old news. According to Tessero's intel, Gecko Moria recently appeared on a small island in the West Blue and took away its most famous doctor, Hogback. The last place they disappeared was here, the Devil's Triangle, the place closest to Hell in legend." Jake gazed at the sea, his eyes carrying a hint of admiration. C 258 to 258. Although Jake's abilities were wholly light and lightning, his favorite weather was actually fog. Even in his previous life, his favorite One Piece arc had been the Devil's Triangle arc. Back when he was reading the manga, Jake had greatly admired the peculiar creatures of the Devil's Triangle, the overall artistic style, and the mysterious mist-shrouded scenery. Now that he could experience that atmosphere firsthand, he thought it was quite nice. After Arc Maxim had been flying over the Devil's Triangle for some time, Jake instantly located the island-sized pirate ship using the vast range of his Rumble fruit-enhanced observation hockey. That was Gecko Moria's ship, Thriller Bark. In an unnoticed corner, the massive ark hovered silently above Thriller Bark. The energy source invented by Dr. Vegapunk was enough to keep the ark airborne for a full day and night. As long as Jake returned to replenish the energy within that time, everything would be fine. Jake glanced back at Rocinante, who was still lying on the ground pretending to be dead to scare those two kids. "Rocinante, I'll leave the ark to you. I'm going down to take a look first. If anyone here gives you trouble, just let me know, and I'll come back to give them some electrotherapy." As Jake spoke the last part, he gave Sanji and Law a meaningful look, his words dripping with unmistakable threat. Upon seeing Jake's gaze, the two of them, whose eyes had been somewhat dull, instantly snapped to attention. They stiffened and replied, "Yes, Commander Jake." After resolving the last bit of instability on the ark, Jake turned to Monet and asked softly, "Do you want to come down and take a look too? There might be zombies, vampires, ghosts, and things like that down there. If you're scared of that stuff, I'd suggest staying behind." Monet rolled her eyes at him and retorted, "If I were afraid of things like that, why would I have joined the Marines? Let's go together. Who knows, maybe you'll be the one who gets scared." Jake chuckled, and the two of them leapt straight down from the ark. For those who had mastered moonwalk, height was practically meaningless. A few hundred meters before landing, they both activated moonwalk simultaneously. A series of footsteps lingered in the air as they touched down on the ground without making a sound. Stepping on the slightly thick, moldy leaves covering the ground and breathing in the faint mist-laden moisture unique to foggy days, Jake felt his mood lift considerably. Though they were in a dense forest, the surroundings weren't particularly dark. The ground was scattered with faintly glowing gravel. Jake looked down and saw that they were fluorescent stones. It seemed Moria had put considerable effort into decorating his Devil's Triangle. Jake wasn't in a hurry to find Moria, time was still on their side. The ark could stay airborne for a full day and night. If he went after Moria now, he wouldn't get to enjoy the unique scenery. Even Monet was impressed by the surroundings, clicking her tongue as she remarked, "Though the style here is eerie, you can tell someone's been maintaining this forest. A naturally grown forest wouldn't look like this. There aren't any rotting trees on the ground, and the fallen leaves seem deliberately scattered." Monet's analysis was quite detailed, and the two of them walked while discussing the various arrangements within this gloomy forest. Just as they passed a corner, a tree branch suddenly lightly hooked onto Jake's Marine's coat. At the same time, a monster with a human face and a tree-like body appeared in front of Monet. The monster's body was covered in stitch marks. It glared coldly at the two before it, its voice hoarse. "Who are you? Don't you know what this place is? If I hand you over to Lord Moria, that'll make 20 people I've submitted, just 80 more, and I can reclaim my own shadow. So blame your own bad luck for boarding this pirate ship of hell." As the monster spoke, it yanked hard on Jake's coat. But to its surprise, Jake and Monet stood motionless before it, not even blinking. At first, the monster thought they were paralyzed with fear, until it pulled Jake's Marine's coat of justice toward itself and realized in horror. These two weren't just unlucky fools, they were high-ranking Marines officers who had come specifically to this island. And since Moria's experiments hadn't been going on for long, this tree monster had even seen Jake's picture in the papers. The moment it recognized him, its entire body went numb. Everyone knew what fruit Jake had eaten. Everyone knew zombies feared salt and sunlight above all else. And unfortunately, Jake wielded something even more terrifying than both. Holy light-infused lightning struck straight down, illuminating the tree monster's world in blinding brightness. Just a tiny wisp of that lightning made its entire body tremble and convulse uncontrollably. "Please, don't kill me, I'm not a pirate, I'm just the shadow of a fisherman from a nearby village. Moria cut my shadow with his scissors and stuffed me into this zombie tree body. I swear, I've only sold fewer than 20 people to Moria for their shadows. And after their shadows were taken, it wasn't all bad. Many gained a zombie clone here, a body stronger than their weak original ones. Some even volunteered for this." Jake listened quietly before speaking softly. "This must be the outskirts of Thriller Bark, right? If possible, take us inside. I have business with Gecko Moria, and I need you to confront him in person. If you've harmed others, you won't escape impelled down cells." As he spoke, electricity crackled around him, golden, dazzling currents that made the monster's heart stop. It could feel it. Any single bolt contained enough power to reduce it to ashes. A force it could never hope to resist. C-259 to 259. In the mist-laden forest, stepping on the thick layer of leaves felt like walking on a luxurious carpet. The air around was slightly chilly, and the tree trunks grew in grotesque shapes, resembling the withered arms of the dead. Jake and Monet followed behind the tree zombie, chatting casually and at ease. This scene left the other restless zombies lurking in the forest utterly bewildered. Had they slept too long in their graves, making them out of touch with the outside world? Why were those two still able to laugh and talk in a place like this? Shouldn't they be running in terror, pissing themselves at the sight of them? The forest was pitch black, with even the moonlight struggling to pierce through the dense foliage to reach the ground. Thus, the zombies, whose vision was already poor, failed to notice the marine coats draped over Jake and Monet's shoulders. They could only judge by the pair's cheerful voices that they weren't frightened in the slightest. The tree zombie felt as though his heart might leap out of his chest. He was on the verge of tears. He was just a lowly thug who liked to bully others, never imagining that Moria would steal his shadow. Losing his shadow was bad enough, but now, while he was dutifully trying to do his job, he had run into a Marine headquarters rear admiral. What kind of luck was this? A being of that caliber could reduce him to splinters with just an accidental flick of their wrist. He wanted to flee, but every time the thought crossed his mind, the other seemed to sense it. Faint golden arcs of lightning would silently shimmer around him. Realizing escape was impossible, the tree zombie had given up. Fine, if they wanted to see Moria, he'd take them there. He couldn't die, at worst, he'd just endure Moria's torment. But if he could witness these Marines being slaughtered by Moria, then even if he suffered punishment, it would be worth it. The only thing he feared now was his fellow zombies in the forest foolishly provoking the Marine before them. If that happened, once the lightning ran wild, they'd all be finished. But as often happens in this world, the more you dread something, the more likely it is to occur. The moment a gaunt, skeletal zombie crawled out of a grave, the tree zombie's heart shattered. As roars echoed from the dense woods behind them, the tree zombie felt certain today would be his last. What followed, however, defied his expectations. A frigid gust of wind swept through, and in an instant, every zombie present was frozen into ice sculptures. From their appearance to their icy demise, the entire ordeal took less than 10 seconds. Even the tree zombie was no exception. Staring at his frozen wooden body encased in thick ice, he felt a chill so deep it seemed to freeze his very soul. Although zombies don't feel pain, their shadows that once belonged to humans still retain basic reflexive responses to certain situations. Sir, you froze me too. The tree zombie turned its head, looking somewhat obsequiously at Monet and Jake. Its withered face was covered in excessive wrinkles, appearing rather comical. Monet and Jake didn't give it a hard time. With a slight movement of Monet's fingertips, a finger pistol shattered the ice encasing the tree zombie. You don't need to guide us anymore. Find a way to break the ice on your companions. Be gentle though, or you might shatter their bodies along with the ice. Hearing this, the tree zombie's heart skipped a beat. From what it knew, when someone no longer needed your services, it often meant your life was about to be taken. Without hesitation, the moment it regained movement, the tree zombie immediately knelt and began kowtowing frantically to the two Marine officers. Please spare me. I'm definitely not with those guys. I'm not even familiar with them. Seeing the sudden pleading from the tree zombie, Jake quickly understood its misunderstanding. He shook his head slightly and said with a smile, "You're being way too paranoid. Don't worry, we're not going to kill you. It's just that Mariah has come to find us." At these words, the tree zombie trembled all over. Before it could say anything, a voice that made all zombies' legs go weak rang out. "Kishishishishi. What brings the famous Marine headquarters Rear Admiral, future Marine Fleet Admiral, to my humble abode? What rare guests. Since you barge in here, you'll have to pay the price with your shadows." Though Moria said this, he didn't actually attack. Shadow bats flew from the depths of the dense forest, coalescing into a burly, tall man with iron blue skin that gave the illusion of being a zombie himself. Grinning widely, he revealed shark-like teeth that looked extremely ferocious. In response to Moria's words, Jake just smiled and said, "If you really intended to attack us, Moria, you wouldn't have warned us beforehand. By giving us warning, you're clearly showing you don't actually want to harm us, right? Shishishi, you arrogant brat. If it weren't for your marine affiliations, I would have already cut your shadows and thrown you out of the Devil's Triangle." That's not necessarily true. The Moria who once went head-to-head with Kaido might have made me cautious, but the current you. I don't think you're my match. The two of us alone could wipe out everything here. And that's precisely why I dared come to your territory with just one companion, Gecko Moria, the new warlord of the sea. Hearing Jake's words, Moria's grin widened even more, becoming exaggerated, but all traces of joking vanished from his tone. "Two people are enough to wipe out my entire pirate crew. Kishishishi, you damn brat. It seems you've been coddled too much in the Marines. I'll turn you into a zombie right now. You'll be my slave forever." As Moria spoke these words, he raised his arm, and countless dark purple bats flew out from his shadow. The battle was about to begin. C-260,260. Moria's sudden outburst didn't come as a surprise to Jake. He hadn't erupted because of Jake's earlier provocative remarks. To be precise, Moria had intended to assert dominance over Jake from the very beginning. Moria wasn't a fool. He knew exactly why Jake dared to come with only Monet by his side. Most likely, it was to discuss something that couldn't be brought to light, or perhaps Jake was simply too foolish. But clearly, someone the Marines was grooming to be their next pillar of strength couldn't possibly be an idiot. That left only one possibility. Jake wanted to negotiate something with him. For Moria, no matter what that something was, he needed to test Jake here and now, to see if the young man had the strength to be a worthy partner. Besides, having just joined the Seven Warlords, Moria wasn't stupid enough to kill a high-ranking Marines officer in a place like this. So rather than an unexpected clash, this was more of a mutual test between potential future allies. Countless purple bats surged from Moria's shadow, instantly surrounding Jake and Monet. Monet, however, didn't move. She remained still, observing calmly. This was Jake's fight with Moria, and interfering rashly wouldn't be wise. Jake raised a finger, and with a sharp, piercing sound, blinding orange-gold lightning erupted from his fingertip, filling the entire space. The lightning was like countless tiny daggers, precisely striking and shattering every shadow bat mid-flight. At the same time, the explosive flash of lightning momentarily blinded Moria, who had long been accustomed to darkness. Covering his eyes, he immediately expanded his observation haki to its maximum range. But to his shock, Moria realized that within his observation haki, Jake was completely undetectable, yet the lightning attacks were coming at him from all directions. Though he coated his body in armament haki, the penetrating power of the lightning made his defense nearly ineffective. Damn it, if his observation haki couldn't detect the Marine's brat, yet the attacks were landing, it meant Jake's observation haki was superior to his own. How old was this kid? How could he possess such terrifying talent? Moria felt a surge of frustration. Ever since his battle with Kaido, he had never suffered such a humiliating defeat. Most enemies he encountered were mere playthings to him. Now, accidentally encountering an opponent whose strength was almost on par with his own, Moria was momentarily at a loss on how to counter. Jake watched Moria, who was simply standing there taking the hits, and sighed inwardly. The man before him was almost a completely different person from the young Moria who had once dared to face Kaido head-on. The once proud heart of a pirate within Moria had been utterly crushed. Or perhaps, after experiencing the pain of losing his comrades, Moria's once inflated ego had deflated like a punctured balloon, leaving nothing but emptiness. If this had been the Moria of old, brimming with confidence, he would have charged through the lightning to land a solid blow with his spiked club on Jake's head. But the current Moria, noticing Jake's gaze, Moria caught the faint trace of pity in his eyes. A surge of inexplicable fury erupted within him. His armament haki suddenly intensified, repelling the surrounding lightning in an instant. His expression turned icy as he glared at Jake, his voice hoarse. "Hey, you little Marine's brat, what was that look in your eyes just now?" Seeing Moria's current state, Jake could sense his rising momentum. Without hesitation, he decided to be forthright. "I've read your records, Moria. A few years ago, you were the most famous rookie in the entire New World. But when you led your crew to challenge Kaido in an all-out battle, you suffered an unprecedented defeat. That defeat dealt a devastating blow to you and your entire pirate crew. In your duel with Kaido, you lost, utterly and completely. Your pirate comrades at the time chose to stay behind on that battlefield, covering your retreat so you could escape with your life. You refused to leave, but when your comrades threatened to die unless you fled, you had no choice but to go. After that battle, both you and your crew vanished from the scene. Is this what you've become because you don't want to remember the past? Or because you can't bear to recall the comrades who sacrificed themselves for you? If those comrades of yours were still alive today, would they even recognize you now? Would they think you're no longer the captain they once followed? Would they blame you for abandoning the dreams you once shared? As Jake spoke, Moriya's expression gradually calmed. He let out a long sigh, his aura surging violently, yet his voice remained eerily composed. If they could truly come back to blame me, I'd gladly bear every ounce of their scorn. But unfortunately, Marine's breath, that will never happen. My comrades, they're never coming back. Today, your words have dredged up far too many painful memories. Even if you're the Marines' future leader, I'm going to beat the hell out of you right here, you damn brat. Shadow Asgard. With Moriya's slightly shrill voice echoing, his massive shadow instantly rose up, transforming into a monstrous figure bearing some resemblance to him. The next moment, both Moriya and Shadow Asgard charged toward Jake, accompanied by Moriya's somewhat excited shout. You wanted to see how I fought against that bastard Kaido back in the day, didn't you? Though I don't have my old weapon now, even with just my fists, I can still knock a cocky brat like you flat on your ass. Watching Moriya charge toward him, Jake raised his hand as golden holy light swirling around it. He chose to meet Moriya head-on this time, using the clash to gauge just how far his combat prowess had progressed. C-261 to 261. The golden lightning shattered the shadow bats the moment it touched them. Even the towering Shadow Asgard stood no chance against Jake's attack, completely overwhelmed. The dual suppression of lightning and holy light made Jake's abilities far too effective against Moriya. Jake himself quickly realized this. He hadn't expected his passive holy light infusion to counter Moriya so thoroughly. He'd assumed the elemental advantages from DNF wouldn't apply in this world. Seeing Moriya's stunned expression, Jake shifted tactics. He withdrew the lightning aura around him and spoke softly. Seems my devil fruit powers counter you pretty hard. Let's try something else. I recall when you challenged Kaido, aside from your shadow fruit abilities, you relied on formidable hand-to-hand combat skills and dual conqueror's hockey, right? Moriya, heaving his bloated belly, glared at Jake. Though inwardly uneasy, he couldn't back down in front of his underlings. He forced a cold snort. What's it to you? I came here for two reasons. First, to discuss potential cooperation. Second, to spar with you and gauge my current strength. My devil fruit counters yours. If we keep fighting, I'll win effortlessly, which defeats the purpose. So, Moriya, I hope you haven't neglected your physical training these past years. The next instant, Jake's figure shot toward Moriya like a cannonball, so fast it left afterimages in the air. Moriya roared, arrogant brat, a counter doesn't guarantee victory. But since you've chosen fists over powers, I'll beat you into submission. With that, Moriya raised his fists, jet black conqueror's hockey solidifying around them. A shockwave erupted, sending the spectating zombies tumbling like leaves. Hey, buddy, your head's stuck in my arm. Mind pulling it out? You grab it. My torso's lodged in someone else's leg. Don't forget me, you're currently borrowing my brain. Amidst the chatter of the zombies behind him, Jake watched as Moriya once again swung his fist and charged toward him, a grin of excitement spreading across his face. Though Moriya's figure had grown bulkier, his strength hadn't diminished in the slightest. For Jake at this moment, it was the perfect level to go all out. But Moriya stared at Jake in stunned disbelief. Had he seen correctly, Jake had actually blocked his attack head-on. Sure, Moriya wasn't as strong as he once was, but that didn't mean his full-powered punches could be shrugged off so easily. Even Kaido had once praised the sheer force behind his fists. Could this brat's true strength actually rival that of an emperor of the sea? No, impossible. If the Marines had gained another fighter of that caliber, they would have intensified their brutal crackdown on pirates. Important islands wouldn't be guarded by the three admirals, they'd be entrusted to Jake instead. It had to be the power of his zone-type devil fruit. Had he awakened it already? Moriya gritted his teeth as he felt the relentless force behind Jake's punches, each one heavier than the last, showing no signs of exhaustion. A bitter taste filled his heart. In fact, this battle gave Moriya an all too familiar feeling, one he hadn't experienced since his fight with Kaido. Back then, he had been overwhelmed by the same crushing helplessness. His attacks landed, only for Kaido to flash a grin before charging back at him, full of vigor. But when Kaido's blows struck him, Moriya could barely stand, let alone smile. Now, his fight with Jake was almost a perfect reenactment of that battle. The only difference was that Jake in every aspect fell short of Kaido's level back then. At the very least, Kaido would have killed him 3 or 4 times over by now. Jake reveled in the force behind Moriya's punches, feeling an exhilaration he hadn't experienced in a long time. This was a true, bone-shaking brawl. Though his abilities leaned toward long-range combat, that didn't mean Jake was weak in close quarters. On the contrary, his hand-to-hand skills had been personally honed by Garp and Zephyr, who had put him through their infamous battleship bag training regimen. Hey, Moriya, your punches are getting weak. Is this really your limit? Jake taunted, flashing a bright grin at the panting Moriya. Moriya glared back, his voice strained with exhaustion. Don't get cocky, brat. This is just the beginning. With that, he coated his arm in armament hockey and launched another barrage of punches at Jake. As the battle raged on, Moriya realized with despair that Jake's fists never faltered, each strike carried the same overwhelming force from start to finish. Was this really the recovery speed a zone-type devil fruit could provide? Regarding this, Moriya felt extremely suspicious. In the end, when Moria was so exhausted he could barely lift his arms, Jake remained as energetic as ever. Enough, you marine brat, if we keep fighting like this, even 3 days and nights won't settle anything. If you have business to discuss, get to the point already. I don't have time to waste like this. Seeing Moria's state, Jake almost laughed. He could clearly tell his opponent was at his limit, 20 more moves at most would decide the match. But Jake had come to negotiate, not to push things to extremes. He nodded with a smile and said, "Let's go to your castle. I quite like your architectural style here. You Marines have some taste after all." See 262 to 262. Inside the Gothic-style castle, Moria stared wide-eyed at Jake. His expression was a mix of disbelief. "Are you seriously not joking with me? You want to store massive amounts of Marine headquarters gold here and make me your warehouse keeper? You damn brat, who do you take me for? Do you know who I am? I'm Gecko Moria." Watching Moria's angry outburst, Jake maintained his gentle smile. "Don't be so harsh, Moria. There's nothing shameful about this. We Marines trust your integrity, which is why we're entrusting these items to you. Do well as the keeper, no, as the guardian, and you'll naturally receive a share of the gold later." Moria said nothing in response, simply holding up 3 fingers with complete seriousness. "I want 30% of the gold." Jake's lightning powers momentarily flared out of control in surprise as he stared at Moria. "How much did you say?" Seeing Jake's reaction, Moria grinned widely. 30%, that's my minimum. Refuse, and this information will reach the celestial dragon's ears soon enough." Monet's eyes turned icy at Mariah's words. A bone-chilling wind swept through the room, making everyone shiver. Perona clung tightly to her stuffed bear with a frightened expression. Noticing this, Mariah quickly amended. 20% then. I've guarded treasures long enough to deserve some compensation. Otherwise, I'll really go tell the world government. They'd reward me handsomely for such valuable information. To this, Jake calmly replied, "Even if I gave you that money, you wouldn't be able to keep it. Or rather, you wouldn't live long enough to spend it." Hearing this, Moria narrowed his eyes. His subordinate Absalom stood up immediately, ready to attack Jake and his companions at any moment. "Are you threatening me, or are you looking down on me?" Jake looked at Moria, who was visibly displeased, his tone calm and indifferent. "I have absolutely no intention of threatening or belittling you. Since we're entrusting these items to you, it's only fair you know some of the details. Let me put it this way, this gold doesn't just belong to the Marine headquarters. It's also tied to the Whitebeard Pirates and Red Hair's crew. The interests involved here extend to the current largest underground power, the Golden Emperor Tessero, as well as the construction of the ancient weapon Pluton in Water 7. Do you really think you can afford to scheme over this money now?" Hearing this, Moria froze in shock. He stared at Jake, his expression turning almost comical. "You're not lying to me, are you? Are you saying this stuff is a joint operation between the Marines, 2 emperors, and the underground syndicates? Kid, there's a limit to jokes." Moria roared at Jake, but by the end, seeing Jake's utterly unfazed demeanor, his bluster completely deflated. Jake, meanwhile, looked at Moria with a hint of resignation. "Believe it or not is up to you. But leaving this money here isn't just my decision alone. Whether you agree or not, this island is no longer your personal territory from now on. If you agree, this place remains your domain. When we come to retrieve the gold, we'll only operate on the outskirts. But if you refuse, well, we'd just be here to deal with one warlord. For a Marine Admiral or a Pirate Emperor, how much time do you think that would take?" At this point, Moria fully grasped Jake's meaning. Staring into his eyes, his voice turned hoarse. "So it seems you're not giving me a choice. I have to comply with your demands, is that it? Don't put it so harshly. It's a partnership. If you agree, you'll get 1% of this gold. Trust me, even that 1% is far more than your efforts are worth. After all, this place of yours isn't exactly easy to find. Even eternal poses fail due to the chaotic magnetic fields here. Before I leave, I'll make sure the surrounding magnetic fields are even more disrupted, guaranteeing no one can locate this place. Except us, of course." Moria's expression darkened slightly. He sighed and said, 1%, that's acceptable, I suppose. But don't let me ever find out you've deceived me. Otherwise, your shadow and soul will remain here forever. Suit yourself. You're welcome to try keeping them now, if you can. Oh, and one more thing I forgot to mention. Those who covered your retreat back then. Kaido didn't kill them. After capturing them, he threw them into the labor camps of Wano Country. If you want to rescue them later, you should start forming your team now. Once Kaido gets imprisoned, you might still have the chance to go on adventures with those companions. Jake said this while flashing a radiant smile at Moria. Moria stood frozen in place, his mind flooded with memories of his old friends' faces. His voice came out hoarse, as if squeezed from his throat, thick with nasal tones. "Are you sure you're not lying to me? Those guys are still alive." "Yes, they're all alive, in Wano Country. But now isn't the right time to save them. You are not to act on your own. Otherwise, before you even get to Kaido, we'll throw you into Impel Down first. The batch of gold you're involved with is extremely important. Do not, under any circumstances, let even a hint of it slip. Stay here, focus on building your zombie army. You won't need to capture people for their shadows anymore. Later, I'll arrange for fixed shipments of prisoners as shadows to be sent to you. Those will be prisoners from Impel Down. Their shadows, whether in strength or quality, are far superior to those of ordinary people. C 263 to 263. In the vast castle, Moria fell into a brief silence after hearing Jake's words. After a long pause, he finally spoke in a raspy voice. Everything else you told me doesn't matter. I just need you to confirm one thing. Are my old companions really still alive? Give me a straight answer. They're all working in Kaido's mines. Most of them are definitely alive, but I'd guess some have died. After all, that's no paradise. Is that answer straight enough for you? Jake's reply was blunt. Upon hearing his confirmation, Moria let out 2 choked, stifled sobs from his throat. Gradually, those faint sobs grew harder to suppress, until finally, Moria broke down in front of everyone, weeping uncontrollably. Bach, Regis, Dunba, you bastards, you better stay alive for me. I swear, one day I'll come and save you all. One name after another spilled from Moria's lips. He covered his eyes, trying to hide his tears, but the huge droplets still pattered onto the ground. Perona, seeing her father crying like this, mustered her courage despite her fear of Jake and Monet. She stepped forward and gently patted Moria's back, speaking in the softest tone she could manage. Lord Moria, please don't cry like this. Seeing you so heartbroken, I can't help but want to cry too. Absalom, meanwhile, had already buried his face in his hands. Large tears streamed down between his fingers. Though he was a lecher, his loyalty to Moria was absolutely unwavering. After all, it was Gecko Moria who had given him the chance to change his fate. It was also Moria who had single-handedly elevated him to his current position. From that day on, Absalom swore that his life belonged solely to Moria. Unlike the inexperienced Perona, Absalom naturally knew that Moria wasn't crying out of sorrow. He understood those tears were shed from joy. Yet, seeing Moria in that state, he couldn't help but shed tears himself. That joy was genuine, but the grief and guilt hidden beneath it still weighed heavily on Moria, suffocating him. Over the years, Absalom had witnessed Moria waking from nightmares more than once. Each time, his face would be streaked with tears. Those were the scars left by the Yonko Kaido, as well as Moria's profound longing for his past comrades. As for Hogback, he gazed at the zombie lady beside him with a pensive expression and whispered softly. If possible, I truly wish you could have lived back then. Jake watched the weeping Moria without rushing to interrupt. Those painful memories were the very assurance that Moria would firmly stand by his side in the future. After about 20 minutes, Moria's sobs gradually subsided. He wiped the tears from his face and turned to Jake, who was still meditating with his eyes closed, saying softly. Apologies, I got a bit too emotional just now. I agree to your request. How much gold do you plan to store here? I'll prepare crates and have them guarded day and night by zombies in the basement. Hearing this, Jake merely smiled and replied. No, I don't think a single basement will suffice. Crates won't be enough either. As I've told you, the sheer volume of that gold is staggering. Moria's face showed a trace of confusion. My basement isn't some small, room-sized space. It's a massive cavern capable of housing the ancient giant ores. No amount of gold you have could possibly fill it. To Moria's confident words, Jake responded lightly. Roughly 100 Moby Dick-sized loads of gold. Can your place handle that? 100 Moby Dick-sized spaces. My basement could easily. Wait, how many did you say? About 100. Did you catch it this time? At this point, Moria was almost laughing in disbelief. He glared at Jake and retorted. Do you even know the dimensions of the Moby Dick? 600 meters long, 80 meters wide, and 40 meters tall, one of the largest ships in the world. 100 Moby Dick-sized spaces. You expect me to believe that? Do you have any idea how much gold that would be? If you truly had that much gold, you could practically buy the entire Marine headquarters. The price you mentioned for the Marine headquarters seems fair, but the figure of 600 Moby Dicks was told to me by Whitebeard himself. He estimated the amount of gold, and it's most likely around that number. Surely you don't know the Moby Dick better than Whitebeard does. Hearing this, Moria's expression stiffened slightly before he rubbed his chin in contemplation. If it's Whitebeard saying it, then the credibility is pretty high. But I don't have such a large storage space ready at the moment. Do you need it transported right away? To this, Jake simply smiled and replied. Just hide the gold all over your ship. This little island of yours has plenty of space to stash gold. We'll have Dr. Vegapunk come take a look later. He'll handle modifying your ship. All you need to do is cooperate when the time comes. At the mention of Vegapunk's name, Hogback, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke up. Why you mean, the legendary Dr. Vegapunk, the greatest scientist whose technology is centuries ahead of the world, will be coming here. Jake had some impression of Hogback. He wasn't sure how to judge the man, half good, half bad. But since he was here to negotiate business with Moria, he still needed to respond to his subordinate's question. Yeah, if you want a photo with Dr. Vegapunk later, just let me know. I'll put in a good word for you. C 264 to 264. During the discussion with Moria, the Den Mushi in Jake's pocket suddenly rang. Without avoiding Moria, he answered it directly. Garararara. Jake, forgive this old man for calling out of the blue, but I really want to know, how many of those damn celestial dragon bastards have kicked the bucket? The news won't report it, and I'm itching to find out. Listening to Whitebeard's words, Jake chuckled and replied. Only about 20 or so are left alive, the rest are dead. We did a pretty good job this time, nearly wiping out those descendants of cursed bloodlines. Given their pathetic fertility rates, this must have been a massive blow to them. Garararara, only 20 left, seems like I should have pushed harder, should have wiped them all out, especially that bastard Garling. Jake laughed helplessly at Whitebeard's words. Killing this many celestial dragons already exceeded our expectations. And honestly, quite a few of them were killed by Saint Garling himself. Oh, that bastard, why would he do that? The reason's simple. The rescued celestial dragons gathered together and blamed the whole disaster on Garling, saying it was his fault for ending hunting season early, which led to them encountering that super tidal wave. They even threatened to report him to the 5 elders when they got back. To prevent that, Garling quietly killed the surviving celestial dragons himself and tossed their corpses into the sea. Honestly, I don't see anything special about their so-called noble blood. Even the Sea Kings didn't react differently when they ate them. Garararara. Best case would be those celestial dragon scum killing each other off, saves us the trouble. But this tsunami, it's the most satisfying one I've seen in decades. Garararara. On the other side, Gecko Moria listened to the conversation between Jake and Whitebeard, feeling a chill run down his spine. He turned to Jake, his voice trembling with an indescribable unease. Did you just say, you and Whitebeard killed celestial dragons? And not just 1 or 2? At this point, the Den Den Mushi, which had been laughing incessantly, suddenly fell silent. A sharp, piercing gaze seemed to cut through the Den Den Mushi's goofy exterior, and even Moria could sense the terror behind those eyes. Jake, seems like you've got a familiar face by your side. That voice, I still remember it. It's that little punk Gecko Moria, isn't it? A few years back, he was one of the supernovas on the seas, but after his failed challenge against Kaido, he vanished without a trace. I actually had high hopes for that kid back then. But later, it seemed like he quit being a pirate, so my memory of him faded a bit. Still, his voice is pretty distinctive, I never forgot it. Hey, bad brat, have you joined Jake's little scheme now? Moria didn't bother refuting Whitebeard's words. He nodded calmly and replied, his tone neither submissive nor arrogant. More or less, at the very least, when it comes to dealing with Kaido, I'll definitely help you. I need to rescue my old crewmates from Kaido's mines. Garararara, I thought you were gonna say you'd keep seeking revenge on Kaido afterward. So it's just about saving your friends, huh? But I get it. Kaido's strength nowadays has indeed reached a level where he could almost go toe-to-toe with me. Almost. Though only against this old version of me. Whitebeard's laughter boomed again, wild and unrestrained. He didn't care if Moria knew this. As long as Jake made a decision, Whitebeard, who saw himself as Jake's father, would never oppose it. For choices not yet made, he could offer advice. But once his child had made a choice, all a parent could give was unconditional trust. After exchanging a few more words, Jake turned to Moria with a smile and asked, your castle's pretty big. If possible, could you spare a room for me and Monet? We won't be staying here regularly, but when we do visit, we'll probably be busy for 2 or 3 days straight. It'd be a hassle without a place to stay. Also, there are a few things I need to discuss with you, strictly in private. Hearing this, Moria turned to Perona and said, Perona, I've got some other matters to discuss with them. Go play with Absalom for now. And Absalom, don't get any funny ideas, or even I won't be able to save you. Seeing the stern look on Mariah's face, Absalom immediately understood. He didn't have many flaws, but his one weakness was his weakness for women. If he didn't keep that in check, he'd be in for a world of trouble later. The battle between Jake and Moria earlier completely overturned Absalom's definition of a true powerhouse. Those terrifying scenes of natural disasters, which he had only heard of in legends, made Absalom feel utterly insignificant, so much so that he could barely lift his head in the presence of such beings. The reason Moria had him leave with Perona now wasn't just because there were things they shouldn't know, but also because Moria was subtly hinting that he should rein himself in a little. Jake was different from other Marines. Most Marines could be bribed to obtain information or connections. But so far, none of Jake's intel had been exposed to any faction. And how many internal Marine members had he killed in the Marines' purge operation he led? A man who could kill so many Marines and still remain unscathed, whether in terms of personal conduct or the backing behind him, was likely someone Moria and his crew couldn't afford to provoke. If that bastard Absalom, tempted by Jake's female companion Monet, tried to sneak around using his devil fruit ability for something unsavory, even if he were killed right in front of Moria, the latter wouldn't be able to say a word. Moreover, given Absalom's level of mastery over his clear fruit, he'd probably be detected by someone's observation haki before he could even get close. Forget Jake. Even the observation haki of the woman beside him was terrifying enough. Moria had seen it himself. Those ice pillars that struck the joints of every target with pinpoint accuracy in an instant. C 265 to 265. So, what was it you wanted to tell me only after sending Perona and the others away? Moria asked Jake, his body slightly tense. Though he didn't know Jake's true intentions, the fact that the other man had dismissed his top subordinates already made Moria uneasy. Still, considering Jake's strength and the safety of Perona and Absalom, Moria had let the two leave. As for Hogback, his loyalty was questionable at best, and he had already excused himself without being asked. Jake looked at Moria and said softly, relax. It's nothing bad, just some news regarding the celestial dragons. You must have heard what I discussed with Whitebeard earlier, right? So what if I did? If you heard it, then until every last celestial dragon is dead, you absolutely must stand on our side. I'm laying all my cards on the table, can you handle that price? Hearing Jake's words, Moriya's lingering unease finally settled somewhat. He met Jake's gaze, nodded slowly, and said, if that's all, then I can agree. But you didn't need to send Perona and the others away for this. They're different from others. Even if following me would one day mean death, they'd stand by me without hesitation. Jake smiled and nodded in response and said, they do seem like a rather impressive bunch of comrades, but I haven't finished what I wanted to say. From what I understand, the shadow fruit can cut off the shadows of powerful individuals and forcibly consume them. The memories and combat abilities of the original shadow owners seem to be inherited as well, correct? Upon hearing this, Moriya nodded. He glanced at Jake and then said, you seem to know quite a lot. The shadow fruit does indeed have that capability, but the consequences are severe. If you don't have a strong enough willpower to resist the erosion of those shadows, you might end up having your body consumed by them. Kishishishi, but someone like you probably doesn't need to worry about that, right? With your current strength alone, you should already be able to crush the vast majority of people on these seas. Jake merely smiled at this and replied, the enemies we're facing are far more terrifying than you imagine. It involves the void in the world's history. Since you once dreamed of becoming the Pirate King, you must have some knowledge about that, right? At this point, Moriya's expression changed slightly. He looked at Jake with a grave face and said, the Void Century, I have indeed come across mentions of it in some places, but I never had an archaeologist around who could decipher the texts. However, I've heard from others that it seems to concern the very foundation of the current world government's rule. Exactly. If the truth of that void year were exposed, the world government that currently rules these seas might lose its legitimate authority. I've heard some rumors that long ago, this world didn't have so much ocean. All the continents were connected, but one day, dozens of countries united to attack a certain enormous nation. In that battle, the entire landmass was shattered, with many parts sinking into the sea. The sea level rose by dozens of meters because of that war. That very conflict created the world as we know it today. Now, if the shadow fruit can replicate both the personality and abilities of a shadow's original owner, then theoretically, you should also be able to excavate and replicate the shadow's memories. What I want is to capture a powerful being who knows about those events and use your ability to make his shadow tell us what really happened centuries ago. That's the real purpose I wanted to discuss with you. Hearing Jake's words, Moriya felt his long-dormant heart suddenly surge with vitality again. He looked at Jake and said, are you really a Marine? Are all Marines as crazy as you these days? Kishishishi, have I been out of this era for too long? Has the world really become this strange? Watching Moriya's somewhat exaggerated expression, Jake simply smiled and said, the times are always changing, but the changes in this era will be a storm powerful enough to overturn the entire world government. If we can survive this storm, you and I will undoubtedly leave our mark in the legends of future generations. Kishishishi, what an interesting little Marine brat. If things truly unfold as you predict, then even if I die, I won't have any regrets. Of course, that's only if I can rescue my comrades imprisoned by Kaido first. To this, Jake nodded and said, don't worry, soon enough, we will launch an expedition against Kaido. If Kaido refuses to cooperate with us, he will undoubtedly die before the Celestial Dragons. Believe me, Moriya, in the face of the Marine headquarters at its peak, no pirate crew in this world stands a chance. The largest, most overwhelming force of violence in this world should rightfully be the Marines. Moriya stared at the ambition burning in Jake's eyes, feeling his blood boil. This was the kind of life he had been seeking. How long had it been since he last wore such an expression after his defeat by Kaido? Even Moriya himself couldn't remember. But he knew one thing, if he were to meet his old comrades in this state, they would surely be unable to contain themselves. Kishishi, Jake, you're the most unexpected and pleasantly surprising person I've ever met in my life. If you weren't a Marine but the captain of some pirate crew, I might genuinely be willing to serve under your fleet. Even as a Marine, that doesn't stop you from doing so. Do you know why I'm doing all this? So the Marines can become the new rulers of the world. Jake shook his head at this. Then, under Moriya's slightly stunned gaze, he uttered words that Moriya would never forget for the rest of his life. The rulers of this world shouldn't be the Marines, nor should they be pirates, and least of all the Celestial Dragons. There is only one rightful ruler, the countless people living in this world. See 266-266. After their conversation with Moriya, Jake and Monet followed Perona's lead as she guided them through the castle in search of their rooms. Perona floated in the air, her face adorned with a cheerful smile. This way, this way. She was still very young and found outsiders fascinating, so she was brimming with excitement. Pointing at one of the doors, she said to the two of them, this is one of my favorite rooms of decorated, you'll love it. As she spoke, she pushed open the wooden door, revealing a room splattered with bloodstains and littered with dismembered limbs. This is a room I designed based on a nightmare Moriya-sama once described. I call it, reconstruction of dreams. See, do you like it? This was a nightmare Moriya-sama enjoyed and reminisced about for a long time, you'll love it too, right? Looking at Perona's expression, Jake and Monet couldn't bear to shatter her beautiful fantasy, so they gently said, Perona, we'd like to see what the other rooms look like too. It's not because we don't like this room, but because we don't want to miss any of the perfect rooms you've designed. Hearing Jake's words, Perona's face instantly overflowed with smiles. She cheerfully approached Jake and said, "You two don't seem to be the kind of bad people I imagined. But then again, if you were bad, Lord Moria wouldn't have let me interact with you. But can you tell me why Moria-sama was crying? Did you bully Moria-sama?" Monet smiled and replied to Perona. "We didn't bully him, we just told him some good news. Sometimes, when people are too happy, they express it through tears. You must have experienced something similar before, right?" Perona tapped her chin with her fingernail upon hearing this and said, "There really was. I remember some time ago on my birthday, Moria-sama and Absalom prepared a super big cake for me. Although their birthday song was terrible, I was so moved that I cried. If that's the case, then I'm completely relieved. But what news did you tell Moria-sama? I've never seen him cry like that before. Some things about his former companions. If you want to know in the future, you can ask him directly. One day Moria-sama will want to tell me. I'll keep some of the surprise for then. Alright, come with me quickly." The next room was inspired by the bandages on the zombies. Listening to Perona's introduction, Jake and Monet exchanged glances and shook their heads helplessly. Perona's aesthetic sense was truly something to behold. After going through more than a dozen rooms, the two chose rooms themed around vampires and werewolves respectively. Although the beds were replaced with coffins and the surroundings were full of weeds, it was much better than the previous ones. That night, Jake didn't rest. Instead, he went directly to where Moria was and conducted some small experiments with him. "Are you sure you want me to swallow shadows and then fight you? Do you know how much stronger I was when I fought Kaido compared to now? Not to look down on you, but if I swallow those souls, you might not even last one move." When Moria said these words, his expression was full of confidence, as if he could already see Jake being sent flying by him. But to this, Jake simply shook his head lightly and said, "I just want to test where my limits are. I hope you can help me fulfill this wish." Upon hearing this, Moria's face broke into a familiar smile. This was the first time he'd heard such a request. During battle, instead of actively preventing the opponent from growing stronger, one would actively demand they become stronger. Moria couldn't comprehend the thought process of such people. In his view, such individuals either possessed absolute confidence in their own strength or were outright fools. Either way, it wouldn't stop Moria from dealing them a heavier blow. After all, he still wanted to reclaim some of the dignity Jake had cost him earlier. Thus, the two rushed toward the other side of the island overnight. As Moria charged forward, he continuously devoured souls. With each soul consumed, his skin grew paler and more purplish. After devouring several hundred souls, Moria's body had swollen to nearly twice its original size, with bulging veins covering his form. His once snug clothing now strained against his massive muscles, some parts even tearing apart. "Kishishi Jake, though I quite like you, I won't hold back in battle. If you happen to die by accident, I'd hope you'd at least grow stronger first." In response to Moria's warning, Jake simply removed his justice cloak and replied with a smile. "Many say zombies fear sunlight, and my devil fruit power happens to combine both lightning and light. Back there, with so many zombies around and me coming to discuss business, I naturally couldn't use this technique. But now that you've brought me to this secluded place, we can finally have our fight. I've been wanting to test this move for a long time." As Jake spoke, his body began glowing with increasing intensity. The light radiating from Jake was blindingly bright, especially for Moria who had consumed countless shadows. The brilliance made it nearly impossible for him to keep his eyes open. "Be careful, Moria, this technique is extremely powerful. If you can't withstand it, tell me immediately and I'll stop. Don't push yourself too hard. Kid, you're underestimating me too much. I was once a great pirate who competed for the title of emperor." "Kishishishi." Jake grinned at Moria's words and shouted, "Holy light apocalypse. How could one describe that scene?" Moria watched as the terrifying technique illuminated his island-sized pirate ship, feeling an indescribable sensation in his heart. What was that? The sun. In these waters shrouded in fog for centuries, could such a thing actually rise? C 267 to 267. The sun was so dazzling, its power so immense. The moment it appeared, this land of eternal night was completely illuminated. Moria found his vision filled with golden-orange light, its warmth strangely uncomfortable to his current state. But then the golden radiance turned aggressively potent, like concentrated explosive flames. Jet-black Conqueror's haki instantly coated his entire body, yet even so, Moria still felt the terrifying holy light scorching every inch of his being. It was like waves of fire passing through his body, one after another without respite. His skin began drying out, the intense heat making his internal organs protest. With a roar, countless shadow bats emerged from the darkness beneath his feet, enveloping him completely. Shadow Ball. The swirling shadow bats formed a smooth black sphere around Moria, standing like a charred rock against the endless golden tides, resisting the seemingly boundless flames. But the scorching flames seemed endless. Moria had almost pushed his shadow fruit to its limits, feeling his stamina depleting at an alarming rate. At this rate, he would collapse from exhaustion in no time. Damn it, how long could Jake, that bastard, possibly sustain an attack of this magnitude? Just as Moria was beginning to despair, the relentless wave of flame-like impact suddenly ceased, leaving only Jake, his body radiating a golden glow. Despite his disheveled state, Moria couldn't resist taunting Jake. "Your move is powerful, no doubt, but the stamina cost must be insane. Even as a zone-type devil fruit user, how much energy could you possibly have left after such a wide-range attack? Instead of wasting it like that, you should have focused it into a single point. At least then, I'd be in a far worse state right now. Jake didn't argue. After all, Moriya's suggestion wasn't bad. But the true power of Holy Light Awakening wasn't the endless waves of Holy Light, it was the near-absurd enhancement of his physical abilities for those 30 seconds. Moriya, your advice is sound. But those Holy Light waves were just the prelude. Let's end this battle in the next 30 seconds. 30 seconds? Are you mocking me or yourself? Moriya bristled at Jake's words. Grinning, Jake replied, on the contrary, I respect both of us more than anyone else. If I can't finish this in 30 seconds, I'll surrender myself. Hearing this, the veins on Moriya's grotesquely thick arms bulged violently as he swung a fist straight at Jake's head. If that's how it is, then let's see if you're as good as your words. Show me how you'll defeat me in 30 seconds. The terrifying force behind the punch seemed to fracture the air itself. The old Jake would have dodged without hesitation, but under the sun's power, he wanted a direct clash. His holy light energy blazed like fire as he vanished from sight, reappearing like a miniature sun to slam Moriya's massive arm into the ground. Moriya felt an incomprehensible agony shoot through his arm. This was his strongest physique, temporarily gained after absorbing hundreds of shadows. With this body, he'd even believed he could fight Kaido to a standstill. So why did it feel so fragile against Jake? Before Moriya could react, Jake had already smashed him into the ground. The searing pain in his back felt like being burned alive. Before he could react, Jake's fist had already smashed into his face. Moriya, who had just landed on the ground, was sent flying again, tracing an extremely graceful arc through the air before crashing through dozens of large trees. Damn it, what kind of monstrous speed is this? Moriya tried to adjust his posture midair to mitigate the force of Jake's attack, but to his horror, he found that with his current physical condition, he couldn't even move a muscle, let alone change his stance. The sheer force behind Jake's punch had practically locked down every inch of his body. A metallic taste rose in his throat, and he couldn't stop himself from spitting out a mouthful of blood. By then, Jake had already appeared at his landing spot on the ground. Several angelic figures, as if from myth, materialized around him, and a dazzling golden magic circle rose beneath Jake's feet. A divine blessing, as if from the dwelling of gods, manifested in the sky, accompanied by a terrifying pressure that nearly suffocated Moriya. In just an instant, Moriya knew the outcome. There was absolutely no way he could withstand that attack. So he promptly surrendered. Stop, I admit defeat. Jake immediately halted his movements. Truth be told, he hadn't actually planned to unleash the Song of Courage. Doing so would have inflicted too much damage on Moriya, far beyond the scope of a sparring match. As the holy light dissipated, Jake looked at Moriya, who was panting heavily and struggling even to sit up. He roughly estimated the time. With the sun's enhancement, it had taken him about 20 seconds to defeat Moriya. Though activating the sun drained his stamina quickly, the trade-off for 30 seconds of power far surpassing his usual level was well worth it. The only downside was the tight time limit. If he couldn't defeat his opponent within those 30 seconds, his stamina would likely run out. Even with healing prayer, holy light energy wouldn't recover that quickly. Moreover, the reason for such a massive boost this time was that all the enhancements within the sun's range were concentrated on him. If distributed evenly among allies, the effect wouldn't be as potent. This was somewhat different from the game, where the sun's benefits were equally shared by all. But Jake could accept that. Otherwise, after mastering the sun, the Marines would have already conquered the entire world. C 268 to 268. Jake roughly calculated that during the sun's duration, all his abilities were enhanced by about 300%. Just imagine, if this power could be equally shared with every ally within the sun's range, the result would be a truly terrifying sight. You'd witness Sakazuki's meteor volcano, nearly the size of 4 or 5 battleships. You'd see Aokiji instantly freezing an entire island in a super ice age. You'd behold Garp's galaxy impact, where a single punch shatters an entire island into countless fragments. And you'd witness Zephyr's terrifying fist wind, tearing apart the very sky itself. Watching Kizaru's indiscriminate barrage of Yasukani no Magatama, amplified by the sun, Jake believed that the lasers Kizaru would fire wouldn't just graze targets anymore, they'd reduce people to bloody mist instantly. You could see Sengoku's shockwaves spanning hundreds of meters. You could witness Whitebeard's terrifying tremors submerging 4 or 5 islands in an instant. You could behold Shanks' divine departure / capable of splitting the entire red line. If this level of amplification could be equally granted to every ally, they wouldn't even need to hold out for 30 seconds, just 3 would be enough to shatter any faction in this world. Celestial dragons. Against such an onslaught, even the red line would be pulverized. Gazing at Moriya, who lay on the ground gasping for breath, Jake smiled and extended a hand. You alright? Sorry, this was my first time trying this move, didn't quite control the power. Moriya looked at Jake, sighed, and said slowly, you'd better get out of here soon. If you stick around, I doubt I'll live much longer. Relax, Moriya, with me here, dying would be the hard part. Jake chuckled, then tossed Moriya a healing prayer. Watching the color return to his face, Jake asked, so, how do I stack up against the people you fought? Moriya rolled his eyes. You've already beaten me, so you're definitely stronger than anyone I've defeated. As for the ones I couldn't beat, like Kaido, why don't you go fight him yourself? Jake laughed. No way I'd stand a chance against a monster like that. Need help getting back? You're the one who put me here, of course you're carrying me back. Jake hauled Moria up by the arm, and the two trudged toward the fog-shrouded castle. 10 days later, the airship glided smoothly through the clouds, the red line now visible below. This was the world's transit point between Paradise and the New World. Sabayati Archipelago, formed by the roots of the 79 largest mangrove trees, the Yggdrasil. These exposed roots created small islands on the water's surface. The Yggdrasil roots secreted a special natural resin that expanded into bubbles when exposed to air, floating skyward. These bubbles only lasted within Sabayati's climate, popped the moment they left. But the locals used this resin to create coating fluid, offering pirates a not-so-safe passage to and fro. Jake didn't plan to bring many people down this time. The Ark Maxim was too massive, coating a ship that size would cost a fortune. Better to rent a small vessel, quicker and more convenient. Besides, Jake had another important errand here. He intended to visit the legendary Dark King, Rayleigh, the Pirate King's right-hand man. The 79 trees of Sabayati Archipelago are all numbered, with each numbered area serving different functions and having distinct characteristics. For example, in areas numbered 1 to 29, the primary functions include human trafficking shops, slave auctions, and lawless zones. The bar where Rayleigh resides is located in Area 1. Are you two going again? I've been taking care of the kids here all along. You better give me a raise later, you know. In response to Rocinante's joking remark, Jake laughed and said, looking after kids isn't that hard. This time, you'll have to do more than just that. Many Marines in Sabayati Archipelago have been found colluding with pirates, especially in areas 1 to 29. I hope that by the time I return after handling my business, you'll have gathered all the evidence of their crimes. This place is where pirates from the Four Seas send fresh blood to the New World. If the Marines here are colluding with pirates, then the New World will never know peace. This time, I'm going down to seal off the passage to Fishman Island. As for the Marines on Sabayati Archipelago who are in league with pirates, they'll be kicked into the dustbin of history along with that passage. As Jake spoke these words, faint golden currents of electricity flickered around him. Watching this, Rocinante rubbed his head uncertainly. While I'm happy to help, the scope is just too vast. I can't handle all this alone, especially since I know almost nothing about Sabayati Archipelago. I don't even have a way to infiltrate the underworld. Hearing this, Jake nodded and explained. That's why I'll find you a guide this time to help with the mission. If you encounter any problems you can't solve, just go to him. At this, Rocinante expressed some concern. If it's an ordinary islander, please don't let them guide me. There are too many criminals here, and the power dynamics are complex. If they help us and get targeted by those guys, they'll face brutal retaliation once we leave. We can't stay here forever, and I don't want to see anyone die for helping the Marines. To this, Jake replied with a smile. Rocinante, let me ask you a general knowledge question. Do you know who Gall D. Rogers' vice captain was? Dark King, Silver's Rayleigh. Anyone living in this world would know that. Why are you suddenly asking me this? Jake grinned mysteriously. If he's your guide, would you still worry about him being targeted by the underworld here? You're not joking with me, are you? C 269 to 269. Grove 1 of Sabayati Archipelago, Shaki Rip-Off Bar. Inside the bar at this moment sat a group of rough-looking men, their bare torsos covered with scars as grotesque as centipedes. The small space was packed with raucous laughter and the smell of alcohol, creating a lively and crowded atmosphere. The sound of clink echoed as wooden mugs collided with each other. Alcohol danced in the air, reflecting the warm yellow light inside the tavern. A man laughed boisterously and shouted, Purururu, I was really strong this time. I wiped out a small pirate crew with a total bounty of 5 million berries single-handedly. With that money, I can go home and marry a beautiful woman. Shihahaha, you bastard can't just leave like that. Even if we didn't help, seeing is sharing. If you want to quit our gang now, you'll have to pay a 2 million berry exit fee. Pirate hunters weren't all that different from pirates, they were only slightly better at best. Over the years, Jake had killed no fewer than 3-digit numbers of pirate hunters. Most of their crimes followed the same pattern, killing ordinary civilians who resembled pirates and then falsely claiming their bounties from the world government. To avoid exposing such scandals, they often slaughtered entire villages and pinned the blame on the fake pirates they'd killed. Such incidents were commonplace, so Jake viewed pirate hunters with only marginally more favor than pirates. Now, driven by greed for their comrades' money, they had once again revealed their utterly avaricious nature. One moment, mugs were clinking, the next, blades were clashing. Such was the unpredictable world of pirates. Yet the moment the group drew their weapons, the lively tavern fell into silence, a silence as heavy as death. All eyes locked onto the troublemakers, filled with sympathy and pity, as if anticipating some terrible fate awaiting them. The leader of the pirate hunters felt a chill run down his spine. Having traveled far and wide for years, he had seen similar scenes before. Back then, he was just a greenhorn causing trouble in a tavern owned by a mafia boss when someone stirred up chaos. The way the patrons had looked at that troublemaker was exactly the same as now. And there was only one reason such hardened criminals would wear such expressions. The tavern owner here was undoubtedly someone far beyond their league. While he was still processing this realization, his subordinates acted without hesitation. His once favorite underling suddenly pulled out a pistol and fired at the bartender, a woman, without aiming for a vital spot, but a hit would surely cost her an arm. As he fired, he snarled, "What the hell are you bastards staring at?" The moment the muzzle flashed and the bullet flew, the bounty hunter leader felt an indescribable terror surge through the tavern. The next moment, a figure appeared before the landlady without warning, a man with golden hair streaked with silver. He held a newspaper in one hand while the other was slightly raised, his index and middle fingers effortlessly pinching the bullet that had been fired by the subordinate mere moments ago. The mere sight of someone catching a bullet barehanded shattered the leader of this bounty hunter group completely. What kind of person could appear instantly and effortlessly intercept a bullet? The bounty hunter leader didn't dare dwell on it. He desperately wished this was all just a hallucination, that none of it had happened, and the subordinate who wanted to quit had simply walked away. However, the moment that bullet was fired, everyone knew there was no turning back. Ha 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 ha, today's newspaper seems quite interesting. A giant ship flying out of the Devil's Triangle's thick fog. Such nonsense to fool children actually making it into the papers. It's nowhere near as exciting as what's about to happen in my little bar today, don't you think? As Rayleigh spoke, he slowly placed the newspaper on the counter. His gaze fell upon the pale-faced men before him, eyes carrying an oppressive aura that could crush a person to death. This wasn't their imagination. Rayleigh had already focused his conqueror's hockey on them. Under its effect, he could suffocate these weaklings to death at any moment. But he didn't do that. Instead, he looked at the two men and said slowly, "You do know the consequences of causing trouble in this bar, don't you?" The leader of the bounty hunters quickly explained to Rayleigh, "This is our first time coming here to eat. We didn't know the rules. We're truly sorry. We'll leave right now, right now." With that, he completely ignored his underlings and began sneaking toward the door alone. At that moment, a spray of blood flew. The pirate hunter who had just fired at Shaki now had his own arm pierced by a bullet, with Rayleigh merely making a finger-flicking motion. If it's just ignorance of the rules on your first visit, that's one thing. But attempting to shoot the owner, that's not something easily negotiated. Actions have consequences, wouldn't you agree? Seeing their companion's arm practically shattered by that single strike, the bounty hunter group was too terrified to speak, only bowing their heads repeatedly in apology. Rayleigh then turned his attention to Jake and Monet, who had been quietly drinking orange juice and milk in the corner. With a tone mixing amusement and exasperation, he said, "Shouldn't this sort of thing be handled by the Marines? Dear Rear Admiral Jake, Commodore Monet, pillars of the Marines' future, what brings you here? If you have business to discuss, would you kindly deal with these troublesome fellows for me first?" Jake looked at the old fox before him, feeling somewhat helpless. As expected, he's not willing to suffer the slightest loss. C 270 to 270. Rayleigh's words were like a stone thrown into still water, creating ripples that spread far and wide. Almost instantly, everyone in the room stood up. Their gazes turned toward Jake and Monet, filled with fear and apprehension. Seeing those looks, Jake momentarily questioned whether he was a Marine or a pirate himself. This was the first time so many people had looked at him with such expressions. Jake found it strangely unsettling. But upon reflection, only those with guilty consciences would regard him this way. If they were genuine bounty hunters, they wouldn't appear so tense and restrained upon seeing him. At this thought, Jake suddenly found these guys before him turning from utterly detestable to somewhat endearing in an instant. Living, breathing people had turned into cold, hard military achievements. Every time he thought of this, Jake felt his heart brimming with fighting spirit. He finished the last sip of milk in his hand, then stood up and looked at the group of pirate hunters beside him, smiling as he said, "Now, all of you are to go to the Marine base in Grove 1 and turn yourselves in. Confess all the bad things you've done honestly, and don't even think about trying to escape along the way. Every move you make is within my perception range. Also, especially you, and you, the three of you don't need to turn yourselves in. I'll just kill you right here. The sins on your backs are enough to warrant your deaths 10,000 times over. Don't worry, my hand won't be too heavy, it'll be over in an instant." Before Jake could even finish speaking, those few guys were already so terrified they couldn't even stand up. Their pants began to dampen as they scrambled and crawled desperately toward the tavern door. But before they could crawl even a few meters away, a faint golden lightning flickered at Jake's fingertips. With a sizzling sound, the man's body, which had been wriggling and crawling on the ground, instantly stiffened. Seeing this, the other two pirate hunters exchanged a glance before simultaneously swinging their blades toward Jake's direction. If they couldn't escape, then they might as well kill this young Marine in front of them. As long as he died, Rayleigh probably wouldn't bother with them afterward. After all, they hadn't caused any trouble in Rayleigh's tavern. The ones who needed to be dealt with weren't them, but those damned bastards. But the moment they raised their longswords, an icy aura froze their entire bodies. Before they could even react, they were encased in a thick layer of ice. The bone-chilling cold nearly suffocated them. Jake now stood before them, his voice cold and indifferent. "You seem to have misunderstood something. After committing crimes, whether it's in this tavern or not, you can never escape the Marines' judgment. Now, it's time for you to rest in peace." With two blinding flashes of lightning, two vibrant lives withered away in an instant. As for the others, under Jake's pressure, they all obediently headed toward the Marine base. But there were still some who, after putting some distance between themselves and the tavern, chose to bolt straight for the harbor. They weren't so obedient. They knew exactly how severe their punishments would be if they faced the Marines for their crimes. Even if they weren't executed on the spot, they'd probably spend the rest of their lives in prison. But just as they had run less than 20 meters, an incredibly brilliant golden lightning bolt surged down from the sky, illuminating all the darkness before them. All colors faded in that instant, leaving only the dazzling gold. The other pirate hunters who had been about to make a run for it now turned ashen-faced, frozen in place, trembling uncontrollably. Rayleigh watched this scene and smiled slightly, saying to Jake, "What a terrifying junior indeed. Even Roger at your age didn't possess observation hockey of this range and caliber." Hearing this, Jake simply smiled and explained to Rayleigh, "It's just an amplification from my devil fruit ability. Under normal circumstances, my observation hockey isn't particularly outstanding. Being able to apply your devil fruit powers to observation hockey is still your own capability, not mere luck," Rayleigh said with a smile, once again affirming Jake's strength. Then he unhooked the flask from his waist, took a big swig, and grinned at Jake. "So, the Marines, super rookie, what brings you to an old relic like me? Are you here to claim my head as a merit for your promotion to Admiral?" Listening to Rayleigh's words, Jake shook his head with a chuckle and replied, "First, I couldn't take your head even if I tried. Second, I don't want to take your head. I'm not like my teacher Sakazuki, who pursues justice to the extreme. Third, you're a decent person. At least according to the records, most of your actions have benefited civilians. People like you command my respect, whether you're a pirate or a marine. Fourth, I'm mainly here to ask for your help. My ship is too big, and the coating costs are too high, so I'd like to rent a boat from you. And while we're at it, I'd appreciate it if you could serve as our marine tour guide." Rayleigh was utterly dumbfounded by Jake's words. He smacked his lips a couple of times before turning to Shaki, who looked equally stunned behind him. "I'm not drunk, am I? Do you believe what that young marine just said? While your alcohol tolerance isn't great, it's not so bad that you'd get drunk from one sip." "What that young marine said was true. I heard it too," Shaki replied, taking a deep drag from her cigarette. Rayleigh now looked at Jake with some resignation. "Sometimes when I read the news, I wonder if the world is changing too fast for me to keep up. But seeing you in person, I realize the pace of change has indeed exceeded my imagination. A future Marine Fleet Admiral drinking and chatting privately with a notorious pirate like me, you really don't care about appearances, do you? And asking the Pirate King's right-hand man to be your tour guide. Ha ha ha, you've got some nerve, kid. Give me one good reason. If it convinces me, I'll agree to your request." Rayleigh's tone was light, his mood clearly good. Jake, naturally picking up on his mood, smiled and said, "Whitebeard is helping me save money, and Red Hair owes me a debt. Is that reason enough?" See 271 to 271. Inside the rip-off bar, Rayleigh downed several gulps of liquor in quick succession, his expression indescribably odd as he stared at Jake. You're not joking with me, are you? Whitebeard, Red Hair, Sengoku, those guys actually agreed to your crazy ideas. If I were here to joke with you, I would have just called you on a den mushi instead of going through all the trouble to come here and chat. As for whether the matters regarding Whitebeard and Red Hair are true, you can ask them yourself. But you must have heard about the recent celestial dragon hunting season, right, Rayleigh-san?" At the mention of celestial dragon hunting season, Rayleigh's expression instantly darkened with anger. He looked at Jake, his eyes filled with an indescribable emotion, somewhat regretful, yet furious. "I don't know. If I had to delve into the details of every hunting season, I'd have been driven mad by now. Even someone like you in the Marines must find it hard to stomach, no? Given your age, I'd have thought Sengoku would wait a few more years before telling you about such things. Why bring it up now?" Seeing this, Jake smiled and said to Rayleigh, "This hunting season was different from the past. Are you sure you don't want to hear about it?" Rayleigh's expression turned grim. He took a sip of alcohol and muttered unhappily, "How could it be any different? No matter what, innocent civilians still end up dead, don't they?" At this, Shikuyaku took a slow drag from her cigarette before exhaling lightly. In a sultry voice, she chuckled at Rayleigh. "Rayleigh, you might actually want to hear about this hunting season. It's not like anything you've experienced before. I only found out at noon today and planned to tell you tonight, but now that the person involved is here, it'll be more interesting coming from him." Hearing this, Rayleigh looked at Shikuyaku curiously, puzzled. No matter how much it changes, it can't possibly be interesting, can it? What exactly happened? Jake cut straight to the point. The Marine headquarters collaborated with the Whitebeard Pirates. Not only did they evacuate the civilians who were originally meant to be prey from the island, but they also replaced them with prisoners from Impel Down, disguising them as villagers for the celestial dragons to hunt. By now, Rayleigh's face was a picture of shock, yet the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl upward. "I only needed to hear that one sentence to change my opinion of you, Rear Admiral Jake. Ha ha ha, making those idiot celestial dragons do the Marines dirty work, turning them into executioners for once, that's not a bad idea at all. As long as no civilians died, this operation was already a perfect success." Shikuyaku, still smiling faintly, glanced at Rayleigh. "Don't get ahead of yourself, Rayleigh. Didn't you hear that young Jake here still has more to tell you? There's even better news than that." Seeing Rayleigh's eager expression, Jake nodded. After the celestial dragons finished slaughtering the Impel Down prisoners and were on their way back to the Holy Land, they encountered an unprecedented tsunami. Despite the Marines' desperate efforts to save them, the celestial dragons suffered heavy casualties. In one fell swoop, dozens of celestial dragons died, and subsequently, riots broke out among them. To cover up their crimes, the leader of the God Knights, Saint Garling, took advantage of his position during our later discussions and had us eliminate even more celestial dragons. In short, the number of celestial dragons who perished during this hunting season far exceeded those who had died of natural causes over the years. Listening to Jake's barely suppressed laughter, Rayleigh couldn't help but burst into hearty laughter himself. Ha 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 ha, fascinating, young Jake, you're truly the first person I've met in all my years with such audacity. Even my captain, Roger, never had such a mad idea as yours. Someone like you is bound to stir up a massive storm in this world. So, could you tell me why you sought me out? Or rather, what do you need me to do for you? In response to Rayleigh's words, Jake replied softly, I've already answered your question, Rayleigh-san, a coded ship, and to act as our guide. I know, and I've agreed to those. What I'm asking is whether there's anything else. You understand what I mean. You didn't come to me just for these things. This island is hardly short of coding craftsmen. At this, Jake's smile widened. He looked at Rayleigh and said, I knew you wouldn't be satisfied with the world as it is, Rayleigh-san. If possible, I'd like to ask for your assistance in the future movement to overthrow the world government. Just as these words were spoken, Rayleigh happened to take a sip of his drink. Unable to hold back, he spat it out in shock. Amidst a fit of coughing, he wiped his mouth and stared at Jake in disbelief. How many times had he been shocked like this now? Cough, cough, are you sure you didn't misspeak? Jake, do you realize what those words you just said represent? I do. They represent overthrowing the world government. You're a Marine. Your duty is to protect the world government. First, I'm a Marine, but my duty has never been to protect the world government. The only ones I protect are innocent civilians. The current world government is, aside from pirates, the greatest threat to the lives of ordinary people. Once the Great Pirate Era ends, the next thing to dismantle will be the so-called world government. The Celestial Tribute and the Celestial Dragons, these ancient shit should have been put to rest long ago. Who created the world doesn't matter. What truly matters is ensuring people can live well. If the Creator made a world like this, then let him enjoy this damned world alone. If the Creator doesn't care about these things, then I'll be the one to change them. Rayleigh looked at Jake and suddenly chuckled before saying, You know, before my captain turned himself in, he once told me a prophecy, that 20 years later, a young man with the initial, D, in his name would end the world government's rule. That young man would be a pirate. But now, the prophecy I once firmly believed in might be shattered on this very day. You're neither a pirate, nor does your name carry the letter D. See 272 to 272. Times are changing. Everything in this world can shift in the most unexpected moments. It seems even Roger's words could be wrong at times. Ha ha ha, why am I even overthinking this? That fool Roger made plenty of wrong decisions during our voyages. When taking the left route would have safely led us to the island, he insisted on going right, only to encounter a knock upstream. When sailing normally would have gotten us to the island a week early, he just had to challenge someone to a fishing contest, only to arrive just in time to see that bastard Shiki robbing civilians. And when refusing to turn himself in could have protected his wife and son, that idiot still chose to surrender and start the so-called Great Pirate Era. What a complete and utter fool. As Rayleigh spoke, tears slowly streamed down his face. Jake, hearing this, offered gentle consolation. Gall D. Roger, the Pirate King, was also someone trying to save this world. Like me, he wanted to make it a better place. I respect him, but I don't agree with his methods or prophecies. The only ones who can truly save the people of this world are the people themselves, not some mythical sun god or pure heroism. Listening to Jake's words, Rayleigh turned his head and downed the entire contents of his flask in one gulp before saying, You're absolutely right. Pure heroism is no longer a viable path. Ha ha ha, it's been ages since I've felt this happy. Shaki, lend me some money. I'm going to get these two youngsters the finest ship. Shaki gave him a resigned glance, exhaled a puff of smoke, and chuckled. You know, the debt you owe me is already beyond repayment in this lifetime. Ha ha ha, no worries, I'll just sell myself a few more times when the time comes. At your age, you'd have to sell yourself many, many times to pay me back. The two bantered back and forth, filling the air with laughter. Meanwhile, Jake smiled at Rayleigh before shaking his head and saying, Rayleigh-san, I'm afraid you won't get the chance to sell yourself that many times. After returning from Fishman Island this time, I plan to shut down all human auction houses on Sabayati Archipelago, banning the trafficking of not just humans, but also rare races like fishmen, giants, and oni. Hearing this, Rayleigh's expression turned stunned once more. You truly never cease to amaze me. I don't think I've ever been this shocked in my entire life. But if you can really pull this off, I'd gladly spend my days earning money by building houses for people. Ha ha ha. Amid their laughter, the partnership between Marine Headquarters Rear Admiral Jake and the Pirate King's right-hand man, Rayleigh, was officially formed. Half a day later, Rayleigh stood at the harbor, gazing at the freshly coated ship, and grinned at Jake. You'll be taking this vessel down shortly. This ship is specifically designed for travel to and from Fishman Island, boasting top-tier stability and safety among all the ships on the island. As long as you don't intentionally damage it, there won't be any issues whatsoever. However, I must warn you, there are truly massive creatures lurking in these depths. Compared to those monsters, this ship might not even be the size of one of their teeth. If you encounter such a creature, the chances of you perishing underwater are very high. Are you sure you don't want me to accompany you down there? At this, Jake shook his head with a smile and replied. Don't worry, Rayleigh-san. Although I'm a Marine Headquarters Rear Admiral, most Vice Admirals aren't my match. I'm confident I can return safely from this Fishman Island trip. Hearing this, Rayleigh suddenly looked at Jake with sudden realization, then said in a teasing tone. That Vice Admiral at Marine Headquarters you can't beat, is his name Garp. It seems you know Garp quite well. Ha ha ha, that old bastard is still a Vice Admiral. Who stays a Vice Admiral for nearly 30 or 40 years? If you could defeat him, you'd be practically no different from the Fleet Admiral. But to think there'd come a day when I'd be working for the Marines, even helping you gather evidence of other Marines' crimes. This world is getting crazier by the day. Even now, everything I've experienced today feels like a dream. As Rayleigh sighed, Jake was about to say something when he was interrupted by a ringing sound. Burring burring, burring burring. The Den Den Mushi kept calling. Jake softly said to Rayleigh. Rayleigh-san, I need to take this call. It's from Whitebeard. If you want to catch up with him, feel free to listen. Before Rayleigh could respond, Jake had already answered the call. Gararara. Jake, you brat, are you already on your way to Fishman Island? Not yet. We're looking for Rayleigh-san to coat our ship. Rayleigh, that blonde bastard who used to run with Roger. Whitebeard's description made Rayleigh pause for a moment. Staring at his now almost completely white hair while listening to the familiar voice from the Den Den Mushi, it was as if he'd been transported back to those days. Blonde bastard, if you saw me now, you'd call me a white-haired bastard. Hearing this, Rayleigh instantly flashed next to Jake, flicked him lightly on the forehead, and said into the Den Den Mushi. Whitebeard, you bastard, when I saw you last time, you'd already lost all your hair. Now you're just left with that beard. In a couple years when that falls out too, you should rename your crew the Whitebeard Pirates. As soon as Rayleigh finished speaking, laughter erupted from the other end, clearly chaotic, indicating many people were listening and had heard Rayleigh's teasing. Whitebeard laughed heartily and retorted. You bastard, next time you come to the New World, I'll sink you to the bottom of the sea. But it seems you and Jake have already worked things out. That's good, another chance to meet up with old comrades. Whitebeard, after all this time apart, you've gotten sentimental. Gararara, if I'm going to get sentimental, I'll save my tears for when you die. C-273,273. The deep sea world always presents unexpected sights. Like 100-meter-long giant eels, 1,000-meter-long terrifying sea snakes, bizarre fish covered in deadly venom. Of course, the prerequisite for seeing these things is having sufficient lighting. But on pirate ships in this era, such advanced lighting technology is rare, with very few exceptions. Even if they possessed such lighting capabilities, most people wouldn't choose to turn it on in these pitch-black deep-sea areas. After all, activating the lighting system here would be no different from directly inviting those massive predators to come feast on them. Even Jake and Monet were no exception. Both were devil fruit users, and if their ship were damaged in such a place, their chances of survival would be slim. But to be honest, Jake wasn't particularly worried about this. After his holy light energy reached level 50 and he successfully awakened, he discovered that the side effects of the devil fruit had become practically negligible for him. Even in seawater, he would only feel a slight weakness, just a minor discomfort. If he cast a purification effect on himself, he wouldn't experience any discomfort at all. As for water pressure, Jake wasn't concerned about that either. Holy light protection could create a shield around his and Monet's bodies, perfectly resisting the pressure. Long before Jake planned to enter Fishman Island, he had already conducted thorough tests in Vegapunk's laboratory. This was precisely why he felt so confident now. Of course, he wasn't the type to go looking for trouble. If he could avoid being attacked by those massive sea creatures, he'd prefer to spare himself the ordeal. The two didn't turn on any lighting, letting the ship sink quietly into the depths. After passing through a stretch of completely lightless waters, the lower half of the sea was no longer so dark. Everywhere, there were glowing scales from giant sea kings or the illumination from lanternfish. The breathtaking beauty of the underwater world left Jake and Monet momentarily stunned. They chatted and laughed, marveling at sights they had never seen on land. But as the ship continued descending, Jake suddenly noticed it tilting slightly to the left. Though it was just a tiny shift, this strange movement still struck him as odd. He looked around the ship. Despite the illumination from numerous sea kings, some areas remained pitch black. However, this wasn't a problem for Jake's observation haki. As Jake's observation haki spread outward, he keenly detected an enormous head appearing behind the right side of the ship. What is that? The moment he sensed it, Jake whipped his head around, but it was already too late. Like Jormungandr from myth, a massive, pitch-black serpent head suddenly opened its maw. Countless gallons of seawater and sea kings were sucked into the serpent's belly, and the terrifying suction force didn't spare Jake and Monet's ship either. In an instant, Jake watched as their ship was pulled toward the serpent's gaping mouth. Seeing this, Monet paled slightly. Jake, what do we do now? That thing, it's just too enormous. Listening to Monet's words, Jake gently patted her shoulder and said, Trust me, I'll be right back. With that, Jake instantly disappeared from the deck, his body shimmering with a pale golden light like a shooting star as he shot straight into the giant serpent's mouth. You're too reckless, Jake. Monet watched from the deck with an anxious expression, but she had no way to stop Jake since she lacked the ability to move freely underwater. Meanwhile, Jake stared at the abnormally large sea serpent with growing excitement. If his guess was correct, this serpent's body likely contained the rarest longevity substance in the One Piece world. Pure gold. This traced back to events surrounding a girl named Olga who was dying from a serious illness 200 years ago. At that time, Olga's father invented a substance called pure gold to save his daughter from death. Using it granted extended lifespan. Both father and daughter lived for nearly 200 years. While called lifespan extension, its true effect was to slow human aging to near standstill, achieving virtual immortality. Since this was originally from a movie, Jake had always assumed it didn't exist in reality. But just now, when he saw this giant serpent, an inexplicable sensation suddenly emanated from its abdomen. A peculiar electromagnetic wave from some metallic mineral, unlike anything Jake had encountered before. Combined with the serpent's impossibly massive length, Jake instantly connected it to the pure gold from the Heart of Gold movie. With that substance, his body too could gain immortality. This was precisely why Jake was so exhilarated. Aside from the ultimate ability of the Op no Mi, there were few means in this world to achieve eternal youth. Staring into the enormous serpent's eyes, Jake felt not a shred of fear, only excitement and joy. Transforming into lightning, he surged into the serpent's maw, riding powerful currents straight into its stomach. Inside, the scene mirrored exactly what Luffy had seen when entering the Sky Island serpent's belly. Not much flesh or bones, but instead vast ruins and rocks. Standing atop a stone, Jake closed his eyes, amplifying his perception until he locked onto the strange mineral's location again. It was in the serpent's rear tail section. Without hesitation, Jake bolted toward the target. Any living sea kings in his path were swiftly dispatched with lightning strikes. He needed to hurry. The ship he and Monet were on was still outside, and he didn't want anything to happen to her. At Jake's full speed, even several kilometers took less than 10 seconds. Spotting the faintly crimson pure gold lodged in the serpent's innards, Jake's eyes gleamed brightly. C-274,274. Sometimes, Jake felt that the world of One Piece was truly fantastical, filled with too many things that could grant immortality. And sometimes, the way these things appeared was downright absurd. The ultimate ability of the Op no Mi required the user to sacrifice their own life to perform an operation that could grant someone eternal youth and immortality. Yet here, an ordinary civilian scientist had invented something with a similar effect. No, it wasn't just similar. It was superior in every way. Pure gold demanded no sacrifice, no need to swallow a devil fruit worth 5 billion berries, nor did it require a devil fruit user to tirelessly train and develop their abilities. All you had to do was wear it, and you could bask in the joy of eternal life. Thinking about this, Jake couldn't help but feel that the scientist who invented pure gold was the most awe-inspiring genius in the world. Even Dr. Vegapunk paled slightly in comparison. Just like Luffy in the movies, he was practically a conceptual god. But right now, Jake wasn't concerned with why pure gold had ended up inside the giant serpent's belly. All he cared about was whether it could grant him and Monet immortality. After extracting the pure gold, the sea serpent's body seemed to sense something. It suddenly grew frenzied, and the water it had been passively swallowing now surged with several times the previous force. It seemed to realize that something inside it had taken the pure gold and was now trying to drown everything in its stomach by gulping down massive amounts of seawater. Jake noticed the serpent's muscles contracting and, using his observation haki, sensed the terrifying current about to crash down on him. But in response, Jake merely shook his head lightly. Then, an orange gold book materialized in his hand. As an incantation, both cryptic and brimming with mystique, spilled from Jake's lips. The pitch-black interior of the serpent was instantly illuminated by a blinding radiance. Outside, Monet, who had been watching in horror as the ship was nearly swallowed by the serpent, suddenly exhaled in relief at the sight of its glowing belly. She had seen this technique before. Jake had once used this very attack to shatter the reinforced testing apparatus Dr. Vegapunk had built for the Seraphim's combat trials. And not long ago, the same strike had left one of the current warlords, Gecko Moria, unable to stand, and this wasn't just any Mariah, but one who had absorbed countless shadows. Moreover, Monet knew of another effect of Jake's attack. Anyone bathed in the holy light would receive an indescribable boost in power. Monet had estimated that, under the influence of Jake's light, if she went all out, she could unleash an attack only slightly inferior to Admiral Aokiji's Ice Age. Such a feat would have been utterly unimaginable to the Monet of the past. After all, the Snow Fruit's abilities differed from the Ice Fruit. To freeze the ocean on the same scale as Admiral Aokiji required even greater power than his. Before this, Monet wouldn't have dared to dream of it. But now, as the golden light pierced through the giant serpent's belly, the entire seabed instantly brightened, as if returning to the surface. At the center of that golden radiance stood a figure that brought Monet a sense of reassurance. Jake was completely unharmed. He looked at Monet and flashed her a smile. The next moment, Jake activated Moonwalk and dashed straight toward the small boat. In less than 2 or 3 seconds, he had already landed on the deck. Gazing at Monet's worried expression, he spoke softly. "Sorry, Monet, for making you worry. But now isn't the time for chatting. Can you freeze this giant serpent? It seems to have gone berserk, and if it keeps following us, it'll be a real problem later. Electrocuting it outright might be risky since we're in the ocean. I'm afraid. Before he could finish, Monet already understood Jake's concern. She smiled at the serpent, her voice laced with amusement and confidence. Don't worry, Jake. Under the radiance of your holy light, I feel like I have endless strength right now. With that, Monet slightly raised her arm. A terrifying power, one that seemed capable of freezing even a human soul, manifested, instantly coating the surrounding sea in a layer of ice. Though the ice lasted only a fleeting moment before being shattered by the ocean currents, the mere sight of it was awe-inspiring. Then, Monet exhaled a chilling breath. With a cold, clear utterance, the serpent, spanning thousands of meters, was instantly frozen solid. Ice Age. The moment the serpent turned to ice, Jake summoned a spear of victory, condensed from holy light energy. Unlike ordinary spears of victory, this one was hundreds of meters long, its tip alone nearly matching the size of their boat. To avoid accidentally damaging the vessel, Jake had already moved outside the ship. With a low grunt of exertion, he hurled the spear of victory forward. A series of crack-crack sounds echoed as the serpent's colossal body shattered into countless fragments. Carried by the currents, the frozen serpent meat drifted away, soon to become a feast for other marine creatures. Jake watched the scene unfold, a satisfied smile forming on his face. Returning to the deck, he eagerly approached Monet and pulled out a piece of pure gold from his pocket, asking, "Do you know what this is?" "Gold. You went into the serpent's belly just to retrieve this. But we already have plenty of it, don't we?" Hearing Monet's confusion, Jake chuckled and shook his head. He placed the pure gold in her palm and said solemnly, "Calm your mind and focus on the changes in your body. Then, tell me what effect this has." Though puzzled, Monet complied. Closing her eyes, thanks to her training in the 6 styles, she possessed extraordinary perception and control over her own body. In just an instant, her eyes snapped open, and she stared at Jake with an expression of utter shock before exclaiming, "This thing can halt the aging process." C-275,275. Monet gazed at the pure gold in her hand, unable to conceal the astonishment on her face. This item was simply too fantastical, even the celestial dragons were pursuing it. Until now, the only method of achieving immortality Monet had heard of was through the final immortality surgery performed by the Ope no Mi's ability. But now, holding this gold that could slow aging to near immortality just by being in one's grasp, she felt as if her entire worldview had been shattered. Meanwhile, Jake looked at Monet with excitement, his voice losing its usual steadiness. "This is called pure gold. I once read about it in an ancient text. It was created by a father to delay his daughter's terminal illness, a substance capable of nearly freezing the human body's condition. Honestly, when I read that text, I didn't believe it could possibly be real. After all, even the celestial dragons, who have ruled the world for so many years, haven't achieved immortality. Even Dr. Vegapunk, with his 400 years of scientific wisdom ahead of the world, has no leads in this area. How could an ordinary civilian scientist from 200 years ago have accomplished this? But just now, when I saw that giant serpent, the rumble fruit detected an indescribably strange fluctuation within its body, one I'd never encountered before. I found it odd. You know, after training under Dr. Vegapunk for so long, I'm familiar with most material fluctuations in the world. Yet this was the only fluctuation I'd never seen, one so unnaturally stable it shouldn't exist in this world. The moment I sensed it, I thought of the legendary pure gold. Combined with the serpent's colossal size, my suspicions about pure gold grew stronger, which is why I risked entering its belly to investigate. Now, it seems my guess was correct. This discovery is unimaginably precious." Monet nodded excitedly in response, then carefully stored the pure gold before handing it to Jake with a smile. "You should keep this safe. Until everything is resolved, let's not tell anyone else, not even Dr. Vegapunk. There are still many world government agents around him. Sometimes, even if the doctor has no ill intentions, others might exploit it." Seeing Monet's gesture, Jake smiled faintly. Instead of taking the pure gold, he looked at her softly and said, "Monet, do you know why I was so desperate to find pure gold? Wouldn't anyone want something like this?" Jake smiled and nodded, then took a deep breath as if he had made some kind of resolution. With an indescribable tone of determination, he said to Monet, "That's right. Generally speaking, people would desire this thing. But for me, if it's eternal life alone, I'd rather grow old and die with the one I love. If this pure gold cannot be shared with you, I'd rather discard it here again." Monet listened to Jake's words, her face instantly flushing to the point where it seemed blood might drip from it. A hazy mist rose in her beautiful, clear eyes as overwhelming joy surged through her heart like floodwaters, wave after wave. Shyness, surprise, fear, delight, happiness, indescribable emotions converged in Monet's heart at this moment. She looked at Jake, momentarily speechless. She simply stood there awkwardly, letting a fiery, rosy blush spread across her cheeks like sunset clouds. Seeing Monet frozen as if her system had crashed, Jake's face also reddened slightly, but he recovered faster after all. "What's wrong? Don't you want to?" Hearing Jake's teasing laughter, Monet blushed and replied in a voice so soft and shy it was almost inaudible to anyone but them. "With you, if it's with you, I do." Hearing this, Jake gently reached out and took Monet's delicate hand in his. They felt each other's warmth, and even the silent, still sea around them seemed to transform into something breathtakingly beautiful at that moment. "But before that, I should refine the pure gold a little. It wouldn't be convenient to carry it like this. Under Monet's slightly surprised gaze, golden lightning flickered from Jake's hands. Under the lightning's influence, the pure gold soon transformed into a golden ring. Jake lightly lifted Monet's finger and asked softly, "Does it fit? Did you make it for the ring finger? Want to try it on? Please put it on for me." The moment the ring slid onto her finger, Monet immediately threw herself into Jake's arms. About 3 hours later, the ship they were on arrived at the entrance to Fishman Island, Fishman Square, where most surface ships docked. Most ships' coatings would shatter upon contact with Fishman Island's massive bubble, after which the vessels would be swept away by the currents. Many pirates would get separated from their crews at this point, but for powerhouses like Jake and Monet, those currents couldn't even approach their ship. Holy light protection was truly useful. That thin barrier effortlessly withstood the repeated impacts of water flow and pressure. When the two stepped onto the island, they weren't greeted by hospitable fishmen or beautiful mermaids, but by a group of vicious-looking fishman thugs brandishing deadly weapons. "Looks like we get to kill some disgusting humans today. Hee hee hee." A catfish-like fishman waved a massive sword nearly 2 to 3 meters long, grinning at Jake and Monet. To normal humans, that weapon would be nearly impossible to lift, but in the eyes of fishmen whose physical abilities are innately 10 times superior to humans, it was as light as a toy, with no weight to speak of. One of the fishmen, with the head of a shark, was currently chewing on something as he narrowed his eyes at Monet and Jake standing before him. He then said, "If I'm not mistaken, you two are a couple, aren't you? If that's the case, then I've got even more fun in store." C 276,276. The shark-headed fishman before them now revealed an indescribably sinister grin. He stood up to his full height, nearly 3 meters tall, making him appear overwhelmingly imposing. Paired with his teeth glinting coldly under the light, the fishman exuded an aura of sheer brutality. Any ordinary person would be terrified out of their wits at the sight of such a monster, but in Jake's eyes, these creatures had already been sentenced to death. If they had merely insulted him, Jake wouldn't have been angry, he wouldn't bother with such trash. But these fishmen had also insulted Monet, and judging by their demeanor, this wasn't the first time they had tormented humans. They had likely done unspeakable things to human couples before. For scum like this, Jake wouldn't spare even a shred of pity or mercy. He smiled and said to Monet, "Seems like we've stumbled into the most notorious part of Fishman Island, Fishman District. Their luck really isn't great. But no matter, since we've run into these guys, let's give Fishman Island a little warning. I'm not like Whitebeard, after all. He's an absolute hero, with a frighteningly broad mind. But I'm different, I'm a petty man. Especially when it comes to bastards who insult those I care about. I won't hold back." Monet nodded in agreement and asked, "Should I freeze the area to keep them from escaping?" "No need, just in case they're corpses in ice later. This place is far too chaotic, and they've grown too complacent under Whitebeard's protection. These aren't ordinary fishmen anymore. They need to see the Iron Fist from the surface world. We must strike hard, even if the royal family of Fishman Island has complaints later, so be it. Time will prove whether what I've done is right or wrong." With that, Jake took 2 slow steps forward, his voice dripping with icy killing intent as he addressed the blue shark-headed fishman who had spoken earlier. "Care to tell me how you'd like to die? Electrocution, dismemberment, or beaten to death by fists?" Hearing Jake's words, the fishman's eyes turned blood red. He roared and charged at Jake. "I'll kill you." As he spoke, he swung the massive 2-meter-long greatsword beside him straight at Jake's head. Watching the fishman charge, Jake's lips curled into a grin as he declared, "Finger pistol, divine strike." With a flick of his fingers in the air, the blue shark-headed fishman was instantly riddled with holes. However, Jake chose not to kill him outright. After shattering all 4 of his limbs, he spoke calmly. "Very often, people must pay a price for the words they speak. Don't you agree? But I need you to witness everything. Fishman Island will soon fall under the Marines' jurisdiction. And let me make one thing clear, fishmen are no nobler than humans. If you insist that fishmen are superior to humans, then you will die here. Of course, even if you don't say it, you'll still die here." The next moment, under the shark-headed fishman's horrified gaze, Jake transformed into a bolt of lightning, darting through the ranks of the fishmen he had led. Amidst the spray of blood and agonized screams, in less than 10 seconds, every single one of his followers lay dead. Their corpses were instantly frozen, the terror and resentment in their eyes still vividly preserved. Only then did the fishman realize the terrifying force he had provoked. Staring blankly at the carnage before him, his pupils dilated as he muttered in disbelief. This can't be. Nothing is impossible. From this day forward, Fishman Island will no longer be a haven for trash like you. Either embrace the future with open arms, or die." A bolt of lightning shot from Jake's hand, piercing the fishman's chest and electrocuting him on the spot. To maximize his suffering, Jake carefully controlled the intensity of the lightning, ensuring he endured prolonged torment before death. It wasn't that Jake didn't want to handle these fishmen with a gentler approach. But according to his moral perception, the evil within them was no different from the prisoners in Impelled Down who deserved to die 1,000 times over. Showing mercy to such creatures would be a betrayal of all truly good-hearted people. Monet encased the fishman's body in ice, then turned to Jake with a smile. "Leave it here, or should we move it somewhere else? Here is fine. By the way, Monet, can you freeze this entire street? We need to make a stronger statement." Hearing this, Monet nodded softly. "No problem. But, won't this be a bit excessive? Whitebeard did tell us our main objective was peaceful negotiations with the king. Jake merely smiled in response. If I help the king prevent an assassination plot against the royal family, I think he'll approve of my methods. You mean, those fishmen were actually part of Fishman Island's rebel forces? More or less. The moment we arrived on this island, I spread my observation hockey across most of it. I heard their plans and even where they hid the real schematics. We'll capture those scum, hand over the documents to King Neptune, and with Whitebeard's letter of introduction, I'm sure the king will make the right choice. Jake gazed at the Fishman Street silently frozen by Monet, a cold glint flashing across his face. Fishman Street had to be destroyed and rebuilt. As long as this street existed, true peaceful coexistence between fishmen and humans would remain impossible. Meanwhile, on the other side, Jinbei the Knight of the Sea looked at the anxious fishman before him with a grim expression. You're saying someone has frozen the entire Fishman Street and is currently slaughtering everyone inside, correct? Yes. Boss Jinbei, please save them. That monster isn't human, he can control lightning and light. Our brethren can't withstand even a single move from him. Over half of Fishman Street has already been destroyed. Damn it. C-277,277. Since Fisher Tiger's death, Jinbei had returned to Fishman Island. His feelings toward humans had become complicated. Truth be told, Jinbei had his own perspective regarding Fisher Tiger's refusal to accept human blood transfusion even at the cost of his life. To put it bluntly, Fisher Tiger had been somewhat too emotional and extreme in this matter. He hadn't considered the tremendous impact his death, by refusing human blood, would have on his fellow fishmen. If Fisher Tiger's act of freeing human slaves alongside fishmen had been a magnificent deed that could promote peace between merfolk and humans, then his refusal of transfusion and subsequent death had carved an irreparable rift between humans and fishmen. Fisher Tiger never realized the immense prestige he held among their race. He didn't know the violent fishmen of Fishman Street would obey no one's orders but his, not even King Neptune's. He understood even less the terrifying gap in power between humans and fishmen. Among living fishmen today, Jinbei unquestionably considered himself the strongest. Yet this very knowledge filled him with greater dread for their future. As the strongest fishman, he might not last 10 moves against humanity's mightiest warriors. The disparity in top-tier combatants was simply too vast. Were it not for Whitebeard's protection, Fishman Island would have long become a living hell. Fishman Island couldn't survive without human assistance now. If the fishmen opposed humanity, only two outcomes remained: extinction, or permanent subjugation as an inferior race. Even with fishmen's natural tenfold physical advantage over humans, this couldn't compensate for numerical differences and the gap in elite fighters. Moreover, Jinbei had observed human cultivation and power growth rates far surpassed fishmen's. Given these circumstances, forcing a, one or the other, ultimatum between races was profoundly unwise. Yet as Fisher Tiger's most trusted brother, Jinbei understood his actions all too well. He treated those humans with genuine sincerity, only to be betrayed by them in the end. Compared to the pain of his wounds, the agony of that betrayal was likely what Fisher Tiger found hardest to bear. It was precisely because Jinbei understood this so well that he found it even more difficult to persuade Fisher Tiger. Every time he recalled the scene of Fisher Tiger's death, Jinbei felt an oppressive tightness in his chest. Fisher Tiger's death didn't just mean the dissolution of the Sun Pirates, it also signaled that some extremist supremacists among the fishmen would once again incite retaliation against humans. And if the fishmen took such action, it would provoke retaliation from humans 100-fold worse. In terms of numbers and technology, the fishmen would be like eggs thrown at a rock. What's more, the fishmen were currently under Whitebeard's protection. If those impulsive individuals committed acts of slaughter against humans, with Whitebeard's temperament, he would absolutely refuse to continue sheltering Fishman Island. In fact, it would be fortunate if he didn't come to clean house himself. But faced with this situation, Jinbei felt like he was walking a tightrope every day, utterly exhausted, yet he had no good solutions. The hatred between humans and fishmen wasn't something that could be changed overnight. This resentment was ice forged over centuries, impossible to melt through normal means in such a short time. Although Queen Otahime was now attempting to dissolve the fishmen's hatred, the results weren't particularly promising. Meanwhile, voices opposing Queen Otahime were growing louder, especially among those in Fishman District. Now someone was wreaking bloody havoc in Fishman District. Regardless of how Jinbei felt about those scoundrels from the district, he couldn't just stand by. No matter how wicked they were still his people. Jinbei's figure darted swiftly across Fishman Island, drawing waves of attention. Even Queen Otahime, who was giving a speech at Fishman Square, noticed Jinbei's passing. She gazed in the direction he had gone, her eyes filled with anxiety. Before Jinbei even reached Fishman District, he sensed the terrifyingly low temperatures that seemed capable of freezing his very soul. A cold female voice rang out. Jinbei the Knight of the Sea, one of the current candidates for the 7 warlords. Bounty. 250 million berries. Hearing that icy voice, Jinbei's expression grew profoundly grave. Are you the one responsible for this carnage? He asked. If you're willing to stop now and explain yourself properly, I'm prepared to spare your life. At that moment, those following behind Jinbei caught sight of the devastation in Fishman District. An octopus fishman pointed at the frozen corpse sculptures on the other side, his voice shrill with horror. Boss Jinbei, look at those. Following the fishman's gesture, Jinbei saw that the opposite side of Fishman District was already piled high with frozen corpse sculptures. As the white mist of cold air dissipated, Jinbei finally glimpsed the woman responsible for all this. Marine Headquarters Commodore, the Snow Woman Monet. If you're appearing here, then that means Marine Headquarters Rear Admiral, the executioner Jake is also present, correct? As Jinbei's voice fell, a bolt of lightning that nearly illuminated the entire sky struck the ground. Otahime had now led her group near Fishman District, their faces filled with undisguised shock as they watched Jake slowly emerge from the lightning. That godlike figure instilled an indescribable fear in their hearts. Logia-type devil fruit users often gave off this impression. After all, they were essentially incarnations of natural disasters. Jinbei, the Knight of the Sea, I'm honored to occupy a place in your memory. But if you're here to stop me today, our conversation might take an unpleasant turn. As Jake spoke, he tossed a charred corpse at Jinbei's feet. The fishmen recognized it immediately, one of Hody Jones' top lieutenants. The giant squid fishman, Icarus Muchi, C-278,278. A faint aroma of roasted meat wafted from the corpse, perhaps only humans would find it fragrant. To the fishmen, it was more like an extremely dangerous signal. Jinbei's expression darkened at the sight. Though he wanted to retaliate against Jake, memories of the latter's background and personal record made him suppress the impulse once more. Otahime, however, glared at Jake with anger. Please stop this, cease these atrocities at once. Even as a Marine Headquarters Rear Admiral, you cannot indiscriminately kill citizens of Fishman Island. A faint smile played on Jake's lips as he responded. Queen Otahime, you seem to have forgotten something. I'm here to purge remnants connected to Fisher Tiger. This is an order from Holy Land Mariajoy. You have no authority to stop me. Jake had long prepared his justification for eliminating Fishman District's extremists. The Celestial Dragons had never forgotten Fisher Tiger's actions, and using that as pretext left no room for argument. Worry clouded Princess Otahime's features as she attempted to plead. Rear Admiral Jake, they knew nothing about those events. I can testify they never left Fishman Island when it happened. Observing her expression, Jake sighed inwardly. Just as depicted in the original records, she was indeed a noble mermaid. Yet sometimes, excessive soft-heartedness only brought disaster upon oneself and others. For Fishman Island to truly embrace a bright future, extremist strongholds like Fishman District had to be eradicated, 120%. No amount of pleading from Otahime would change that. Because the moment Jake invoked the Celestial Dragons, he wasn't negotiating anymore, he was announcing executions. For the Celestial Dragons, killing a few fishmen doesn't even require a reason. Jinbei looked at Queen Otahime, who still wanted to say something, and sighed deeply before speaking to her. Queen Otahime, please stop this meaningless conversation. The purpose of Rear Admiral Jake's visit this time is likely to completely purge the entire Fishman District, am I correct? Jake-san. Hearing Jinbei's words, Jake nodded slightly. He made no attempt to deny it, simply replying to Jinbei in a calm tone. If you're a smart man, then you should realize that the existence of Fishman District is not beneficial, neither for Fishman Island nor for the outside world. To welcome a brighter future, Fishman District must be eradicated. Whether Fishman District is good or bad, it has always been part of Fishman Island, always been a gathering place for our people. Its existence should not be decided by you. I know my actions may be hard for you to understand, but I don't need your understanding. The future will show whether what I'm doing today is right or wrong. If you intend to stop me, Jinbei, prepare to meet your end. Jinbei listened to Jake's words. After a brief hesitation, he raised his head again, his eyes filled with unwavering resolve. Then I may have to offend you, Rear Admiral Jake. Fishman Karate 5000 Brick Fist. Against a renowned powerhouse like Jake, Jinbei didn't hesitate for a second, immediately unleashing his full strength. As an overwhelming force gathered and surged through the air, Jake simply raised his hand, his body erupting with golden-orange lightning. 80 million volts Sacred Thunder Dragon. A colossal golden dragon infused with immense light energy manifested behind Jake. The Thunder Dragon roared, charging toward the terrified fishmen under their horrified gazes. The terrifying Thunder Dragon seemed to carry the most dazzling force in the world, illuminating the sky with radiant clarity. Jinbei stared at the Thunder Dragon descending from above, his entire body breaking out in cold sweat. This level of power, from a Rear Admiral, has Marine Headquarters lost its mind? This single attack already surpasses most Rear Admirals. After Jinbei unleashed his 5000 brick fist, the lightning dragon paused slightly in midair, its luminous form cracking just a fraction. But that alone was like a drop in the bucket, utterly insignificant against the dragon's might. Just as the Thunder Dragon was about to crash into the crowd, Jinbei's face twisted with fury. But the next moment, he realized the dragon rapidly shrank when it was still dozens of meters away, reducing to just a few meters in size. Moreover, the dragon's target had always been him alone, it hadn't harmed a single other fishman. Relieved, Jinbei spread his arms, his entire body hardening with armament hockey. With a powerful exhale through his nostrils, he seized the Thunder Dragon and roared. Water Heart Ocean Current Shoulder Throw. In the next instant, Jinbei forcibly hurled the dragon straight back toward Jake. Though his body was slightly scorched by the lightning, he had finally countered Jake's attack. Rear Admiral Jake, I thank you for holding back and sparing the innocent bystanders. Jake merely smiled faintly in response, saying softly, I came here to ensure a brighter future for Fishman Island, so naturally, I won't casually harm its ordinary residents. First, I'm a Marine, that will never change. Secondly, Jinbei, you blocked the first Thunder Dragon. But what about the second? As Jake's voice faded, an even larger Thunder Dragon descended from the sky, its cold, emotionless gaze fixed upon the fishmen below. I can block the second Thunder Dragon too. Jinbei stepped forward, his body once again enveloped in armament hockey, making him appear like an indestructible statue. Jake, however, raised his hand again, his tone almost despairing to the fishmen as he murmured. Then what about the 200th? The moment Jake's arm lowered, a storm of thunder roared. Fishman Island was instantly engulfed in a sacred golden lightning, as countless dragons loomed over the sky, their icy stares piercing the fishmen below. C-279,279. The sky, woven from lightning, slowly closed in with near-crushing pressure. The air seemed to freeze. The only sound left on the island was the crackling of thunder, nothing else remained. Jinbei stared at the 200 dragons coiled and gathered in the sky, his vision nearly darkening from the overwhelming sight. Yet he didn't stop his assault. He knew he couldn't possibly block all those attacks, but no matter what, he couldn't give up here. He had to protect every single one of his fishmen brethren on this island. Fishman Karate, ultimate secret technique, Oni-tile straight punch. As an immense surge of energy gathered within him, Jinbei's gaze toward Jake hardened with resolve. Jake-sama, I know you're holding back. I also know that what you're doing now must be for the sake of the fishmen's future. I've read about you countless times in the papers. I will do everything in my power to stop your attacks, that's all. Seeing Jinbei's expression, Jake understood that the fishman had grasped his intentions. He knew Jake was doing this for Fishman Island, that, deep down, Jinbei might even lean toward his side. But as the leader of Fishman Island after Fisher Tiger, Jinbei's position was delicate. He couldn't openly side with any faction, because his alignment would tip the scales decisively. If he joined the Fishman District faction, which harbored hatred toward humans, Fishman Island would inevitably be led down a path of self-destruction by those warmongers. And once that path was taken, there would be no turning back. The tide of hatred would be unstoppable, even the royal family's intervention would be futile. The entire island would inevitably be destroyed in some great war. Jinbei knew the vast disparity in strength between humans and fishmen. He knew exactly what would happen if the fishmen recklessly waged war against humanity. But even though he personally understood this, he couldn't simply join the peaceful faction led by Queen Otahime either. The death of their leader Fisher Tiger was an immense blow and shocked most of the brethren in Fishman District. His passing left them with a deep-seated hatred that couldn't be erased anytime soon. If Jinbei were to join the peace faction now, those extremists from Fishman District would most likely secede from Fishman Island entirely, or worse, declare war on the royal family directly. To demonstrate their resolve, they might even resort to indiscriminate slaughter of humans. And if they truly went that far, do you think humans would bother distinguishing between factions within Fishman Island when they came seeking retribution? No, they wouldn't waste time on that. The most likely outcome would be human powerhouses arriving to exterminate every last fishman here. To prevent such a path, Jinbei had no choice but to become a lone wanderer, moving between both factions as a mediator, desperately maintaining that fragile balance. But now, Jake was shattering that balance with brutal force. Yet Jinbei also understood, if Fishman Island was to truly move toward the future, this stifling equilibrium had to be broken. But breaking it was impossible through internal efforts alone. Jinbei had the strength, but he couldn't act. First, he couldn't bring himself to do it. Second, a certain degree of rebellious spirit was necessary here in Fishman Island. The atrocities humans had committed against fishmen couldn't simply be forgotten. The island needed those who would remember. As for the royal family, they commanded great prestige and considerable power, yet they could never fully unify the nation's perspective. Now, Jinbei lifted his head, gazing at the terrifying thunderclouds enveloping nearly all of Fishman Island, and sighed inwardly. He knew change would begin from this day onward. After today, Fishman District might cease to exist. Jinbei's final attack was his desperate attempt to preserve the spirit of Fishman resistance. With a roar, his muscles bulged as he launched himself like a meteor piercing the sky, fists swinging into the churning storm. Thunder exploded, painting the world in blinding orange gold. Jinbei was strong, but against Jake, a Logia-type devil fruit user with monstrous abilities, he was still outmatched. Realizing he couldn't defeat both Jake and Monet, Jinbei chose instead to lay bare his convictions, hoping to sway Jake's decision through sheer will. The other fishmen in the square watched Jinbei's slow descent from the sky, crying out in alarm and grief. Some, tears streaming, charged toward Jake, fists raised to attack. But then, Jinbei, charred and battered, rose from the ground. Glaring at those rushing toward Jake, he bellowed, "All of you, stand down. Jake-sama has not harmed me." Those attacks vanished on their own just before reaching me, he clearly held back. "None of you are to provoke Jake-sama further." With that, Jinbei took a deep breath and slowly approached Jake. Then, he bowed deeply and pleaded, "Jake-sama, I understand why the Marines have come here. I know the existence of Fishman Street has crossed your bottom line. But I implore you not to resort to such extreme violence. If possible, I beg you here and now, give us more time. I swear I will change the minds of those radicals." Watching Jinbei lower his head before him, a faint smile curled on Jake's lips. This was precisely the reaction he had hoped for. Though Fishman Street was a stronghold for extremists, he couldn't possibly slaughter everyone indiscriminately. Many were ordinary fishmen living there. If he wiped them all out in one stroke, it would only breed deeper hatred. For Jake, the ideal balance was a mix of fear, gratitude, resentment, and hope. Jinbei's current demeanor perfectly matched Jake's expectations. C-280,280. With Jinbei adopting such a conciliatory stance, Jake naturally couldn't continue being aggressive. After all, he was a marine, not some lawless pirate. In truth, even before Jinbei arrived, Jake had already used his abilities as a holy warrior to eliminate every fishman in the area whose evil exceeded a certain threshold. The remaining fishmen were mostly just ordinary residents of Fishman Street. Fishman Island wasn't large, and many residents had limited options for housing. Before Whitebeard's arrival, Fishman Island had to pay exorbitant celestial tribute. To save money, many chose to live in Fishman Street, where housing taxes were lower. Though the fishmen there were generally rough, if you were one of them, you'd find that the extremists could sometimes be decent to their own kind, at least they wouldn't secretly sell you to humans. Thus, at least 70% of Fishman Street's inhabitants were ordinary residents, while the rest were extremist fishmen loyal to Hody Jones. No matter how much Jake needed to assert dominance over the fishmen, he couldn't resort to such inhumane methods. So, when Jinbei offered him a way out, Jake took it gracefully. I don't have much time to spare. The Whitebeard Pirates recently clashed with the Red Hair Pirates, leaving them unable to maintain control over this island. However, the Marines have considered that removing Whitebeard's flag would force you to resume paying the exorbitant celestial tribute. So, we will keep Whitebeard's flag flying here, and you won't have to pay such heavy taxes. But there's one condition. From now on, Fishman Island's governance will be handed over to the Marines. But this does not mean the Marines require you to surrender the throne. Our goal is simple, to transform this place from a blood vessel supplying the New World with pirates into a massive fortress that chokes off the New World and Paradise. The ones in the New World won't be able to return to Paradise through here, and those in Paradise won't be able to venture into the New World. Dividing these pirates into two separate, non-interfering territories will make it easier for us to eliminate them one by one in the future. In this process, Fishman Island is a crucial island that the Marines must control. In this fortress, we cannot allow fishmen who seek to kill human soldiers to exist. Do you understand what I'm saying, Jinbei? Listening to Jake's words, Jinbei's face showed a trace of stunned disbelief. At first, he had thought Jake had come merely to issue a warning to Fishman Island and would leave soon. After all, no matter what, this was still the territory of the Whitebeard Pirates. Even if Jake was the future of the Marines, he should still harbor a considerable degree of fear toward a veteran emperor like Whitebeard. But now, it seemed, perhaps Whitebeard was aware of Fishman Island's current predicament, and had tacitly allowed it. If that were the case, the situation was far more complicated and terrifying than he had imagined. This meant even Whitebeard had grown displeased with the actions of those extremist fishmen. Had that man, whose heart was as vast as the sea, finally abandoned Fishman Island? At this thought, Jinbei felt an indescribable wave of regret surge within him. If only he had acted faster, if he had crushed those extremists on Fishman Island sooner, perhaps things wouldn't have come to this. Whitebeard must have been driven to abandon Fishman Island completely because of the recent village massacre committed by those radicals, handing the island over to the Marines for management. But perhaps the old man still couldn't bear to fully let go, he hadn't allowed the Marines to remove his flag just yet. Such kindness, such a heart as boundless as the sea and sky. Jinbei felt tears welling up in his eyes. They had received so much from Whitebeard, yet they had done so many things to disappoint him. Meanwhile, Jake watched Jinbei with confusion. The sudden redness in Jinbei's eyes, his trembling body, and the overwhelming sorrow radiating from him, all of it puzzled Jake. Had what he said just now been too harsh? Weren't these just basic demands? If Fishman Island wasn't willing to pay this price, then a far greater one would come for them in time. Jinbei seemed to realize his own emotional lapse. Taking a deep breath, he steadied himself before speaking to Jake. Thank you for your leniency. I swear to you, from this day forward, Fishman Island will never again harbor such extreme hatred toward humans. And never again will there be deliberate harm inflicted on innocent humans. Hearing this, Jake's face broke into a satisfied smile. But just then, a sharp, piercing scream cut through the air. Hody Jones, what are you doing? Release Queen Otahime at once. Following the direction of the voice, Jinbei froze momentarily. The next instant, veins bulged on his forehead as an indescribable aura of pressure radiated from his entire being. Hody Jones, do you have any idea what you're doing right now? If you release Queen Otahime and surrender now, I can still believe you acted out of momentary emotional turmoil and consider sparing your life. But if you refuse to let go, you will die here today. You're the leader of Fishman District and the mastermind behind the recent massacre of that human village. Did you really think I wouldn't know? I've just been waiting for the right moment, the moment to arrest you once and for all. I thought you were simply unable to accept Fisher Tiger's death, that your emotions had temporarily overwhelmed you. But now I see that wasn't the case at all. From the very beginning, what you've worshipped has been nothing but extreme hatred. Hody Jones responded with a twisted grin, his eyes bloodshot as he roared at Jinbei. Ha 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 ha, I'm not the one who changed. Don't you see it, Jinbei? Ever since Fisher Tiger died, you've become weak and pathetic. You want peace with humans, but have you seen how many of our brethren are being sold right above our heads, on Sabayati Archipelago? Have you seen how much of their blood has been spilled? C-281,281. Hody's eyes were crimson, his mental state clearly unstable. Drool dripped from his mouth, his muscles twitched uncontrollably, and he gasped heavily for breath as red pills spilled from his pockets. Jinbei's expression twisted in shock at the sight of them. That's energy steroid. Hody, where the hell did you get those? Ha ha ha. Jinbei, some things you don't need to know. You're no longer our leader, you're just a traitor who betrayed Fishman Island and Fisher Tiger. Now, tell that damn Marine to back off and kill yourself, or else, Queen Otahime dies here today. And so will I, but trust me, if she dies, the spirit of rebellion in Fishman Island will never fade. Right, Queen Otahime. Hody laughed maniacally, his voice hoarse as he glared at the crowd before him. The effects of the steroid had reduced his sanity to ruins. Thick blood trickled from his lips as he sneered. Jake, meanwhile, regarded Jinbei with calm detachment before speaking slowly. Seems the promise you just made me is impossible to keep. Clearly, the extremists in Fishman Island have spiraled beyond your control. And now, you need my help. Should I kill him for you? Listening to Jake's words, Jinbei felt a pang of conflict in his heart. Hody Jones was practically someone he had watched grow up since childhood. He hadn't been like this before. Back then, Hody Jones had aspired to become an outstanding royal guard. But no matter how beautiful the memories were, as Jinbei looked at Hody Jones before him now, he knew that this was no longer the same Hody Jones from before. He glanced at Jake, hoping to persuade Hody Jones one last time, but Jake gave him no opportunity. Instead, he simply raised his hand. The moment Jake lifted his arm, Hody Jones roared, "Put your hand down, human, or I'll twist Queen Otahime's head right." Before Hody Jones could finish his sentence, he was silenced. The reason was simple, his limbs and head had already been obliterated into dust by the terrifying lightning strike unleashed from Jake's hand. Gazing at the bloated torso that had collapsed to the ground, still spurting blood, Jake turned to Jinbei and said softly, "Queen Otahime's life is tied to too many things. This is no longer a matter for you or me to decide. You saw his mental state, it's dangerously unstable. If we let him continue, he might do something unpredictable. So he had to die." Listening to Jake's words, Jinbei let out a long sigh and replied, "I understand, Jake-sama. So what do you intend to do now? Continue to completely destroy Fishman District?" "No, I've already eliminated most of the extremists in Fishman District. What remains are just civilians. I won't harm them. The most important thing now is for me to meet King Neptune and oversee a slight transition and transfer of authority in Fishman Island." "Transfer? You mean you want our royal family to relinquish some of their power?" "That's simply too." Before Jinbei could finish, Jake cut him off, his tone firm and unyielding. "The Fishmen have no other choice. This is a concession you must make. Believe me, Jinbei, sometimes letting go of power that was never truly yours can be beneficial in the long run." Jinbei wanted to say more, but Queen Otahime interrupted. Looking at him, her voice carried a note of reassurance. "Jinbei, these matters are of no consequence. Please don't feel oppressed by them. Deep down, we've always known that Fishman Island would be better off if this authority were entrusted to someone else, haven't we?" Hearing Queen Otahime's words, Jinbei sighed and shook his head. "Perhaps so. Then allow me to escort you both to meet His Majesty the King." Jinbei bowed slightly toward Jake, who nodded with a smile. Then, under the guidance of Queen Otahime and Jinbei, Jake proceeded toward the royal palace of Fishman Island. At the same time, his observation hockey, which nearly enveloped the entire island, detected another furtive figure, Vanderdecken Ix, a man with a deranged obsession for the mermaid princess Shirahoshi. But in truth, he had no real affection for her. What he sought had always been the legendary ancient weapon, Poseidon. Amidst the chaos just moments ago, he had managed to brush against Princess Shirahoshi's arm. As a user of the Mark fruit, even a single touch meant that anything he threw afterward would strike the little princess with unerring accuracy. He had already begun fantasizing about her succumbing to the pressure and eventually marrying him, a blissful future indeed. But just as he tried to slip away during Jake's absence, a bolt of lightning suddenly descended from the sky, striking him squarely. The terrifying surge of electricity left Vanderdecken Ix momentarily paralyzed. Without even a chance to resist, he collapsed unconscious onto the ground. Jinbei watched the scene unfold with a mix of shock and suspicion, his gaze fixed on Jake with unmistakable gravity. "Jake-sama, what is the meaning of this?" Queen Otahime, her face contorted with anger, also turned to Jake, her voice laced with undisguised fury. "Jake-sama, we were already preparing to transfer authority to you. But what is the purpose of this? To intimidate us? If that's your goal, then direct your wrath at me, not at innocent civilians." Seeing their reactions, Jake sighed and pointed at Vanderdecken Ix lying on the ground. "That guy is clearly no innocent. He just secretly touched Princess Shirahoshi's arm, and the malice radiating from him was intense. Take a closer look. Who exactly is he?" As Jinbei and Queen Otahime approached, a guard suddenly gasped in recognition. "It's Vanderdecken Ix, the user of the Mark fruit. C-282,282. The Mark fruit user. What exactly does this ability do?" Hearing the guard's words, Monet turned to Jake with curiosity, instinctively asking the question. For her, Jake always had answers to things she didn't know. And this time was no exception. Without hesitation, Jake replied. The mark fruit allows the user to mark a target with a touch. Once marked, anything they throw will automatically track the target, never stopping unless intercepted or blocked. Even if the target is on the final island, Laugh Tale, and you're at the starting town, your throw will still hit them. Honestly, if I had this power, I'd just toss a ship into the air and ride it, then everyone would know the coordinates of Laugh Tale. Monet couldn't help but laugh at Jake's words, nodding in agreement. But why did that guy touch Princess Shirahoshi just now? At Monet's question, Queen Otohime's expression darkened with solemnity. She sighed and bowed her head slightly toward Jake. My apologies, Jake-sama. I acted rashly earlier. Today, we truly owe you our gratitude. If not for you, Shirahoshi's future might have been filled with hardship. To this, Jake simply smiled and said, It's all right, Queen Otohime. Since Fishman Island has already made so many sacrifices, it's only natural that we Marines should also make some gestures. By the way, if you don't mind, let that bastard come and shake hands with me. This way, the future threat to Princess Shirahoshi will be eliminated. But if we do that, Jake-sama, you might later be affected by that fellows. Before Queen Otohime could finish, Jake smiled and said directly, It's all right, Queen Otohime. For me, that guy's attacks won't become a burden, they'll actually be a tool for me to catch him. I'm somewhat interested in the information left behind by his ancestors. If we capture him directly here, this guy definitely won't tell the truth. It's better to let him go for now. When he can't resist and prepares to attack Princess Shirahoshi, that's when we'll completely catch him. Hearing this, Jinbei was somewhat puzzled. He looked at Jake and asked softly, You mean to let this dangerous guy leave now? Isn't that a bit? Jake walked over to the unconscious Vanderdecken X lying on the ground, then reached out and grasped his hand. There's nothing to worry about. Don't worry. Also, make sure everyone else here keeps quiet and doesn't leak any information. On that point, you can rest assured. They are all loyal followers of Queen Otohime. As for those in Fishman District, they're still frozen inside and haven't seen what happened here. Hearing this, Jake nodded. After repeated thanks from Queen Otohime and little Princess Shirahoshi, the group finally arrived at the palace of Fishman Island. King Neptune looked at Jake standing before him with complex emotions in his eyes. The human before him seemed so small, yet the power contained within his body was enough to completely destroy Fishman Island in a short time. Moreover, the other's status was actually far more noble than his own. The future admiral of the Marines, perhaps even fleet admiral, was, no matter what, far more noble than a mere king of Fishman Island like himself. Thus, when facing Jake, King Neptune felt an indescribable sense of powerlessness. It seemed there was only one path he could take regarding any demands or conditions Jake proposed, to agree. Jake, though he noticed the king's low spirits, didn't know what to say. He didn't want to pressure others with authority, but clearly, some things weren't up to his personal preferences. Fishman Island now had to be firmly controlled by the Marines. Only then would the plan to eradicate all pirates in paradise have a chance of success. This was Jake's main plan for the next 3 years. After taking control of Fishman Island, Zephyr would be stationed there permanently, supported by at least 2 vice admirals, ensuring that from now on, Fishman Island wouldn't supply the New World with even a drop of fresh blood. With the situation in the New World now largely stabilized due to Whitebeard and Red Hair being essentially won over, it was possible to recall some naval forces appropriately, leaving only Kizaru, who wasn't particularly keen on military achievements, to coast along there. Of course, to prevent any unforeseen circumstances, Jake and Sengoku had already discussed it. Garp's primary vacation spots would be arranged in the New World. This not only shut Garp up but also maximized the use of his combat strength. Additionally, Kizaru would be assigned a technologically advanced armed unit, sufficient to suppress most riots in the New World. As for the rest of the naval forces, such as Sakazuki, Kuzan, Sengoku, Vice Admiral Suru, Jake, the various vice admirals, Monet, and others, they would focus on the Paradise region, aiming to eliminate over 90% of the pirates there. By cutting off the root source of pirate recruitment, Jake planned to eradicate half of all pirates within the next few years. The remaining time would be spent collaborating with Whitebeard and Red Hair to completely wipe out the remaining major pirates in the New World. Of course, Whitebeard likely saw this coming, or perhaps even tacitly approved of it. After Jake showed him numerous islands ravaged by pirates, his disappointment in the pirate community had grown immensely. He gradually came to accept that most pirates were scum, with only a rare few, like himself and Roger, being true legends. Given that, why not let Jake utterly destroy the Great Pirate Era and usher in a new age of lawful adventure? By then, civilians in most regions would likely enjoy far better lives. Though Whitebeard had realized this earlier, his failing health and the harsh realities had rendered him powerless to act. But now, with his body restored and circumstances changed, doing nothing would be sheer cowardice. After interacting with Jake, Whitebeard made the most crucial decision of his life. He would personally end the Great Pirate Era, the era his dear friend Roger had begun. C-283,283. The negotiations with King Neptune went far more smoothly than Jake had anticipated. The king agreed to Jake's demands almost without hesitation. Seeing how unresisting Neptune was, Jake guessed that Whitebeard must have already spoken to him. Still, smooth progress was the best outcome, and Jake saw no need to dwell on it further. But during the banquet, a massive, razor-sharp axe came hurtling from the distant sky, aimed straight at Jake. The axe tore through the banquet hall's walls, its momentum unchecked, until King Neptune intercepted it with a single punch, smashing it into the ground. As the axe shattered into fragments, Neptune's expression turned grave. He looked at Jake, his voice utterly sincere. Jake-sama, this was absolutely not our doing. It must have been someone with extreme hatred toward humans. Neptune was drenched in sweat at this moment. He paid no attention to his still bleeding fist. Compared to such minor injuries, it would be far worse if Jake misunderstood their intentions. Under these circumstances, Neptune knew Jake could easily assume this was a trap they had set, striking him at his most vulnerable moment. If they didn't quickly clarify their innocence now, it would be impossible to explain later. The hard-won agreement might even be completely nullified. However, seeing Jake's utterly unsurprised expression, Neptune couldn't help but wonder. Could this be a performance orchestrated by Jake himself? Was he trying to entangle them in this mess so he could make even more unreasonable demands? Just as Neptune was lost in these thoughts, Jake's words dispelled all his doubts. Your Majesty Neptune, there's no need to worry. I would never doubt your sincere commitment to building a better future for Fishman Island. As for who the attacker was, I already have a clear idea. Hearing this, Neptune's face showed a flicker of surprise. He looked at Jake and asked nervously, Jake-sama, you already know the identity of the attacker. Who is it? I'll dispatch soldiers to arrest them immediately. As he spoke, Neptune's palms clenched involuntarily, and sweat beaded on his back. Please don't let the culprit be someone from the palace. Even if he had no knowledge of it, the resulting distrust would be impossible to dispel. Jake, of course, could see Neptune's tension, so he didn't beat around the bush. He turned to Jinbei and said, Jinbei, do you remember that cloaked fishman I electrocuted earlier in Fishman District? Jinbei immediately understood. He glanced at Jake, then at Princess Shirahoshi, his face twisting with barely suppressed fury. Jake-sama, are you saying this attack was carried out by that bastard Vanderdecken X? He was just electrocuted by you not long ago, how could he recover so quickly and even target you? No, wait, he didn't know you had replaced his intended victim. As he spoke, Jinbei's expression darkened to the extreme. Queen Odahime turned pale, gasping in realization. That axe wasn't meant for Jake-sama at all, it was meant for Shirahoshi. Neptune's face twisted in shock. He looked at his wife and asked urgently, why would Shirahoshi be the target? What do you all know? What exactly is going on? Seeing Neptune's distress, Queen Odahime quickly summarized what had happened earlier, explaining how Jake had willingly taken Shirahoshi's place as Vanderdecken IX's target. If not for Jake's intervention, that axe would have struck Shirahoshi instead. At this thought, King Neptune's face turned pale. Jake was a rear admiral of the Marine headquarters, but he possessed strength capable of easily defeating Jinbei. For someone like him, that earlier attack was indeed nothing. But what if Jake had been Shirahoshi instead? If Shirahoshi had been alone at that moment, that single attack would have been enough to take her life. To protect Shirahoshi's safety, it was highly likely that from today onward, she would have to live inside an indestructible iron cage, one that would forever restrict her freedom. The thought of his daughter nearly being condemned to such a life made King Neptune's heart feel unbearably heavy. His voice now boomed with fury, thick and thunderous like colliding storm clouds. Where is Vanderdecken X right now? Send soldiers immediately to track the direction and origin of that flying axe. We must find that bastard at once. There's absolutely no way we can let someone like him act so recklessly. Everyone in the palace could sense the gravity in the air upon hearing King Neptune's voice. He was known as an exceptionally tolerant and benevolent ruler, and in all his years as king, this was the first time anyone had heard him speak in such a tone. Clearly, Vanderdecken IX's actions had provoked his wrath to the extreme. But just then, Jake's voice cut in, carrying a note of reassurance. Your Majesty Neptune, there's no need to search for him. My observation hockey has already locked onto his location. I can bring him here right now, but this isn't the time. His attacks are barely even ticklish to me, so you needn't worry about my safety. More importantly, Your Majesty, perhaps you should consider why Vanderdecken X would target Princess Shirahoshi when they've never even met before, isn't that right? Hearing this, King Neptune froze. He looked at Jake, the fury over his daughter's near assault fading, replaced by a chilling sense of dread that seeped into his bones. That Vanderdecken X might very well know that his daughter was one of the legendary 3 ancient weapons, Poseidon. But, how could he have learned this information? And what unsettled King Neptune even more was this: how had Rear Admiral Jake known about it in advance?